In her third year, Sheng Zhi was diagnosed with stomach cancer, with little time left. Fortunately, fate smiled upon her, binding her to an academic genius system after a fortuitous accident. By completing the tasks set by the system, she could gain life points. In her desperate bid for survival, Sheng Zhi began to frequently coordinate outfits with the campus heartthrob, Xie Yuchen, aligning their social media posts, elective courses, and more. After their 800th matching ensemble, he finally reacted. Chapter 1. A dominant CEO. She is currently terribly weak. When I first confessed my feelings for you, what did you feel? Sheng Zhi inquired. Xie Yuchen raised an eyebrow at her, his tone teasingly dismissive. That was quite unconvincing. And now? Still unconvincing. The late September evening was still oppressively warm, the air conditioning in the classroom humming dully. When her counselor, Tang Fan, ushered her out of the office, she clutched the unsigned withdrawal application. With a sigh, she turned to leave, glancing at the words personal reasons inscribed on the form. She mused that had it read death reasons, Tang Fan would likely have ceased his relentless pursuit of her. When she awoke, she found herself in a hospital. Strangely, relatives who had previously regarded her as inconsequential suddenly surrounded her, showering her with affection. At that moment, Sheng Zhi felt slightly disoriented by the attention, managing a poor attempt at humor as she sat up in bed. Why are you all staring at me? One would think I was gravely ill. Not a single smile graced their faces. Her long-absent mother, Yuanhe, looked down at her, eyes filled with unease and concern. Her father, Sheng Mingjie, stood rigidly beside her in a formal suit, his expression grave. Even her half-brother, Sheng Yi, who usually had a contentious relationship with her, remained silent, lips pursed. A sense of foreboding washed over Sheng Zhi as she inadvertently glanced down, spotting the crumpled diagnosis slip at the foot of her bed. Stomach cancer, advanced stage. She had unwittingly spoken the truth. Perhaps accustomed to misfortune, Sheng Zhi felt an eerie calm settle over her. It wasn't until Yuanhe took her to their family home that reality began to sink in. She was indeed on the brink of death. While sadness was inevitable, she gradually accepted her fate. Despite the doctor's grim prognosis, she silently wished each day for a dominant CEO to descend from the heavens, to pin her against the wall, eyes glistening with emotion, and declare that he would give her his life. She had not yet exhausted her time on this earth at merely 20 years old. She had barely begun her journey. After 2 days of contemplation, she decided to withdraw from school. With her limited time, there seemed little purpose in continuing her studies. While Yuanhe respected her autonomy, even dedicating a day to accompany her to the school to handle the necessary paperwork. Sheng Zhi couldn't quite articulate why she hesitated to confide in Tang Fan. Perhaps it was the overwhelming sympathy she had endured from those around her that had left her feeling somewhat stifled. Lost in thought, she made her way toward the school gate. As she passed through the shaded path near the law school, she unexpectedly heard a different voice. Xie Yuchen, I truly like you. The girl's tone was laced with earnest hopefulness. Will you be my boyfriend? Instinctively, Sheng Zhi slowed her pace, her curiosity piqued. Humans are naturally inclined to eavesdrop, and she was no exception. Her gaze fell upon a pair of students, the girl facing away, obscuring her features. The boy, however, was tall and illuminated by the dim glow of the street lamp. His strikingly handsome face was unmistakable. His tousled hair partially concealed a pronounced brow, and his elongated eyes held a cold detachment. With a high nose and slightly upturned lips, he exuded a casual, rebellious charm. He was quite handsome, even vaguely familiar. Eavesdropping was hardly a commendable habit, and as Sheng Zhi prepared to leave, she heard the boy's voice, casual and amused. What a coincidence. Sheng Zhi felt her heart skip a beat, as if he were speaking directly to her. Of course, that illusion was fleeting. She soon heard his next words. I also like myself. A rather peculiar rejection, yet the girl seemed oblivious, pressing on. Then we are rivals. The absurdity of it all elicited an involuntary laugh from Sheng Zhi. She momentarily forgot to mask her voice, and in the next instant, the duo under the streetlight turned their gazes toward her. Sheng Zhi's eyes collided with the boy's, surprise evident in his expression, leaving her momentarily frozen. The girl's face paled as she caught sight of Sheng Zhi, her lips pursing in dismay as she glanced between Sheng Zhi and Xie Yuchen. With a tone tinged with regret, she muttered, I'm sorry, I didn't know he already had a girlfriend, before fleeing as if her life depended on it. Left in a haze of confusion, Sheng Zhi wondered, what does this have to do with me? As she watched the girl's retreating figure, she turned back to find Xie Yuchen standing before her, having approached without her noticing. Startled by a sudden proximity, she instinctively took a step back, akin to a startled cat. I'm sorry, she offered weakly, gesturing toward the direction the girl had vanished. Should I go explain to her? Though she was equally baffled by the misunderstanding. No need. Xie Yuchen scrutinized her for a moment. Her hair in a bun, almond-shaped eyes, and a nose that turned up slightly, her demeanor betraying a hint of awkwardness. Her pallid skin and frail frame, swathed in an oversized white sweatshirt, suggested that a gust of wind might sweep her away. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Sheng Zhi emitted a soft gasp. She tugged at her clothing and then glanced at his matching outfit, suddenly realizing they had unwittingly donned the same attire. However, his was black, making them appear almost as if they were in couples wear. No wonder that girl had been confused. What a coincidence, haha. Sheng Zhi laughed awkwardly. We're wearing the same style. Xie Yuchen did not laugh but warned her coolly, don't do this again. He then turned and walked away. It took her a moment to comprehend that he was referring to her eavesdropping. While she acknowledged her fault, his demeanor struck her as excessively arrogant. As she pouted at his retreating figure, she felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. Reaching in, she found not her own device but an old-fashioned flip phone, clearly outdated. She could not recall where it had come from, but assumed it was merely out of battery. Upon unlocking the device, numerous messages flooded the small screen. Congratulations, host. You have activated the system and received 3 days of life points. Hello, host. You have successfully bound the academic genius system. Life points detected to be critically low. Please complete tasks regularly. Upon collecting enough replication points, the system will reward you with a cure for your ailment. Had the heavens heard her wish? Had a powerful CEO's life transformed into a system's gift? Chapter 2. The top of the must-try list at Ning University. 2 minutes later, the elderly phone quietly lay in the trash bin by the roadside. Sheng Zhi rolled her eyes at the trash can and continued on her way, without hesitation. Scammers these days have truly sunk to new lows. It seemed a once-failed author had turned to fraud but couldn't quite let go of their previous profession, thus intertwining their old tricks with the new. Her internal monologue was abruptly interrupted by the ringtone of WeChat. I really wish I could live another 500 years. Flustered, Sheng Zhi fumbled for the new fruit phone Mixue had given her a couple of days ago and swiped to answer. Where are you? Yuan's speech was always succinct and to the point. I'm almost at the school gate. In truth, she had already arrived. Holding her phone, she glanced around and noticed Yuan's parking spot was now empty. All right. Sheng Zhi nodded, and the next moment, the line went dead. She expressionlessly put down the phone and noticed a transfer notification pop up at the top of the screen. Mixue has transferred you 1,000 yuan note. Taxi fare. What kind of taxi costs 1,000? It was merely a means to alleviate her own guilt. A cryptic smile curved her lips as she accepted the transfer. Why refuse free money? Subsequently, she indulged herself by ordering a luxurious business car. While waiting, she scrolled through other messages. A pinned message from the dormitory group named Jingren Palace. How dare you let go caught her attention as someone tagged her. Chewing future. The decree has arrived. Tomorrow is Friday, 7 p.m., see you at Jinxiang Pavilion. Talk about 8 handsome guys. The decree has arrived. Missing you so much. I can only eat 3 meals a day. Hurry and conquer your illness to return. Don't think too quietly. Seen the Mayday version, the decree has arrived. Hurry. Sheng Zhi did not wish for too many people to be saddened by her departure. Exiting the group chat, she saw a recent message from her counselor. Consider it for your future. Think carefully. 20 minutes later, the luxurious business car stopped at Tianshui Bay. Ever since her illness was diagnosed, Yuanhe, who had previously neglected her, suddenly transformed and began to care for Sheng Zhi under her watchful eye. After an eternity of feeling estranged from familial affection, Sheng Zhi finally grasped the meaning of how, when one is on the brink of death, the entire world begins to love them. The elevator reached the 16th floor, and she took out her key, opened the door, and found the vast living room empty. Had her worsening condition caused her to hallucinate? Sheng Zhi rubbed her eyes in disbelief, confirming her vision was clear, yet she felt a chill run down her spine. Forcing herself to calm down, she cautiously grabbed a tissue, wrapped the old phone that had mysteriously appeared, and tossed it into the living room trash bin. Peering into the trash can, she found it completely empty. After a 2-second silence, she picked up her phone and headed downstairs straight to the garbage bin. With a thud, she tossed the phone into the trash, clapped her hands as if resolving a major inconvenience, and turned to head back upstairs. To her surprise, upon entering, she saw the old phone had refreshed beside the nightstand. She was being haunted. Sheng Zhi picked up the old phone and examined it thoroughly, despite considering herself well-read. Having seen many time travel and rebirth stories, she had never encountered an external system that one could not shake off. Her slender fingers hesitated above the keys for a moment before she opened the text messages. Please do not disclose the existence of the system to others, or the mission will fail, and the system will bear no responsibility. Please accept Task 1 promptly, collect replication values, or the task will expire, and the system will bear no responsibility. Sheng Zhi thought, what an overwhelming sense of human-machine interaction. She scrolled through the text to find a series of numbers and hesitantly dialed. A mechanical female voice promptly replied, "Hello. The number you dialed is not in service." Furrowing her brow, she glanced at the tiny screen. She hadn't even inserted a SIM card into this phone. Using the old phone's keypad, she slowly typed a message. What task? Who do you want me to learn from? The message was successfully sent. Sheng Zhi was now utterly convinced that this was beyond scientific explanation. She licked her lips, a surge of secret excitement rising within her. Oh heavens! It seemed she might not have to die after all. Replication sample. Xie Yuchen. Task 1. Maintain WeChat status synchronization with Xie Yuchen for 3 days. Task deadline is 5 days. Who? Sheng Zhi couldn't help but voice her curiosity. That name sounded so familiar. Memories from the evening flooded back.
It was that narcissistic guy.
Sheng Zhi pondered for a moment, recalling she might have heard that name before. She plugged her smartphone into charge and then opened Chuing's WeChat chat window, preparing to inquire about this know-it-all. The decree has arrived. Have you heard of Xie Yuchen? The name at the top of the chat window quickly changed to the other party is typing. Chuing Future. Chuing Future, are you also in on this gossip? The decree has arrived. What gossip? Chuing directly sent over 2 links. Chuing Future, Ning University must-try food list, big glutton version, webpage link. Chuing Future, rumor has it that the law school's recognized handsome guy has been struck down, webpage link. Sheng Zhi stared at the titles of the 2 links for a long time, unable to decipher how they were related, and decided to click the first link for answers. The link led to the school's gossip forum, and the screen displayed a ranking list. Looking from the top down, she quickly spotted Xie Yuchen's name at the top. A line of gray text followed. 188 centimeters, broad shoulders, slim waist, law school, no alumni with knowledge of his culinary feats yet, but future potential. Scrolling down, she encountered a list of handsome guys from various faculties, all noted with the same 4 words, future potential. Truly a big glutton. Sheng Zhi shook off the flood of irrelevant thoughts and suddenly remembered that Chuing had shown her a military training interview about Xie Yuchen on the school's official Douyin account a long time ago. No wonder she thought he looked familiar that evening. Without further thought, she clicked on the second link. It was a post published half an hour ago. I'm willing to marry the god of wealth even as a concubine. Eating gossip. It is said that on a dark and stormy night, a certain big glutton decided to express her love for the number 1 spot on the Ning University must-try list, only to be rejected. Heartbroken, she turned to leave, only to be caught by another girl dressed in matching couple outfits with the number 1 guy. The girl felt an inexplicable sense of being caught in a scandal and fled in panic. After a moment of silence, she released a sharp exclamation. You little brat. The food is really good. After reading the entire post, Sheng Zhi let out a sharp exclamation. Big socks. Is this even in Chinese? Chapter 3. Utter nonsense. She had yet to process the shock of the gossip suddenly involving her when Chuing's message popped up again. Chuing Future. I really want to know who his girlfriend is. She must be eating well. Chuing Future. By the way, haven't you always been uninterested in such gossip? Why are you suddenly asking about Xie Yuchen? Sheng Zhi forced a smile, thinking, what a load of rubbish. This is simply nonsensical. She was too lazy to type, so she sent a voice message to Chuing to clarify. Upon learning that her best friend was actually the heroine of the scandal, Chuing first expressed surprise at the coincidence. And then, upon hearing it was all a misunderstanding, was instantly disappointed. Chuing Future. Then this is indeed nonsense. Chuing Future. Sorry, I meant utter nonsense. The decree has arrived. You better hope you really mistyped. Chuing Future. Hee hee. The 2 individuals engaged in a casual conversation, and Sheng Zhi, devoid of any expectations, inquired whether Chuing had the WeChat contact of Xie Yuchen. To her surprise, Chuing promptly sent over a friend request card. Sheng Zhi was elated, marveling at Chuing's remarkable abilities. Chuing, however, did not take credit, attributing the success to their other roommate, Tan Wanrong.
Coincidentally,
Tan had recently started dating a younger male student from the law school who happened to be a direct junior of Xie Yuchen, making it easy to obtain his contact information. Sheng Zhi retrieved Tan Wanrong's WeChat, expressed her gratitude, and sent a friend request to Xie Yuchen. Just as she completed this task, Footsteps echoed from the living room, followed by a beam of light seeping through the door crack. Then, Sheng Zhi heard the call of Mixue. Xie? She sat up from her bed, slipped into her slippers, and stepped out of her room.
Ms.
You placed several thermos bags on the coffee table and casually secured her wavy hair with a sharp clip, reminding Sheng Zhi, "I've taken leave for the past few days. I brought you some food and rib soup. Come and eat." Sheng Zhi nodded obediently, seated herself on the carpet beside the coffee table, and quietly began to unpack the thermos bags. Although she had been living there for several days, her time alone with Yuanha had been limited, leaving her uncertain about how a typical mother-daughter relationship should function. Yuanha rolled up the sleeves of her shirt and sat beside her, serving soup into a bowl for her daughter. "I just received a call from your teacher. I've clarified everything with him. If you no longer wish to attend school, I can have Uncle Sue handle the remaining matters." Sheng Zhi paused, recalling the inexplicable system and its tasks. After a moment of contemplation, she looked up at Yuanha and replied, "I've thought it over. I still want to stay in school." Sheng Zhi noticed a fleeting flicker of irritation in Yuanha's eyes, yet she ultimately chose to remain silent, respecting Sheng Zhi's decision. After dinner, Sheng Zhi rushed into the bathroom, and when she emerged, the vast house was once again empty. A cup of boiled water sat on the table, accompanied by her evening medication and a note. The note indicated that Ms. You would be away on a business trip to Lin City for the next few days and would not be able to accompany her, reminding her to take care of herself, eat regularly, and contact her assistant Su Tingshun if needed. Sheng Zhi tucked the note away, then grabbed a handful of capsules, swallowing them down with water. Bored, she checked her phone, only to find that Xie Yuchen had yet to accept her friend request. She sighed and retrieved an old phone from the drawer, pondering for a moment before typing, "Are you there?" The messaging interface quickly displayed a new message. 1. Sheng Zhi licked her dry lips and typed, "Why is Xie Yuchen a sample?" After much deliberation, she failed to discern any meaning. She had merely crossed paths with Xie Yuchen, with no prior connection whatsoever. Sheng Zhi muttered to herself, "You personal machine." Frustrated, she declared, "If you dare to play tricks on me, I will turn you into a foldable screen." The system replied, "That would be quite advanced." The following day, Sheng Zhi awoke just before the afternoon. With a toothbrush in her mouth, she scrolled through Yuanha's various reminders on WeChat, reaching the latest transfer at the bottom. After eating, she descended the stairs to wait for a rideshare at the entrance of the community. As she vacantly glanced around, her gaze inadvertently fell upon a Porsche Cayenne emerging from the underground garage. She blinked and, through the partially closed window, caught a glimpse of the driver's profile, which seemed somewhat familiar. Before she could ponder further, the tinted glass obscured her view, and the car passed by her. Sheng Zhi decided to visit Tang Fan at school. She had anticipated that Tang Fan, aware of her true situation, would regard her with the same pitying gaze as the young nurses in the hospital. However, Tang Fan's demeanor remained unchanged from the previous day. He did not perceive Sheng Zhi as someone on the brink of death. This, in turn, relieved Sheng Zhi. Room 429, which belonged to her, had been cleared out the day before. Sitting on a chair, she stared at the empty bed frame, suddenly engulfed by a sense of melancholy over the transient nature of relationships. However, her despondent mood did not linger for long, as footsteps soon echoed from outside the dormitory, followed by someone pushing the door open. The moment before, Chuing had appeared utterly defeated by the rigors of their three-dimensional modeling class, but upon seeing Sheng Zhi, she instantly sprang back to life. Tan Wanrong and Bianjing approached with expressions of joy. Sheng Zhi candidly confessed that she would not be leaving and would continue attending classes with them, though she might not reside on campus any longer. This was a request from Mixue, likely an attempt to compensate for the years of absence in her daughter's life. Although Sheng Zhi felt it unnecessary, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. The four girls reveled in the joy of their friend's return. Yet the perceptive Bianjing was the first to express concern. "What about your illness?" A single lie required numerous others to support it, and Sheng Zhi's gaze faltered slightly. "It's fine. The doctor said I just need to take medication for adjustment." This wasn't entirely a lie, as the doctor had offered her an array of obscure medications without any other solutions to aid her. That's good, Chuing reassured her, embracing her. "Don't worry. You're such a wonderful person. Heaven surely won't let anything happen to you." Sheng Zhi smiled. Her heart, which had been heavy for days, suddenly lightened, akin to withered wood meeting the spring. "Let's go to Xinxiang Pavilion. Tan Jie will treat you all to dinner," Tan Wanrong exclaimed, putting an arm around both Sheng Zhi and Chuing, exuding a big sisterly aura. At 9 in the evening, The taxi arrived at Tianshui Bay. Sheng Zhi frowned as she stepped out and paid the fare. Uncertain whether it was the driver's lack of skill or the effects of the drink she had inadvertently consumed at the dinner that left her feeling unwell. In any case, her condition was far from ideal. The elevator ascended directly to the 16th floor, and Sheng Zhi stood before the door on her right. Rummaging through her bag for the key. She twisted the key, but it wouldn't budge. The stubborn girl seemed to possess an endless reserve of strength, as she twisted harder several times until, with a snap, the key broke off in the lock. She suspected that Mixue might have secretly changed the lock. Sheng Zhi sniffed, feeling dizzy, and resorted to leaning against the door, slightly bending over to attempt the keypad lock. Just as her hand approached the electronic lock screen, the door was suddenly pulled open from the inside without warning. Sheng Zhi gasped in shock and stumbled forward through the open door, instinctively closing her eyes in anticipation of pain. Instead, she found herself enveloped in a warm, solid embrace. Chapter 4. Taken home by someone. Xie Yuchen wore a look of mild annoyance. He had not yet had the chance to see which intruder was attempting to pry open his door when his reflexes kicked in, catching the person who had stumbled in. Their proximity suddenly closed, and he caught a whiff of the faint scent of alcohol emanating from the girl. Sheng Zhi sighed with relief, struggling to extricate herself from his embrace. She squinted up at him, her voice soft and feeble. "Handsome, who are you? Why are you in my house?" Xie Yuchen was about to retort that she should open her eyes and realize this was his home, but he noticed the girl before him, wearing a puzzled expression. "Is he my mom's new boyfriend?" Xie Yuchen found himself both amused and exasperated, having never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. He glanced down at his door lock and then back at Sheng Zhi, a hint of amusement in his gaze. Where did this drunkard come from? Before Sheng Zhi could finish her protest, he tossed another remark her way. "You can't even find your own home?" Sheng Zhi's fondness for her rather impressive prospective stepfather instantly evaporated. While the house was indeed not hers, she would never permit a nameless, faceless gigolo to occupy it. "Step aside." She let out a cold hum, discontentedly pushing the person away from her, and then instinctively walked towards the room based on muscle memory. The layout of the houses on this floor was quite similar. She inadvertently stumbled into Xie Yucheng's room, slamming the door shut behind her. Xie Yuchen was an energetic young man with short, tousled hair, engrossed in his game before the television in the living room when the screen was suddenly obstructed. He clicked his tongue, ready to lash out, but upon looking up, he saw a slender figure sway past him with familiar ease into his good friend's room. Yujun was so startled that a half-eaten chip fell from his mouth. He sprang up from the sofa, glancing at Xie Yuchen, who had followed him into the living room, then turning to look at the now-closed door. Xie Yuchen said nothing, yet his mind raced with thoughts. "So, it's your sister-in-law, huh?"
Impressive, Xie Yi.
"I thought the rumors on the forum were just fabrications, but it seems you've really brought a girl home." Yujun chattered incessantly, like a machine gun, until Xie Yuchen casually tossed a cushion at him, silencing him. Yujun dodged the pillow with ease, still eyeing Xie Yuchen with a teasing certainty. "You're shy." Suppressing the urge to curse, Xie Yuchen approached the door and hesitated a moment before knocking. "Please, can you keep your parrot quiet?" Came a muffled voice from within, heavy with fatigue. Yujun, leaning in, chimed in, "What parrot?" Xie Yuchen shot him a look that indicated it was best not to engage. "All right, I admit, my voice was a bit unmanly. But how did that make me a parrot? More like a gallant warrior." Just come out, Xie Yuchen felt his patience wearing thin. This was not her home. The silence persisted, and Yujun, still baffled by the unfolding situation, watched as Xie Yuchen pulled out his phone. "What are you doing?" In a frigid tone, Xie Yuchen replied, "Calling the police." It was said in jest. He opened the owner-s group chat and typed a message. "Who is causing a scene? Come to the 16th floor to claim your belongings." Given that Sheng Zhi was a girl, he refrained from revealing too much information. After waiting a while with no response, Yujun patted Xie Yuchen's shoulder in consolation. "Brother, I'll endure this light. Let us squeeze into one bed tonight." When Yujun finally pulled the blanket off his head, another door in the apartment had already been shut. The message was clear. Yujun lamented, "Xie Yuchen, is this how you treat your friends?" Sheng Zhi was awakened by the persistent ringing of her phone. Frowning, she stirred in bed before slowly opening her eyes. The unfamiliar surroundings momentarily bewildered her. She shot up like a spring, instinctively pulling the blanket over her as she glanced down at her clothes. Thankfully, she was still dressed. The bizarre system that had appeared was already a lot for her to process. If she ended up having a one-night stand, she might start to wonder if she had somehow entered a novel. Before she could fully grasp her situation, the phone on the bed rang again, and upon seeing the caller ID, her heart raced. She found herself questioning her own knowledge. She listened quietly, occasionally responding. After 2 minutes, the call ended, leaving her with her long hair disheveled across her shoulders, looking like a deflated balloon. She got out of bed, stealthily opened the door and peered around the living room, finding no one. As she took a few steps forward, she felt a sense of relief, but was suddenly taken aback as her gaze collided with 2 young men seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast. The silence was palpable, as if a pin dropping could be heard. Sheng Zhi buried her head low, one hand covering her eyes, wishing she could disappear. Yet Yuchen seemed to have discovered something monumental. Sheng Zhi? Sheng Zhi was momentarily stunned, looking up to recognize the 2 at the table, forcing a stiff smile. Yuchen? What a coincidence. This is your home. Xie Yuchen glanced at Yuchen, who eagerly explained, this is Sheng Zhi, from our school, same year. And my club president, my right-hand man. Xie Yuchen regarded him with mild indifference, murmuring an "oh." Yuchen remained enthusiastic, introducing Sheng Zhi further. This is, I know. Sheng Zhi interjected, not knowing why she had jumped in, Xie Yuchen. Upon hearing her name, Xie Yuchen paused his task of peeling a boiled egg and lifted his gaze to her. Chapter 5. Occupying your bed right away. Yuchen stared blankly for a moment before affirming, yes, Xie Yuchen, my buddy. This house belongs to him. After a moment, he surreptitiously glanced at Xie Yuchen's state. Lowering his voice, the room he slept in last night is also his. Sheng Zhi's eyes widened in realization. That's quite troublesome. She slowly approached the dining table. Xie Yuchen had just finished peeling the egg, splitting it in half, and handing the yolk to Yuchen, who was taken aback. With a nonchalant demeanor, Xie Yuchen wiped his hands and glanced up at Sheng Zhi. Please, have a seat. Okay, thank you. Perhaps frozen by his indifferent attitude, Sheng Zhi felt increasingly anxious. Her hands clasped tightly together as she nervously apologized. I'm sorry, Xie classmate. I don't know why I blurted out something so embarrassing at such a moment. She nearly jumped off the still-cold chair, her words spilling out in a rush. I didn't mean to take your bed. I live right across the hall. I was feeling unwell last night, and didn't he realize I had walked into the wrong place? I really appreciate you not kicking me out. Xie Yuchen, reclining against the chair back, listened to her explanation with a cryptic smile, crisp in his enunciation. No need to mention it. Sheng Zhi smiled awkwardly, about to say thank you, when he leisurely added, the bed fee is 200 per night. Also, the lock on the door was broken last night because of you. That will cost an additional 100. Xie Yuchen tilted his head, raising an eyebrow. WeChat or Alipay? Sheng Zhi licked her lips, recalling the system's task, and, without much hesitation, pulled out her phone. WeChat, please. As she opened the QR code scanner, she said, I'll add you. Sheng Zhi's expression faltered as Xie Yuchen gestured for her to proceed. After finally swallowing the stubborn yolk, Yuchen seized Xie Yuchen's phone, exited the payment screen, and presented Xie Yuchen's WeChat QR code. He didn't forget to pat Xie Yuchen's arm. We're neighbors and classmates. What's wrong with adding each other? It'll be easier to help one another in the future, right? Sheng Zhi nodded vigorously, hastily extending her phone to scan. In the next moment, Xie Yuchen received her friend request, and Yuchen took the liberty of approving it. Though Sheng Zhi maintained a composed exterior, internally she was applauding Yuchen's bold maneuver. As expected of the president, he certainly knows how to handle matters. Upon seeing a new account pop up in Xie Yuchen's message notifications, Yuchen finally returned the phone to him, her expression brimming with pride, embodying a sense of having accomplished a task and departing with grace, while keeping her merits and name concealed. Xie Yuchen cast a glance at the screen, where a username reading, Imperial Edict Arrives, caught his attention, feeling a sense of familiarity. He lightly swiped the screen, navigating to the new friends section, and discovered that this account had appeared in his friend request list 2 days prior, and not just once. He stole a glance at the girl across from him, who was engrossed in her phone, her small face adorned with delicate features. Stray strands of hair framed her face, and dark circles under her eyes hinted at fatigue. To describe her, she resembled a pear blossom after rain, beautiful yet fragile, evoking a protective instinct in others. Of course, this sentiment did not extend to Xie Yuchen. Though uncertain of her intentions, he had reason to suspect that last night's incident might have been orchestrated by her. Lost in thought, Sheng Zhi suddenly looked up, her light-colored eyes sparkling with mirth, catching his attention. Perhaps her sudden movement startled him, causing his heartbeat to falter momentarily. Holding up her phone, she cheerfully announced, All right, I've transferred the money to you. Thank you. I won't disturb your meal any longer. I shall take my leave. Xie Yuchen nodded, his expression returning to normal. After watching her leave, he glanced at his phone screen, which displayed the incoming transfer notification. Imperial edict arrives, transferring 500 yuan to you. He responded with a question mark. Minister resigned. How is this number calculated? At that moment, Xie Yuchen had just sent away Yujun, the opportunist, and was tidying up the bed that Sheng Zhi had occupied the previous night. He stripped the sheets and pillowcases, tossing them into the washing machine, and retrieved a new set of bedding from the cabinet. Just as he was about to make the bed, he noticed something nestled at the edge of the unopened pillow. Upon inspection, it turned out to be a light green hair tie embellished with a small daisy, exuding a fresh vibe. It must have belonged to Sheng Zhi. He took out his phone, intending to ask the owner how to dispose of this item, when a new message notification appeared at the top of the screen. Imperial edict arrives. The additional 200 is for your mental anguish compensation. Xie Yuchen scoffed quietly, realizing she was aware of her own absurdity from the previous night. He placed the hair tie on the bedside table, took a picture, and sent it to her. Minister resigned. This is your item. Imperial edict arrives. I don't want it anymore. Please dispose of it for me. Thank you. She followed this with a cute cat emoji sending flowers. Xie Yuchen chose not to respond further, casually tossing the hair tie onto his desk and returning to his tasks. Meanwhile, in the adjacent apartment, Sheng Zhi had just finished her shower and sat at the coffee table in the living room, enjoying breakfast prepared by the aunt while scrolling through Xie Yuchen's WeChat. His profile picture depicted a black kitten perched on a windowsill, its head tilted as it gazed outside, raindrops clinging to the glass. His moments were empty, with a gray note indicating that only the past 3 days of updates would be displayed. Sheng Zhi noticed his signature beneath the profile picture, which read, "Humans are merely my side gig." She softly recited it, a smile unconsciously spreading across her lips. Quite the character. She scratched her forehead and then registered a new WeChat account with a second phone number, directly copying Xie Yuchen's profile picture, signature, and setting her moments to be viewable for 3 days. Just mimicking someone? As long as she had hands, it was doable. She retrieved the old phone from the drawer, preparing to engage with the system. Initially, she worried that the phone might be out of battery, but after observing it for a while, she noticed that the battery icon in the top right corner always displayed just 1 bar. Yet, after several days, it showed no signs of powering down. In any case, this phone defied conventional logic. Lying on her bed, her fair legs swung playfully, her mood lifted. System, has my task begun? Sorry, it has not. Sheng Zhi responded with a puzzled huh? Why not? The system detected that your account is not friends with the sample account. Sheng Zhi, with a hint of cleverness, must I be so close to them to open the task? What a ridiculous system. Do you think I'm Japanese? She muttered softly. The system kindly reminded her. 3 days remain before the task expires. Please complete it promptly to avoid failure, for which the system will not be held accountable. Prompted by this urgency, Sheng Zhi felt a surge of determination, promptly changing her newly added WeChat account to mirror Xie Yuchen's profile picture, nickname, and signature, even hiding her meticulously curated moments. Is this sufficient now? She retorted with irritation. Congratulations, the host has successfully activated the task. Please maintain this status for 3 days to facilitate the collection of replication values. Any interruption will be deemed a task failure. Frustrated, Sheng Zhi tossed the old phone onto the bed with a huff. The next moment, fearing she had damaged it, she quickly picked it up to inspect. Chapter 6, Brother. I beg you to cherish me. All day long, Sheng Zhi felt apprehensive, terrified that her mimicry would be discovered by Xie Yuchen at any moment. This anxiety lingered until evening, when the very thing she had feared finally occurred, and she exhaled in relief. It felt as though the sword hanging over her head had finally fallen. Around 7 or 8 in the evening, as Sheng Zhi sat at her computer drawing, her WeChat suddenly chimed. She casually opened it to find a message from Yujuzi. Picture. Yujuzi, good brother? Teach me how to solve these problems. Instinctively, Sheng Zhi sent a question mark back. Then she noticed her own avatar in the screen, realizing that Yujun had mistaken her for Xie Yuchen. Yujuzi, brother, please take pity on me. Hands together in prayer, Yujuzi. If I fail to pass the re-examination this year, my father will not spare me. Sheng Zhi's brow twitched, sensing a bad omen. She opened the pictures, took one glance, and promptly exited without hesitation. Was this a math failure or an English betrayal? The animation major didn't require advanced mathematics. She didn't even know what a calculus textbook looked like. It was only now that she realized law students at Ning University had to study advanced math. Sheng Zhi imagined how Xie Yuchen might respond when refusing someone. Minister resigned. You're hopeless. Think for yourself. As soon as she sent this message, regret washed over her. Was that perhaps too sharp? To her surprise, Yuchen seemed oblivious to any oddity, continuing to plead with her in a soft, persistent manner, immediately showering her with compliments and emojis. Sheng Zhi braced herself and opened the image to tackle the problems. It is well known that when someone is determined, they can accomplish anything, except solving math problems. An hour later, as she stared at the full sheets of draft paper and arrived at the conclusion of 9, she couldn't help but laugh in frustration. She tossed the pen down, picked up her phone, and opened an online store that offered assignment assistance, placing an order and sending over the problems. Half an hour later, the seller provided the process and answers. Satisfied, Sheng Zhi saved the process images one by one, then opened a photo editing app to remove the watermark before sending it to Yuchen. Indeed, problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. Yuchen quickly responded. Yujuzi, adoptive father, I bow to you, accompanied by an emoji performing a 90-degree bow. Sheng Zhi, minister resigned, please refrain from sending me problems of this caliber in the future. What she intended to convey was, even if you send them to her, she wouldn't be able to solve them. Yuchen understood the meaning. Such trivial matters are utterly unworthy of my brother Xie's attention. Yujuzi, understood, father. The following day, no further surprises occurred. As long as she successfully endured through Monday, this foolish task would be considered complete. Sheng Zhi sometimes felt as though she had acted in desperation, foolishly believing the nonsense of that Nokia. On Monday morning, when Yuanhe called Sheng Zhi, she was already in the bathroom, preparing for the day. The conversation consisted of the same insipid chatter. Sheng Zhi played along, portraying a scene of maternal affection and filial obedience. Eventually, even Yuanhe found the dialogue rather dull, reminding her that Xie Yuchen was waiting downstairs, urging her to finish breakfast and hurry down. After acknowledging this, Sheng Zhi hung up the call. 10 minutes later, as Sheng Zhi stepped out of the elevator, she spotted a familiar silver BMW parked below. The window slowly rolled down, revealing the profile of a man who turned to her and said, Miss Sheng, President Yu has sent me to escort you. Hello, Uncle Su, Sheng Zhi greeted, simultaneously opening the rear door. Xie Yuchen, the assistant to Madame Yu. Yet from Sheng Zhi's observations, their relationship seemed to extend beyond mere professional bounds. However, such matters were not her concern. Approximately 20 minutes later, Xie Yuchen dropped Sheng Zhi off at the north gate of the school, reminding her to contact him anytime should she require assistance. The instructor for this course was notoriously temperamental, assigning copious amounts of homework. Due to his surname Yu, he was colloquially referred to as Torpedo. Few dared to skip his class, though exceptions did exist. After accidentally grazing her calf against the footrest while parking, Sheng Zhi arrived at the classroom just in time. The spacious classroom was filled to capacity as she submitted her leave request from the previous week to the podium. Glancing around, she noticed her several roommates were absent, and a sense of dread washed over her. Teacher, may I visit the restroom? She asked, receiving permission before swiftly exiting the room to call Chu Ying and the others. Hello? After what felt like an eternity, Chu Ying's groggy voice finally came through. Who is it? Chu Ying, where are you? Are you still alive? You dared to skip Torpedo's class? The moment before, Chu Ying had been drowsily preparing to roll over and go back to sleep, but now she bolted upright, unable to suppress a curse. In a flurry, she rushed to wake the remaining two, muttering anxiously as she brushed her teeth. We're doomed, we're doomed. Bian Jing shared her trepidation, hurriedly changing clothes while filled with apprehension. How could such an improbable scenario occur, where all three of them failed to hear their alarms? Stop talking! Chu Ying ran while pulling out her phone, urging Sheng Zhi to concoct an excuse to buy them some time. As she rummaged through her phone, her pace gradually slowed. What are you doing? Are you just giving up? No, Chu Ying replied, her face conveying a mix of emotions. Sheng Zhi deleted me from WeChat? Tan Wanrong wore an expression of disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? Who just called you? Chu Ying shook her head, handing her phone to Tan Wanrong. Don't believe me? Look for yourself. Tan Wanrong declined to take the phone, instead pulling her along to the art building. Let's hurry, we can discuss this later. As expected, the three of them were late. To their surprise, Torpedo, perhaps in a remarkably good mood following a successful blind date over the weekend, let them off easy after a few sarcastic remarks. Their anxious hearts finally eased as Sheng Zhi waved slightly to beckon them over. Without hesitation, Chu Ying sat down beside her. Thankfully, he's in a good mood today. He didn't make you write a reflection. Unbeknownst to Sheng Zhi, Chu Ying was rather agitated, leaning in to whisper, "Did you delete me from WeChat?" Chapter 7. A replica, but lacking his soul.
Huh?
Sheng Zhi's almond-shaped eyes widened slightly as she glanced at Torpedo at the podium, covering her mouth and softly asking, "Are you still half asleep? What nonsense are you talking about? Then why can't I find your account on WeChat?" Chu Ying retorted, maintaining her indignation. Sheng Zhi remained silent, simply tapping on her phone screen a few times. Noticing her phone vibrate, Chu Ying looked down to see a new WeChat message appear. "I have retreated. It's me. My dearing." Chu Ying turned to see Sheng Zhi winking at her, as if recalling something. She scrolled through their recent chat history and eventually found a contact card she had sent to Sheng Zhi 2 days prior, which bore the same profile picture and nickname that Sheng Zhi was currently using. "Why did you change your picture and nickname to Xie Yuchen?" she queried, while simultaneously flipping her phone face down on the table, unwittingly missing the message from Yu Jun that had just arrived. "Yu Zhuzi, Xie dog. Dare to play tricks on me? I'll fight you." Around 11:50, in an unprecedented turn of events, Torpedo dismissed the class early. Though homework was still assigned, create a frame-by-frame animation of a rotating crystal ball, at least 8 frames per second. Naturally, if you possess the skill, 12 frames would be even better. A collective groan filled the classroom. "Let us go eat." As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone began to gather their belongings. As Sheng Zhi packed her bag, she glanced at her phone and noticed Yu Jun's message, suddenly feeling a twinge of unease. "We have no classes this afternoon. Let us go to that new self-service restaurant on the upper floor of the dining hall," Chu Ying suggested, nudging Sheng Zhi's arm. "I'll treat you all." Sheng Zhi and Bianjing had no objections. "I'll pass," Tan Wanrong said, already slinging her bag over her shoulder, signaling her readiness to leave. "Someone is waiting downstairs." "Fine," Chu Ying sighed. "Let us hurry. We'll be fed with your dog food soon." Tan Wanrong raised an eyebrow, waving goodbye to the other two as she stepped out first. "We should go too," Chu Ying said, linking arms with Sheng Zhi and Bianjing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xie Yuchen had just finished his class and crossed the zebra crossing, heading towards the dining hall. Just a few steps in, Yu Jun appeared from behind, wrapping his arms around Xie Yuchen's neck in a playful chokehold. "Xie Yuchen, you traitor. I'll fight you." Xie Yuchen stumbled slightly, but quickly regained his balance, easily shaking off the embrace. He glanced at Yu Jun. "What now, my lady?" Yu Jun shuddered, distancing himself. "Ugh. That's disgusting. Don't look at me like that." Xie Yuchen merely acknowledged him, continuing his stride. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, Yu Jun skipped a few steps to catch up. "I trusted you so much. Why did you betray me?" His tone held a sorrowful weight, as if reprimanding a long-time partner for infidelity. Xie Yuchen noticed several classmates casting curious glances their way. To Yu Jun, his words confirmed that he had intentionally set those challenging math problems to sabotage her. "How cruel!" Yu Jun cried out, heartbroken. "Let us set this aside," Xie Yuchen urged. "Hurry up, I'm starving." "How can you still eat? Do you know how much humiliation you caused me in front of the juniors today?" "The blame lies with my excessive trust in you. I believed everything you said. I submitted my work without even double-checking. I trusted you so much, and you let me down so miserably. How can you justify it?" "Such a little mouth," Xie Yuchen remarked. "Fine, tell me," he added, glancing at the crowded elevator before turning toward the stairs. "What exactly did I do to you? You're making me reveal my wounds. Are you going to say it or not?" Xie Yuchen inquired patiently. Yu Jun cast a sidelong glance at him and began to recount his misdeeds. "Isn't it because the calculus answers you gave me the night before yesterday were all incorrect? It's one thing for them to be wrong, but they were absurdly erroneous." The shame of having to retake calculus with a group of second-year students was already enough to endure. To make matters worse, the calculus instructor projected his solution on the multimedia screen. "Now let us take a look at Yu Jun's answer. For this problem, the area of the shaded part is 17 square meters. The teacher's tone shifted dramatically. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Even someone as thick-skinned as Yu Jun felt a pang of embarrassment and nearly wished he could burrow his head into the table. The calculus teacher, seemingly amused, added another jab. "Everyone remember, Yu Jun owes the shadow 17 square meters, ha." The laughter grew, even louder. Yu Jun laughed mockingly. "Life is full of shadows. How refreshing." Xie Yuchen regarded him with a look of disdain. "Considering your pitiful state, I suggest you visit a hospital and consult a neurologist. Also, what does this have to do with me?" he added. "Stop playing innocent." Yu Jun snatched the tray from his hands. "Those answers were yours. I did not provide them." Xie Yuchen replied leisurely as he selected his dishes, then made his way to another register, randomly finding a seat afterward. Within 2 minutes, Yujun followed him, placing his tray down and directly pulling up their chat history in front of Xie Yuchen. You're still denying it? What is this? Xie Yuchen squinted at the screen, paused for 2 seconds, then resumed, picking out the ginger and garlic from his food, his tone still laced with subtle mockery. She's right, you're a food critic. You could easily lose me like this. Xie Yuchen set down his chopsticks and nonchalantly pulled out his phone, tossing it to Yujun. Take a look. Didn't he receive any messages? I don't believe you. Yujun's phone, lacking a password, was quickly unlocked, and he delved into their chat history. The latest message was from last Friday night. You must have deleted it. Yujun was convinced. Xie Yuchen licked his lips, a hint of impatience in his smile, and extended his hand. Give me your phone. For what? Yujun complied. Xie Yuchen directly opened the chat interface of the pirated Chen has resigned and initiated a video call. A copycat, but unable to replicate his soul. Huh? I'm curious to see who is causing trouble. Just as the call connected, a booming voice behind them echoed. I really want to live for another 500 years. Chapter 8. How long will you impersonate me? Both Xie Yuchen and Yujun turned their heads simultaneously. Not far behind them, Sheng Zhi, looking utterly mortified, hung up the video call. Xie Yuchen immediately noticed that the video on his phone had been disconnected. A thought sprang to his mind, and in the next moment, he sent another video call. Sure enough, the ringtone rang out again, only to be disconnected within 2 seconds. Sheng Zhi, an impatient Yujun called out first. Sheng Zhi merely glanced up before swiftly covering her face in horror and turning away. She recalled that Ningda's campus was quite expansive. How could they run into someone they rarely saw? Indeed, one cannot engage in misdeeds without consequence. Zhi, isn't that Xie Yuchen?
Choosing Edgar Lim.
Tugging at Sheng Zhi's sleeve with excitement. No wonder he is at the top. He is simply devastatingly handsome today. Sheng Zhi thought to herself that she regretted coming. Had she known they would be here, she would have stayed away. She pulled on Chuing's arm. Shall we change cafeterias? I suddenly don't feel like eating here.
Don't.
Chuing uttered the phrase etched into the bones of every Chinese person. We've come this far. Bianjing, more perceptive, noticed Sheng Zhi's unease and quietly asked, Zhi, do you know those 2 boys well? You seem a bit off. Not at all. Sheng Zhi chuckled nervously. Pulling Chuing again. Let us go, Ingzi, or we'll miss the line. On the other side, seeing Sheng Zhi dawdling without any sign of coming over, Yujun briskly approached her. Sheng Zhi, why are you sneaking around? Realizing she couldn't avoid the situation, Sheng Zhi turned to face Yujun with a glum expression. Greeting him, hello, President. Xie Yuchen remained seated, observing the group silently. The individual caught in mischief hung his head, resembling a rabbit with drooping ears. Noting that there were others besides Sheng Zhi, Yujun maintained his composure and greeted the 2 girls. Hello, I'm Yujun, from the same club as Sheng Zhi. Hello, hello. Chuing and Bianjing responded warmly. Haven't you eaten yet? Would you like to join me for a meal?
No.
Sheng Zhi hurriedly waved her hands. We're just about to go. As she spoke, she linked arms with Chuing and Bianjing, turning to leave. The next moment, a light voice called out from behind. Sheng Zhi. Sheng Zhi froze. Shall we have a chat? Xie Yuchen pushed a freshly bought meal toward Sheng Zhi across the table.
Eat.
Sheng Zhi suddenly felt as though she were about to have a meal of execution. Her hand nearly tore through her pants, and her tone involuntarily became tentative. How much is it? I can transfer it to you. No need, Xie Yuchen replied, having lost his appetite as well. Yet his lips curved into an alluring smile as he spoke slowly. Consider my treat. A true smiley-faced tiger. How can I accept that? Yujun crossed his arms, staring intently at her, as if afraid she might flee. Xie Yuchen handed Sheng Zhi's phone back to Yujun. Care to explain? Sheng Zhi's tongue stumbled, her eyes darting around, embodying a mix of cunning and confusion. Ultimately, she resignedly lowered her head and apologized. I'm sorry. Yujun instantly perked up, looking hurt. It really was you, Sheng Zhi. How could you treat me like this? I considered you my confidant, and you pulled such a sly trick on me. Sheng Zhi clasped her hands together in a gesture of pleading. President, I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean to. Xie Yuchen ignored their banter, examining Sheng Zhi's WeChat. She had mimicked him quite well, even changing her moment's background and signature to match his. He returned the phone to Yujun, continuing, Why did you do this? Well, you see, she exclaimed, a sudden spark of inspiration igniting in her mind. Leaning forward on the table, she encouraged herself, I lost a dare. After affirming her statement with a nod, she added, right, it was a game, and I drew the task to randomly imitate someone's WeChat account. And it just happened to be you. Xie Yuchen paused for 2 seconds, then let out a soft chuckle, his words ambiguous, leaving one uncertain whether he believed it. Oh. Is that so? Yes. If you're going to dare, why impersonate me to harm me? Yujun still could not let go of the ridicule he faced. I was worried you guys would discover it and create unnecessary misunderstandings, Sheng Zhi murmured. Besides, I did genuinely try to help you. I paid 60 yuan for those answers.
Wow.
So, how long are you going to keep impersonating me? He inquired again. Sheng Zhi calculated the time. Until noon tomorrow.
All right.
He nodded, lifting his tray as he stood up. The meal was finished, the misunderstanding resolved, and there was no need to linger. Yujun craned his neck and asked, Where are you going? To the hospital. Xie Yuchen stretched his shoulders, carrying such a heavy burden. No wonder he had felt discomfort in his spine lately.
Zhu Xing.
Observing the two leave, finally pulled Bianjing over. Her curiosity piqued about what they had just discussed. Plopping down in front of Sheng Zhi, she inquired eagerly, What were you talking about? When did you become so close with Xie Yuchen? A fateful meeting? A twisted fate. Sheng Zhi let out a bitter laugh, clearly unwilling to continue the topic. Chu Ying and Bianjing exchanged glances, both bewildered by the situation. She got up to work on her assignment, but midway, she picked up her phone to find a reference. However, as soon as she grasped the device, she forgot her intention and uncontrollably scrolled through her social media feed. As she browsed, she suddenly came across a familiar profile picture, a recent post by Xie Yuchen. The content featured a photograph of him, dressed in white, squatting beside a flower bed. Only a profile silhouette visible. One long, fair hand was petting a chubby orange cat that had been spoiled by students, while the other held a cat treat. The entire image was refreshingly clear, accompanied by a succinct caption, I've withdrawn. Fluffy. Below, a comment from her friend Yujun read, Senior looks like he has a good touch. The one beside him is also dressed. To which Xie Yuchen replied, Slander stems from jealousy. Its essence is admiration. Yujun quipped, Pretentious. Sheng Zhi found herself wanting to laugh at their banter. However, her good mood evaporated when her long-quiet old phone suddenly vibrated with a new message. Detected a change in sample status. Please make timely adjustments, or the task will fail. And the system will not be responsible. Sheng Zhi was puzzled. What does this mean? Do I have to post as well? Reluctant, she thought it over. After all, only a few hours remained, and she couldn't let her earlier embarrassment go to waste. Gritting her teeth, she saved the photo of Xie Yuchen and copied the caption, swiftly posting it to her social media. The entire action was seamless. Once the mischief was done, she immediately flipped her phone face down on the table, pretending nothing had happened. Just then, the aunt outside called her for dinner. Sheng Zhi jumped off the stool, slipping on her slippers as she fled the bedroom. As soon as the post went live, the dorm group chat erupted. What does this mean? Is she suddenly single? What does this mean? Is she suddenly single?
Who is this guy?
Xie Yuchen? What did I miss?
Come on, say something.
This was just the dorm group. Beneath her post, a flood of comments surged. Yujun's remark stood out as particularly out of place. Why post the same content twice?
Wait.
Especially upon seeing Xie Yuchen's profile picture in the message bar. Taking a deep breath, she entered the dorm group, clarifying that it was a misunderstanding and urging them not to stir up trouble. She had no connection with Xie Yuchen. No one believed her. What does it matter? Why post someone else's photo? It's normal to like handsome guys. You needn't feel insecure. Arrange a marriage. Sheng Zhi was nearly pounding her keyboard in frustration. Stop spreading false rumors. He's just an average guy. While he has some charm, I truly don't like him. Forget it. I can't explain this to you. You'll understand when you reach my age. She exited the group chat, her finger hovering over Xie Yuchen's account, summoning her courage before clicking in, only to be met with his inquiries. Screenshot. Is this part of the game? Adventurer? Since the beginning of their freshman year, Xie Yuchen had been voted the campus heartthrob by a throng of female students enamored with handsome boys. With a top spot on the must-eat list, his popularity soared, making every move he made particularly captivating. Xie Yuchen examined the account that mirrored his own emotions, feeling somewhat conflicted. He navigated to Sheng Zhi's profile, tapped a few times, and altered her contact name. Scrolling to the message box, he noticed several messages from her. I'm sorry. Why don't you clarify it yourself on social media? Intrigued, he replied, Why don't you post? After you, I'll align my content. Don't ask, I'm single. And there's already someone in my heart. A refresh revealed Xie Yuchen's post. She stared at the words for an extended period, her unease and guilt intensifying. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Yuchen already had someone he cared for. Memories of her recent indiscretions played in her mind like a movie. It was entirely too reckless. What if it reached the ears of his beloved? Would it create misunderstandings? She sincerely inquired Xie Yuchen, expressing her willingness to explain to a significant other if needed. Upon hearing this, Xie Yuchen glanced at the figure of the god of wealth on his lock screen, thinking it unnecessary. No need. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Didn't he say to align the content?" Sheng Zhi silently breathed a sigh of relief, reposting his update to her feed. The once vibrant social media chatter gradually subsided. With no classes the following morning, she hoped to sleep until noon to swiftly end this debacle. With such thoughts, she drifted into slumber. Unfortunately, she did not find her wish fulfilled. The next morning, she awoke as if possessed, rising at 6:30. Lying in bed, she stared at the ceiling, unable to shake off her sleepiness. After more than half an hour, resigned, she got up, washed up, and changed into casual sportswear, planning to stroll around the nearby park and solve her breakfast dilemma. At this hour, the park was still bustling with people. She spotted several others out for a morning jog. On the lawn, early risers were already practicing Tai Chi. Sheng Zhi settled beside a flower bed, watching for a while. During her freshman physical education class, she had learned Tai Chi for a semester but had only mastered one move, far from the effortless grace exhibited by the elderly practitioners. Before long, she began to feel drowsy and stood to walk a few laps around the square. The next moment, a strong hand steadied her arm. Through the fabric, she could feel the warmth of his palm. All her confusion suddenly found its anchor. After a brief pause, she regained her composure and turned to face the person beside her. Xie Yuchen was clad in black sportswear, the sleeves rolled up to reveal a strong forearm. He must have just finished jogging, as his breath was still slightly hurried. A few unruly strands of hair stood on his head, yet it did not diminish his attractiveness. Sheng Zhi then noticed a faint mole on his chin, enhancing the proportion of his facial features. Xie Yuchen regarded her with a playful smile, assessing her. "Practicing your skills early in the morning?" "I'm not," Sheng Zhi silently criticized in her mind, noting that while he was quite handsome, his only flaw was his tendency to speak. She lightly explained, "I just haven't eaten this morning, and am a bit hypoglycemic." Xie Yuchen glanced at her petite frame, indeed giving the impression that a gust of wind could sweep her away. Sheng Zhi's ambiguous demeanor led him to utter, "Let us eat together, I'm hungry too." Sheng Zhi found that Xie Yuchen had quite a pleasant temperament. She empathized with him, considering how she would feel if an unfamiliar person were to unexpectedly entwine themselves with her like a large python, mimicking her for an inconsequential game and causing embarrassment to her friends. She would undoubtedly be quite annoyed. Yet, Xie Yuchen remained calm, even sitting serenely with her in a breakfast shop. Holding a bun in her hand, Sheng Zhi savored it delicately, her movements refined. Xie Yuchen, seated across from her, noticed that she seemed to have drifted off into her thoughts again. Indeed, her distraction was alarming. "Is your adventure game concluding today?" Xie Yuchen casually inquired. With no prior connection between them, this was the only topic that could be broached.
Ah?
"Yes," Sheng Zhi nodded, offering an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you. It might get even more troublesome in the future," she silently added. As the system had indicated, he was her benchmark sample. Xie Yuchen nodded thoughtfully, "It's nothing." Before he could finish his sentence, he sensed something brushing against his leg. Glancing down, he saw a golden tabby cat, presumably owned by the breakfast shop's proprietor. Sheng Zhi noticed his movement and leaned to peek as well. "How adorable!" she exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. The little cat, seemingly aware of the praise, darted past Xie Yuchen and nuzzled against Sheng Zhi's feet. Her heart nearly melted at the sight. She crouched down to pet its fluffy head. It was soft to the touch, well cared for, without much shedding. The playful kitten soon scampered off, and Sheng Zhi stood up reluctantly. Xie Yuchen presented her with a wet napkin from the table. She took one to wipe her hands, her excitement still palpable, and her mind sparked with curiosity. "Is that little coal ball in your profile picture yours?" Xie Yuchen raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his gaze. Responding with unwavering conviction, "How did you know its name is Coal Ball?" Sheng Zhi replied, "That's rather presumptuous. It's practically a walking catnip." "What did you say?" Xie Yuchen feigned ignorance, a playful glint in his eyes. Sheng Zhi quickly covered her mouth, realizing she had inadvertently voiced her thoughts. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with mirth as she shook her head, mumbling, "Nothing." "All right," Xie Yuchen nodded nonchalantly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He was perceptive enough to notice the fleeting envy and mingled disappointment in Sheng Zhi's eyes when she learned about his cat. However, he refrained from asking, as they weren't close enough to share personal matters. Having moved to this area less than 10 days ago, Sheng Zhi was still unfamiliar with her surroundings. But she was fond of this cat-friendly breakfast shop and made a mental note to return often, at least over the next year. Upon reaching the 16th floor, they parted ways in the corridor. As they bid farewell, Sheng Zhi's gaze lingered on the lock of Xie Yuchen's door. She felt a sudden flush and retorted with a hint of irritation, "Xie, you should be careful while eating, lest you touch your own lips." "What?" Xie Yuchen had already opened the door, swiftly stepping inside, and poked his head out through the crack, completing his unfinished thought, "I fear you might poison yourself." Xie Yuchen paused for 2 seconds, then licked his lips and chuckled. Once back in her room, Sheng Zhi kicked off her slippers and padded across the carpet to her bed, retrieving an old mobile phone from beneath her pillow. The lock screen displayed a large countdown, reminding her that in 2 hours, this humiliating task would conclude. She then took out her own phone, checking her WeChat profile picture. The little cat, with its head tilted adorably, was entirely black and truly resembled a coal ball. Inevitably, it reminded her of a previous cat she had secretly kept, which was no longer with her. Before long, Sheng Mingjie remarried, taking his long-cherished white moonlight as his bride. Sheng Zhi became an undeniable barrier in the grand love story of Sheng Mingjie and his white moonlight. Thus, her existence in the Sheng household was far from pleasant. She was unloved and largely ignored. One day, while in the small garden of the villa, she discovered a little black cat, which became a treasure to her, soothing her lonely soul. Summoning her courage, she asked her white moonlight aunt if she could keep the little cat. At that time, Sheng Mingjie and his white moonlight had already welcomed a love child, making her less favored in the household. The white moonlight aunt smiled warmly, even playfully ruffling her hair. But her words were forceful. "No, dear, the young master is allergic to cat fur. But last time at Grandma's house, he clearly..." Sheng Zhi attempted to argue, but the aunt's gaze turned sharp, glinting with disdain, causing her to retreat. During those years, the most rebellious act young Sheng Zhi committed was secretly keeping that little cat. She hid it in the small garden, constructing a shelter to shield it from the elements, feeding it with her meager pocket money. Unfortunately, such bliss was short-lived. One day, after school, she eagerly descended from the car, ready to check on her cat. Upon entering the villa, she found the servants in chaos. Several doctors standing in the living room, and the sound of a woman's furious voice emanating from the second floor. Gripping her backpack strap with one hand, she quietly tugged at a servant, asking softly, "Sister, what happened?" The servant glanced up at the second floor, then whispered, "Miss, I heard the young master was scratched by a wild cat in the garden this afternoon. The madam is quite upset right now." A heavy weight settled in Sheng Zhi's heart as she hurriedly ran towards the garden. When she arrived, panting, she found no sign of the cat or its makeshift shelter. Unable to control her emotions, she stumbled to plead with the white moonlight aunt, insisting that her little cat was gentle and would never harm anyone, begging her to return it. Such words were akin to digging her own grave in the eyes of the enraged woman. Since she was not recognized, it was only later that the servants discovered her fainted from hunger, allowing her to escape. The shrill alarm suddenly blared in her ear, jolting Sheng Zhi awake, only to realize she had fallen asleep again without noticing. She picked up her phone to check the time. It was already 10 o'clock, and the 3-day period designated by the system had concluded. She checked the old mobile phone, discovering several unread messages in the inbox. Chapter 11. Clingy as a leech to Xie Yuchen. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing Task 1. Reward: 1 week of life energy, current replication value, 10. Please keep up the good work. Sheng Zhi furrowed her brow slightly. Is that all? How do I know you're not deceiving me? A minute later, another message appeared in the inbox. Detected that the hostess body is experiencing pain. The system has automatically repaired your wounds.
Huh?
Sheng Zhi recalled something, turned over, and sat up on her bed, rolling up her pant leg. She discovered that the scratch from her bike ride yesterday had indeed vanished.
Well,
this was no longer a matter solvable by a bit of glutinous rice. Her last shred of doubt dissipated. I believe you. The system is updating. Please wait patiently. Sheng Zhi pouted, her patience wearing thin as she tucked her phone away. She then got up, freshened up, and cheerfully applied a light touch of makeup. With time still on her side, she decided to spend a while in her dormitory. Most of the dormitories at Ning University lack elevators. She exerted considerable effort to ascend to the 4th floor, retrieving her incessantly vibrating phone from her pocket as she made her way to her room. Chewing future, web link. Chewing future, who has the time to spread such baseless rumors? Chewing future, Xie, don't let their words affect you. Sheng Zhi found it perplexing and clicked the link, only to discover her own posts from yesterday, featuring the avatar of Xie Yuchen, displayed in the thread. However, the remark attached to her name read Animation Class 201 Sheng Zhi, accompanied by the authentic account of Xie Yuchen. The comparison between the two made it difficult to avoid speculation. She hastily scanned the content above and, upon raising her eyes, realized she had arrived at the dorm entrance, faintly hearing Chuying and her other 2 roommates indignantly venting their frustrations inside. What on earth does this person mean? The moment Sheng Zhi pushed the door open, Chuying's voice abruptly ceased, and the 3 instantly surrounded her, urging her to sit down. Sheng Zhi, don't listen to their nonsense. You are not a clingy girl, Chuying said as she sat beside her. Exactly. Is Xie Yuchen really that impressive? Our Xie is so beautiful. If anyone were to cling, it would be him clinging to her. Bian Jing chimed in. The 2 then turned their gazes toward Tan Wanrong, who had already buried herself in her phone. Sister Rong, what are you doing? I'm arguing with Heisi online, Tan Wanrong replied without lifting her head, her bejeweled fingers tapping rhythmically on her phone. To be honest, upon seeing that post, she felt little emotional upheaval. After all, from an observer's perspective, her actions did appear somewhat akin to a desperate attempt to cling to Xie Yuchen. Yet, seeing her good friends so staunchly defend her warmed her heart. Thank you all, Sheng Zhi grasped Chuying's hand. Don't be angry. If you let them get to you, they LL have one. Tan Wanrong, fuming, tossed her phone onto the table and fanned herself with one hand. She expressed her admiration for Sheng Zhi. Baby, your emotional stability is impressive. With that, you can achieve anything. Sheng Zhi smiled back, thinking to herself that it wasn't emotional stability, she had simply grown accustomed to misfortune. Ignore these rumors, they LL blow over in a couple of days. She picked up a notebook from the table, fanning Tan Wanrong, and comforted them. You all must be tired from the noise. Let me treat you to some milk tea. Tan Wanrong gazed at her seemingly sincere smile, momentarily at a loss for words. Forget it, I want the sweet mango sago. All right, Sheng Zhi replied, her smile becoming even brighter. When Sheng Zhi arrived at the classroom, she distinctly felt ambiguous glances directed her way. She chose to ignore them. Scanning the classroom and noticing a few empty seats in the 8th row, she gestured for Chuying and the others to follow her. However, just as they took a couple of steps, a few girls from the right row suddenly blocked their path. Are you Sheng Zhi? One girl stood on a higher step, looking down at them with a tone full of provocation. Chuying immediately flared up, about to retort, what does it have to do with you? But was swiftly pulled back by Sheng Zhi. Looking up at her, Sheng Zhi maintained a nonchalant demeanor. What do you want? The dance department's belle, with countless admirers, usually regarded everyone around her with disdain, resembling an arrogant swan. However, this swan had a soft spot for Xie Yuchen, while another was as unyielding as a diamond. After repeatedly facing rejection from Xie Yuchen, the swan began to darken. As soon as Xie Yuchen was rumored to be involved with someone else, she could no longer sit still. Tan Jiuyue scrutinized Sheng Zhi, preparing to attack her based on height and looks, only to find that Sheng Zhi was quite attractive, making it difficult to label her as ugly. Yet, she still needed to assert herself. Clearing her throat, she began to speak in a mocking tone. So, it's you who is shamelessly clinging to Xie Yuchen? Stealing his posts. Do you really think that will make him notice you? Sharing the same classroom with someone like you is frankly beneath my standards. She yawned, preparing to glance at the classroom number, when suddenly, Yu Jun's voice came from behind. Xie Yuchen. Yun Pentel. One hand resting on his shoulder while the other patted his chest to catch his breath. Why are you running so fast? Xie Yuchen, still groggy from sleep, did not even look up. Whose fault is it that my legs are short? With that, he offered his phone to Xie Yuchen. The latter glanced over, declined to take it, and continued walking down the right corridor. Stop wasting your time on these absurd rumors. You're not the brightest as it is. Don't let them cloud your judgment. Yu Jun trailed closely behind, sounding like a trumpet. I don't care. You need to give me an explanation, Minister. Isn't it just a big adventure game? Look at how your admirers have torn her apart online. Xie Yuchen paused, turning to look at him. Who? Chapter 12. The Beautiful Disaster. Xie Yuchen took the phone and immediately spotted a screenshot of his social media account on the post. The original poster's words were laced with sarcasm and provocation. Sleepy egg tart. Upon seeing the first post, I thought Xie the campus heartthrob's girlfriend was one of my contacts, but it turns out to be a stolen image. Within minutes, the heartthrob refuted it, claiming he already has a white moonlight. No wonder he acted so quickly. Perhaps he feared his beloved would misunderstand. Sleepy egg tart. But what does this thief of an image even mean? Do they have to steal even the refutation post? I genuinely wonder if Xie the campus heartthrob has gotten entangled with some chaotic individuals. Xie Yuchen's gaze darkened further, his finger scrolling through the comments filled with vitriolic attacks against Sheng Zhi. Who is this? I can practically feel the beads flying off my abacus. Do they really think this will catch Xie Yuchen's attention? Does anyone understand what they mean? I certainly don't. I'm dying of laughter. Is her English name what? Such a childish trick. I stopped using that in middle school. By the way, who stole my fried chicken delivery from the 17th building? Return it quickly, or you'll regret it. Yu Jun shrugged and shook his head. The beautiful disaster. The beautiful disaster ignored him and, after a flurry of activity on her phone, looked up, intending to invite Yu Jun to the classroom. She discovered, unbeknownst to her, he had stealthily maneuvered to the entrance of the classroom and was peering in curiously. Xie Yuchen stepped closer and gave him a light tap. What are you up to? What do you think you are? A clear, assertive female voice from the classroom halted Xie Yuchen's retort, causing him to instinctively turn his head. Inside the classroom, Sheng Zhi stood with one hand shielding Xie Yuchen and Tan Wanrong behind her, her expression still indifferent, yet her eyes bore an unusual intensity. Xie Yuchen and Tan Wanrong exchanged glances, both astonished. Despite their long acquaintance, they had never witnessed Sheng Zhi lose her temper. Tan Zhi, is it? Sheng Zhi's tone was frigid. If I'm not mistaken, we weren't acquainted before, were we? Are you here to stir trouble because of Xie Yuchen? You've wasted your effort. I have no connection with him, and do not harbor any feelings for him. Tan Zhi's brows furrowed, her tone still unfriendly than you. Before she could finish, Sheng Zhi interrupted. If you're targeting me or other girls simply because he rejected you, that is quite amusing. Considering you're clearly suffering from a headache, but insist on treating your foot. Sheng Zhi wore a smirk tinged with mockery, her thoughts coherent, entirely composed. Perhaps her calm demeanor provoked Tan Zhi, whose face flushed, unsure if from embarrassment or anger. Stop pretending to be so noble. If one didn't know better, they'd think you were so high and mighty. Saying this, she reached out to shove Sheng Zhi, but her companions quickly intervened. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, a sudden voice exclaimed, "The teacher is coming." Instantly, the raucous classroom fell silent. Seizing the moment while Tan Zhi was momentarily detained by a few girls from her class, Sheng Zhi pulled Xie Yuchen towards an empty seat in the back row. Tan Wanrong followed closely behind and cast a fleeting glance at Tan Zhi, her eyes conveying an unspoken warning. Standing tall and often dressed in a commanding style, Tan Wanrong's mere glance instilled a sense of trepidation in Tan Zhi. Consider yourselves lucky this time, she muttered, shaking off the hands that gripped her arms in frustration before turning towards her seat. Thus, the farce came to a hasty conclusion. The sound of the class commencement music blended with Xie Yuchen's nonchalant remark, "I'm leaving." Yu Jun turned her head to glance at his retreating figure, repeating his earlier words, "A beauty is a calamity." After organizing her textbooks, Sheng Zhi noticed Xie Yuchen's contented expression and couldn't help but chuckle. What's going on? Xie Yuchen shook her head, lips pressed together, gazing at her like a doting mother. "Gigi, you've grown up." Sheng Zhi replied.
Please don't say that.
"I'm only 2 months older than you." Struggling to find the right words, she was interrupted when Tan Wanrong patted her on the arm, urging, "You all should check the forum." Like a switch had been flipped, Xie Yuchen eagerly grabbed her phone and opened the Ning University Gossip Forum. Upon entering the homepage, they were met with a highly praised, pinned post from the front row, authored under the real name of Xie Yuchen, Law School Class 201. Xie Yuchen, those spreading rumors and online harassment should be cautious. I'm gathering evidence for the victim. This statement effectively silenced all gossip. With the principal party clarifying the matter, the tone of the forum shifted dramatically, prompting many to joke beneath the post. Is this in defense of that girl from the arts design department? I'm starting to believe there is something between them. I feel like I've wandered into a novel. It seems I've become one of the internet trolls and classmates. This feels quite entertaining. I'm looking for study materials on Mao Zedong thought. Please message me if you have any. Hey, Gigi, look. Xie Yuchen exclaimed excitedly. There's an account here helping you fight back. It's taken down nearly everyone who insulted you this morning. Sheng Zhi glanced at the account named Boring, which had been ruthlessly defending her beneath the initial rumor-stirring post. It seemed that even passing dogs were insulted by this account. If words could manifest as tangible swords, this individual would surely be sentenced to death for their fierce attacks. What strong aggression! Chu Ying remarked while scrolling, this can't possibly be Wanrong's alternate account.
Can it?
Both Sheng Zhi and Chu Ying turned to Tan Wanrong, who shook her head in disdain. I've always used my real name when cursing. You're impressive. Forget it, Chu Ying said as she packed her belongings. I'll accompany you to the school gate to avoid trouble with the girls from the dance department. This was clearly directed at Sheng Zhi. No need, Sheng Zhi replied, glancing at the time. I plan to stay at school tonight. With 1 credit remaining in her general education courses, she had to register for classes the next morning. She worried about oversleeping if she went home, so staying at school seemed more prudent. Her roommate's eyes lit up instantly. That's wonderful. Let us go out for hot pot to celebrate. Chu Ying, known for rewarding herself without reason, seized this opportunity with enthusiasm.
All right.
Chapter 13. Where do internet trolls come from? At 10 o'clock that evening, Sheng Zhi lay in her dorm bed, staring at the bed curtain above her. It felt as if she had just moved out yesterday. Yet she was suddenly struck by a sense of disconnection. Below, the sounds of Tan Wanrong and Bianjing teaming up for an online game echoed, lively yet not disruptive, far more pleasant than the noise at home. After a moment, a message from Xie Yuchen popped up on her screen. Chancellor Retreat. Do you need legal assistance? Sheng Zhi couldn't help but laugh. Such words hardly seemed fitting for him. Imperial Edict. Thank you, I don't need it for now. Chancellor Retreat. All right. Imperial Edict. I appreciate you speaking up for me on the forum. Chancellor Retreat. Just stating the facts. Their conversation abruptly ended. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Xie Yuchen lounged on a stool, scrolling through messages, finding them uninteresting. In a moment of impulse, he clicked on the Ning University's dedicated forum he had downloaded that afternoon. As he scrolled, he appeared to discover something. Sitting up straighter and momentarily shedding his casual demeanor. If Yujun were present, she would see him exploring the profile of the account named Boring. It seemed to be a newly registered account, with hundreds of posts from today, all engaged in fierce exchanges beneath the post titled, Sleepy Egg Tart. Every comment centered around one theme, defending Sheng Zhi, often with jabs at Xie Yuchen as well. For instance, Boring. Xie Yuchen is quite mediocre. It's only you all who regard him as a prized possession. And another, Boring. I genuinely worry about the aesthetic standards of Ning University girls. Yet another, Boring. Having seen Sheng Zhi in person, Xie Yuchen is undeserving. Xie Yuchen chuckled in annoyance, pondering where such an internet troll had come from. Was this a suitor of Sheng Zhi's or merely a detractor? Regardless, it mattered little. Xie Yuchen exited the account's profile, copied the link to the initial post, and switched to WeChat, retrieving the contact of He Zijian from the School of Software to send a friend request. At this hour, college students were typically idle, so the request was quickly accepted. Box, what's up? Xie Yuchen sent the link over. Chancellor Retreat. I recall that you manage the Ning University Garden Forum, correct? Chancellor Retreat. This post is detrimental to the forum's atmosphere. Take it down. Box. 1 Sheng Zhi yawned, initially intending to check the forum to discover the identity of the person who had been defending her, wishing to send a private message of thanks. However, after scrolling for quite some time, even encountering yesterday's post questioning who had stolen someone's takeout, she found no trace of the negative comments about herself. How puzzling. Could it be that the forum's administration had deleted the post out of concern for the potential repercussions? Regardless, this was a fortunate outcome for Sheng Zhi. She exited the forum, yawned again, and, despite her drowsiness, set an alarm for the next morning to register for classes before succumbing to slumber. Even the old phone hidden beneath her pillow vibrated unnoticed. The following day, at 7 in the morning, Sheng Zhi briefly awoke, reached for her phone to check the time, turned off the still silent alarm, and spent half an hour on her phone before drifting back into a deep sleep. When she finally awoke again, it was already 11:30. As she stepped out of bed, she noticed several roommates had already booted up their computers. Chu Ying, toothbrush in hand, remarked casually upon seeing Sheng Zhi rise up already. I was just about to call you. Sheng Zhi nodded, opened her laptop, logged into the academic affairs platform, and then headed to the bathroom to freshen up. It's well known that each course registration for college students is a fierce battle. As the clock struck noon, she hurriedly accessed the registration system, swift and deftly selecting her desired course. The entire process flowed seamlessly without a hitch. Sheng Zhi sighed with relief. With this course's credits, she would finally complete her general education requirements.
Yay!
It's finally my turn to register, came the cheerful exclamation from behind her. Xue rejoiced. Bianjing had already completed her elective credits last semester, leaving her unaffected by this commotion. Any cafeteria goers?
Chu Jing inquired.
I'm going, Tan Wanrong announced, throwing on a jacket and preparing to head out. Sheng Zhi was about to express her desire to join when her gaze was drawn to the screen displaying Ms. Yu's incoming call. In a flurry, she rummaged through her desk, failing to locate her Bluetooth headphones, and suddenly recalled having taken them to bed last night. As she crawled onto the bed, she informed Xue and the others, "You go ahead. I'll take this call and order takeout later."
With that,
she slipped behind the bed curtain, fumbling under her pillow but only encountering her old mobile phone. The 2-inch screen flickered momentarily, catching Sheng Zhi's attention as a notification from the system appeared. System update complete. Task 2 is about to be released. Please accept Task 2 promptly to collect replication values. Failure to do so will result in task failure, and the system shall bear no responsibility. Sheng Zhi felt that this system was purely tormenting her. Elective course. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Sheng Zhi muttered, her enthusiasm waning. Meanwhile, Bianjing, who was eating and watching a drama, found it peculiar. Sheng Zhi, who are you talking to? Oh, no one, Sheng Zhi quickly corrected, just talking to myself. The plot on the screen reached a thrilling point, capturing Bianjing's attention, and she dismissed it. Sheng Zhi sighed in relief, only to find another message on her old mobile. The system already notified the host last night. To put it bluntly, not noticing it was her problem, and the system would not take the blame. What a cruel system. Sheng Zhi sighed, feeling a sense of hardship. She pulled out her phone, intending to inquire if Xie Yuchen had any unfinished elective courses, but hesitated for a long time in the chat interface, unsure of how to begin. Just as she was in turmoil, her fingers inadvertently touched the screen, resulting in a message, "I slapped Shun and committed intentional injury." Chapter 14. To Xie Yuchen. 10 minutes prior, before Xie Yuchen even stepped into the dormitory, he was greeted by the raucous laughter of Yu Jun. The laughter intensified upon seeing Xie Yuchen. "Did you win the lottery?" Laughing like that. Just as he uttered those words, he caught sight of his computer screen, which was open, and an ominous premonition struck him. Ha ha ha. Yu Jun, draping his arm around another male student's shoulder, strutted past with laughter. As he passed Xie Yuchen, he cheekily patted him on the back. "No need to thank me. This is all you deserve." Then, taking advantage of Xie Yuchen's moment of confusion, he swiftly exited the scene. Xie Yuchen felt bewildered and muttered, "What a weirdo." It was only then that he remembered to check his computer screen. Quickly, he realized what Yu Jun had just done. No wonder Yu Jun had suddenly volunteered to help him snatch the course. He had been waiting for him here. Xie Yuchen clicked the mouse twice, intending to drop the course and select another. However, a message popped up. "Course drop failed. Your drop quota has been exhausted." Quite thorough, he thought. Why had he never noticed how clever Yu Jun was? Xie Yuchen scoffed lightly, abandoning the mouse and leaning back in his chair. After pondering for a moment, he picked up his phone and sent a post to his friends. "Course drop, private messages for course exchanges and relationship guidance. Feel free to swap for anything. First come, first served." As far as he knew, this course had been quite popular when it was first offered. Moreover, he had no other demands, so it should be easy to exchange. However, minutes passed after posting, and not a single person had messaged him, while the comments section was abuzz, especially with Yu Jun, who seemed to wear a face of schadenfreude. "Yu Zhuzi. Ha ha ha, Xie dog, just give up. No one will want to swap with you. This broken course is meant for you." Xie Yuchen scrolled through the comments, trying to persuade someone to take on this disastrous elective course. Just then, a new message popped up. "The imperial decree has arrived. I slapped you and committed intentional injury. Course drop? Course drop. Do you want to swap with me?" She stared at the brief exchange on the screen, somewhat perplexed, and inquired, "The imperial decree. Swap for what?" "Course drop, the elective course I posted about." Sheng Zhi exited the chat box and glanced at his friend post. This was indeed a stroke of luck. She had just been fretting over how to naturally inquire about his elective course, yet he had revealed it outright. Noticing that there was only one spot left, she breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly operated the mouse to select the course. A message popped up. Course selection failed. It seemed that celebrating prematurely was indeed a grave mistake. Xie Yuchen raised an eyebrow. "Course drop, have you taken it?" "The imperial decree." "No." After a moment's thought, she added sheepishly, "Well, not yet." "Course drop?" "Oh." Xie Yuchen's response was rather indifferent, but Sheng Zhi did not feel disheartened. She continued to probe cautiously. "The imperial decree. Maybe you should just not change courses." Course drop, why? Sheng Zhi pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling a post he had made a few days ago, and typed, "The Imperial Decree. You should take some extra classes. Perhaps you could pursue your ideal type." Just as he brought the cup to his lips, he abruptly set it down upon reading her message. He touched his earlobe and glanced at his lock screen wallpaper, estimating that this endeavor would not be easy. For someone of that caliber, a teacher might not suffice. It would require someone from the top 10 of the Forbes list to be effective. Course drop, no need. Course drop, I have other plans for this matter. He did not disclose what his plans were, and their conversation ended there. Until evening, Xie Yuchen had not received any offers to exchange courses. After obtaining this information indirectly from Yujun, Sheng Zhi felt considerably more at ease. She then opened several group chats and called out, asking if anyone was willing to swap courses with her. Bianjing was the first to notice her message in the second-hand group. She turned to Sheng Zhi and asked, "Are you looking to take the relationship guidance course?" Sheng Zhi nodded, drawing the attention of the others. Tan Wanrong, the only one in the dormitory who had previously taken this course, reflexively advised her against it.
Why?
Sheng Zhi inquired. The school offering this course is essentially a massive, humiliating test. This piqued Sheng Zhi's curiosity even more. Tan Wanrong took a sip of milk tea and continued, without getting into specifics, "Do you know what the passing standard for this course is?" The other three turned to her in unison. Tan Wanrong swallowed the fruit pulp in her mouth and leisurely replied with 2 words, "Single status." Chuing looked at Sheng Zhi as if she had uncovered a monumental secret. "You want to be single?" However, that was not her intention. Sheng Zhi felt a bit flustered, but quickly recovered. "I'm not aiming for full marks. 60 points are enough for me." "Then, what are you taking this course for?" Bianjing voiced the question on everyone's mind. "For my lifeline, Xie Yuchen." Was this something she could admit? Certainly not. "I just haven't taken it before. I'm a bit curious," Sheng Zhi replied ambiguously, laughing it off. In the boys' dormitory, just emerging from the shower, Yujun was drying his hair with one hand while holding his phone with the other. Upon seeing Sheng Zhi's call in the anime club group, he mused aloud. Why is she so eager to take the relationship guidance course? Is she thinking of dating? Meanwhile, nearby the water dispenser, Xie Yuchen's ears perked up at the remark. Who? WeChat push me. I'll swap with her. Chapter 15. Things began to get interesting. Yujun quickly tucked his phone away, appearing as cautious as a hen guarding its chicks.
Don't even think about it. Oh.
Xie Yuchen did not press him, nodding thoughtfully. Does this mean you won't need my help with advanced mathematics anymore? Yujun issued a voice laden with indignation. You despicable creature. Xie Yuchen raised an eyebrow slightly and extended a hand toward him, the implication unmistakable. Reluctantly, Yujun handed over his phone. The latter glanced at the screen and read, Imperial Decree. Esteemed seniors. Is there anyone willing to exchange their course on college romance guidance for mine? Mine is Chinese ceramics, exceedingly simple, mostly online classes with high grading by the instructor. Imperial Decree. I beg you. Those willing to swap can contact me for a complimentary self-promotion sketch, whether headshot, half-body, or full-body is irrelevant. Through the screen, Xie Yuchen could vividly imagine the sycophantic tone with which this person articulated their plea. No, something was amiss. Xie Yuchen's smile faltered momentarily. He distinctly remembered someone mentioning in the afternoon that they had also chosen this course. Placing the cup from his other hand on the adjacent table, he retrieved his own phone to peruse the chat history. Confirming his memory was accurate, he began to analyze the individual's motives. If it were merely a simple desire to change courses, why wouldn't they approach him directly? Moreover, they even attempted to dissuade him from switching. His thoughts were remarkably lucid, and he quickly reached a conclusion. Sheng Zhi was targeting him. He could not help but recall the words he had overheard yesterday by the door of a classroom. I have no relationship with him, nor do I like him. Xie Yuchen furrowed his brow in contemplation, clearly unable to comprehend the logical inconsistency in Sheng Zhi's words and actions. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Xie Yuchen cast a sidelong glance at him. If you're unwell, seek treatment. Yujun, having long since become accustomed to his sharp tongue, followed closely behind, questioning. Are you truly considering changing courses? I secured it just in time for you. From his tone, Xie Yuchen sensed not a hint of regret, but rather mockery. He fell silent for 2 seconds, and in a rare moment of brevity uttered 4 words. Forget it. Too troublesome. Xie Yuchen found himself at a loss regarding his own mindset. Perhaps he was merely curious to discover the true nature of this deceiver's intentions.
Now.
It was Yujun who was taken aback. He had not anticipated Xie Yuchen would so easily resign himself to fate. Yet, this did not prevent him from teasingly exclaiming, Wow, Xie Yuchen, you truly indulge me. Xie Yuchen, now disinterested in his drink, expressionless, grabbed the keys from the table and prepared to leave. "Where are you going?" Yujun inquired. Ultimately, Sheng Zhi managed to swap for an elective course with a male student from the painting department. He did not demand the benefits she proposed, instead opting to convert her offered price into cash. Consequently, with tears in her eyes, Sheng Zhi transferred 300 yuan to the individual and deeply realized, being a scholar for Xie Yuchen truly incurs significant expenses.
Ms.
I will pick you up after class. Sheng Zhi glanced around, not spotting Yuanhe, and surmised she might be caught in traffic. Thus she sought a less crowded area to stand. She positioned herself on a low step, with temporary parking spaces outlined below. Before her stood a closed black Kian. Her gaze involuntarily drifted to the reflection on the car window, accustomed to using it as a mirror to adjust her bangs and stray hair, even indulging in a moment of vanity as she checked both sides. It wasn't until the dark window slowly descended that the visage of a remarkably handsome face in the driver's seat emerged. Sheng Zhi's almond-shaped eyes filled with awkwardness and embarrassment as she hurriedly turned away, her back now facing him. How could someone be there? Xie Yuchen observed her reaction. His long fingers rhythmically tapping the edge of the steering wheel, his tone laced with mischievous teasing. "Have you finished taking your picture, classmate Sheng Zhi? I must take my leave. My apologies." Xie Yuchen, recalling her startled demeanor reminiscent of a frightened rabbit, was reminded of the playful, lively eyes he had inadvertently caught through the glass moments earlier. Since it was on his route, he thought, why not offer her a ride? Zhi. Before Xie Yuchen could finish, a middle-aged man's voice interrupted. Following Sheng Zhi's gaze, he discerned the source of the sound. A black Maybach. Its front and rear windows lowered to reveal two men. "Sheng Zhi, get in." In the back seat, Sheng Yi exhibited an air of entitlement, his tone unconsciously rigid with command. "No need," she replied calmly. "Someone is here to pick me up." Ultimately, she felt he was merely acting out of pity for her. Only then did Sheng Yi notice the person occupying the car in front of Sheng Zhi, and without hesitation, he projected the someone his sister had mentioned onto Xie Yuchen, immediately displaying a lack of cordiality toward him. Xie Yuchen, perceptive as ever, sensed the inexplicable animosity emanating from this man. Having already surmised the relationship between the two, he listened to the middle-aged man's imperious words, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Sheng Zhi. He keenly detected a fleeting expression of resistance in her eyes. Casually unlocking the passenger door, Xie Yuchen lowered his voice to inquire, "Do you require assistance?" Just as Sheng Zhi was about to decline, a sharp, commanding female voice suddenly rang out, unabashedly laced with sarcasm and disdain. "Do you think you're fit to be her father?" This remark was evidently directed at Sheng Mingjie. Sheng Zhi closed her eyes in exasperation, and upon reopening them, she noticed Yuanhe's car had already halted at the roadside, her tone equally assertive. "Zhi.
Come here."
With a resigned sigh, Sheng Zhi glanced at the three individuals before her, a rebellious thought surging within her. Compared to her parents, the individual she most wished to choose was, astonishingly, her neighbor, Xie Yuchen. Chapter 16. How could she bear to return? Sheng Zhi suppressed this somewhat absurd notion, nodded at Xie Yuchen goodbye, and then entered Yuanhe's car. After all, it was her family matter, not one that necessitated involving an outsider. Xie Yuchen watched as Sheng Zhi's car departed, and the Maybach beside him abruptly drew closer.
"Hey."
Sheng Yi's tone was decidedly unfriendly. Xie Yuchen merely offered a slight smirk, and soon the slowly rising window of the car severed their line of sight. Sheng Yi remarked, "Rude Jr." But Xie Yuchen had no interest in wasting words on him. 20 minutes later, Yuanhe parked the car, and just as Sheng Zhi undid her seatbelt, she heard her say, "She doesn't have much to pack. Just a suitcase containing a few changes of clothes and toiletries," before she closed it and exited. While waiting for the elevator, she serendipitously encountered Xie Yuchen, who cast a glance at her suitcase and, seemingly inadvertently, initiated a conversation, going on a trip. To this day, she found herself somewhat unclear as to whether that place could truly be considered her home. Xie Yuchen nodded. "Enjoy your holiday. You too." After casually casting this remark, she pushed her suitcase into the elevator. Xie Yuchen slowly turned. Just as he was about to open the door, he felt his phone in his pocket vibrate twice. He retrieved it and saw a familiar number. "Hello, Miss Sheng."
Su Ting Shen politely greeted Sheng Zhi.
Sheng Zhi nodded and took a seat in the back. The distance from Qianning to Yunjing was not particularly far, taking about 3 hours to arrive. None of the three were particularly loquacious, and the car was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of a pin dropping. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the vehicle entered a high-end villa complex. As the engine turned off, Sheng Zhi in the back seat felt drowsy, her head nearly colliding with the glass. Yuan's voice came from the front. Zhi, we've arrived. Sheng Zhi, groggy, picked up her handbag and alighted from the car, standing before the villa, unable to articulate her feelings. In the past, Yuan had never permitted her to step onto her territory. From a young age, she had been forced to accept the reality that her parents did not love one another, nor did they love her. Yuan stood beside her, speaking softly. Let's go inside. Afterward, she stepped up the stairs first, with Sheng Zhi following her through the door. Your room is the second one on the right on the second floor. Go tidy up and then come down to eat something. Make sure to rest up. Tomorrow I will take you to a place. Mixue, accustomed to being General Yu at the company, unconsciously exuded that authoritative aura, even in her everyday speech. Sheng Zhi pushed open the door to the second floor room, casting a glance at the decor within. Everything appeared to be meticulously arranged, undoubtedly a testament to Mixue's touch. She refrained from disturbing the contents of the wardrobe, instead retrieving a set of nightwear from her suitcase. After a refreshing shower to wash away the fatigue of hours spent traveling, she finally made her way downstairs. Yuan had glanced at the delicate nightdress she wore, noting the recent drop in temperature in Yunjing, advising her to dress warmly for the evening. A sudden chill seemed to envelop Sheng Zhi, causing her to instinctively hunch her shoulders and nod in acknowledgement. The following day, while still lost in slumber, she was roused by a knock at the door. Mister. You asked that you wake up. With her eyes still closed, she scrunched her brow in irritation, reluctantly sitting up in bed and responding with a nasally drawl. Got it. Having experienced a touch of insomnia the previous night, she had only managed to drift off around 2 or 3 in the morning, leaving her in less than optimal spirits. After breakfast, true to her word, Yuan drove her out, their destination being the Yunjing University-affiliated hospital. Seated in the office of a young female doctor, she quietly observed as Mixue engaged in light conversation with the physician. Yunqing, I appreciate your assistance. The doctor, identified as Yunqing, wore a gentle smile and nodded before proceeding to conduct a series of disorganized examinations on Sheng Zhi. An inexplicable sense of anxiety crept into her heart. Ever since binding herself to that enigmatic system, she had felt a marked improvement in her health, no longer plagued by the nocturnal torments of illness. However, whether modern medical technology could detect such changes remained uncertain. Both she and Mixue watched intently as the doctor examined the test results, their eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. The doctor set down the report and met Sheng Zhi's light-colored gaze, momentarily blinking in surprise before offering another polite smile. You have a slight cold. Your mother mentioned you are attending university in Qianning. The temperature fluctuations there compared to here must be quite significant. Sheng Zhi recognized the attempt to divert the conversation and gracefully refrained from exposing it. It is a bit. I'll prescribe some medication. Could you retrieve it from the first floor? The implication was clear. There were matters not suitable for discussion in her presence. It seemed no abnormalities had been discovered. Whether to feel relieved or disappointed was a quandary she chose to set aside, redirecting her focus to the prescription in her hand. Just as she bid farewell to the familiar doctor, another knock echoed at the office door. Yunqing, while tidying her desk, glanced up to say, "Come in." As she spoke, Xie Yuchen had been gazing thoughtfully towards the hallway outside, trying to remember where he might have seen the previous visitor. A hint of mischief colored his smile as he remarked, "Does Grandpa know you're cursing him behind his back?" Yunqing was momentarily speechless. "I'm referring to you. Quit changing the subject." After a moment's pause, she added, "I'm not saying anything untrue. The old man hasn't he been his usual self lately? As the eldest son of the Xie family, shouldn't he be dutifully serving your grandfather?" He retorted, idly sorting through a few sheets of paper on the desk. His peripheral vision caught sight of a name on one of the documents, piquing his curiosity. Chapter 17. Had she overheard something of great consequence? Before he could scrutinize further, Yunqing lightly slapped his hand, snatching the paper away. "Quit snooping. You're infringing on my patient's privacy."
Oh.
Xie Yuchen had little interest in such discussions and responded dismissively. He glanced at his phone, stood up and said, "You carry on. I've finished with Grandpa, so I'll be on my way." With that, he turned to exit the room. Yunqing called after him, "Your brother-in-law is treating us to dinner tonight. Make sure you come." Understood. Upon leaving the hospital, Sheng Zhi could distinctly sense the atmosphere in the driver's seat was heavy with unspoken disappointment. It seemed they had come with hope, only to find the results less than favorable. Contemplating whether to offer some words of comfort to Mixue, she was interrupted by the vibration of her phone. Glancing down, she saw a message from her younger brother, Sheng Yi. Sheng Zhi silenced her phone, pretending she hadn't seen it. Moments later, it vibrated again, still him. 1. Location information. Wangjiang Pavilion. 1. Whether you come is up to you. I've conveyed my message. Annoyed, Sheng Zhi continued to ignore him. When she looked up again, she noticed that Mixue had parked the car by the roadside. She was engaged in a phone call, her tone somewhat unfriendly. Finally, she curtly concluded, I don't need you to instruct me on how to do my job, before hastily ending the call. As the car resumed its journey, Sheng Zhi stared out the window, her thoughts swirling. Later, I'll take you to the Sheng family.
Ms.
U.S. sudden declaration felt more like an order than a suggestion. A rebellious spirit stirred within Sheng Zhi, and she replied, her voice as calm and smooth as a still lake, I don't want to go. Your grandmother wishes to see you. Perhaps sensing her tone had been too harsh, Mixue softened her voice. Ever since she learned about your situation, she has been quite concerned. Sheng Zhi bit her lip, gripping the hem of her dress. After their grandfather's passing, the Xingyu alliance had fractured, leaving only her grandmother to protect her. Yet, her grandmother was aging and increasingly confused, and with Sheng Mingjie now at the helm of the Sheng family, many matters were beyond her grandmother's control. Mixue fell silent, patiently awaiting Sheng Zhi's decision. After a long pause, Sheng Zhi finally murmured from the passenger seat, understood. At 7 o'clock, Mixue dropped Sheng Zhi off at the entrance of Wangjiang Pavilion, promising to return in 2 hours for her. As she stepped out of the car, a brisk breeze prompted her to tighten her coat. Feeling slightly dizzy, she noticed her cold was worsening. Not lingering at the entrance, she proceeded directly to the second floor, following the private room address provided by Xing Yi. As she entered the lavish room, every pair of eyes turned to her, as if attempting to etch her image into their memories. Feeling somewhat out of place, she instinctively touched her nose and apologized, sorry for being late. The first to react was her grandmother, whose weathered face instantly brightened with a smile as she waved her hand tremulously. Gigi, come over here. Sheng Zhi approached and took the elderly woman's hand.
Grandma.
The old lady's emotions surged, and upon hearing her granddaughter call her grandma, tears welled in her eyes. Gigi, you've suffered. Sheng Zhi felt a lump in her throat, struggling to suppress her emotions. Nearby, Sheng Mingjie showed her particular concern, ushering her to sit beside their grandmother. To her right sat Sheng Yi, flanked by several cousins. Across from her, at a significant distance, was Sheng Mingjie's radiant partner, Mixue. Their gazes met across the expanse of the room, and Sheng Zhi, having spent years within the Sheng family, was well aware of her true nature, able to discern the sarcasm and smugness concealed beneath her polished exterior. Indeed, if she were to perish, the vast Sheng family fortune would undoubtedly fall into the hands of those two. I shall not grant you such satisfaction, Sheng Zhi vowed silently. She would cling to Xie Yuchen like a constrictor, striving to prolong her existence and outlast this loathsome crowd. The initial part of the dinner proceeded relatively uneventfully. But as the evening wore on and the elders indulged a bit too much, the younger generation began to stir restlessly. Particularly, the 9-year-old cousin Lu Rui, who often shadowed Xing Yi, feigned innocence and boldly asked, Sister Zhi, are you going to die? At this, the once lively room fell into a profound silence. Sheng Mingjie's expression darkened significantly, while his sister, Sheng Wenjie, quickly reprimanded her son. Rui, what nonsense are you spouting? She then turned to Sheng Zhi, offering an apologetic smile. I'm so sorry, Sheng Zhi. Your cousin doesn't know any better. Everyone turned their gaze toward Sheng Zhi, who appeared utterly unfazed as she placed the freshly peeled shrimp into her grandmother's bowl. She meticulously wiped her fingers with a tissue before slowly directing her attention to Lu Rui, her smile radiant, yet devoid of warmth. So, what's the matter? Are you tired of living and wish for me to take you along? Her tone was nonchalant, yet it inexplicably instilled a sense of dread.
Lu Hui, startled.
Almost whimpered as he clutched Sheng Yi's sleeve, seeking solace. Go look at her. Sheng Yi silently withdrew his hand, expressing his impatience. Be quiet. Sheng Mingjie felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. Sheng Zhi, don't speak recklessly. Ignoring him, Sheng Zhi turned to her grandmother with a gentle smile.
Grandma.
Take good care of yourself. I will visit you often when I have time. After uttering those words, she stood up and finally cast a glance at Sheng Mingjie. The meal is finished. I shall take my leave. With that, she disregarded the reactions of those behind her and strode toward the door with her bag. Xie Yuchen rolled his eyes and pressed his phone, sending a voice message as he walked. Sister, I consider you family, but do you take me for a Japanese? Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by Xie Yuchen, who sent a voice call. The old man isn't asking you to get married right now. It's just an introduction to see if you can get along. Your parents are in agreement. No connection. Xie Yuchen turned sharply, interrupting her in a huff. Tell him I like men and to give up on this notion. Just as he finished speaking, an unexpected furry head collided with his chest. Xie Yuchen winced, suppressing a groan as his phone slipped from his grasp, instinctively reaching out to steady the person. Sheng Zhi, nursing her bumped head, looked up and recognized a familiar face. Had she overheard something significant? Chapter 18. I want to be with you. As Xie Yuchen was about to let go and create distance, he discovered that the person swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and caught her again. Are you trying to create a scene? The proximity intensified the air between them, and he felt his breath brush against Sheng Zhi's neck, causing her to shrink back, her head spinning.
No.
The phone on the ground continued to ring out. Hello? What's happening over there? Xie Yuchen, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me? Sheng Zhi, dazed, glanced at the phone, and then back at the person before her. TSK, Xie Yuchen picked up the phone, his patience nearly depleted. Nothing. Just caught someone trying to create a scene, talk later. Before he could finish, the call ended abruptly. Sheng Zhi gradually released his arm, attempting to steady herself.
Thank you.
After a pause, she hesitated before adding, Don't worry, I will keep it a secret for you.
What?
Xie Yuchen momentarily failed to comprehend, his attention fixated on Sheng Zhi's flushed face, baffled by how a simple embrace could elicit such a response. Especially considering her earlier confidence when she had entered the wrong room. You just said you liked men, Sheng Zhi stammered. Xie Yuchen chuckled in disbelief. I was just teasing. And haven't I told you that eavesdropping is a bad habit? Sheng Zhi nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that it was natural for him to not want to admit something so personal. She refrained from pressing further, softly defending herself. I didn't mean to. Her voice was gentle and lacked conviction. Xie Yuchen finally sensed something amiss and unexpectedly leaned closer, aligning his gaze with hers. He then gently placed the back of his cool hand against her forehead. Caught off guard, she forgot to pull away, feeling the warmth from his skin clear her muddled thoughts. Sheng Zhi, you have a fever. His voice, smooth and laced with an unexpected concern, drifted into her ears. Indeed. Sheng Zhi, perhaps muddled by her fever, desperately sought something to alleviate her discomfort. Uncontrollably, she reached up, grasping Xie Yuchen's arm and rubbing it against her flushed cheek. I feel like I'm dying. Her tone was lighthearted, yet tinged with unspoken grievance. Xie Yuchen's breath hitched, likely scalded by her warmth. He instinctively curled his fingers, revealing the veins on the back of his hand. Your hands are so cold. Are you feeling weak? Her words shattered the fleeting intimacy between them. Xie Yuchen smirked, his teeth nearly gritting in frustration. So you're taking advantage of me? Upon hearing hospital, Sheng Zhi's entire being revolted, her feet refusing to move as she stood resolutely at the entrance. I don't want to go. I've already been. The doctor said it's incurable. Pouting, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if she might cry at any moment. I've never heard of a fever being an incurable disease. What kind of quack doctor is that? Xie Yuchen scoffed, a sudden memory flashing through his mind of the medical records he had briefly glimpsed in Xie Yuchen's office. Tentatively, he asked, Did you go to the hospital affiliated with Jingda? Sheng Zhi nodded. I see. Xie Yuchen, momentarily lost in the coincidence of the situation, completely overlooked the fact that she, with a mere cold and fever, had sought out Xie Yuchen, a gastroenterologist. What do you want to do? Sheng Zhi looked up at him. I want to be with you. Xie Yuchen felt his heart flutter, his breath slowing. After a moment of silence, he concealed his bewilderment and feigned nonchalance. So, you're relying on me now? And you claim you're not trying to cause trouble. Is that all right? Sheng Zhi blinked, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her sweet demeanor deceptively captivating. Without you, I might just perish. Her voice trembled, trailing off into a barely audible sob. Xie Yuchen's eyes widened as he looked down at the increasingly distressed girl. The passers-by occasionally cast curious glances in their direction. Please don't cry. His vocabulary for comforting others was alarmingly deficient, and after a moment of struggle, he resignedly pulled her into an embrace, his tone laced with exasperation. Stop crying, otherwise people will think I'm bullying you. Sheng Zhi buried her face in his chest, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Xie Yuchen sighed deeply, gently patting her back as if to reassure himself. Why does it seem like you've lost your senses? Where did that spirited child go? Xie Yuchen. Still clutching her phone, had searched the vicinity for her unreliable cousin, but to no avail. She stood, frustrated, at the curved railing on the second floor, casually scanning her surroundings, her gaze drawn to the two figures embracing at the entrance below. Narrowing her eyes, she activated her phone camera and zoomed in. Through the lens, she clearly spotted her brother, who had just insisted he liked men. What a farce. If you like men, then why are you holding that girl so tightly? Xie Yuchen, with a look of delight, snapped several photos, enlarging them for a better view. She lamented not being able to see the girl's face clearly and continued her actions. Sending the photos to their grandfather with a voice message, "Grandpa, it seems Xie Yuchen might have a girlfriend." Once in the car, Sheng Zhi's consciousness began to blur, her head leaning against the seat as she drifted toward sleep. Xie Yuchen, while starting the vehicle, looked over at her with concern. "Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital?" She, on the verge of slumber, forced herself to shake her head. "I don't want to, please. I just need a nap."
All right.
Xie Yuchen resolved to remain silent during the drive. Half an hour later, the sleek black car halted in front of a standalone villa, a gift from their grandfather for Xie Yuchen's 18th birthday. Since then, he had seldom lived with his parents. "Sheng Zhi, wake up." He unfastened her seatbelt and gently tapped her shoulder. The passenger in the front seat frowned deeply, shaking off his hand with considerable irritation. "Don't touch me. I feel unwell." Xie Yuchen closed his eyes, striving to suppress his emotions. Regardless of whether she absorbed his words, he menacingly stated, "If you have a conscience, you'd better present me with a banner tomorrow." Chapter 19. What if I am a villain? With that, he exited the car, circled around to the passenger side, and lifted her from the seat, carrying her into the house. Xie Yuchen preferred solitude in his home and declined to employ any domestic help, with only the housekeeper occasionally coming by for cleaning. He had no time to entertain her and spoke slowly, "Play by yourself." The little cat seemed to understand human speech, quietly walking away. "Chichi," Xie Yuchen queried, "what are you saying?" Sheng Zhi struggled to have him set her down, swaying as she took a few steps before kneeling on the carpet, reaching out to touch the kitten. The little cat, perhaps a bit shy, evaded her hand and circled behind Xie Yuchen's legs. Sheng Zhi turned around and looked up at him. Xie Yuchen, feeling as if he were facing a formidable adversary, feared she might start crying again if he displeased her, quickly squatted down to place the cat in her arms, saying, "Here." The kitten mewed softly, allowing Sheng Zhi to affectionately nuzzle its head, murmuring, "Chi-chi. I knew Mixue would not have let you go. You have suffered as well. It's my fault for not protecting you. I'm sorry." As she spoke, her eyes reddened once more. Xie Yuchen felt a wave of frustration. He had given her the cat, yet she remained inconsolable. Sheng Zhi sniffed, "Can I stay with Chi-chi?" "Of course," he replied, tearing open a cooling patch and placing it on her forehead before handing her a prepared cold remedy. "Take your medicine." Sheng Zhi accepted the cup, the bitter taste assaulting her senses. She closed her eyes and resolutely drank it down. Xie Yuchen watched her in this moment of determination, smirking slightly. One might think he had poisoned the medicine. Sheng Zhi grimaced, covering her mouth as she returned the cup to him. "Thank you. Is it really that bad?" Xie Yuchen feigned ignorance, recalling something as he pulled a piece of fruit candy from his pocket, one he had collected at the supermarket that morning, and handed it to her. "Here, to balance it out." Sheng Zhi leaned in without much thought, taking the peach-flavored candy into her mouth. The sweetness blossomed on her tongue, overshadowing the bitterness. Xie Yuchen felt a subtle tremor in his palm as the spot where her lips had brushed against him sparked a tingling sensation, akin to a delicate current coursing to his heart. "By the way, your phone is here. Don't forget to inform your family. I'll step out for a while. Make sure you rest well." Sheng Zhi gazed blankly at his retreating figure, while the kitten stared intently at the door, mewing again. Just then, Xie Yuchen emerged from the shower, noticing that the kitten had somehow escaped Sheng Zhi's grasp and was now circling around his feet with its tail held high. He squatted to lift the cat, asking, "Is the guest asleep?" As he spoke, he walked toward the cabinet where the cat food was stored, retrieving its favorite cat treats and a can of salmon. Xie Yuchen settled onto the living room sofa, opening a treat and feeding it to the little black cat bit by bit. In the expansive room, the only sound was that of the kitten munching away. With one hand, he gently stroked the cat's head, suddenly recalling the sorrowful expression on Sheng Zhi's face when she had seen the kitten earlier, prompting him to ask, pulling the treat away slightly, "Little one, you aren't hiding another owner from me, are you?" The kitten, oblivious to the query, stretched its neck to reach for the treat, its tongue inadvertently brushing against Xie Yuchen's finger. It leaped down, persistently battling with the half-eaten treat. After a while, Xie Yuchen finally responded, bending to pick up the discarded treat and tossing it in the trash. He opened another can, pouring its contents into the cat's bowl and patting its head. Enjoy your meal. Sheng Zhi was awakened by the little black cat. In a daze, she suddenly felt a furry sensation on her arm, startling her awake, only to meet the kitten's round golden eyes. She scratched the little cat's head, shifting positions to continue her slumber. In the next moment, she was jolted awake as memories of the previous night flooded her mind, causing her to sit up in bed and pat her head in distress. Knock, knock, knock. Good morning. Sheng Zhi's voice still carried a hint of hoarseness. Xie Yuchen walked in, holding what resembled a toy gun, and pressed it against her forehead. What are you doing? Are you going to execute me? She instinctively recoiled but was halted by Xie Yuchen's firm voice. Stay still. Your fever has subsided.
Oh.
It's just a thermometer. Thank you. She blinked, gazing sincerely at Xie Yuchen. I caused you trouble again last night. He regarded her with a significant expression, making her feel uneasy under his gaze, before leisurely stating, there are disposable toothbrushes in the bathroom. Wash up and come down for breakfast. After that, he called for the kitten and left. Sheng Zhi sighed in relief as she climbed out of bed and went to the bathroom for a quick wash. Upon descending the stairs, she found Xie Yuchen seated at the dining table, sipping porridge. She approached him somewhat awkwardly. Sit, he instructed, serving her a bowl of vegetable and lean meat porridge and pushing it toward her. Thank you. Sheng Zhi found it difficult to articulate why she always felt so guilty in his presence. Having eaten little the previous night and suffering from a fever, the sight of breakfast stirred her appetite, prompting her to silently dig into the porridge. Xie Yuchen's gaze occasionally lingered on her, lost in thought. After a while, he lazily broke the silence with a rather mundane question. Is your hometown in Yunjing? Sheng Zhi nodded. Did you have a quarrel with your family? Fortunately, Xie Yuchen possessed a sense of boundaries, merely shifting the topic with a casual remark. What if I am a villain? Chapter 20. How can we discuss things here? Sheng Zhi couldn't help but look up, locking eyes with Xie Yuchen's deep gaze. You are not, she asserted, her tone imbued with certainty. Xie Yuchen's features softened into a smile reminiscent of a charming rogue. Oh, you know that. Sheng Zhi pursed her lips, perhaps due to the inexplicable system that had emerged, causing her to instinctively trust him. However, this was something she could not divulge. After all, we are good neighbors and schoolmates, she winked at him. Xie Yuchen seemed to recall something amusing, letting out a short laugh, laced with a teasing tone. Well, news of nefarious neighbors committing murder isn't unheard of. Sheng Zhi pondered why he would discuss such a macabre topic so early in the day. Was he trying to prove he wasn't a good person? All right. I suppose I should be cautious, she decided, playing along with his tone. Thank you this time. I will certainly be more vigilant next time. Xie Yuchen looked at her with a sincere expression, almost as if she was about to swear an oath. He raised an eyebrow, his elongated smile holding a hint of mockery. This should be the second time, right? An image of the pitiful little cat from last night, who had complained about wanting to stay with him, flashed in her mind. Xie Yuchen narrowed his eyes. Sheng Zhi, you wouldn't be ding dong. Zing zong, zing zong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang abruptly and insistently, clearly indicating the impatience of the person outside. Sheng Zhi turned her head in a daze, glancing back at Xie Yuchen. He had been interrupted mid-sentence, a flicker of displeasure evident in his eyes. You eat your food, he said, leaving the room. The area is usually devoid of visitors. And he had no habit of checking the entrance restrictions in advance. Habitually assuming it was the housekeeper arriving to clean, he casually opened the door. Thus, he was taken aback upon seeing the face of the elder Mr. Xie. The old man's voice suddenly shifted tone, standing at the door like a towering figure, blocking his entrance. What brings you here? Weren't you just in the hospital yesterday? At this moment, Sheng Zhi was still in his home. If the elder saw her, who knows what ridiculous story he might concoct. Mr. Xie quickly discerned the guilt on Xie Yuchen's face and retorted, Can I come? I heard from your sister that you left that young lady from the Chung family alone at the restaurant yesterday. I didn't. Xie Yuchen insisted, maintaining his position at the door. Wasn't Xie Yuchen and my brother-in-law there too? Stop pretending to be foolish, the elder rolled his eyes. Step aside. The more you grow, the more impolite you become. Don't you know to invite me in for a seat? With that, he reached out to push past Xie Yuchen. Grandpa, the weather is lovely today. Let us go for a stroll. I know of a newly opened tea house that's particularly nice. Xie Yuchen hastily supported the old man's arm, speaking rapidly. The elder shrugged him off, stubbornly marching into the house, teasing. You've spent nearly a year and 10 months in Qianning, yet you know where a tea house is opened in Yunjing? Resigned, Xie Yuchen followed his grandfather, muttering, "You just recovered from a serious illness. Why are you here instead of resting at home?" Mr. Xie ignored him and headed straight to the living room. As he approached the sofa, he turned to find Sheng Zhi seated in the semi-open dining area. Taking advantage of Xie Yuchen's absence, Sheng Zhi was quietly adding porridge to her bowl, the spoon clinking against the porcelain with a crisp sound. Xie Yuchen clicked his tongue, quickly covering for the situation.
Grandpa.
"It's me." The old man pushed Xie Yuchen aside, his cane tapping rhythmically as he took a few steps forward, revealing a benevolent smile. Yet his words were astonishing. "You must be Aiken's girlfriend?" Sheng Zhi was taken aback. After a brief pause, she set her bowl down and waved her hands, frantically insisting, No, you must be mistaken." Mr. Xie assumed she was merely shy, taking a moment to scrutinize her attire, clearly recognizing her from the photos that Xie Yuchen had sent him the previous night. Xie Yuchen inhaled sharply, clutching his waist in pain.
Grandpa.
"We should go to the hospital. If you had mentioned it earlier, we wouldn't have had that incident last night," the elder remarked leisurely, finishing his sentence. Xie Yuchen's demeanor shifted instantly. The ear, nose, and throat clinic he intended to mention morphed into ophthalmology. "Grandpa, at your age, your eyesight is still remarkably sharp. It's truly a medical miracle." Sheng Zhi's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression revealing her thoughts. "Is this some kind of performance? Do you expect me to repay you for a bowl of porridge?" Xie Yuchen shot her a meaningful look, but Sheng Zhi remained oblivious to his silent communication. Sensing the disconnect, he quickly led her to a more secluded area, all the while calling for the housekeeper to prepare tea for the elder. Sheng Zhi allowed herself to be guided into the study, turning her neck to watch as he shut the door behind him. Xie Yuchen cleared his throat awkwardly. "Ahem. My apologies. I didn't expect my grandfather to come over so suddenly." Sheng Zhi remained silent, patiently awaiting his next words. "I didn't mean to." Xie Yuchen struggled to articulate. "He has been rather idle these past 2 years, always trying to introduce me to potential marriage partners, which can be a bit bothersome." At the mention of marriage, an unusual emotion flickered in Sheng Zhi's eyes. Observing Xie Yuchen's lifestyle, she could deduce that he was likely from a wealthy family, where marriage was seldom a matter solely between two individuals, much like Yu Anhe and Sheng Mingjie. She pursed her lips. "I understand. I will assist you." Her straightforward response left Xie Yuchen momentarily speechless, surprised by her willingness. After a brief silence, he said, "Just this once. Thank you." Sheng Zhi shrugged nonchalantly. "It's only fair. You've helped me as well." 10 minutes later, with a smile adorning her face, Sheng Zhi brought the tea that Xie Yuchen had prepared to the elder Mr. Xie. "Grandpa, here is your tea." With a sweet and obedient countenance that elders tend to favor, Mr. Xie grew increasingly pleased, taking the cup and placing it on the tea table. "Your name is Sheng Zhi, right?" Mr. Xie inquired jovially. "I hear from Aiken that you are also from Yunjing?" "Yes, Grandpa," Sheng Zhi nodded. "Oh, the Sheng family." Mr. Xie mused. After a moment, he added, "It's good for young people to be in love. There's no need to hide it." Sheng Zhi nodded along, thinking that there was indeed no hiding involved. She had only just received notification of this. "If Aiken bullies you in the future, tell Grandpa, and I'll help you teach him a lesson." Xie Yuchen glanced sideways, his gaze falling on Sheng Zhi's profile, noticing her tightly clenched fists. He promptly shifted the subject. "Grandpa, I recall someone was supposed to play chess with you today." He casually fabricated a story and signaled to the housekeeper behind the elder.
Perhaps you should head out now.
"Yes, it's about time." The housekeeper picked up on the hint and chimed in. Mr. Xie immediately frowned. "You rascal. Are you trying to chase me away already?" Xie Yuchen flashed a playful smile, theatrically pulling Sheng Zhi into his embrace. "Didn't you say that being in love is a good thing? How can we talk with you here?" Chapter 21. Why aren't you speaking? The sudden action left Sheng Zhi's heart racing momentarily, and she turned to Xie Yuchen, unexpectedly noticing the flush creeping up his ears. Relieved, she hesitated before saying, "You can let go now." Uncertain if it was just her imagination, Sheng Zhi felt the atmosphere between them had grown somewhat peculiar. Rising, she cast a glance back at the small cat lounging on the windowsill, basking in the sunlight. Xie Yuchen did not miss the fleeting look of longing on her face. Sheng Zhi declined Xie Yuchen's offer to see her off. By the time she arrived home, it was already 10:30 in the morning. She had anticipated that Yu Anhe would have left by this hour, but to her surprise, they nearly collided upon entering. Momentarily startled, Sheng Zhi concealed her emotions well. Thankfully, Xie Yuchen had reminded her, before the effects of the medication had kicked in last night. She had fabricated an excuse about staying at a friend's house to placate Mixue, so she felt no guilt now. Maintaining her composure, she walked past Mixue.
Stop.
Yuanhe, dressed to the nines and holding a limited edition designer handbag, radiated the aura of a formidable woman. Turning to face her daughter, she exuded an imposing presence. Sheng Zhi lowered her gaze, bracing herself for the impending reprimand. Did the Sheng family bully you again last night? That single query was enough to leave Sheng Zhi momentarily dumbfounded. She raised her eyes to meet Yuanhe's, blinking her slightly sore eyes, unsure of how to respond, and merely nodded. Yuanhe's expression darkened, anger evident on her face as she nudged Sheng Zhi upstairs. Stay at home. I won't be having lunch with you. Remember to drink the cordyceps soup I've prepared in the kitchen. With that, she departed, her high heels echoing as they receded into the distance. Sheng Zhi ascended the stairs, slipped into the bathroom for a shower, and then, adhering to Mixue's instructions, made her way downstairs for a meal. The soup simmering on the stove tasted mediocre. She guessed it was Yuanhe's handiwork. While she understood the effort was meant to compensate for years of neglect, Sheng Zhi felt there was no need for such reparations. After all, Mixue truly lacks any culinary talent, and she wishes to prolong her life a little longer. Naturally, Sheng Zhi was more than eager for this, hastily packing her bags and boarding a bus to Qianning early the next morning. On the bus, the typically taciturn Su Tingshan opened up during a lull at the traffic lights. Sheng Mingjie had been assaulted. Sheng Zhi's interest was piqued immediately. A few days prior, General Yu had heard that you were bullied at the Sheng family banquet and had caused quite a scene there. Amidst the chaos, she had grabbed a chair and struck someone on the head. Having accompanied General Yu for many years, I had seldom witnessed her emotions displayed so overtly. She had given Sheng Mingjie a concussion. Of course, no whispers of this incident had leaked, as the Sheng family, after all, valued their reputation.
Oh.
Sheng Zhi licked her lips, suddenly feeling a surge of wicked excitement. Why didn't you stop her? Through the rearview mirror, she caught a glimpse of Su Tingshan's slightly upturned lips, followed by his voice. The thing is, I found it quite enjoyable to watch. Sheng Zhi burst into laughter. What a coincidence. I feel the same way. The timely illumination of the green light concluded their brief exchange. Sheng Zhi restrained her mirth, leaned back against the rear seat, and closed her eyes to rest. She was not naive. She could discern the underlying meaning in Su Tingshan's words. She understood that Ms. Yu genuinely wished to care for her. In truth, she empathized with Ms. Yu. After all, when she gave birth to her, she was merely 24. In the prime of her youth, and burdened with the expectations of her entire family. The balance of priorities was all too clear. A child who was never truly loved could be easily abandoned. Sheng Zhi understood and respected her, but that did not mean she would not feel sorrow. She thought to herself that she truly could not let go of her grievances in the short term. Regrettably, she might not have much time left. As the National Day holiday drew to a close, she uploaded a new comic strip to Weibo, then shut her computer, intending to go downstairs to dispose of some trash and stretch her legs. The elevator doors opened again to reveal a familiar face. After the holiday, the temperature in Qianning had suddenly dropped. Xie Yuchen was clad in a black windbreaker, the collar fully zipped up. The elevator's light cast upon his face, accentuating his sharp and handsome features. He was also holding a cat carrier, through which a curious little cat had stretched out to observe its surroundings. In stark contrast to Xie Yuchen's aloof demeanor, the sight was strikingly endearing. Hi, Sheng Zhi took the initiative to greet him. Xie Yuchen replied, lowering his head to play with the cat. Hey, why aren't you speaking? The cramped elevator was filled with the sound of a cat's meow. Sheng Zhi felt a thrill of delight, shaking her fingers against the transparent layer. So clever. Not bad. Xie Yuchen pressed his lips together, his tone teasingly dismissive. Not obviously dumb. What do you mean? The little black cat seemed to understand, mewing twice more. The elevator reached the 16th floor. The two exited in succession, parting ways in the corridor. Bye, I'm going in first. Bye, little cat. Yeah, feel free to come over sometime, Xie Yuchen remarked casually. I can see this little guy likes you quite a bit. Perhaps it was the brightness of the hallway lights, but to Sheng Zhi's eyes, everything sparkled as if adorned with tiny stars.
All right.
It was only after shutting the door that Sheng Zhi realized, following the events of National Day, she and Xie Yuchen seemed to have grown quite familiar. This was a positive development, as his every action could potentially impact her fate. Chapter 22. Love is a form of generosity. The first day after the short holiday was Thursday, the designated elective course day for the entire Ningde University. It was an overcast day, as if even the heavens mourned for the unfortunate student's lost holiday. As Sheng Zhi listened to her friend Chuing, who had linked her arm with hers, making malicious speculations about the weather, she silently hoped the rain would hold off until after her class. She had a major course in the morning, and having rushed out without a thought of taking an umbrella, she found herself unprepared. As they walked, they engaged in trivial chatter, eventually parting ways on the third floor of the main building. Before leaving, Chuing offered a meaningful wish. Good luck. Sheng Zhi discerned a hint of intimidation in her words. She dismissed it from her mind, checked her schedule, and located the classroom for the university's love guidance course. Upon entering, she found the back rows filled, with only the front rows near the podium vacant. Choosing a seat at the back of the remaining rows, she turned to glance behind her. She wondered if Xie Yuchen had arrived. He certainly did not strike her as the type to skip classes casually. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly noticed a neatly rolled black umbrella had materialized on the desk beside her. Turning her head, she saw its owner, who had just set down his backpack and taken a seat. Perhaps due to just waking up, Xie Yuchen wore a bland expression, appearing somewhat indifferent. Afternoon, not great. A few girls in the back whispered in hushed tones. Isn't that the campus heartthrob from the law school? He's actually taking this class. Does he want a date? Haven't you seen the forum? He's said to have an unattainable crush. He's probably here to learn some dating skills. Maybe his crush is in this class too. Curious to see what kind of girl wouldn't even glance at the top of the must-eat list. Sheng Zhi listened quietly, thinking it might not necessarily be a girl. Of course, she had no interest in whether Xie Yuchen preferred boys or girls. As long as he attended class regularly, that was sufficient. Last night, her outdated phone system informed her that as long as the two of them completed 5 weeks of classes together, her task would be deemed 100% accomplished. Considering the lengthy timeline of this task, she could also choose to imitate Xie Yuchen in various aspects. And as long as she successfully garnered imitation points, there would be additional life value rewards. In simpler terms, it meant that whatever Xie Yuchen did, she would do as well. Sheng Zhi envisioned the scenario and felt that it would be easy to get beaten up. Yet, she reasoned that getting beaten up was trivial. She wouldn't die from it. She felt a sense of relief. The instructor was a young woman, appearing only a few years older than the students, with the last name Su. After a brief self-introduction, she began to outline the course requirements and the midterm and final projects. When she mentioned the final assignment, Sheng Zhi listened intently. I believe you all have some knowledge about this course. For my class, the final project will take one of two forms. You may choose one based on your circumstances. As she spoke, Teacher Su pressed a button, and a new content appeared on the projector. First, the most straightforward option, finding a partner. The classroom erupted in a chorus of playful jeers. Teacher Su smiled and raised her hand to signal for quiet. This isn't a rumor. We're in a love course. What else would we discuss? Of course. Some of you are already in relationships, and you may come to me to register in advance. However, the prerequisite is that you must ensure you 1T breakup before the final. As expected, just as Tan Wanrong had mentioned earlier, Sheng Zhi had no interest in this and glanced at the second assessment format written above. The second option, form teams to create a 5-minute video short film themed around love. Style is unrestricted, but live action is required, and submissions will be showcased at the end of the term. Those are my requirements. Prepare yourselves mentally. We will now officially begin today's lesson. Xie Yuchen gently tapped the desk and quietly asked, which one will you choose?
Huh?
Sheng Zhi turned to look at him. Probably the second one. After a moment's thought, she added, we can decide later. There is still plenty of time before the final. Sheng Zhi listened attentively for a few minutes, only to realize that this class was not so different from the superficial courses she had taken before. It merely transformed the subjects of academic inquiry into matters of love. For instance, the teacher is currently discussing 3 questions inscribed in black Simsun font. First, what is love? Second, how does love come into being? Third, should college students engage in romantic relationships? Upon hearing the teacher's statement that love is a form of active giving, she experienced a fleeting moment of misunderstanding. Instinctively glancing at the boy beside her, who had inexplicably produced a notebook and was intermittently jotting down notes, she thought, how diligent he is, truly embodying the teacher's words. Her mind wandered as she raised her gaze, only to realize she had misheard. It was indeed giving he had meant. With renewed focus, she attempted to pay attention once more. However, it was not long before she found herself distracted again. her gaze falling upon the automatic umbrella that Xie Yuchen had brought. A mischievous idea sparked within her. Acquiring a similar one should be a trivial endeavor, right? May I take a look at your umbrella? She nudged Xie Yuchen's arm gently, speaking in a hushed tone. With no one seated in the front row, she felt a twinge of guilt for her covert actions under the teacher's watchful eye. Once given permission, Sheng Zhi seized the umbrella with a sense of thrill, inspecting it closely in search of the manufacturer's brand. As she turned the handle, she inadvertently applied too much force. With a loud pop, the sleek black umbrella unfurled unexpectedly. The teacher, who had been lecturing moments before, abruptly halted, and the classroom was engulfed in silence. Concealing herself behind the umbrella, she buried her head in the crook of her arm, feigning death. A catastrophic event has occurred. The teacher's voice, laced with sarcasm, broke the silence. If you find my class uninspiring, you need not suggest it so overtly. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom, and when Xie Yuchen glanced at Sheng Zhi, who was concealing herself like a quail, he noticed her ears were flushed crimson. With a nonchalant demeanor, he pressed a button, causing the umbrella to collapse with a pop, and lightly poked Sheng Zhi's arm, teasingly stating, "Classmate, this is not a place for slumber." Sheng Zhi straightened up indignantly, raising her hand to shield her embarrassment. Meanwhile, Xie Yuchen remained unfazed, addressing the teacher, "My apologies. Please continue." In truth, the teacher also felt that a monotonous lecture lacked engagement, and suggested that these two students enact the scenarios presented in class. Cheers erupted from the back row. Yes. Let us see a performance. What a lively bunch of college students. One might think a proposal was unfolding instead of a class. The two ascended to the podium amidst the raucous enthusiasm of their peers. "May I inquire your names?" The teacher beamed, ready to witness the unfolding spectacle. "I am Xie Yuchen." "And I am Sheng Zhi," she replied, suppressing the urge to flee, her voice barely a whisper. The teacher nodded. "Excellent, let us begin. From this moment, you shall portray a young couple in the throes of romance." She read from the board, "In our first scenario, when a girlfriend asks, 'Do you love me?' what should the boy do?"
Love.
His response was evidently not what the teacher anticipated. "Xie Yuchen, do not presume that your handsome visage grants you unbridled freedom. We must express our affection not only verbally, but through our actions as well." "Sheng Zhi, did you feel any love from Xie Yuchen's actions just now?" Sheng Zhi sighed. "Must you truly subject me to this?" At that moment, she comprehended the notion of humiliating tests that Wan Rong had mentioned. "I wish to die."
No.
"I wish to live." Taking a deep breath, she discreetly glanced up, observing that Xie Yuchen remained as composed as ever. "Well, it is what it is. As long as I am not awkward, the awkwardness lies with others." She shook her head. "I did not feel it. Perhaps it was a figment of her imagination, but she thought she heard a soft snicker from beside her." "Indeed?" The teacher clicked the multimedia remote. "Now, let us view the standard answer and reenact it." "Is this still in Chinese?" Sheng Zhi muttered under her breath, prompting a knowing glance from Xie Yuchen. Who is to blame for this? She pouted, looking at him with a mix of frustration and helplessness. "Let us begin." Xie Yuchen inhaled deeply, mentally preparing himself, then turned to face Sheng Zhi. With determination, she forced a smile. Xie Yuchen, sensing her readiness, he lowered his gaze, glimpsing his reflection in her beautiful light-colored eyes, and heard her voice, tinged with uncertainty. "Do you love me?" Her words were soft, as if love itself carried an overwhelming weight of trepidation and disappointment. Xie Yuchen felt a sudden rush of anxiety. The coldness in his expression melted away, replaced by warmth and tenderness. His nod was stiff yet earnest, as he drew her into his embrace, his voice a husky whisper. "Yes, I love you." The surrounding excitement crescendoed, with some classmates even recording the moment. Sheng Zhi pressed her lips together, grappling with a complex swirl of emotions. This was the first time someone had genuinely professed their love for her, even if it was merely a performance. Through the fabric of their clothing, she could hear the rapid thumping of Xie Yuchen's heart. She thought to herself, perhaps he too was not as composed as he appeared. As the teacher announced the end of class, Sheng Zhi hastily gathered her belongings, forgetting entirely about her intention to request the link for the automatic umbrella, and hurried toward the exit. Yet, just a few steps away, she felt a firm grip on the back of her neck. Turning around, she found her hoodie's hood in Xie Yuchen's grasp. "Where do you think you're running off to?" He smirked, his tone laced with a clear threat. With a sheepish smile, she clasped her hands together and slid to her knees. "I'm so sorry. I truly did not mean to open it. I had no idea the umbrella would unfurl so suddenly."
Oh.
Xie Yuchen released her hood, strolling leisurely toward the stairs. And was it also an accident when you handed me the umbrella? Sheng Zhi had no retort. The boiling water is too hot for me to sip, and the human heart is too cold for me to touch, he scoffed, shaking his head as if disillusioned. Then allow me to treat you to milk tea. At room temperature, she feigned ignorance, opting to redirect the conversation. What boiling water or lukewarm water are you talking about? Just then, Chuing, who had just come from the dormitory, approached and quickly joined them, greeting Xie Yuchen. Hey, handsome Xie.
The lunch time.
Sheng Zhi, on the verge of tears, grasped Chuing's hand, seeking solace. Ingzi, do you know what I've been through? What happened? On the other side, Yuyun, who had come with Chuing, playfully draped an arm around Xie Yucheng's neck. Xie Yuchen, perplexed, remarked, what? He clicked his tongue, shaking off Yuyun's arm, and, feeling unsatisfied, playfully kicked Yuyun. Ask her, who bullied whom? Yuyun deftly dodged, then turned to Sheng Zhi. Did you manage to bully him? Though reluctant to admit it. The truth was she had indeed put Xie Yuchen in a tight spot. Sheng Zhi weakly nodded, wanting to say more, but Yuyun cut her off. He gave Sheng Zhi a thumbs up, his tone tinged with admiration. Well done. No wonder you're a talent from our anime club. Xie Yuchen interjected. With a president like you, your club is not far from withering away.
Bah.
Yuyun shot him a glare. This Saturday is the Grand Club Fair. Our club will thrive. Thank you very much. Xie Yuchen had little interest in further banter and lazily declared, I'm off. Leaving three people with only their silhouettes. Yujun waved goodbye to the two girls, saying, I'll take my leave now. She also took the opportunity to remind Sheng Zhi. Make sure to come to the new member recruitment meeting. Sheng Zhi nodded, her gaze lingering on the direction where Xie Yuchen had departed. Could he truly be upset? Chapter 24. As if they were married after a full day of anticipation, the rain finally fell. As Sheng Zhi and Chuing descended to the first floor, they found the entrance awash with students, all of whom were lamenting the torrential downpour and its untimely arrival. Why does it rain after class instead of during? Chuing grumbled in irritation. Sheng Zhi turned her head towards the volunteer desk in the lobby, only to discover that the nearby shared umbrella station was completely devoid of umbrellas. Well, we'll just have to wait for the rain to stop, she shrugged. As soon as she spoke, she noticed Yujun waving at them from the other end of the hallway. Xie Yuchen followed leisurely behind, and the four of them congregated once more. Why haven't you left? Chuing asked, casting a suspicious glance at the umbrella twirling in Xie Yuchen's hand. Don't you have an umbrella? In response, Xie Yuchen casually tossed his umbrella into Chuing's hands. She fumbled to catch it, appearing somewhat flustered as if she had received a hot potato. I'll borrow this, she said. Sheng Zhi assumed it was meant for both of them and was about to inquire about their own predicament when Chuing beat her to it. My car is parked in the basement, Chuing lamented. How can you be so inconsiderate? I absolutely detest rich people like you. By the way, please deal with him too. Xie Yuchen added nonchalantly, suggesting that if he was unwilling, they could just leave him there. Yujun immediately exploded in anger. You grandpa, Xie Yuchen. But that umbrella doesn't seem big enough for three people, Sheng Zhi timidly stated. Xie Yuchen shot her a sidelong glance and replied leisurely. Oh, I never said I was lending it to you. At that moment, Sheng Zhi realized he was indeed still upset. She decided to remain silent, her gaze drifting towards the curtain of rain outside the teaching building, attempting to mask her embarrassment. I'm leaving, Xie Yuchen announced, striding towards the stairs. After several steps, he paused, noticing Sheng Zhi still craning her neck to watch the rain, and returned to grab her bag strap, steering her in a different direction. You're coming with me. Sheng Zhi, bewildered, allowed him to push her along. Behind them, Chuing and Yujun exchanged puzzled looks, wondering what was unfolding between the two. This was Sheng Zhi's first time riding in Xie Yuchen's car while fully conscious. She sat with her legs together, maintaining a proper posture, stealing glances at him from time to time. Today was really unexpected. How about I treat you to a meal to make up for it? Please don't be angry, she ventured tentatively. The driver kept his eyes fixed ahead, remaining silent. If a meal isn't acceptable, I could give you a gift as an apology. What would you like? Sheng Zhi continued, trying to coax a response. Xie Yuchen remained mute. Perhaps next class. You could open the umbrella and blame it on me? She suggested, this being the most diabolical apology she could think of. Xie Yuchen suppressed a smile, bestowing upon her a glance that conveyed his condescension. Encouraged, Sheng Zhi babbled on like a doctor attempting to coax a mute patient into speaking. Noticing that her topic was veering off course, Xie Yuchen discreetly took out his phone while waiting at a red light, quickly navigating to a certain app and handing it to her. Looking down, Sheng Zhi saw a popular dry yogurt shop on the screen. She looked up at Xie Yuchen's profile, her voice brightening. "Do you want me to buy you this?" With an impassive expression, he replied, "Sheng Zhi, you talk so much. Perhaps you should try some dry yogurt to calm your nerves." Sheng Zhi, "Oh, all right." She pouted slightly, returning the phone to him. "Then I want to say anything." The car fell into a sudden silence. A few minutes later, Xie Yuchen, unable to resist, stole a glance at her through the rearview mirror. Noticing that Sheng Zhi was quietly focused on her phone, her lips pressed together. He hesitated, reflecting on whether his previous remarks had been too harsh. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, I'm not angry. Really? Sheng Zhi's eyes lit up as she lifted her gaze from her phone. That's wonderful. Yes, he nodded slightly, then asked, "What are you looking at?" Sheng Zhi raised her phone. "I'm checking out that yogurt you mentioned. It seems intriguing. I want to try it." Xie Yuchen. At that moment, he could not have anticipated that just a few days later, Sheng Zhi would knock on his door, presenting him with a can of the very dry yogurt she had just received. The heavy rain continued for an extended period, persisting even as Sheng Zhi arrived home. After expressing her gratitude to Xie Yuchen in the hallway, she stepped inside and promptly received a video call from Chuing. The small screen of her phone was crowded with 3 heads, creating a scene reminiscent of an interrogation. Chuing looked at Sheng Zhi with a serious expression. "Tell me, what is your relationship with Xie Yuchen? Are you two already together?" Bianjing, who had also heard the gossip, eagerly inquired, "Are you even living together?" "Absolutely not," Sheng Zhi declared earnestly. "We are merely neighbors. He just gave me a ride. It's that simple." "Oh," Chuing drawled. "Then what is this?" A video notification popped up on Sheng Zhi's phone, featuring her and Xie Yuchen, the background being a classroom for relationship guidance. Without needing to open it, she already knew its contents. "It's just a performance, Tan Jia. You've taken that class before. You should understand." Sheng Zhi attempted to garner sympathy, hoping to draw Tan Wanrong to her side, but the latter remained unyielding. "I don't understand," Tan Wanrong countered. "I never had a handsome guy of that caliber to act with me. Look at your visuals, and then look at the way Xie Yuchen gazes at you, Jing. I finally understand why you're so obsessed." Bianjing, as if having found a kindred spirit, excitedly shook hands with Tan Wanrong.
Indeed.
"The way Xie Yuchen looks at you is anything but innocent. It's hard not to believe he is expressing his true feelings through the act. You should have seen how those two were flirting right under my nose this afternoon," Chuing teased in a tone reminiscent of gossip columnists, as if they were married. Sheng Zhi felt a chill run down her spine at their words. "Please, don't say that. It frightens me." After some playful banter, Chuing grew serious. "Zhi, do you really not have any feelings for him?" Sheng Zhi shook her head, thinking to herself that her current situation did not permit her to entertain any thoughts of romance. Moreover, Xie Yuchen still harbored feelings for someone else.
What are you thinking about?
Chuing prompted as she noticed Sheng Zhi zoning out. "Nothing," Sheng Zhi stammered, raising 3 fingers. "I swear I have no earthly desires for Xie Bangshou. All I crave is the desire to live." Before she could finish her sentence, a thunderclap shattered the silence, followed by a sudden plunge into darkness, enveloping the entire building. The only source of light was the faint glow from Sheng Zhi's phone, which had fallen onto the carpet. Chapter 25. If only this door could open. Sheng Zhi, still shaken, quickly bent down to retrieve her phone. On the other end, Chuing's screen only displayed a vague outline of Sheng Zhi. "What is happening? Why is it so dark over there?" Suppressing her rising panic, Sheng Zhi replied, "It's nothing. It seems we've lost power." The coolness of her fingertips glided over her phone, and with the flashlight illuminating her face, Chuing and the others could see her pale expression. "Zhi, are you scared?" Chuing asked. "A little," Sheng Zhi admitted, biting her lip. This was an understatement. She was far more frightened than she let on. "Chuing, could you please not hang up?" She realized that the courage she had was derived from her friends on the other side of the screen. "Of course. Don't be afraid. We'll stay with you," they reassured her. The 3 of them comforted her with a flurry of words. Perhaps a call would come soon. Sheng Zhi managed a faint smile, expressing her gratitude. With a surge of courage, she approached the entrance, illuminated only by her phone, and cautiously peeked through the door. The corridor was shrouded in darkness. A soft sigh escaped her lips as her gaze fell upon the door across the way, where a faint, warm light seeped through the cracks. A sudden wave of anticipation washed over her. How wonderful it would be if that door were to open. akin to the fervent hope she felt years ago when she was confined and starving, yearning for Yuanha to descend from the heavens and rescue her. She had yet to shed her weakness and unrealistic longing for salvation. However, this time, her daydreaming did not linger for long. Within 2 minutes, the lights in the corridor and at the entrance flickered to life, and a weight lifted from Sheng Zhi's heart. She turned and closed the door, collecting her emotions, feeling an unprecedented clarity. The call had come. How splendid! I told you it would. The voice of Chewing echoed through her phone. Sheng Zhi nodded repeatedly, heading towards the kitchen to pour herself a glass of water to calm her nerves. That was quite a scare. 5 minutes earlier, behind another door, Xie Yuchen rummaged through the storage room, uncovering a collection of candles that Yujun had purchased to create an atmosphere during their move. He stuffed them into a bag, preparing to ask his neighbor if they needed anything. With one hand on the doorknob, he was just about to push it down when suddenly, the overhead lights flickered on. It seemed unnecessary now. After 2 consecutive days of heavy rain, the city finally basked in sunlight on Saturday morning. Despite it being a day of rest, Sheng Zhi dutifully made her way to school. Upon arrival, she headed straight for the activity room of the Zhiguang Animation Club. As soon as she entered, Yujun thrust a list into her hands. Come help me check this. I've asked them to come for interviews at 6:30. Sheng Zhi glanced at the list, but had no time to express her thoughts before the vice president of her department pulled her to review a pile of artwork submitted by new applicants. They spent a considerable amount of time discussing and evaluating, akin to examiners grading papers. By the time they selected candidates and concluded the interviews, it was already 10:30. Having only consumed some fruit for dinner, Sheng Zhi felt a twinge of discomfort in her stomach. She closed her notebook, bid farewell, and prepared to leave. The streets were nearly deserted at this hour, with shops in the commercial district nearing closure. She bought a deluxe pancake roll from one of the few remaining open establishments and also picked up milk tea for Chewing and the others. Grateful for their company during the power outage 2 nights prior, a narrow path separated the commercial district from the student dormitories, and as she ambled along, enjoying her food, she caught a glimpse of her shadow beneath the streetlight, suddenly realizing someone seemed to be following her. Sheng Zhi's breath hitched momentarily, unable to comprehend who would dare to stalk her so brazenly near the school. Her appetite vanished, and she quickened her pace, though the shadow continued to trail her. This was no illusion. She could even hear the fluctuating footsteps behind her. Panic surged within her, and she hastily fumbled for her phone, forcing herself to dial a number while suppressing her trembling hands. When the call connected, she didn't even wait for a response before babbling. Hello?
Dad.
You just got out of the police station?
Caught several lately?
You're coming to see me now? Okay, I'm on the back street.
Me fine.
I've already trained to black belt level. I can kick someone 2 miles away. The coach said he would teach me the 3-hit tornado kick tomorrow. As her words spiraled into incoherence, her voice betrayed a quiver of impending tears. On the other end, Xie Yuchen, who had just started a game, was caught off guard by the sudden call and hung up. At the moment the call connected, a robust voice resonated from the receiver. Dad. Xie Yuchen's eyes widened in shock, nearly toppling from his chair. He quickly straightened up, cleared his throat, and teased. Sheng Zhi, did you dial the wrong number? Yet. The voice on the other end seemed oblivious, rambling about various topics. Gradually, Xie Yuchen sensed something was amiss, his nonchalance dissipating. What is going on? Where are you now? Upon hearing the mention of the back street, he abandoned his seat, storming out, leaving his roommate's inquiries behind. Do not be afraid. Head towards a crowded area. I'm coming to find you. Xie Yuchen reassured Sheng Zhi as he descended the stairs. Moments later, a gasp echoed from the phone, followed by the abrupt disconnection. Sheng Zhi. Xie Yuchen's brow twitched, an indescribable anxiety unfurling in his chest. Meanwhile, the figure trailing Sheng Zhi appeared to have lost all patience. Seizing her shoulder during her phone call, a chill raced down her spine, causing her to inadvertently end the call. She spun around, brandishing the cups of milk tea in her hands, eyes shut tight, and hurled them at the assailant. The weight of the items in her hands diminished as a pained scream erupted, followed by a gritted exclamation. Sheng Zhi. Sheng Zhi froze mid-action, cautiously opening one eye to find a disheveled face, drenched in milk tea. Chapter 26. Xie Yuchen in trouble. When Xie Yuchen arrived at the scene, the sweet scent of milk tea wafted into his nostrils before he could fully comprehend the situation before him. Narrowing his eyes, he acted without hesitation, striding forward and delivering a kick to the back of the disheveled figure. Sheng Zhi, who had been a witness to the entire scene, barely had time to intervene when she heard Sheng Yi's pained cry. He stumbled several steps forward, barely managing to regain his footing, cursing. Who the hell? Xie Yuchen did not afford him the opportunity to turn around, swiftly grasping the sodden collar of a shirt. Despite the smile lingering on his face, an undercurrent of menace infused his every movement, instilling a chill in the hearts of those around him. I'll ensure you experience the confines of a prison. Sheng Zhi gasped in horror, rushing to grasp Xie Yuchen's arm. Xie Yuchen, let him go.
Why?
Xie Yuchen turned to address her. Sheng Zhi. Her face drained of color, her almond-shaped eyes filled with urgency, strands of hair blown across her cheek, appeared fragile like a delicate porcelain doll. He suppressed his emotions, softening his tone. Are you all right? Despite having calmed down upon seeing Xie Yuchen, Sheng Zhi felt a sense of security akin to the comfort of the snugness of autumn trousers tucked into socks.
Imitations.
She released Xie Yuchen, slightly gesturing towards the apprehended boy, though he appeared to be in distress. Xie Yuchen acknowledged her with an "oh," akin to lifting a chick by its neck, pulling the boy closer for inspection. Minutes later, at the convenience store beneath the girls' dormitory, Sheng Zhi extracted a wet wipe from her newly purchased pack and handed it to Xie Yuchen to clean his hands, tossing the remainder onto Sheng Yi, who sat on the bench behind her. Sheng Yi grasped the pack of wipes, snorting derisively, utterly ungrateful. Wait for me a moment. After speaking to Xie Yuchen, Sheng Zhi turned and approached Sheng Yi, unceremoniously kicking his calf. Sheng Yi, why were you following me at this hour? In pain, Sheng Yi winced. Are you insane? Sheng Zhi. And by the way, my name is Sheng Yi, not Sheng Yaozu. No difference. Sheng Zhi shot him a cold look. I have no time to waste on you. Seeing her icy demeanor, Sheng Yi's bravado waned slightly. Though his tone remained impatient, it's all because of what happened last time at Wangjiang Pavilion. Dad said to apologize to you on his behalf if I ran into you at school. Otherwise, you think I'd care to see you. You dashed off so quickly when you caught sight of me that one would think a ghost was chasing you.
Oh.
As Sheng Zhi listened to his complaints, her emotions remained unperturbed. She understood and did not accept his grievances. You may leave. I am equally disinclined to see you. Sheng Yi, immediately displeased, retorted. You have reduced me to this state, and you intend to walk away just like that? Sheng Zhi cast a glance at him and suddenly noticed a piece of grape flesh stuck in his hair, nearly suppressing a laugh. No need for thanks. This is entirely your own doing. Sheng Yi exclaimed. Sheng Zhi, you wait for me. The young master, who had never encountered such humiliation since birth, stood up in exasperation, pointing at Sheng Zhi and then at Xie Yuchen, who was standing on the adjacent steps. You wait too. Apologies, Xie Yuchen replied, slightly flustered, having inadvertently exerted too much force. Observing his playful demeanor only fanned the flames of Sheng Yi's ire. Humph. I shall never forgive you. I will remember precisely who gives me buns and who gives me punches. Sheng Zhi regarded him with a straight face. You are mistaken. What I offered you was an ultra cheese grape. A moment later, Sheng Yi stumbled, though he often admonished Sheng Zhi not to eavesdrop. He could not help but overhear their exchange. That day, Sheng Zhi appeared quite sorrowful. Although he had suspected her troubled relationship with her family early on, at that moment, Xie Yuchen felt an intense curiosity about her circumstances. Perhaps this interest had been brewing for a long time, but his upbringing prevented him from crossing the boundaries of friendship. Thus he refrained from asking further. Where did you go last night? Yujun inquired, her mouth full of skewered meat, muffled. Yujun nodded. Feeling left out, she was moved to feed him a freshly peeled crayfish. Xiego. I didn't realize I held such significance in your heart. Here, open your mouth. I reward you with a crayfish. Get lost. Xie Yuchen chuckled, retreating his neck as he dodged, ultimately standing up and heading to the bathroom. You can eat it yourself. I'm going to shower. Another roommate, Ding Zhao, peeled shrimp while casting a scrutinizing gaze at Xie Yuchen. Yujun glanced at him and scornfully remarked, Ding, what else with that look? My Xiego only cares about me, not you. Are you jealous? In response, Ding Zhao rolled his eyes at her in silence. Stop being ridiculous. He stuffed a shrimp into his mouth, removed his disposable gloves, wiped his hands with a tissue, then beckoned Yujun with a finger. She leaned in immediately. Ding Zhao lowered his voice. I sense Xie Yuchen has something going on. Yujun's eyes widened in surprise. In the following week, Sheng Zhi seldom encountered Xie Yuchen, and her part-time job plans had not progressed. The only piece of good news was that the relationship guidance course had been ongoing for 2 weeks. In 3 weeks, she would be able to achieve the second task's reproduction value. Concurrently, the system issued her a new task. Task 3. Imitate the daily attire of the sample and appear in the same frame. Accumulated time must last for 1 month, with a deadline of 3 months. Please review the task requirements carefully. Otherwise, the task will fail and the system will bear no responsibility. Once again, the same robotic voice. Sheng Zhi thought, isn't this too blatant? She had managed to navigate the first 2 tasks without raising suspicion, but this third task was no different from a perversion. Xie Yuchen, being astute, would undoubtedly see through her little antics. With a firm resolve, she typed, I refuse. Chapter 27. There must be a schemer behind the scenes. Refusal was not an option. Sheng Zhi understood well the saying, if you don't do it, someone else will. She repeated Lin Pinru's lines, constantly brainwashing herself. I can do anything. I will diligently learn from others, even if it means bleeding and sweating. I will persevere. I must survive. Thus, in the following days, Xie Yuchen occasionally spotted Sheng Zhi around him. For instance, one day, after finishing a class at the law school, he spotted Sheng Zhi, clad in a black ensemble and a baseball cap, hiding behind a tree with her phone aimed at him, akin to a paparazzo. Yu Jun, momentarily failing to recognize her, questioned Xie Yuchen, are you going to debut? Xie Yuchen, uninterested in engaging, walked over and, utilizing his height advantage, easily lifted Sheng Zhi's cap, exposing her. Are you taking candid photos of me? Absolutely not. Sheng Zhi denied with determination, hastily concealing her phone behind her, stoutly asserting, I was photographing the scenery. Hand it over. Xie Yuchen extended his hand, his eyes glinting with an unspoken threat. After a brief standoff, Sheng Zhi reluctantly handed over her phone. Upon inspection, Xie Yuchen noted it displayed the photo recognition interface of a shopping app. Are you eyeing our building? He asked incredulously.
What are you talking about?
Xie Yuchen raised an eyebrow. Was it really aimed at me? Sheng Zhi was momentarily at a loss for words. It didn't matter. Sincerity was her ultimate weapon. Resolving herself, she flashed an exceedingly ingratiating smile at Xie Yuchen. Xie school hunk, I find your outfit quite appealing. Could you share the link? Noting the shift in Xie Yuchen's gaze, she quickly added, sincerity is key. Her mind raced, willing to utter any fib to fulfill her task. Before parting, he offered her a piece of advice. This matter is unrelated to clothing. It hinges on the model. Xie Yuchen initially thought this incident would pass. But a few days later, he encountered Sheng Zhi in the cafeteria, queuing to buy food while donning his identical jacket. Yu Jun, already tipped off by Ding Zhao, immediately sensed something amiss. Xie dog, what is going on between you two? Xie Yuchen shrugged. Why not ask her? Thus, when Sheng Zhi turned with her tray, she was unexpectedly met with 2 looming shadows. Weren't you supposed to give this to your brother? Xie Yuchen scrutinized her. Well, it's like this, Sheng Zhi, having prepared her excuse, was unfazed. He said he didn't want my things, and seeing as this jacket is rather expensive and non-returnable, I thought I might as well wear it myself. Are you sure? Xie Yuchen scanned her from head to toe. You intended to gift this? This size hardly seems suitable for a boy. Absolutely. Sheng Zhi nodded, squeezing between them. I must go. My roommate is calling me. Xie Yuchen assumed she had her reasons for this behavior and dismissed it from his mind. Who would have thought that thereafter Sheng Zhi would frequently flaunt clothes similar to his, each time with a different excuse? He found it peculiar. Where was she acquiring so many of his matching outfits? Surely, a schemer was guiding her. Xie Yuchen could easily guess who it was. One day, after yet another coincidental clash of outfits with Sheng Zhi, he could no longer contain himself. He kicked open the dormitory door and grabbed Yu Jun by the collar, who was busy slurping instant noodles, demanding, What did she offer you? Yu Jun, nearly dizzy from the shaking, quickly begged for mercy. Xie Yuchen, regaining his composure, released him and coldly threatened. You better give me a reasonable explanation. Yu Jun adjusted his collar, though he too was baffled by how Sheng Zhi managed to synchronize her outfits. It did not stop him from speculating wildly. He boldly proclaimed, I feel that Sheng Zhi might be pursuing you. To employ such a method of courtship, her family must have sought expert advice. Just eat your noodles, Xie Yuchen dismissed him. This bizarre situation persisted until a weekend in the middle of the month, when Yu Jun's animation club participated in a major convention downtown. At that time, Yu Jun was dressed as a character with blue eyes and black hair, complete with bangs, and insisted on dragging Xie Yuchen around the venue. Xie Yuchen, unfamiliar with the nuances of this two-dimensional gathering, exhibited a distinct lack of enthusiasm. Holding a handheld fan, he meandered about until Yu Jun suddenly thrust a camera into his hands. Quick, help me record a whimsical video with these esteemed teachers. Upon raising his gaze, He found 3 young men clad in ancient attire and armor before him, resembling characters from the 3 kingdoms. Yuchen, in stark contrast, stood in modern garb at the center, creating a peculiar juxtaposition. Undeterred, Xie Yuchen promptly lifted the camera, addressing the quartet. "We're starting." The 4 suddenly bowed in unison and began their introductions. "I am Lu Xuanda. I am Guanyin Chang. I am Zhang Ida." Their fervor was palpable. When it came to Yuchen, he proclaimed, "I am Qina Zhi." The 4 echoed collectively, "We hereby become sworn brothers of different surnames. Good brothers, in our hearts." Upon finishing, they simultaneously formed heart shapes towards Xie Yuchen's lens. He thought to himself, "I do not comprehend, yet I respect it." He struggled to find a word more severe than chaos to describe the absurdity before him. "That's enough," he declared, pressing the stop button on the recording. Just as he was about to lower the camera, he caught sight of a small, refreshing yellow-green figure in the upper right corner of the lens. Compelled by an unseen force, he zoomed in, and the image sharpened. Sheng Zhi, adorned in a delicate yellow dress, radiated ethereal charm. Her hair was intricately styled, embellished with beautiful ornaments that flowed in harmony with her attire. She held a pen, engrossed in her artwork, occasionally waving her elegant sleeve to fan herself. For a moment, Xie Yuchen was entranced until Yuchen eagerly approached to view the video. In his distraction, the camera flashed abruptly. Within the venue, numerous photography instructors had set up lighting arrangements, and the sporadic flashes did not disturb Sheng Zhi, who continued to immerse herself in her art. Suddenly, a gentle breeze brushed against her right cheek, lifting her bangs. Turning her head, she was greeted by the sight of Xie Yuchen, reflected in her light-colored eyes. Along with the ever-abstract Yuchen, "Hello, fair maiden. Your poise and eloquence suggest you hail from a distinguished family. Might I have the honor of capturing a photo with you?" Sheng Zhi chuckled at his antics. "Who is this ancient-style gentleman? Please take him away." With a playful glance at Xie Yuchen, she added, "Thank you." He nodded, handing her the fan while retaining his own. Unfazed, she graciously accepted it. Around their booth, several members of the Zhuguang Animation Society, noticing Yuchen's arrival, eagerly pulled him away to engage in various activities and video shoots. Before long, Xie Yuchen found himself the sole companion at Sheng Zhi's table. She kindly fetched a stool for him, which he placed beside her without obstructing her work, then sat down silently. He cast a glance at the items on the table, noting an acrylic sign that read, "Hand-drawn portraits. 30, quick coloring, fast results." Examples adorned the table, alongside 2 payment codes hanging from a nearby booth. Xie Yuchen, intrigued, opened his mouth to speak when a girl, dressed like a delightful confection, suddenly appeared. The girl seemed to know Sheng Zhi, and they embraced warmly before she raised her phone with a ring light for a photo. After their exchange, Sheng Zhi recalled something and handed over a completed artwork that had been resting beneath her drawing paper. The girl's eyes sparkled at the sight of the drawing, showering Sheng Zhi with praise. "Oh my, this is beautiful. I must commission you again, next time." "Of course," Sheng Zhi replied, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, eager for all her patrons to adore her work. The girl earnestly tucked the artwork into her bag before bidding farewell and departing. Sheng Zhi's smile gradually faded as she resumed her seat, only to hear a soft, teasing voice. "Baby?" Turning her head, she met Xie Yuchen's lazy, amused gaze. For reasons unknown, a term that should feel casual in such a setting suddenly took on an intimate connotation when uttered by him. "What do you mean?" She feigned composure, explaining, "We often call each other that." "Oh." Xie Yuchen nodded thoughtfully, adding, "That's quite nice." People occasionally approached their booth. Xie Yuchen chose not to interrupt her, quietly observing her as she painted. After approximately an hour, Sheng Zhi, having completed her work, stretched lazily and noticed Xie Yuchen engrossed in his phone. She rummaged through her table and offered him a packet of snacks before opening one for herself, munching while asking, "Why aren't you out enjoying yourself? It's quite interesting." Xie Yuchen put his phone away, inquiring, "Are you finished?" She nodded, playfully teasing him. "Do you have a favorite character? For business purposes?" He chuckled at the suggestion. "Are you only focused on profits?" He added, "I don't particularly favor any." "Very well," she shrugged, handing him the drawing. "This is for you." Xie Yuchen took the sketch and realized it was a colored pencil portrait of himself, depicted lounging with his arm on the table. Absorbed in his phone, his expression quite neutral. "When did you draw this?" A peculiar sensation stirred within him, akin to being lightly tickled, sending ripples of warmth through him. "Just now," Sheng Zhi replied, her face beaming with pride, eagerly awaiting praise. "What do you think?" "It's rather good," he said, hastily averting his gaze and raising his phone to scan the payment code. No need. Sheng Zhi swiftly covered the code, insisting, it's a gift. Consider it a token of gratitude for lending me the fan. Xie Yuchen pressed his lips together, feeling an inexplicable dryness in his throat. Fortunately, just then Yujun reappeared, rescuing him from the overwhelming flutter of emotions. Come quickly, Yujun exclaimed, excitement lacing his voice as he waved them over. Look who I've caught. They both turned to see Yujun holding a figure dressed as the god of wealth, complete with a large gold ingot and a hand that occasionally adjusted his hat. The two halted at the booth, where Yujun proclaimed, I've brought your white moonlight. Let us take a photo together. He tossed the camera to Sheng Zhi, requesting, Sheng Zhi, could you please take our picture? Xie Yuchen carefully placed the drawing aside and nodded at the god of wealth in greeting, then turned to Yujun with a mock reprimand. Do you have any sense of boundaries? Why would I take a photo with your god of wealth? Sheng Zhi, however, was already astonished. It turned out that Xie Yuchen's white moonlight was indeed the god of wealth. Given that the deity was male, it seemed somewhat reasonable.
Though
it appeared they had both found their white moonlight. Sheng Zhi licked her lips and posed a question. Xie Yuchen lowered his gaze, a smile gracing his features. You have good taste. Very well, I'll take a photo of the three of you first. Absolutely, they agreed, and with their approval, Sheng Zhi and Xie Yuchen stepped out from behind the table, positioning themselves on either side of the god of wealth. Yujun, the aspiring photographer, adjusted the frame and directed them. Xie Yuchen, hold your ground. Learn from Sheng Zhi. As Xie Yuchen turned to look, he discovered Sheng Zhi tilting her head with a bright smile. With both hands forming a scissor gesture, he playfully placed them atop his head, mimicking the shape of cat ears. Glancing at his teacher, who radiated with joy while cradling a golden ingot, he couldn't help but feel like a cold and detached security guard in comparison. Xie Yuchen pretended to clear his throat, awkwardly raising his hand to imitate Sheng Zhi, tilting his head slightly to one side as he formed his own miniature cat ears. Unable to contain herself, Yujun burst into laughter. Hurry and take the picture, Xie Yuchen urged impatiently, his ears flushed with embarrassment. All right, Yujun responded, stifling her laughter as she steadied her camera to capture several photos of the trio. That's enough.
Thank you, teacher.
Sheng Zhi instinctively bowed in gratitude, with Xie Yuchen mimicking her beside him. After the photo shoot, Yujun promptly handed the camera back to Sheng Zhi and insisted that Xie Yuchen repeat his earlier pose for another snapshot, which prompted Yujun to exclaim in frustration that he was a hypocrite. Once the photos were taken, their teacher, the god of wealth, warmly invited them to explore the blind box filled with goodies, hinting that there was a chance to win real gold. As he handed the box to the three of them, his eyebrows raised in anticipation. Sheng Zhi and Yujun's eyes lit up, and they declared, Teacher, we shall not allow anyone to defy you. Ultimately, the god of wealth chose to bestow his favor upon his most devoted supporter, Xie Yuchen, while Sheng Zhi and Yujun only received chocolate coins. After bidding farewell to their teacher, Sheng Zhi tore into the packaging, muttering indignantly, Money truly flows to those who already have it. With keen hearing, Xie Yuchen caught her words, a smirk creeping onto his lips. In the next moment, he effortlessly snatched the half-eaten chocolate from her hands. Bewildered, she turned to confront the instigator. Xie Yuchen nonchalantly stuffed a gram of gold into her palm, feigning concern. I think I'm a bit hypoglycemic, let us switch. As he spoke, he popped the chocolate into his mouth, the rich aroma enveloping him, causing him to frown slightly at the sweetness. Yujun observed their interaction with a wry smile, thinking to herself that the one who speaks lies without a script, looking as sturdy as an ox, showed no signs of low blood sugar. She increasingly believed Ding Zhao's assertion that Xie Yuchen must have developed feelings. If he and Sheng Zhi were to be together, wouldn't that place her, as Sheng Zhi as superior, in a position of dominance over Xie Yuchen? What else with that creepy smile? Yujun's pleasant daydream was interrupted by Xie Yuchen's disdainful remark. Immediately, he suppressed his smile and shot him a glare, retorting, This is none of your business. Amid their playful bickering, the activities of the Zhulight Animation Club for the day came to a close. As a member of the logistics team, Xie Yuchen, despite not having contributed much, was dragged by Yujun to join them for a meal. Who said I'm in the logistics team? Xie Yuchen questioned, raising an eyebrow. Yujun flashed him a smug expression, ambiguously replying one day, I will make you admit you are the son-in-law of our Grand Zhulight. Xie Yuchen shot him a glare, unimpressed. After some members left due to prior engagements, the remaining group of over 10 people cheerfully headed to a nearby commercial area, eager for a meal. Upon arrival, they found it was peak dining time. And even with Yu Jun having reserved a spot in advance, 2 tables remained ahead of them. Restless, they decided to wander around the multi-story shopping mall and would reconvene at the designated time. Separated from the group, Xie Yuchen was enlisted by Yu Jun to help buy drinks from the downstairs milk tea street. Meanwhile, Sheng Zhi was accompanied by the vice president, Zhu Miaomiao, who eagerly led her to the claw machine area in the central hall on the first floor. The 2 girls crouched in front of the machines, discussing which dolls were cute or hideous. This one is adorably ugly. Wait for me. I'll give it a try. Zhu Miaomiao exclaimed as she dashed off to scan the code for game tokens. Sheng Zhi, however, was less enthusiastic, having never successfully caught a toy before. She glanced at a nearby, neglected claw machine, contemplating whether to give it a shot. Just then, a boy appeared before her, nervously clutching his phone. Hello, miss. May I add you on WeChat? Though his tone was inquiring, he already held his phone out with a QR code displayed. At that moment, Xie Yuchen emerged from the milk tea shop and immediately noticed Sheng Zhi being approached. Yu Jun, emerging behind him, mistakenly thought Xie Yuchen was waiting for him and was about to tease him. But as the boy finally walked away, Xie Yuchen took a few steps forward and stood beside Sheng Zhi, asking, "What would you like to drink?" Surprised, she casually chose a cup of peach-flavored milk tea.
Thank you.
After Zhu Miaomiao picked her drink, Xie Yuchen handed the remaining milk teas to Yu Jun to distribute to the others. In no time, Zhu Miaomiao's 100 tokens dwindled to half. With a glum expression, she complained to Sheng Zhi, "This machine is terrible. It one tea grab anything." Sheng Zhi patted her arm in consolation. Just think of it as a donation. Meanwhile, the usually aloof Xie Yuchen silently swiped 100 tokens, turning to Sheng Zhi and asking, "Which one do you want?"
Huh?
Sheng Zhi hesitated before pointing to a claw machine filled with dark, creepy cockroach toys. "That one, I guess," Xie Yuchen replied. "As a mere passerby, I find that a bit concerning." Zhu Miaomiao, biting her straw, refused to spare another glance at the grotesque toy. Sheng Zhi reassured him, "It's fine. I actually like it." Xie Yuchen couldn't comprehend what was appealing about such a sinister-looking toy. "Because they are the invincible little fighters," Sheng Zhi explained. Xie Yuchen blinked. "Oh, that sounds even more terrifying, doesn't it?" No one knew the secret behind Sheng Zhi's peculiar taste, yet Xie Yuchen chose to respect her preferences. He inserted 2 tokens into the claw machine, skillfully adjusting the joystick to position the claw before dropping it just as time was running out. Did it really work? Zhu Miaomiao looked skeptical. Sheng Zhi held her breath, watching the claw struggle to lift the toy. When it finally dropped into the prize hole, her heart settled. Xie Yuchen retrieved the toy, examining it closely, but it still couldn't compare to the cockroach toy. He handed it to Sheng Zhi, saying, "Here, your cockroach has arrived."
Puffed.
Sheng Zhi laughed, her face lighting up as she took the toy, her tone filled with joy.
Thank you.
Xie Yuchen's earlier gloom dissipated instantly, as if her smile had brightened his own. Nearby, Zhu Miaomiao looked at Xie Yuchen with newfound admiration. "Handsome Xie, I have a few I want to. Can you help me catch them? What are you playing?" Yu Jun, who had just finished distributing the milk tea to other club members, popped up from nowhere and immediately understood when he saw the toy in Sheng Zhi's hands. "Catching dolls, huh? You have to come to me, Miao Miao. When it comes to this, Xie Yuchen has to call me master." He boasted shamelessly, and surprisingly, Xie Yuchen played along. Exactly. Xie Yuchen stuffed the remaining tokens into Yu Jun's hand, patting him on the shoulder. "I have faith in you, master. Did you hear that? He can't do it. I'm the best." Yu Jun was always adept at taking advantage of situations.
Huh?
Zhu Miaomiao, still processing the situation, was pushed to the claw machine by Yu Jun. Xie Yuchen lazily stood by, watching as Sheng Zhi found a bag to store her toy, then asked, "What is your plan? Is there anything else you desire?" Sheng Zhi shook her head. "This is sufficient." He nodded, his gaze drifting into the distance, as if casually engaging in conversation. "Did you just encounter an acquaintance?" Despite knowing it was inappropriate, he couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable urge to pry into Sheng Zhi's private affairs. "No," she replied, "it was someone I didn't know, who complimented my appearance, saying I was his type, and wanted to be friends." And then, Sheng Zhi continued, oblivious to the change in Xie Yuchen's tone, "I mentioned that I quite like myself too, and that we are." She hesitated, cautiously glancing at the person beside her, only to be caught by Xie Yuchen. He could almost predict what Sheng Zhi had said, yet he deliberately pressed on. "What was it?" "A rival in love," she confessed, her cheeks slightly flushed and her voice tinged with a hint of guilt, "so I can't be friends with him." Upon hearing the anticipated answer, Xie Yuchen laughed. his voice resonant and magnetic, laced with a playful mockery. A clever one. Sheng Zhi feigned ignorance, alternating her gaze between her shoes and the two individuals who had busied themselves for quite some time, without any success. Sheng Zhi, keep an eye on your deputy. How dare he bully the president? It's utterly outrageous. Yujun had been chased by Zhu Miao, scurrying away while still trying to rally others.
Let me give it a try.
Sheng Zhi was suddenly inspired by their antics and walked towards the row of claw machines. Only Xie Yuchen remained behind, observing her lively and graceful figure, reminiscent of a butterfly, with a smile playing at the corners of his lips, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, very beautiful." Half an hour later, it was finally their turn at the hot pot restaurant upstairs. Considering their larger group, they automatically split into two tables. Sheng Zhi, Xie Yuchen, Yujun, and Zhu Miao formed one table, along with a couple from another department, while the remaining few settled at another table. When young people gather for a meal, games are inevitable. Yujun specifically inquired at the front desk and discovered that the only board game left was Truth or Dare. Although everyone found the game rather trivial and dull, they unanimously decided to participate, for they were a group of even more bored university students. Come on. Yujun called as he shuffled the cards. This game isn't difficult. Everyone knows how to play, right? Draw a card, and the one with the lowest number must accept the punishment. Those who can't handle it can drink. After a moment's thought, he added, but if you can't drink, no pressure. You can find someone to drink on your behalf. He winked at Sheng Zhi and Xie Yuchen. Sheng Zhi looked puzzled. Is your eye bothering you? Yujun couldn't be bothered to flirt with someone who didn't understand, so he jumped straight into the first round of the game, spinning around and giving everyone a card. Sheng Zhi had good luck, drawing a low number. The one who was chosen was the male half of the couple, named Kong Yao. Yujun and Zhu Miao instantly perked up. After all, what is a game without tormenting a couple? Yujun wore a mischievous grin, ready to play the villain as he shuffled the punishment cards. Choose Kong Yao, Truth or Dare. Kong Yao glanced at his girlfriend, Li Xing, who was also eager to watch the show, and reluctantly said, I choose Truth. Yujun handed him the punishment card, and as he revealed it, several heads leaned in to read. Use 5 words to describe one of the opposite sex present. I must say my girlfriend. Kong Yao sighed in relief and confidently began. Beautiful, kind-hearted, academically excellent, generous and warm-hearted. Is that enough? If not, I could list 100 more. The boy's spirit soared, causing Li Xing to blush slightly as she playfully pushed his shoulder, unable to hide her happiness. Enough already. We're going to be stuffed with dog food. Zhu Miao urged, next round, come on. The atmosphere gradually heated up, and soon Xie Yuchen found himself in the spotlight. Ha ha ha. Yujun laughed even more wildly than before. Choose, Xie dog.
Icuse dare.
Xie Yuchen toyed with the card in his hand, exuding an air of defiance. However, that bravado quickly dissipated when Yujun read the punishment, and the playful smile on his face froze. Let the first opposite-sex person to your right help you apply lipstick. Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhi, who was sitting to his right, eagerly looked around, her voice bubbling with excitement. I think that's me. What do you say, Xie Yuchen? If you can't handle it, just drink. Don't worry, Yugo will call you a designated driver. Yujun raised his eyebrows, deliberately provoking him. Xie Yuchen scoffed lightly. What is there to fear? With that, he turned to face Sheng Zhi, seeing the eagerness in her eyes. He gritted his teeth. All right then. Sheng Zhi pulled a lipstick from her bag, softly assuring him, don't worry. The shade I brought today is nude. It won't look odd on you. The others leaned in, reveling in the spectacle, while Yujun even whipped out his phone to capture the moment. Xie Yuchen silently observed the girl's face, just inches away from his own, the world around them seemingly quieting down, his breathing slowing. Sheng Zhi applied some lipstick to the back of her hand, then used a cotton swab to dab it onto Xie Yuchen's lips. Open your mouth a bit, she instructed, gently lifting his chin to facilitate her task. The proximity was intoxicating. Xie Yuchen could clearly see her perfectly curled eyelashes and even catch a hint of sweet peach fragrance. He instinctively swallowed hard, feeling her cool hand brush against his throat. Xie Yuchen reflexively pressed his lips together. Don't do that. Sheng Zhi quickly stopped him, coaxing him like a child. It will be over soon. As she spoke, she instinctively patted the lipstick on his lips, trying to blend the color evenly. Having once been roped into doing makeup for others in the anime club, she found no oddity in the action. He could feel his cheeks warming and his heart racing, the barely there sensation on his lips gradually dismantling his psychological defenses. Chapter 31. Appearing quite kissable. Kong Yao and Li Xing, the couple, leaned in to observe the two. If this were a variety show, the post-production team would undoubtedly add a flurry of pink bubbles at this moment. Li Xing propped her chin in her hand, contemplating. Do you think he feels punished? Kang Yao shook his head in confusion. As the only man present with a girlfriend, he could sense something amiss. I feel like he is actually enjoying it. The couple exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. It wasn't he until Sheng Zhi exclaimed, all right, that the shadow before them lifted, and the warm sensation on his lips faded. He inexplicably sighed in relief, and upon lifting his gaze, he found everyone at the table staring at him. The young master's image consciousness surged. What is going on? Is it really that strange? Yujun leaned in playfully, teasing him. Dude, you smell amazing.
Get lost.
Xie Yuchen shoved him away, and just as he reached for his phone, Sheng Zhi pulled out a small square mirror from her bag, holding it up for him. Look. Doesn't it look good? Xie Yuchen took the mirror and examined himself closely. The color Sheng Zhi had applied was not a striking red, but against his fair complexion. It lent his face a hint of allure. Such a flawless face should not be wasted on cosplay, Zhu Miao Miao lamented, snacking on a piece of watermelon. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, Li Xing chimed in, nodding in agreement. Xie Yuchen gazed at his reflection in the mirror, slightly pursing his lips, tasting the faint flavor of lipstick, which was not unpleasant. His gaze shifted to Sheng Zhi's lips. Upon noticing that the hues of their lips were identical, he was momentarily beset by a flurry of emotions, his mind wandering back to the scene where Sheng Zhi had applied lipstick for him. Her hands were so delicate, and her lips appeared irresistibly kissable. Realizing the direction of his thoughts, Xie Yuchen's ears flushed crimson, and he blinked furiously in an attempt to mask his embarrassment. Fortunately, Yujun was intermittently oblivious, engrossed in the game, and directing others to continue playing. After several rounds, Lady Luck finally turned her back on Sheng Zhi. Come on. Sheng Zhi, at last I've got you. Make your choice. With a bittersweet smile, Sheng Zhi resigned. I choose truth. Aren't you the adventurer? Came Xie Yuchen's low chuckle from beside her. She had previously brushed off their earlier entanglement with the excuse of losing a dare. A hero should not dwell on past glories. Clearing her throat, Sheng Zhi confidently extended her arm to draw a card. Yet, Yujun swiftly retracted her hand, leaving Sheng Zhi bewildered. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Yujun was clearly up to no good. Sheng Zhi, not overthinking it, nodded. You may ask. Yujun let out a soft laugh, and Xie Yuchen instantly recognized her ill intentions. Before he could intervene, Yujun blurted out her question. Name the first person of the opposite sex on your left and their significance to you. Wow, Xie Yuchen kicked Yujun's chair, his demeanor nonchalant. Isn't this a tad dull? You might as well give me your ID number. Some pretended to be as steady as a rock, while their hearts raced with anxiety. Sheng Zhi glanced at Xie Yuchen and replied without hesitation, very important. More than just important, he was her saving grace.
Why?
How important? Yujun pressed, eager to strike, while the iron was hot. That's a different question altogether. Sheng Zhi replied with a forced smile, not falling for the bait. Xie Yuchen was momentarily stunned by her three-word response. Very important? He rolled the phrase around his tongue, still hesitant to grasp its meaning. He studied Sheng Zhi's composed expression. If it aligned with his thoughts, her reaction should not have been so tranquil. As the gazes of those around her shifted, Sheng Zhi belatedly realized her words had indeed carried a hint of ambiguity. Thus, she hastily added, You are all my dear friends. Each of you holds great significance in my heart. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity, devoid of any ulterior motives. Xie Yuchen's gaze dimmed, realizing he had overthought the situation. At 10 o'clock that evening, as the final round drew to a close, Yujun, who had enjoyed a streak of good fortune all night, was finally caught. I choose a dare. Xie Yuchen took advantage of the moment, snatching away the stack of punishment cards from Yujun's hands, a smile concealing his intentions. If I recall correctly, didn't you just say the punishments here are trivial? Yujun attempted to bluff. I must have misremembered. Xie Yuchen seized a phone from the table, pulled up a video, and held it in front of him. Then you can imitate this. Fortuitously, I noticed a lottery shop downstairs. Yujun protested vehemently. No. I suffer from social anxiety. I can't do something so humiliating. 5 minutes later, the group emerged from the hot pot restaurant and gathered near the glass railing of the first floor to watch the spectacle unfold. Yujun leaned against the shop's glass display, diligently scratching off the lottery ticket he had just purchased. Sheng Zhi, already aware of what was to come, stood beside Xie Yuchen, stifling her laughter. In no time, Yujun sprang up as if possessed, exclaiming, Holy smokes! So many zeros. He brandished the ticket, directly accosting passers-by. Today, all expenses are on me, he enunciated clearly, before darting to where Xie Yuchen stood recording, pointing at him, and raising his voice, he covering the bill. Xie Yuchen was taken aback. Because I didn't win. Ha ha ha. A nearby pedestrian remarked, that was close, he almost made it big. Sheng Zhi overheard someone behind her whisper. Didn't he just say he suffers from social anxiety? The evening culminated in playful banter among the group. Due to his responsibility as the designated driver, Xie Yuchen abstained from drinking and took it upon himself to call a cab for the inebriated crowd. Yujun naturally placed his hand on the door handle of the passenger seat, only to have it swatted away. You reek of alcohol. Go sit in the back, Xie Yuchen said with a look of disdain. You sit in front, he directed at Sheng Zhi, already opening the door for her. Chapter 32. Happy Weekend. Nearly 11 o'clock. The moment Sheng Zhi pushed open the door to her home, she was taken aback to find the lights ablaze. Without a moment to ponder, her gaze fell upon Yu Anha, seated on the sofa. After several days apart, she still radiated vitality. At that moment, she was perched on the couch, a laptop resting on her lap, the keyboard clattering as she immersed herself in work. Upon hearing footsteps, Yu Anha looked up, her voice tinged with reproach. Why are you so late? The sentence halted midway as she beheld Sheng Zhi at the door, impeccably attired and made up, a glimmer of astonishment flitting across her eyes. Sheng Zhi's features bore a striking resemblance to her own, and at times, gazing at this daughter she hardly knew, she was reminded of her own youthful beauty at 20. Alas, time had passed, and the past had faded away. You still look quite lovely, Yu Anha smiled, her lips curving, tossing the laptop onto the coffee table. Come sit. She beckoned, patting the space beside her on the couch. May I take a picture with you, Mom? Yu Anha's request caught Sheng Zhi off guard, and she hesitantly moved to sit beside her mother, feeling somewhat awkward. Witnessing Yu Anha pull out her phone, their faces illuminated on the screen, Sheng Zhi focused intently, only to realize her smile appeared especially stiff. This was their first photograph together. She couldn't articulate the emotions swirling within her. She could effortlessly capture moments with strangers at conventions, yet found herself at a loss for how to smile in front of her own mother. Luckily, Yu Anha seemed unfazed, snapping several photos before finally saying, that's enough. She scrolled through the album, bringing her phone closer, asking you pick one. All right. After exchanging pleasantries, Sheng Zhi rose and made her way to her room. By the time she removed her makeup and took a shower, it was already past midnight. Perhaps due to an overly hearty dinner, sleep eluded her as she lay awake, staring at the ceiling, her mind racing with thoughts. All while relieved that she didn't have class the next day. She retrieved her phone from beneath her pillow to check her messages, finding a flurry of notifications. Yujuzi, I'm totally shipping this. The chat exploded with enthusiastic responses, a flood of I'm shipping this. Scrolling through the screen. As Sheng Zhi was about to send a meme to disrupt the flow, a new video popped up in the group chat. Chan Tue Lo video. Instantly, everyone's attention shifted. Shui Hua, so awkward. I can't bear to watch it again. Dong Han Ba Mei Wang, you scared me. I'm fining you 50. Kwando Emola, just passing through Emola. Yu Zhuzi, no way. Sheng Zhi observed the playful banter while climbing the stairs. Noticing her absence from the group photo, she was about to privately message Yu Jun when a message from Xie Yuchen appeared. It contained several photos of him, Yu Anha, and the teacher, the three of them posing together. In the images, Xie Yuchen clumsily mimicked her photo-taking stance, looking quite endearing, who claimed to be the epitome of imitation. She mused that the title belonged to another. Her spirits lifted, she saved the photos, unwilling to be outdone, and returned his earlier comment. Sheng Zhi Dao, imitation master. Xie Yuchen glanced at the words, then at the note he had saved for her, and couldn't help but chuckle. A case of the pot calling the kettle black. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the recent post from Xie Yuchen. It featured only the colored pencil sketch she had gifted him earlier that afternoon, accompanied by a caption that seemed entirely unrelated to the image. Minister retires. Happy weekend. Sheng Zhi gave him a thumbs up. After contemplating for a moment, she also left a comment wishing everyone a happy weekend. Just as she posted it, she noticed Yu Jun's inquiry. Yu Zhuzi. Who drew that for you? Did you pay? How shameful to freeload. Sheng Zhi feigned ignorance, continuing to scroll through her friend circle. Numerous individuals had posted photos from the comic convention today, nearly triggering her withdrawal symptoms. As she browsed, her hand suddenly paused, her gaze fixated on a group photo on the screen. It was the very image she had just selected from Mrs. Yu's phone. Mrs. Yu, with my daughter. Her finger, seemingly beyond her control, tapped on the photo. The two individuals in it were hardly intimate, yet Sheng Zhi noticed Mrs. Yu's smile and the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. No matter how much one spends on skincare, one must ultimately bow to the passage of time. With a complex mood, she saved the image to her album. The new week arrived as expected. Sheng Zhi was eager to continue promoting the spirit of the Great Python. However, it seemed there was an unexpected turn. Someone appeared unwilling to cooperate. On Monday morning, after finishing a professional class, Yujun and Xie Yuchen exited the law school. Heading towards the cafeteria, Yujun complained about the absurdity of the homework assigned by the teacher. After a while, she realized the person beside her was unusually silent, seemingly not listening at all, with headphones in and a cold expression as he stared ahead. Unable to tolerate his pretentious demeanor, Yujun yanked the left earbud from his ear and shoved it into her own. Have you changed your persona? What are you acting all aloof for? I want to hear what unseemly things you're listening to. Then, the headphones emitted an utterly uninspiring piece of instrumental music. Yujun felt a chill sweep over her, as if her clothes had transformed into a monk's robe and she was about to be tonsured by a venerable abbot. He returned the earphones to Xie Yuchen with a look of disbelief, skillfully fishing out his phone from his pocket to glance at the playback screen. Pure heart chant instrumental music. Please enjoy. Enjoy it? Have you seen through the world? Have you finally decided to become a monk? Yujun found it absurd, her voice almost cracking. Huh? A Buddhist child in the capital? I'm cultivating my character. Yujun doubted he would soon join his hands in prayer, uttering Ba. Don't scare me. What is going on? Just as she was about to ask for clarity, she caught a glimpse of the person before her, whose expression had suddenly changed upon seeing something. A flicker of panic crossing his eyes as he turned and ran in another direction. My grandpa seems to have passed away. I need to go. Is that even a coherent sentence? Yujun scratched her head in confusion, calling out to his retreating figure. Where are you going? Aren't you eating? Xie Yuchen ignored her. What's with the mysterious behavior? Has he really gone mad? As she muttered to herself and turned around, she unexpectedly spotted a familiar face approaching from this direction. Chapter 33. They are all trapped. Sheng Zhi waved at Yujun. Hello, President. While speaking, she craned her neck to glimpse the hurried figure behind him. Why did he run off? Yujun shook her head, indicating she didn't know. Perhaps he's gone mad.
Oh.
Sheng Zhi nodded foolishly, then said, I'll take my leave too, President, goodbye. Yujun watched the two figures, one after the other, and inexplicably recalled the domineering president novels favored by the girls in their club. She flees, he pursues. They are all ensnared. However, Yujun pondered, scratching her chin. Why have the roles reversed? Xie Yuchen seemed to be avoiding her lately. This feeling was growing stronger for Sheng Zhi. Could it be that her frequent mimicry of him had caused him stress? But she had no choice. Her repeated wardrobe coincidences with Xie Yuchen had already sparked rumors on the forum about their romantic involvement. Some even claimed that the rumored white moonlight of Xie Yuchen was none other than the artistic Sheng Zhi, and their previous interactions on social media were merely playful banter between young lovers. Gossiping alumni, are we also part of this? Could it be that Xie Yuchen is avoiding her because he cares about these rumors? She momentarily considered Xie Yuchen's perspective, realizing that such behavior could indeed be quite annoying. Yet, she had to survive, so she couldn't halt this nearly harassing conduct. After some contemplation, she directly screenshot the alumni forum's comments and sent them to Xie Yuchen. Imperial Edict arrives. Image. Imperial Edict arrives. Should we clarify this? I can assist you. There was a prolonged silence from the other side. Minister retires. How to clarify? Minister retires. I don't even know what your motives are. Imperial Edict arrives. It must be a special destiny. Minister retires. Oh. Minister retires. It's just rumors. No need to pay them any heed. Upon hearing his words, Sheng Zhi felt a weight lift from her heart. She took a few steps forward, stopping at the door, ready to enter. Suddenly, a few faint meows echoed through the quiet hallway. It sounded like the voice of Xie Yuchen's little black cat. She quickly looked down and messaged Xie Yuchen. Imperial Edict arrives, but your cat seems to be meowing. She observed the dialogue box indicating he was typing, then glanced at the door, mumbling softly. Minister retires. I inquired, and the person who usually feeds the cat was delayed. Minister retires. Could you help me feed it? Minister retires. The password is 794992. After entering the password, the door swung open, and she looked down to see the little black cat gazing up at her, meowing. She squatted down, picked up the cat, and entered the house. After scanning the room, she located its food bowl beside the cat nest they were assembling. It was indeed cleaner than its face. Without delay, Following Xie Yucheng's instructions, she filled the bowl with cat food, and the coal ball immediately leaped from her arms to eat. While it dined, Sheng Zhi filled its water bowl as well. She then squatted on the floor, quietly watching the little cat eat, occasionally reaching out to stroke its fluffy head. Halfway through, as if recalling something, she took out her phone to find an angle of the coal ball, snapping 2 photos to send to Xie Yuchen. Imperial edict arrives. That was close. I nearly let the cat master starve. Minister retires. I have already complained to the pet store. Sheng Zhi had not expected that he had even hired a cat feeding service. Was he really that busy lately? Imperial edict arrives. Are you busy these days? Minister retires. Thank you for your help. Sheng Zhi had always adored this little cat, and since Xie Yuchen had often assisted her, she felt compelled to reciprocate.
Consequently,
In the following days, their chat records transformed into the following exchanges. Monday. Imperial edict arrives. Okay.
Tuesday.
Imperial edict arrives. Wednesday. Minister retires. Fed the cat, thanks. Imperial edict arrives. One Friday. Imperial edict arrives. The cat has been fed. Minister retires. Thank you. At that time, Sheng Zhi was already at Xie Yucheng's home. She had shifted a lazy sofa closer, and the recently fed little cat was lazily napping in her lap. Sheng Zhi glanced at the messages on her phone screen, petting the cat as she murmured, "Your father is really something. At such a young age, you've become a left-behind child. You deadbeat dad." The microphone of the camera was not very effective, but the slight static noise still could not conceal the complaint in her words. Xie Yuchen, who was drinking water, nearly choked, hastily setting down his cup and coughing several times, his face turning crimson. Good grief, even drinking water can lead to choking. Meanwhile, Yujun, engaged in a gaming session with friends, seized the moment between hero selections to mock him. Xie Yuchen couldn't be bothered to respond, and after a moment of pause, he resumed looking at his phone. Yujun was entirely oblivious to any disdain directed towards him, continuing their casual conversation. Indeed, Xie Yuchen replied nonchalantly. One can witness humorous occurrences daily in the dormitory, which is beneficial for both mental and physical well-being. It seemed that Yujun had become engrossed in a game, thereby not continuing the dialogue. Xie Yuchen glanced at his phone, realizing that the surveillance footage no longer displayed Sheng Zhi's figure. Recently, the school had not been particularly busy. There were no competitions or examinations. Sheng Zhi's initial conjecture proved to be accurate. Wait, who are you calling a joke? Yujun's voice suddenly rose, disrupting Xie Yucheng's train of thought. Chapter 34. You are rather curious to experience it, aren't you? Perhaps fatigued from the day's endeavors. Xie Yuchen completed his grooming and fed the cat before lying down. His taut mind relaxed abruptly. He even forgot to set down his phone beforehand, drifting into slumber before he knew it. The details of the dream's inception eluded him. He only realized that a soft female form had nestled against him. Startled, Xie Yuchen instinctively recoiled, only to find his back sinking into the plush sofa. He gazed at the girl's enlarged face before him, faintly catching a whiff of a delicate peach fragrance. His eyes darted away, avoiding her gaze. Yet, the girl in his arms seemed to deliberately close the distance, compelling him to meet her eyes. Don't shy away, Xie Yuchen. Her sweet, soft voice lingered, teasing him, almost like a playful pout. Sheng Zhi's arms encircled his neck, positioning herself atop him, blocking any chance of retreat. Xie Yuchen bit his lip, blinking helplessly. He suddenly envisioned himself as a monk lost in a land of women. Xie Yuchen. Sheng Zhi's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with mischief, appearing innocent yet alluring as she gazed directly at him, her tone unabashedly seductive. You are indeed curious about the taste of my lipstick, aren't you? As she spoke, she inched closer to him. Xie Yuchen's throat tightened, his gaze uncontrollably fixated on her glistening red lips. The sticky sensation of the dream felt alarmingly vivid, and he was abruptly jolted awake. Only then did he realize that a small, plump black cat, having finished its meal, was lapping at his face beside his pillow. The unexpected movement startled the cat momentarily, which then pretended to groom its paws nonchalantly. Xie Yuchen cursed internally, taking deep breaths to regain his composure. After a couple of minutes, he emphatically ruffled the nearby coal ball in frustration before rising and heading straight to the bathroom. Upon emerging, he emanated a chill, his expression marked by displeasure. After scowling around the room, Xie Yuchen finally located the coal ball, who was dozing after its mischievous antics. He bit his lip, a cold smile forming as he firmly grasped the back of the little black cat's neck, addressing it sternly. What are you sleeping for? Get up and sleep again. The coal ball mewed in protest. He carried the cat into the shared bathroom, At 3:30 in the morning, the cat, released from the dryer, stumbled about, its fur fluffed up like a dandelion. From that day on, Xie Yuchen consciously began to avoid Sheng Zhi. The young master, well-bred and refined, found it peculiar to dream such dreams for the first time. He was not emotionally obtuse, naturally recognizing his distinct feelings toward Sheng Zhi. However, they had no significant connection to one another at present. He felt that indulging in fantasies about her in dreams was a profound disrespect towards her. He silently berated himself for a considerable time. The sudden ringing of his phone interrupted Xie Yuchen's reverie. He looked down to see it was Sheng Zhi calling. As soon as he answered, her urgent voice came through. About 10 minutes ago, before she could elaborate, the door was pushed open from the outside. Sheng Zhi was caught off guard, facing two elderly figures outside. Sheng Zhi? The elder, Mr. Xie, despite his age, spoke robustly, his tone filled with suspicion. You live here? She blinked awkwardly, glancing between Mr. Xie and the butler, Li. The butler glanced up at the door plate, confirming, indeed, this is the young master's residence. Oh no. Oh no. Sheng Zhi muttered in despair, realizing Mr. Xie was still observing her. Instantly, she plastered on a compliant smile. Hello, Grandpa. Hello, Mr. Li. Feeling it inappropriate to remain blocking the doorway, she beckoned them inside. Once they entered the living room, she quickly located the tea leaves in the cupboard, having observed the layout of Xie Yuchen's home during her recent visits to feed the cat. Little did she know, her adeptness only reinforced the old man's conviction. Indeed, my grandson is cohabiting with this young lady. Grandpa, please have some tea. Sheng Zhi placed the steaming cup in front of Mr. Xie, speaking rapidly and not allowing him a moment to reply. Afterward, she turned to escape. Hey, where are you going? Mr. Xie, oblivious to the situation, called after her. Aren't you two a couple? His words caught Sheng Zhi off guard, reminding her of that detail. She realized once more that one lie necessitates countless others to maintain. Yet, she recalled Xie Yuchen mentioning it was merely a pretense for that one time. No matter. She turned slowly, a sheepish smile on her face as she began to fabricate. To be honest, Grandpa, Xie Yuchen and I have broken up. As if fearing the elder wouldn't believe her, she nodded emphatically, reiterating, yes, we broke up. I came here today. Her gaze caught sight of the coal ball resting on the windowsill, and a flash of inspiration struck her. I came to see the cat. Now that I've seen it, I should be on my way, ha ha ha. Mr. Xie exchanged glances with Mr. Li, both men pondering the situation silently. Sheng Zhi couldn't decipher their unspoken conversation, but ultimately Mr. Xie concluded, didn't Xie Yuchen upset you? Not at all, Grandpa, Sheng Zhi replied, a hint of bitterness in her smile. Mr. Xie, having taken an immediate liking to Sheng Zhi, was disinclined to let this potential granddaughter-in-law slip away. Sheng Zhi remained silent, offering only a wry smile. In this moment, even Jesus himself would not be able to advocate on her behalf. Springing from the sofa, she sought an excuse to retreat to the restroom, where she quickly informed Xie Yuchen of the situation. Upon entering the room, 3 pairs of eyes fixated on him like searchlights. Xie Yuchen felt an involuntary chill run down his spine, the pressure mounting. Chapter 35, he wished to turn his fib into reality. Adjusting his demeanor, he approached Mr. Xie with a cheerful smile.
Grandpa.
Why didn't you let me know you were coming? I would have come to greet you personally. He took a seat beside the elder, making himself comfortable. Stand there. Xie Yuchen was taken aback, instantly jumping to his feet like a spring. I must ask, have you been scolding me lately? Mr. Xie inquired. I've been sneezing incessantly for the past few days. Xie Yuchen widened his eyes in disbelief, wondering how this was even possible. Yet, he concealed his surprise, chuckling amiably. Just stand still. Mr. Xie clearly was not amused, grumbling about his grandson's lack of decorum. Xie Yuchen promptly complied. Go apologize to Sheng Zhi, Mr. Xie ordered. While Sheng Zhi stood nearby, attempting to blend into the background, Xie Yuchen glanced at her and was suddenly flooded with inappropriate memories. Forget it. He mentally scolded himself. I'm sorry, he said sincerely. It's fine, Sheng Zhi murmured, pressing her lips together. The expressions on the two individuals' faces revealed a growing sense of guilt. Only then did old Master Xie's demeanor soften. Please have a seat. Thank you, sir. Xie Yuchen resumed his place. Throughout the entire process, nothing seemed amiss, until the old master posed the question. Now, tell me, why were you arguing? Xie Yuchen unwittingly repeated the question, only to realize mid-sentence the gravity of the matter. His tone rising with surprise. Arguing? He glanced at Sheng Zhi, initiating a probing exchange. Did we argue? Sheng Zhi, with a look of despair, nodded. We even broke up. Who orchestrated this script in his absence? What had transpired? Sheng Zhi lowered her head, wishing she could vanish on the spot. Fortunately, Xie Yuchen was quick-witted. From the scant words exchanged and the expressions of those present, he swiftly pieced together much of the story. Thus, Sheng Zhi watched as confusion morphed into realization on Xie Yuchen's face. He stepped forward, enveloping her in his embrace, glancing at his grandfather. You are right. I made her angry, we argued, but we haven't broken up. Sheng Zhi turned her head, skeptical, yet in this urgent moment, she couldn't help but be captivated by his handsome visage. With a face like that, surely he could make a name for himself in the entertainment industry. Her gaze landed on the beauty mark beneath his lip, lost in thought. What are you babbling about? I can't understand. With the old master watching, she thought to herself, please forgive me. Perhaps it was their proximity, as she could distinctly feel the faint tremor in his chest with each breath. And the warmth of his words brushed against her neck. Her ears flushed crimson, and quite inexplicably, she nodded. We've made up, so you can rest easy now, grandfather. Xie Yuchen proudly tilted his chin towards the old master. Old Master Xie exchanged glances with Butlerly, both finding his earlier excuse rather absurd. Sheng Zhi, I ask you, did you truly argue because of an uneven distribution of a 5 million lottery win? Only then did Sheng Zhi grasp the preposterous lie Xie Yuchen had concocted. Was this a rationale devised by a carbon-based life form? But at this point, she could only force herself to nod. Yes, grandfather, it was just a thought. If he wouldn't even share half the money, I feel he doesn't love me at all. As she spoke, she subtly removed Xie Yuchen's arm and created distance between them. Xie Yuchen looked at her with the expression of someone caught slacking off. I said I would give you 5 million. Sheng Zhi. Old Master Xie continued to gaze intently at the two. Sheng Zhi, deciding to go all in, began to intensify her performance. Yes, you said that, but what of it? Anyone can speak sweetly. The mere collision of lips means nothing if I don't feel your sincerity. Xie Yuchen opened his mouth, but no words emerged. He could hardly discern Sheng Zhi's current state and could only cautiously observe her expression, apologizing, I'm sorry. Humph. She turned her head, fearing she might burst into laughter. Upon witnessing the scene, old Master Xie's doubts evaporated without a trace. Who said their reason for arguing was absurd? Hadn't they just rekindled their quarrel? He quickly exchanged knowing glances with Butlerly, who, as if struck by inspiration, retrieved a stack of paper and a pen from his inner pocket and respectfully handed them to him. The old master waved his hand, scribbling something down, and soon the sound of tearing paper filled the air. Sheng Zhi then noticed a signed and stamped check before her. Her gaze fell upon the numerical section. So many zeros. Grandfather, she mutely lifted her head to look at him, her eyes questioning. What is this? The old master smiled benevolently, pressing the check into her hands. You must accept this. Sheng Zhi, momentarily shedding her earlier defiant demeanor, placed the check on the coffee table as if it were a hot potato. Take it, it's yours. The old master spoke earnestly. Ah Chun may be a bit aimless at times, but his nature is good. I hope you two can be well. I'm looking forward to the day he settles down. This wasn't he right? In dramas featuring wealthy tycoons, elders typically toss checks to humiliate the female lead and drive her away from the male lead. Why had it turned into, here us money? Please don't leave my grandson? A surge of guilt welled up within Sheng Zhi. How would they resolve this deception in the end? Xie Yuchen sensed her unease and spoke up to extricate her. Grandfather, what are you doing? Trying to morally coerce her? His tone was laced with humor, tinged with nonchalance. In the blink of an eye, the old master, who had just been fostering a loving atmosphere, was incensed by that remark. I'm just worried you'll be left alone. With the mood lightening, Sheng Zhi secretly exhaled in relief and said seriously, Grandfather, I truly cannot accept this money. Rest assured, we will not argue anymore, and we will be fine. Xie Yuchen turned his head, observing the earnestness etched on her face. Each word spoken from her moving lips was enough to ensnare his heart. A sudden, intense thought struck him. He wished to turn this lie into reality. Chapter 36. What to do if you can't write a love letter. The two took turns weaving their tales until the old master finally felt at ease. Seeing that he wouldn't be leaving anytime soon, Sheng Zhi concocted an excuse about school matters and discreetly slipped away. Coincidentally, with the weekend approaching, old Master Xie wasn't in a hurry to leave, spending 2 days at Tianshui Bay. Each morning, he would rise and pursue his grandson for a lesson in morals, often leaving Xie Yuchen overwhelmed, begging him to cease. In a bid to pacify the old master, he even devised a strategy to combat magic with magic, bringing along his dorm mate Yujun, who had been lounging about all weekend. He had hoped to divert the old master's attention, but upon learning of the situation between Xie Yuchen and Sheng Zhi from the old master, Yujun became even more enthusiastic. Thus, the once manageable chatterbox became an unbearable burden for Xie Yuchen, complicating his life exponentially. Realizing that this avenue was both unproductive and detrimental, Xie Yuchen decisively ousted Yujun from his home. He removed the items from the table and settled back beside the old master, casually opening a container while saying, "Grandfather, I believe you haven't tried this yet. It's from Sheng Zhi. You must have a taste." At the mere mention of Sheng Zhi, old Master Xie's countenance brightened significantly, as if he had received a royal decree. Just as he was about to sample it, Xie Yuchen eagerly scooped a generous spoonful of yogurt and offered it to him. Unaware of his grandson's cunning, the old master cheerfully opened his mouth to accept it. Xie Yuchen observed his grandfather's chewing motions, a triumphant smile spreading across his face as he teasingly asked, "So, what do you think, grandfather? Is it delicious?" With yogurt clogging his mouth, old Master Xie could only manage muffled sounds. Xie Yuchen, unable to contain his laughter, felt his shoulders involuntarily shake.
Ha ha ha.
Old Master Xie shot him a fierce glare, his cheeks nearly worn out from chewing, finally managing to swallow. Xie Yuchen, quick on the uptake, promptly shoved another spoonful into his mouth. After a moment of relaxation, the old master's thoughts shifted to another matter. It was time to contemplate how to turn the falsehood into truth. Time flew by, and a twelfth of Sheng Zhi's life had slipped away unnoticed. The tasks assigned by the system grew increasingly challenging, consuming more time. Ms. Yu said little, merely reminding her to take her medication and rest early. After reading the message, Sheng Zhi set down her phone, resting her chin on her hands, staring blankly at the blank manuscript paper emblazoned with Qianning University. "What's wrong? You seem rather disheartened." Sheng Zhi sighed, as if struck by a thought. She turned in her chair, took a couple of steps forward and grasped Tan Wanrong's arm. "Sister Tan, please help me." She tossed her belongings onto the table, downed a couple of gulps of water, and complained with evident displeasure. "Let me do the thankless tasks." Tan Wanrong glanced at her, intrigued. "What is bothering you?" Seeing her indignant expression, Sheng Zhi momentarily cast aside her own troubles and fanned Tan Wanrong with a paper from her desk to cool her down. "What's the matter?" Chewing held out 2 registration forms for them to see. Autumn Sports Festival, Animation Class 201 from the Arts and Design College. It seemed the sports festival was imminent. She nodded thoughtfully. "Doesn't that mean we get a break?" Tan Wanrong clearly missed the point, pulling out a chair and sitting down at the communal table. Chu Ying wore a pained expression, devoid of joy. She pointed to the empty sections on the form. "Look, no girls want to sign up for the 800 and 1500 meters. I've pleaded with them until my lips are chapped, yet they refuse. And that old Tang keeps pushing me. If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered with those trivial credits to be this wretched class monitor." She vented her frustrations. Sheng Zhi comforted her. "Just think positively. It's always like this every year, and eventually someone will sign up." Chu Ying, however, was not consoled. She scrolled through her phone contacts, screening the girls in their class, ultimately settling on her 2 roommates. Zhi. Sheng Zhi immediately averted her gaze, waving her hands in refusal. "I can't. The doctor said I shouldn't engage in strenuous exercise." Indeed. With that reminder, Chu Ying recalled that Sheng Zhi was still unwell. She casually inquired, "What exactly is your illness that hasn't healed after such a long time? Is the doctor not competent?" Realizing that speaking too much could lead to trouble, Sheng Zhi nodded randomly. "Yes, I've recently switched to a more capable doctor." Chu Ying nodded. "That's good." Then she turned to Tan Wanrong with a pitiful expression, blinking her eyes. "Sister Tan." Tan Wanrong declined. "I believe running is a very personal matter." Chu Ying pouted, her eyes reddening, as if she could burst into tears at any moment. "Tan Wanrong, I'll sign up, all right?" Despite her cool demeanor, Sister Tan was actually the most accommodating. A year older than the other girls in the dormitory, she often treated them like younger sisters. Once they pouted, she would relent. Thank you, Sister Tan, love you." Chu Ying's face brightened as she made a heart gesture towards her. "You pick one, I'll accompany you." Tan Wanrong feigned indifference. "I haven't made such messy choices in ages. I'll choose the 800 meters.
All right.
Tan Wanrong sat calmly like a doctor, theatrically adjusting her glasses, turning to Sheng Zhi. "Your turn. What's your symptom?" Sheng Zhi understood her implication and cooperated. "Doctor, What should I do if I can't write a love letter? Tan Wanrong immediately removed her glasses, examining the stack of papers in Sheng Zhi's hand, where the first line read, Dear. Chapter 37. Xie Yuchen is still too professional. Who? Your partner? Tan Wanrong abruptly raised her head, questioning Sheng Zhi seriously.
Zhu Xing.
Curious about the commotion, leaned in. Do you have someone you like? Is it Xie Yuchen? It must be, right? To prevent anyone from slandering Sheng Zhi, Chuing, who surfed various social media platforms daily, even included the Ningda Garden Forum in her patrol. As she observed a peculiar wave of niche fandom rising on the forum, she couldn't help but feel that the two were well matched, and she had repeatedly sought confirmation from Sheng Zhi. Although the answer was always the same, just friends. Chuing still believed there was potential between them. So when she heard Sheng Zhi mention writing a love letter, she became instantly excited. No. It's for an elective course assignment. Chu Ying immediately lost all interest. Mimicking Chu Ying's earlier demeanor, Sheng Zhi blinked at Tan Wanrong.
Tan Wanrong, come.
Let me teach you. She slapped the table, dismissing the task as merely an assignment. Thank you, Sister Tan. You're a lifesaver. Sheng Zhi flattered her, even scooting her chair closer. Writing a love letter boils down to a few points: sincerity, complimenting the other person, expressing your affection, and conveying your hopes for the future. As Tan Wanrong spoke, she casually grabbed a book and rolled it into a makeshift pointer. Sheng Zhi nodded eagerly, occasionally jotting down notes. After about 10 minutes, Sheng Zhi handed Tan Wanrong a glass of water, who had become parched from explaining, and sweetly massaged her shoulders. Master, I've comprehended, she declared with conviction. Then off you go. All right. The next afternoon, during the elective course, Sheng Zhi arrived punctually at the classroom, only to find Xie Yuchen had come even earlier. Gesturing to the empty seat beside him, without hesitation, she walked over, almost instinctively beginning to observe his outfit for the day. A deep blue sweater paired with casual wide-legged pants, simple yet stylish. It was the same ensemble he had worn in a photo he had inadvertently sent her that morning. However, despite the coincidence, Sheng Zhi refrained from deliberately matching him, fearing it might provoke him to avoid her for an entire week, as he had done previously. Over the past few days, Sheng Zhi had noticed a marked increase in their interactions, with him even initiating greetings both morning and evening. She speculated that it might be due to her recent assistance to him in front of her grandfather. Ultimately, it was not a bad thing. Her academic aspirations could wait. For the time being, it was crucial to maintain their relationship. Ahem. Just as Sheng Zhi sat down, she heard the person beside her cough awkwardly. Are you free tonight? Xie Yuchen asked, unusually nervous. I'm free. Sheng Zhi nodded, puzzled. What's up? I'd like to treat you to dinner. As if fearing she might decline, he quickly added, just as a thank you for helping me feed the cat for so long. Sure. Sheng Zhi smiled at him, teasingly adding. But why don't you thank me for lying to your grandfather? That's part of it too, Xie Yuchen replied after a brief silence. Feeling a little frantic inside. Why did I reveal my reason for treating you to dinner? I won tea hold back then. Sheng Zhi graciously accepted. Just then, the class bell rang, halting their conversation. Teacher Su entered with his humorous personality, ready to begin the lecture. In front of someone you admire, one must exude confidence and grace, showcasing your expertise to attract them. Although Teacher Su was reading from a script, Xie Yuchen found it inexplicably insightful and took notes.
Meanwhile,
Sheng Zhi's attitude was less enthusiastic. She was secretly playing a casual game to pass the time, occasionally doodling little scenes on the blank paper. She would occasionally glance at Xie Yuchen, noticing him paying attention in class, and felt a competitive spark igniting within her. However, she could only sustain that for a few minutes. The absent-minded young master looked bewildered. What assignment? Didn't you know? That's what you get for skipping class. Sheng Zhi teased him quietly. I was on leave. Xie Yuchen quickly defended himself, proactively explaining his situation to the teacher. He had indeed submitted a leave request, and Teacher Su merely instructed him to make it up in the next class. A few minutes later, the break ended. Teacher Su clapped his hands, urging the drowsy students to perk up. Let us engage in some interaction, shall we? The moment these words escaped my lips, the atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. Who among us would dare to move when Professor Su initiates interaction? I shall randomly select a participant to draw a letter. Perhaps one shall discover their destined romantic connection. Professor Su is indeed the epitome of someone suited for this class. She appears genuinely passionate about facilitating love. The room fell silent, all eyes awaiting the decree of this formidable figure. Professor Su surveyed the classroom, and her gaze finally settled on the unflinching Xie Yuchen. while the others either averted their eyes or stared vacantly at the floor, unwilling to meet her gaze. It was as if confidence radiated from him. There was no other choice. Xie Yuchen, you shall be the one. Xie Yuchen rose, and Sheng Zhi made way for him, allowing him to approach the front row.
Nonchalantly,
He selected an anonymous envelope from a pile. The teacher did not rush him to return to his seat. Instead, she encouraged him to read it aloud and share his thoughts with everyone. As he opened the envelope, he quickly scanned the contents of the love letter. Let us begin. The writing was adequate, conventional. One must exhibit their professionalism and charm to captivate the recipient. He pressed his lips together, then shifted his tone. From a professional standpoint, this love letter presents several issues. Allow me to illustrate a few examples. First, the subject is ambiguous. The author merely addressed it to Dear, yet the invitation or promise must be directed towards a specific subject. In the audience, Sheng Zhi blinked in confusion, continuing to listen. She licked her dry lips, suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. She recalled having penned a similar phrase herself.
furthermore, the line, "For you,
I am willing to forsake my parents and family, devoting my heart solely to you." Though these overly sentimental lines sounded melodious when recited by Xie Yuchen's clear, cool voice, Sheng Zhi's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Unaware of her discomfort, Xie Yuchen continued, "This clause is also ineffective. Respect for the elderly and love for the young is a cherished virtue in Chinese culture. My vows to you are sworn before heaven and earth. Perhaps a lawyer should testify to this." His humor interjected amidst the serious tone. Lastly, this line appears to be a mere filler based on the aforementioned multifaceted analysis. That concludes my personal observations. Thank you all. A profound silence enveloped the room. Sheng Zhi, her countenance a tapestry of complex emotions, closed her eyes, feeling a tempest of indignation and sorrow. How serious he is. Does he plan to pursue graduate studies? What does my night of effort amount to? Am I simply unfortunate? Whispers of her classmates began to circulate. Xie Yuchen is overly professional. It's rather intimidating. Keep your distance.
goodness,
What a cold-hearted fellow with a sharp tongue. Thank goodness he didn't select my letter. Indeed, it's no wonder he has remained single for so long. How on earth does Sheng Zhi endure his demeanor? Sheng Zhi felt as though she had been struck again, her heart roaring. I am not interested. Stop spreading rumors. Who is the one truly interested here? In the preceding moment, Xie Yuchen, proud of showcasing his professional demeanor, met Sheng Zhi's gaze filled with grievances, causing his heart to skip a beat. He hastily flipped through the 2 pages, still finding no signature. This was Professor Su's requirement, intended to spare students any embarrassment. Xie Yuchen felt as though he had sealed his fate. Just then, Professor Su's teasing words echoed in his mind. Those who are excessively rational often find it difficult to attract a partner. But Professor, I am merely adhering to your guidance. Please, say something. Chapter 38. A little consolation? As the bell rang, she hastily gathered her belongings, shouldering her bag and preparing to leave. Aren't you going to eat? Xie Yuchen blurted out, fearing she might vanish in an instant. What a nonsensical inquiry. He watched her retreating figure, suddenly realizing the arduous path of pursuing someone. No sooner had she seated herself than the dormitory door swung open once more. Chu Ying leaned against the door frame, one hand grasping the handle while the other rested on her hip, panting to regain her breath. With such a breathless state, she still found time to tease Sheng Zhi. Why are you running so fast? Is someone pursuing you? You should truly consider joining a sports event. As she spoke, she noticed Sheng Zhi's dejected expression. Immediately, she calmed herself, stepping forward and shutting the door behind her. What's wrong? Sheng Zhi moved closer, enveloping her in an embrace, her tone laced with unutterable grievance. Chu Ying, do you have any idea what I just endured? Though Chu Ying was unaware of the details, she comforted her by patting her back. It's all right, just tell me. Sheng Zhi recounted Xie Yuchen's critique of her love letter in its entirety, concluding with a face of despair. It was truly humiliating. He was far too excessive. That was indeed outrageous. Chu Ying exclaimed indignantly. Absolutely. In the boys' dormitory, Ding Zhao and Yu Jun exchanged glances, then turned their attention to Xie Yuchen, both shaking their heads. Yu Jun popped a chip into his mouth, seizing the moment to add insult to injury. Your remarks remind me of a strategist from the Three Kingdoms era, named Zhuge something? Xie Yuchen lifted his eyelids to regard him. Zhuge Liang. Yu Jun extended his finger, gesturing vaguely in the air, completing his thought. Yu Jun, it's evident you lack any wit, he frowned, casually kicking Yu Jun's chair leg. causing the latter to nearly topple from his seat. I sought your advice, not to have you create chaos. Yuchen, unfazed, retorted. You inflict harm without a second thought. Why now the pangs of guilt? As if struck by an epiphany, he paused eating his chips and leaned closer. Squinting at Xie Yuchen, have you finally recognized your true feelings and intend to pursue Sheng Zhi? Xie Yuchen, unperturbed by the revelation, merely regarded him with a sardonic smile. You have become increasingly perceptive of human emotions lately. I have always been aware of your endeavors. Yuchen responded slowly. Xie Yuchen refrained from further banter, redirecting his focus to Ding Zhao, who was engrossed in his phone. Ding, what do you think I should do? As the sole one among them with a girlfriend, Ding Zhao's standing had naturally risen. He flipped his phone face down on the table, tapping his fingers absent-mindedly as he pondered. What was her reaction after you finished? Xie Yuchen replied. She dashed out the moment class ended and even declined my invitation to dinner. That's a clear indication she's angry. Yuchen interjected. Apologize to her. And perhaps offer a gift to win her over. Sheng Zhi is generally quite amiable. She might forgive you. Yuchen, the perennial single, dispensed advice as though he were a romantic sage. Xie Yuchen had indeed contemplated this. He was aware of Sheng Zhi's preferences, her beloved little black cat.
Yet,
How could he propose? Sheng Zhi, my cat can perform a backflip. Would you care to see? The very thought felt absurd. What are you pondering? Yuchen interrupted, tapping the table. Are you even listening to me? Xie Yuchen waved dismissively. All right, I shall consider it further. This left Yuchen and Ding Zhao exchanging glances. Thank you. My dearing AI Qing. The rich, delicate sweetness of cream unfurled on her tongue, and Sheng Zhi turned to express her gratitude to Chewing with a smile. Having just returned from downstairs, Chewing glanced at the cake on Sheng Zhi's desk, a mysterious smile crossing her lips. As long as you're happy, I shall take my leave for a bath. With that, she embraced her nightgown, humming a tune as she made her way to the bathroom. Not long after, the notification sound from WeChat suddenly chimed. She picked up her phone and saw a message from Xie Yuchen. Imperial Edict received. Imperial Edict received. What's wrong? The other side displayed typing for quite a while. After some time, a new message finally appeared in the chat box.
I apologize. Sorry.
I apologize. Today was my fault. I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Imperial Edict received. I'm not angry. The more Xie Yuchen read those cold words, the more his heart sank. However, in reality, Sheng Zhi was genuinely not angry. She merely felt a bit embarrassed. Now that she had calmed down, she had already let it go. Comparatively, the incident with the automatic umbrella on the first day of class was far more mortifying. She managed to soothe herself. I truly wish I could live for another 500 years. Suddenly, the startling WeChat ringtone rang out, causing her to almost snap the fork in her hand. Oh my gosh! Even Bianjing, who was engrossed in a drama, flinched, quickly patting her chest, exclaiming, You scared me to death. Sheng Zhi flashed her an apologetic smile and hurriedly went to the balcony with her phone. She stared at the incoming call from Xie Yuchen, his avatar illuminating the screen, feeling a moment of panic. After hesitating for a moment, she pressed to answer. Xie Yuchen? She didn't understand why she felt so guilty, glancing around the dormitory. Relieved to find no one paying attention, she deliberately lowered her voice, as though she were meeting a member of a clandestine organization. Xie Yuchen gazed at the girl on the screen. The warm yellow light on the balcony could not conceal her exquisite features. Is there something you need? Seeing that the person on the other end remained silent, Sheng Zhi continued to inquire in a slightly irritated tone. Xie Yuchen pressed his lips together, his voice slightly hoarse. Are you really not angry? Sheng Zhi blinked, about to affirm that she truly wasn't angry. However, upon catching a glimpse of his strikingly handsome face and his rare expression of unease, she suddenly felt a sense of novelty and a mischievous urge to tease him. Clearing her throat, she feigned seriousness. What would you do if I were angry? The voice transmitted through the phone was a bit muffled, yet still melodious. She heard Xie Yuchen cautiously suggest, Then I would coax you? Chapter 39. Can we do this together? As for how he intended to coax her, Sheng Zhi had no idea, because the moment Xie Yuchen finished that sentence, she inexplicably cut off the video. She stood on the balcony for a while, allowing the cool night breeze to dissipate the warmth on her face. Sheng Zhi now believed that her love letter was indeed poorly written. The 2 pages of heartfelt words she had painstakingly compiled were nowhere near as impactful as Xie Yuchen's recent remark, which had sent her heart racing. After contemplating, she looked down at her phone again, her slender fingers dancing across the screen. Meanwhile, Xie Yuchen stared at the abruptly ended video call in their chat box, feeling quite defeated. Shortly after, Sheng Zhi's new message pushed the video call up in the chat. Imperial edict received. The perennial top student, the scholarship recipient Xie Yuchen, did not comprehend. He took a screenshot of the message and shared it in their dormitory group chat. After a moment's thought, he exited and directly sought out Ding Zhao's WeChat. I apologize, image. I apologize. What does this mean? Scholarship recipient, what did you two discuss? Scholarship recipient, it should have been encouragement. Xie Yuchen put down his phone, touched his earlobe, and pondered the context for a moment. I apologize. I understand. Their conversation came to an end. On the 16th floor of Tianshui Bay, the lights in the apartment opposite Sheng Zhi remained lit all night. A little black cat, waking in the middle of the night, noticed the glow from its owner's room, lazily crawled in, jumped onto the desk, and found a cozy corner to curl up in. Xie Yuchen lifted his gaze from a pile of waste paper, gently ruffled the cat's fluffy head, and then resumed his fervent writing. The following day, Xie Yuchen yawned, sporting dark circles under his eyes as he arrived punctually in the classroom. Naturally, he could not escape the sarcastic remarks from Yujun. Ding Zhao, sitting in the back row, was a bit surprised by his appearance, thinking that Xie Yuchen might be genuinely exhausted. Bro, let us swap seats. I need to catch some sleep. Sure. Ding Zhao positioned himself in the row behind him. It wouldn't be as conspicuous for him to doze off there. He cautiously placed his textbooks, filled with materials, on the back row desk, then stood up to switch places with Ding Zhao. As soon as he sat down, he buried his head and tried to seize the fleeting moments of sleep, utterly unaware that the girl seated to his left was secretly watching him with a flushed face. Chai Jiu carefully stole glances at the back of the boy's head, her slightly pursed lips curving upwards. This was Xie Yuchen. Who wouldn't be fond of a handsome guy? She took a deep breath, attempting to calm her racing heart. After all, they were in class. Xie Yuchen didn't take advantage of his good grades to slack off. After about 10 minutes of dozing, he lifted his head, his expression weary as he looked at the blackboard. Likely due to his lack of sleep, his brain was slow to respond, so he glanced down at his textbook. The teacher was discussing page 89. A soft reminder from a girl reached his ears. He turned his head, and only then noticed someone was sitting next to him. He politely thanked her and expressionlessly flipped to that page. It wasn't until the teacher announced, class dismissed, that the previously lethargic classroom suddenly buzzed with activity. Xie Yuchen stretched his shoulders, and Yujun immediately turned to him, exclaiming, "Let us go eat." Yujun, with his keen eyes, quickly spotted something tucked inside Xie Yuchen's book and reached out to touch it. What's this? Xie Yuchen impatiently clicked his tongue, swatting his hand away. Don't touch. He then hurriedly packed his book and got up to leave. Are you planning to murder your roommate? Yujun exaggeratedly clutched his hand. Ding Zhao patted his shoulder as though watching a play. Let us go. The two left the classroom, one after the other. As most students had already departed, Chai Jiu sighed softly and prepared to leave as well. However, just as she looked down, her attention was drawn to something quietly lying on the ground. Sheng Zhi had no classes in the afternoon and was persuaded by Chu Ying and Tan Wanrong to accompany them to the track for an 800-meter practice. With the intention of providing them with moral support, she decided to join. The weather was beautiful that day, and the weak sunlight occasionally filtered through the tree branches onto the steps outside the silicone track. She sat on the bottom tier near the track, timing the two. Before they began, Chu Ying had confidently declared that she would secure first place in the entire college, but after one lap, her running form had become utterly disheveled. She resembled a zombie from Plants vs. Zombies. This comparison made Sheng Zhi unable to suppress her laughter. In contrast, Tan Wanrong finished the entire session without breaking a sweat, as if she had merely taken a leisurely stroll. Chu Ying, gasping for breath, staggered to the finish line, her legs weak, nearly collapsing onto Sheng Zhi. Yet, she didn't forget to complain, I've sacrificed too much for this wretched comprehensive score. If I don't get to keep my research recommendation, I'll just die right here. Sheng Zhi promptly covered her mouth. Don't say such nonsense. Meanwhile, Tan Wanrong, with a straight face, told a dark joke. Then the three of us can go for that recommendation together. Having tasted the bitterness of the ordeal, coupled with the sun beating down relentlessly, Chu Ying resolutely refused to continue practicing. She stubbornly dragged Sheng Zhi and the others to a popular dessert shop on Commercial Street, claiming she needed to reward herself. As it wasn't the time for classes to end, there weren't many people on Commercial Street. Sheng Zhi stood behind her roommates, shielding her eyes from the blinding light, her gaze wandering. It was at this moment that Xie Yuchen appeared, his baseball cap neatly hiding his hair, softening the arrogance that usually surrounded him. Just as she was about to call out to him, she felt a hat placed atop her head, casting a shadow over most of her face and making her eyes easier to open. Sheng Zhi lowered her gaze, her raven-like lashes forming delicate shadows beneath her eyes, concealing the momentary daze within. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the takeout bag from a certain restaurant that he held in his hand. "What are you doing here?" As she spoke, she raised her hand, preparing to take off her hat to return it to Xie Yuchen. However, he swiftly pushed the brim of her hat down further, saying, "Keep it on. The sun is quite harsh." "I came to get something to eat," he added, raising the item in his hand. At this hour, the cafeteria had long run out of food, which explained his presence here. "Are you only just having lunch now?" Sheng Zhi inquired. For some reason, following yesterday's incident, she felt a subtle awkwardness lingering between them. She hesitated before saying, "One should eat on time. Otherwise, it's not good for the stomach." She was a case in point. Xie Yuchen found her slow demeanor endearing. He nodded, acknowledging her words.
Can I join you?
He asked. Chapter 40, Love Letters and Self-Reflections. After watching Xie Yuchen's figure disappear around the street corner, Sheng Zhi adjusted her hat and turned around nonchalantly. Naturally, this led to some playful teasing from Chu Ying and Tan Wanrong. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Sheng Zhi received a message from Xie Yuchen. "I'm at Gate 3 waiting for you." She recognized that they had often met at that spot during their previous encounters. Gate 3 was quite close to her dormitory, and she arrived shortly. After circling the parking area, she identified Xie Yuchen's car by its license plate. The black Cayenne had its windows tightly closed, and she walked around to the passenger side. Upon entering, she could faintly hear the voices of boys inside the car. "I'm truly sorry for any inconvenience caused by yesterday's events. To express my apologies, I wrote a letter." Sheng Zhi strained to hear, her delicate brows furrowing slightly in confusion as she reached to open the passenger door. The panic flashed across Xie Yuchen's face as he turned to look ahead, pretending nothing was amiss. Seeing his reaction, Sheng Zhi almost thought she had opened the door to a restroom instead. Xie Yuchen quickly regained his composure and turned to greet her, saying, "Come on in." "All right." Sheng Zhi smiled and entered the car. While fastening her seatbelt, she couldn't resist teasing him. "What were you rambling on about just now?" Reciting, he replied without hesitation. Sheng Zhi gave him a thumbs up, completely believing him. Once she was settled, Xie Yuchen said little more and focused on driving. 20 minutes later, the black Cayenne stopped at Tianshui Bay. "Thank you," Sheng Zhi said, unfastening her seatbelt and preparing to exit. The car door remained locked, and Xie Yuchen bit his lip, calling out to her, "Wait a moment." He casually reached behind to retrieve a backpack lying quietly in the back seat. Sheng Zhi watched as he pulled out an envelope and handed it to her. Her eyes fell on it before quickly shifting back to Xie Yuchen's face. "What is this?" Xie Yuchen, unusually nervous, momentarily forgot the lines he had rehearsed. Yet he feigned composure and succinctly uttered a single word, reflection. Sheng Zhi did not expect him to say that, and a smile spread across her face. "Did you write this?" Xie Yuchen nodded, a hint of red creeping into his ears. "Honestly, you don't have to take it so seriously. I'm really not upset." Sheng Zhi smiled as she took the envelope, glancing at it with genuine curiosity about its contents. "Since you wrote it, I'll accept it. Let us consider this matter closed." "It was quite embarrassing," she said lightly. "Also," Sheng Zhi tilted her head to look at him. "What is it?" Half a minute later, Xie Yuchen resignedly rummaged through the bag, pulling out something to fill the void. Sheng Zhi focused and exclaimed, "It's the automatic umbrella I asked you for earlier." Xie Yuchen, realizing what he had done, sighed, "Forget it." As he tried to retract his hand, she deftly caught the umbrella. "Thank you," she said. Xie Yuchen, looking somewhat deflated for having lost it, nodded disinterestedly. Before he could lower his hand, he was unexpectedly handed a packet of grape-flavored hard candies. Surprise flickered in his eyes as he raised an eyebrow at Sheng Zhi. "It's a matter of reciprocity," she explained. "I only have this on me, and since you have low blood sugar, it could be useful." Xie Yuchen, feeling slightly guilty, licked his lips. "All right." Their conversation concluded, they exited the car in succession and entered the elevator. Once the doors closed, Sheng Zhi could not help but bounce with excitement. Wonderful. Another matching item. Mixue, rarely free from overtime, was already in the kitchen experimenting with a new recipe for nourishing and stomach-friendly dishes. Sheng Zhi, biting the milk bag, turned to leave but couldn't resist reminding her, "You need to cook this on low heat." She sniffed, sensing something might be burning.
Ms.
You responded. Sheng Zhi emptied her bag, and the envelope Xie Yuchen had given her landed quietly on the bed. She rubbed her hands together and eagerly grabbed the envelope, sitting cross-legged on the bed, unable to wait to open it. The moment she glanced at it, she was struck by Xie Yuchen's strong, elegant handwriting, which exuded a certain carefree quality, much like him. Sheng Zhi felt a twinge of envy. Having once thought that such handwriting was something one unlocked automatically upon growing up. Shaking off her random thoughts, she focused on reading the contents. Only the final sentence felt somewhat less formal. Finally, I earnestly request that you, Sheng Zhi, be magnanimous and forgive me this once. Sheng Zhi chuckled upon seeing the hand-drawn emoticon at the end. It was rather unexpected. After contemplating for a moment, she picked up her phone from the bed and sent Xie Yuchen a message. Saint's edict, I've read it. Then, playfully, she returned a certain phrase to him. Saint's edict. Quite conventional, isn't it? I've retreated. Imitation, this letter is indeed more rationally written. After all, it is a reflection. It should carry an attitude of apology. Sheng Zhi had yet to ponder the deeper meaning behind his words when she heard Mixue's voice from outside. Zhi, tidy up. We're going out for dinner tonight. Oh, okay. Sheng Zhi replied, setting her phone down, guessing that Mixue had likely burnt something in the kitchen again. After washing up, Sheng Zhi climbed into bed and retrieved her old Nokia from the bedside table. The text message interface displayed 2 unread messages. Current duplication value, 2. Total duplication value, 32. Please keep up the good work. She put the old phone away, took out her regular phone, opened a group chat on her secondary account, and posted a group announcement. Soon, several photos were sent in the chat. Satisfied, she sent a red envelope to the sender and saved the pictures into a private album. After completing all these tasks, she set her phone down and drifted into a beautiful slumber. The next day, though it was Saturday, she had already signed up for a lecture to earn credits with Chewing. The event was conveniently located in a lecture hall in the art building. Perhaps it was a trick of the mind, but on her way there, she felt as though curious glances were occasionally cast her way. Ignoring it, she entered the art building and messaged Chewing to inform her of her arrival. Unexpectedly, she received a link in response. Chewing Future. Received the link to Xie's love letter. Chapter 41. What should I do? Dear, it began. As you read these clumsy words of mine, I must confess that my inability to grasp the romantic intricacies of language is a significant flaw in my character, for which I sincerely apologize once more. It has been 3 hours since I picked up the pen. Gazing at the few lines on the paper, I find myself at a loss. Perhaps I truly lack the talent for writing love letters. Thus, I have spent a long time simply looking at the letter paper, thinking of you. Sheng Zhi's cool fingertips traced over the images of the 2 pages of the love letter, her lips pressed into a straight line, her gaze fixated on one spot, leaving one to ponder what thoughts occupied her mind. Moment latte. She continued to gaze at the words on the screen. I hope that my uninvited disclosure of my feelings will not cause you any distress, for that is certainly not my intention. My affection for you has been a unilateral endeavor, and you need not feel any pressure or burden. Regardless of any disparity between reality and expectation, I have long been prepared. Please prioritize your own feelings. However, before the final outcome arrives, while I can still face you with composure, I wish to convey my sentiments to you. Yours sincerely, Xie Yuchen. Sheng Zhi took a deep breath and licked her lips. Some people truly have a way with words, crafting a love letter that begins with deceit. They are clearly well-versed in the art of romance. Her excessively saccharine vows had indeed lost their charm. Internally, Sheng Zhi raised a small white flag in surrender. She scrolled back to the first photo, magnifying it for a closer look. The name following the words dear had been obscured, and upon checking the account of the poster, it appeared to be a secondary account, likely to conceal their identity. She tucked away her phone and entered the classroom, searching for a suitable corner. Just as she settled in, Chewing rushed in with fervor, plopping down on the chair next to her. What on earth is going on with Xie Yuchen? She exclaimed, still slightly breathless. Sheng Zhi shook her head in confusion. I don't know. No. What does he mean by that? Chu Ying's frustration grew. That scoundrel. He has someone he likes and yet toys with your feelings. Does he think he has some kind of Casanova? Sheng Zhi blinked. Don't say that. We're not being ambiguous. Chewing shot her a look that screamed disbelief. Not being ambiguous? You two wear matching outfits every few days. Her words struck a chord with Sheng Zhi. Realization dawned as she pulled out her phone and reviewed the post again, studying it intently for several minutes. Is he confessing to the girl he likes? She asked, pointing at the phone. Chewing, unfazed by her calmness, replied, "Isn't that obvious, sister? What do you think the chances are that this girl named will accept?" Xue Yuchen silently pulled up an earlier post about the must-try places at Ning University, holding her phone up. "What is your take?" It was already noted on the must-try list that Xie Yuchen was quite the ladiesman. Moreover, he had publicly shared his love letter. Was that not a blatant display of affection? All right, she conceded weakly. Does that mean he has a girlfriend? Indeed. Sheng Zhi finally grasped the gravity of the situation, cradling her head in her hands. What am I to do? Exactly. What will you do? Xue Yuchen echoed with a dramatic sigh. Despite being on completely different wavelengths, they found common ground in their shared dilemma. Is my story destined to end in such an undignified manner? Xue Yuchen lamented. Is my existence to be curtailed for some moral reason? The activity host had arrived, and a massive QR code was projected onto the screen. Sheng Zhi, feeling dejected, lay her head on the desk, pondering the weighty matters of morality and life. Xue Yuchen nudged her arm. Quickly scanned the code to sign in. Oh, Sheng Zhi mumbled, sluggishly accessing the campus app to check in, then staring blankly at the screen. Noticing her prolonged inaction, Xue Yuchen prodded. What are you thinking about? Sigh. Sheng Zhi's gaze sharpened as she turned to her. If suffering is a talent, then I must be exceptionally gifted. Xue Yuchen remained silent. I have been endowed with a rather unfortunate aptitude, Sheng Zhi continued, her tone softening with an unspoken grievance. Seeing her distress, Xue Yuchen felt a wave of concern. Gigi, have you really developed feelings for him to this extent? It was no wonder she felt alarmed. Aside from their friendship, she had been a fan of the pair until today. Those who frequently engage with fandoms know that there are two fears. 1. Realizing the object of their affection is a sham. 2. Discovering it is all too real. With Xue Yuchen's words, Sheng Zhi felt even more despondent. Burying her head in her arms, she sighed heavily. You wouldn't understand. Xue Yuchen glanced at the overcast sky, feeling the weight of Sheng Zhi's melancholy. She hastily typed on her phone's keyboard, updating Tan Wenrong. Xue Yuchen future. It seems she's about to cry. What should we do? Tan, 8 handsome guys. Should I find someone to give Xie Yuchen a beating? Xue Yuchen future. Damn Xie Yuchen, I curse him with familial burdens and midlife unemployment. Just as Xie Yuchen reached the law school entrance, he sneezed several times. He naturally attributed this to Yujun and proceeded into the teaching building. Meanwhile, in a stairwell classroom across the main thoroughfare from the law school, the host was animatedly speaking while the early rising students below struggled to stay awake. As Xue Yuchen continued to shake Sheng Zhi's sleeve, she became aware of her own fading consciousness. Blinking away her drowsiness, she lifted her head, bleary-eyed. What's wrong? Xue Yuchen handed her the phone to see. It was still the post about Xie Yuchen's love letter. With fewer students in attendance earlier, the university students who were not in class began to stir, eager for gossip. Before long, the post surged in popularity and the comment section was abuzz. Xie Yuchen actually writes love letters. This is so sweet. I might just ship you two. I'm all in. Who is this? A secondary account? Nope. Suddenly, the sentiment in the comments shifted. Given the rampant rumors about Sheng Zhi and Xie Yuchen, everyone had assumed they were a couple. Now, with a genuine sister of Xie Yuchen appearing with his love letter, it caught everyone off guard. Sheng Zhi glanced at the comments. Noting the mix of opinions, some condemned Xie Yuchen as a scoundrel. Others questioned the letter's authenticity, while a few maliciously speculated about who the other party might be. Having read through the comments, Sheng Zhi returned the phone, muttering indignantly, what a jumble of nonsense. They should each compensate me 2,000 yuan. Xue Yuchen opened her mouth to respond but noticed Sheng Zhi signaling her to be quiet. She connected her Bluetooth headset and gestured her phone. I need to take a call. As soon as she answered, an urgent voice came through. Tinged with a hint of malicious glee, Sheng Zhi, Xie Yuchen is in a fight. Chapter 42. I truly have no time for your antics. Before Sheng Zhi could comprehend how this concern related to her, the voice on the other end urgently added. Law school, 5th floor, room 506. Hurry. The line then went dead. She stared blankly at her phone for a couple of seconds.
Who was that?
Xue Yuchen asked. Tanjia. Sheng Zhi replied slowly. She said something about Xie Yuchen getting beaten up. Xue Ying's eyes lit up, recalling their earlier conversation on WeChat with Tan Wenrong, praising. That's my Tanjia for you, she always follows through. Glancing at the self-indulgent host on stage, she tugged at Sheng Zhi's sleeve, raising her eyebrows. Let us go stir up some excitement. With that, the two of them crouched low and stealthily slipped out through the back door of the classroom. In truth, Xue Yuchen had misunderstood. Xie Yuchen getting into a fight had nothing to do with Tan Wenrong. she had merely thought about it. Coincidentally, she had recently started dating a sophomore from the law school. They were currently in the throes of romance, and Tan Wanrong was still riding the high of their new relationship, even agreeing to help her younger brother with homework on weekends, an unusually burdensome task. Earlier that morning, Chewing had teased her about it. She had thought it was rather peculiar that Tan would agree to something so challenging for her brother. This thought lingered until they entered the law school building. With her exquisite makeup but a lackluster demeanor, Tan Jia was engrossed in her phone, typing her grievances while yawning and hurrying along. As she passed by classroom 506, she inadvertently glanced up and caught sight of two boys facing off through a slightly ajar door. The moment she heard one of them, a boy's voice, indignantly scold, "Xie Yuchen, what kind of man are you?" Her ears perked up as if triggered by a key piece of information.
Ah, so it was indeed Xie Yuchen. Who was the other boy?
Before Tan Wanrong could ponder further, she saw the two had begun to exchange blows. The scene was so intense it swiftly cured her years of strabismus, and she found her eyes wide open in fascination. Stealing glances, she stealthily called Sheng Zhi to alert her. Having completed her mission, she hesitated not a moment longer and activated her camera, raising her phone to the glass of the door in an attempt to capture Xie's disgraceful state, intending to send it to Sheng Zhi to vent her frustrations. In the next moment, the two large doors swung open without warning, nearly causing Tan Wanrong to drop her device. As she lifted her gaze, she found the two combatants had somehow arrived at the doorway, one on the left and the other on the right, both glaring at her. When Sheng Zhi arrived, she was greeted by this very scene. Xie Yuchen sat on a bench in the second row, his mouth swollen, hair tousled, brow furrowed low, and an unusual glint of hostility in his eyes. The other boy sat a good distance away, perched on a desk, one foot on the ground and the other resting on a chair, a disgruntled expression emblazoned across his bruised face. In between them sat Tan Wanrong, alternating her gaze between the two. Upon seeing Sheng Zhi and Chewing arrive, Tan Wanrong eagerly stood to greet them, exchanging knowing glances with Sheng Zhi. "I told you there are plenty of boys, didn't I? This younger student came charging in for you," she whispered conspiratorially. Upon encountering Sheng Zhi was suddenly overwhelmed with unease. She dared not look at him and quickly turned her gaze to Xie Yuchen. Even that felt too daunting. Instead, she found herself staring at the ceiling fan in the classroom, which was indeed quite a fan. As she momentarily evaded reality, both boys had now approached her. "I'm not aware of the forum situation," Xie Yuchen interjected before Sheng Yi could speak, wincing as he referred to the injury at the corner of his mouth. Sheng Zhi's almond-shaped eyes widened slightly, a flicker of secret delight stirring within her. Just as she was about to inquire further, she heard Sheng Yi's irate voice. "You cheating scumbag, what are you pretending for? Thinking you can bully Sheng Zhi just because she's nice? You dare to argue in front of so many people? I should have hit you harder." The tension between the two escalated. Witnessing Sheng Yi's brazen demeanor made Sheng Zhi's head throb. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to appear composed, though her displeasure was unmistakable. "Are you out of your mind?" "Yes, I'm talking about you. Are you mentally ill? You're eyeing the pot while eating from the bowl." Sheng Yi chimed in. Xie Yuchen merely raised his eyelids, casting a fleeting glance at Sheng Yi. Though he said nothing, Sheng Yi felt as if he had been reprimanded. Frustrated, Sheng Zhi closed her eyes briefly, her lips forming a subtle upward curve as she kicked Sheng Yi's shin. "I meant you." In response to the unexpected jolt, Sheng Yi leaped in place, yelping in pain. "Sheng Zhi, you love-struck fool. Don't you have any conscience? You've never faced such humiliation in your life, and I'm trying to help you. Yet you still defend him, even after he cheated." Despair etched across Sheng Zhi's face. She implored, "Please, just be quiet. His cheating has nothing to do with you. Nor with me. I'm not his girlfriend. With technology being so advanced, why don't you ask your mom to whisper to your dad to give you some money for brain transplant?" Having finished her tirade, Tan Wanrong and Chewing finally understood the nature of the two's relationship and exchanged glances, silently deciding to observe the unfolding drama.
Sheng Yi,
still a bit dazed from the verbal assault, moved his lips but emitted no sound. Only Xie Yuchen, unable to restrain himself, quietly proclaimed, "I didn't cheat." Now fully cognizant of his own circumstances, Sheng Yi glanced at the bruise on Xie Yuchen's face. Initially feeling guilty, the memory of having taken several punches bolstered his resolve. "The forum said you two were a couple. How was I supposed to know it was false? If you're not a couple, why are you dressed alike? My affairs are none of your business." Sheng Zhi felt utterly drained. "Just leave. I really don't have the energy to deal with you right now. You think I care about your matters? Sheng Yi spat, slamming the door as he stormed out. With a deep sigh, Sheng Zhi turned to Xie Yuchen. I apologize on his behalf. Xie Yuchen appeared to be in a relatively good mood, protective of his sister.
Which she could understand.
Sheng Zhi, not wishing to prolong the conversation, intended to bid farewell and leave with chewing. However, Xie Yuchen preempted her. Let us talk. Half an hour later, Xie Yuchen sat on a bench by Ruinqi Lake, the cool breeze from the water alleviating the heat from his wounds. She extended her hand, offering iodine and a cotton swab, her gaze lingering on the injury at the corner of his mouth as she apologized again. I'm sorry, don't mind Sheng Yi. He was never taken to the hospital by his mother when he had a fever as a child. Xie Yuchen chuckled at her words, but inadvertently tugged at the wound on his lip, quickly reverting to a stoic expression. Do you really dislike him? He asked, piercing through Sheng Zhi's concealed thoughts. I just don't like him, she replied, believing she could admit it calmly, yet her voice dipped several degrees, revealing a hint of jealousy. What? Xie Yuchen didn't quite catch her words. Her unseemly thoughts were whisked away by the wind, concealed amidst the calls of the swans. It's nothing. Sheng Zhi wished to change the subject, pushing the medicine closer to him. You should treat that. It would be a shame if it left a scar. Xie Yuchen cast his gaze down at the medicine in her hand, but did not take it. It seems a bit inconvenient. As he spoke, he shot a meaningful glance at Sheng Zhi, his tone playful. Sheng Zhi, if you're going to help someone go all the way, that is not too difficult. She focused on unscrewing the bottle cap, wetting the cotton swab, and then said to Xie Yuchen, come a little closer. He obediently leaned in, his chin slightly raised, a trace of amusement sparkling in his eyes. It might hurt a bit. Just bear with it, she cautioned, as the cool touch of the swab alleviated some of his discomfort. Xie Yuchen fixated on the girl before him, her lips pressed lightly together, her expression focused. His gaze darkened, and he swallowed hard, momentarily entranced by her presence.
Sorry.
Sheng Zhi's movements grew gentler as she took her time applying the medication. After a long while, she exhaled slowly, putting away the remaining items and repacking her bag. It's done. Thank you. Sheng Zhi stood up, dusting off her sleeves, and casually remarked, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. At that moment, a hand grasped her slender wrist through the fabric of her clothing. That letter was written by me, but I don't know that person. Originally, I meant to. He met Sheng Zhi's clear, unclouded gaze and suddenly hesitated. Gradually, he released her wrist, finishing his sentence, it was my makeup assignment for an elective course. Feeling guilty after uttering those last words, Xie Yuchen mentally scolded himself. He had intended to apologize by gifting it to her. For me? Sheng Zhi was taken aback. Yes, but I accidentally lost it. I intended to look for it in the classroom today. In an unexpected turn of events, she encountered Sheng Yi and was inexplicably met with a beating. He succinctly clarified the sequence of events. Was it related to that letter of reflection? Sheng Zhi belatedly recalled his hesitant demeanor from the previous day in the car, which made sense now. With a nod, Xie Yuchen maintained his outward composure, though inwardly, his heart raced. I never imagined someone else would take it away. I will clarify those rumors. While he was lost in his own turmoil, the girl before him had long since turned her thoughts away from any gossip. Sheng Zhi extracted a crucial piece of information from his lengthy explanation. So, you do not have a girlfriend, correct? Her excitement was unmistakable. Xie Yuchen nodded, stating, not at the moment. This is wonderful. Sheng Zhi was so elated that she unintentionally spoke her thoughts aloud. Realizing this might not be appropriate, she quickly covered her mouth, yet a smile escaped her eyes. That is not what I meant. To be honest, Xie Yuchen was equally puzzled by her intentions. Her joy seemed genuine, yet it appeared to diverge from his understanding. Sheng Zhi licked her lips, her tone light and buoyant. Xie Yuchen, could you promise me something? Xie Yuchen looked at her in silence. Could you refrain from dating for a while? This request seemed a bit unreasonable even to Sheng Zhi herself. Yet, if Xie Yuchen were to get a girlfriend, no matter how thick-skinned she was, it would be embarrassing for her to continue being his academic companion. Wouldn't her little life be in jeopardy? Weighing the pros and cons, she decisively opted to prevent Xie Yuchen from entering a relationship. Better to inconvenience others than to compromise her own happiness. Besides, it was merely for a year. She did not wish for him to remain single for life.
Why?
He silently observed Sheng Zhi's expression, attempting to discern any shared sentiments in her eyes. Unfortunately, fate was not on his side. After a moment of contemplation, Sheng Zhi sheepishly fabricated a rather absurd rationale. Only the unattractive engage in romance. Upon saying this, She mentally apologized to all those in relationships.
Oh.
Xie Yuchen scoffed lightly and responded, "Beauty sells air conditioners? How can it be this cold?" He pointed to the corner of his mouth. "I am currently unattractive." Sheng Zhi looked on in horror. "What nonsense are you speaking about this magnificent face?" Xie Yuchen was once again amused by her exaggerated tone. "You are not unattractive at all. This is merely the charm of battle damage. Quite handsome." She nodded in conviction. Xie Yuchen observed her quietly, momentarily questioning whether her request was a subtle way of teasing him. He deliberately leaned closer, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "Sheng Zhi, your words lead me to believe you might have feelings for me." Sheng Zhi's pupils widened in shock. How could that be? Her instinctive reaction was the most genuine. Xie Yuchen's gaze dimmed for a brief moment, but he quickly inhaled deeply as if coming to a realization. Never mind, liking someone is a personal choice. He did not wish to gain anything from Sheng Zhi. He simply appreciated her as she was. This current situation was quite satisfactory. Xie Yuchen glanced at the time. It was nearing midnight. Meanwhile, Sheng Zhi was pondering how to make amends when Xie Yuchen took the plastic trash she had been clutching. He carried the bag of medicine and ascended the nearby stairs. "Let us go. We need to make up for that previous meal." Sheng Zhi sighed in relief. Trailing behind Xie Yuchen with a question, "You still haven't agreed to my request?"
Oh.
She had 2 electronic devices on her desk, typing with her right hand while tapping on an electronic wooden fish with her left. "What does that mean?" Sheng Zhi put down her bag and leaned over to inquire. "I've spoken too much this morning. I need to accumulate some good deeds for myself." As she spoke, Chewing tapped the cyber wooden fish twice more with her left hand and swiped her phone screen with her right. "Oh my!" Sheng Zhi was startled by her sudden exclamation. "Come quickly." Chewing waved her hand, presenting her phone. Sheng Zhi looked over skeptically. The homepage of Ning Family Garden Forum had just refreshed with a new post. From Xie Yuchen. Chapter 44. When did you switch to law school, Junior? Chung has retired. Accepting love letter ghostwriting. 10 yuan flat rate. Small business. No haggling. Sheng Zhi smacked her lips. It was her first encounter with such a uniquely clever method of clarification. This was akin to admitting that the love letter on the forum was written by him, while simultaneously denying that it was directed solely at the poster. Moreover, no one would speculate about which girl he was writing for, since anyone could request a letter for a fee, and it was reasonably priced. What a pity he doesn't pursue public relations, Sheng Zhi mused. Chu Ying, holding Sheng Zhi's phone, delved into the comment section. The front rows featured many familiar faces who were longtime forum members, all clamoring to place orders. Someone even directly asked, "So, handsome, what is your relationship with that person?" As soon as this question arose, the forum's atmosphere shifted dramatically, and the rumors were swiftly dispelled. Some individuals scurried to the thread beneath, "Chung has retired," to make sarcastic remarks, and it wasn't too long before that post was deleted. The ever-curious college students redirected their attention, now seeking to place orders under Xie Yuchen's post. After observing for a while, Sheng Zhi returned the phone to Chu Ying, who accepted it with a curious expression. "What were you and Xie Yuchen discussing?" Chu Ying, "What nonsense." When Yujun learned of this, he questioned whether there were any issues at home while also entering the forum to show support for his friend's business. However, he soon found that the post had been taken down by the Ning Family Garden Forum's moderators, leaving only a few screenshots circulating online. According to insiders, Xie Yuchen's post had not been live on the homepage for long before a comment with official certification and garbled text suddenly appeared in his comment section. "Hello. This is not a marketplace." The next moment, the page refreshed and his post was deleted. Thus, the matter was left unresolved. By early November, the school finally announced the specific dates for the autumn sports meeting, scheduled for this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The school was truly calculating. She had hoped for a couple more days of vacation. Chu Ying, glancing at the group document, complained to her dorm mates. "It doesn't matter. I've already taken leave. Recently, I received my part-time job salary and I'm going to a concert." Bianjing was in high spirits. Her legs crossed on the stool as she swayed her head. "You all do your best in the competition. I'll be supporting you in spirit." Tan Wanrong anxiously flipped through the calendar on her desk, the pages rustling noisily, her face filled with worry as she turned to Chu Ying. "Ingzi, I have a bad feeling about this." She pointed at a date circled in November on the calendar. Chu Ying's expression froze. "Is your period approaching?" "Tan Wanrong despondently nodded. "What to do?" "The participant list has already been submitted." Chu Ying was caught off guard, especially since Old Tang previously emphasized that no one should withdraw. She was quick-tempered and easily flustered in the face of challenges. Tan Wanrong pouted. I've been looking for a substitute in the second-hand group, but I'm unsure if anyone is willing. Hearing this, Chuing managed to calm down a bit. Sheng Zhi reassured them. It's all right. There are still 2 days. We'll surely find someone. Bian Jing chimed in agreement. 2 days later, Sheng Zhi gained a clear understanding of her own stubborn nature. Good things go unfulfilled, while bad things come to fruition. Until the opening ceremony of the sports meeting, no one paid attention to Tan Wanrong's request for a substitute. In the audience, Tan Wanrong had not even put on makeup that day, her face pale as she clutched her stomach. Beside her sat her boyfriend, Yin He, silently handing her a thermos filled with brown sugar water. After the opening ceremony, various competitions would commence in succession. In previous years, during this time, Chuing would have already been on edge. However, at this moment, her entire focus was on Tan Wanrong, completely forgetting that she was also a competitor. Sheng Zhi, standing nearby, deliberated for a long while before slowly speaking. How about I? Suddenly, the previously silent Yin He interjected, shifting his gaze from his phone. I have a classmate who is willing to run in her place. Everyone's eyes lit up. That's wonderful, Chuing exclaimed, feeling a surge of relief. However, she mentioned that she is a volunteer for the sports event and needs someone to cover her position. Yin He added quietly. Initially, he could have participated, but he desired to stay by Tan Wanrong's side. Tan Wanrong grasped her hand, unusually gentle. Thank you, Gigi. No need to mention it, Sheng Zhi replied, patting the back of her hand. You should rest well. Then she turned to Yin He and said, lead me to her. Yin He nodded. Before they departed, Sheng Zhi didn't forget to encourage Chuing, exclaiming, you can do it. The runner Yin He found was a lively and cheerful girl from his year, named Shanlin. She handed her volunteer badge to Sheng Zhi and, after relaying some important details, waved her goodbye with a carefree demeanor. Following that, she accompanied Yin He to the stands to find Tan Wanrong and the others. Sheng Zhi watched them leave and seized the opportunity, while the various competitions had yet to commence, to stealthily slip into the inner field through a side entrance in the northeast. She then sought out the volunteer station for the women's 800 meters based on Shanlin's description. At that moment, Xie Yuchen was seated behind a makeshift volunteer desk, observing the colorful smoke billowing in the air with an indifferent expression, absent-mindedly twirling a pen in his hand. In a moment of distraction, the pen slipped through his fingers and fell to the ground. As he bent down to retrieve it, he abruptly encountered a sneaky figure. Narrowing his eyes, he suddenly felt a surge of interest. That classmate over there. Xie Yuchen noticed her name badge around her neck and wondered why she wasn't properly attending to her designated area. Seeing a familiar face, Sheng Zhi experienced a sense of comfort akin to running into a classmate while arriving late to school. She approached the desk and directly asked Xie Yuchen, do you know where the women's 800-meter service station is? Upon glancing at the name on her badge, Xie Yuchen tapped the desk with his pen in a leisurely manner, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Right here. Before Sheng Zhi could say anything further, she heard his voice drift back to her. When did you transfer to the law school? He emphasized the last 2 words with a teasing undertone. Junior? Sheng Zhi seemed to recall something, suddenly staring down at her own badge. It read law school, Class Shanlin. She should have realized earlier that Yin He was from the law school and that most likely his classmates were as well. Feigning ignorance, she quickly adopted a role. May I sit here, senior? Xie Yuchen silently moved the vacant chair beside him closer to the table for her. Thank you, senior. He chuckled softly. You're quite into character. Half an hour later, an articulate female voice echoed through the loudspeaker. Now, we invite the female participants of the 800 meters event to enter and prepare for warm-up. Chuing pulled Shanlin into the volunteer station at the starting point to collect their numbers and anxiously inquired, how's your running? I'm quite good at it. Shanlin replied confidently. All right, give it your all. As they chatted, the two arrived at the volunteer station. Chuing immediately spotted Sheng Zhi and Xie Yuchen, excitedly waving at Sheng Zhi. To her surprise, encountering a stroke of luck before the competition lifted her spirits, making her feel as if her aches and pains had vanished. Please give your names, Xie Yuchen instructed. Chuing, School of Art and Design. He glanced at the registration form, checked off her name, and gestured for Sheng Zhi to distribute the numbers to the participants. Then he heard Shanlin's voice, firm yet respectful. School of Art and Design, Tan Wanrong. Xie Yuchen paused for a moment, then glanced at Sheng Zhi, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes as he drawled, Oh, Junior, do you know this person? Sheng Zhi remained silent, sheepishly diverting her gaze as she handed the number to Shanlin, whispering, Good luck. The competitors positioned themselves at the starting line. Dozens of girls from various majors clumsily shuffled into place, with Chewing securing a spot on the inner lane. From a distance across the track, Sheng Zhi anxiously watched the starting line, her heart racing. At this distance, she could hardly see what was happening, yet she couldn't help but feel nervous for her dear friend. Nearby, other volunteers passed by, offering 2 bottles of water, one of which Xie Yuchen tossed to her. Sheng Zhi caught it effortlessly, holding it in her hand without rushing to drink, even contemplating snatching Xie Yuchen's untouched bottle for herself. Everyone, take your positions. The male referee raised the starting pistol and shouted. All the competitors instinctively crouched down.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out, and instantly, some surged forward like arrows released from their bows, creating a gust of wind. Although Chewing often complained during training, she proved to be reliable in critical moments. Moreover, if she won, there were bonus points to be earned. Go, go! As Shanlin and Chewing passed the volunteer station for the first time, Sheng Zhi stood up excitedly to cheer for them. She could vaguely hear Tan Wanrong's encouraging shouts from the stands behind her. Just as she prepared to turn around for a better view, she caught a glimpse of Shanlin also looking at the audience. Watching them gradually fade into the distance, Sheng Zhi settled back down. Xie Yuchen observed her quietly, lost in thought, as if the surrounding commotion were entirely irrelevant to him. Minutes later, competitors began to reach the finish line one after another. You can go now, Xie Yuchen remarked quietly, sensing Sheng Zhi's thoughts. She nodded, picked up the bottle of water on the table, and stealthily grabbed the other untouched bottle that Xie Yuchen had not yet touched, tossing over her shoulder. See you later. Xie Yuchen watched her spirited figure with a smile, though it quickly faded. In an effort not to disturb the ongoing competition, Sheng Zhi chose a path along the edge, where a temporary logistics tent had been set up nearby, furnished with tables and chairs, though it was empty of people. Sheng Zhi, stay away from there. Xie Yuchen's heart raced. The tent was unstable and had just been reported for dismantling. Sheng Zhi was caught off guard, the red tent enveloping much of her body, leaving her in a rather awkward predicament. A dull pain in her calf nearly caused her to lose consciousness. In her last moment of awareness, she saw several figures rushing towards her. Hello, you can't sleep here. She wanted to curse. When Sheng Zhi regained consciousness, she found herself in the school hospital, lying on a bed within 4 drip, surrounded by 2 familiar faces. Upon seeing her awake, Tan Wanrong's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. I'm so sorry, Gigi. Sheng Zhi moved her lips, managing a weak smile, her voice hoarse as if scraped against sandpaper. I'm fine. Don't worry. You were just hit. You scared us all to death. Chewing expressed her lingering fear. What kind of terrible infrastructure does this school have? Sheng Zhi glanced at herself. Her arms bore several bruises, and her calf was scraped open, the wound treated but still painful to the touch. She suspected she had hit a streak of bad luck recently. Just as she pondered this, a knock sounded at the door, and all 3 turned in unison to see who had entered. Xie Yuchen stepped inside, placing a bundle of items on the bedside table. Seeing Sheng Zhi's gaze follow Xie Yuchen, Chewing immediately raised her eyebrows and whispered, You should have seen his face when you fainted. It was terrifying. He carried you straight to the hospital. Sheng Zhi had a vague recollection of that moment. Xie Yuchen retrieved 2 bottles of water from the bag, handing one to Tan Wanrong and the other to Chewing. Thank you, Chewing said as she rose from her seat. With Sheng Zhi awake, her spirits lifted. So, it seems it's about mealtime. Gigi, are you hungry? Should we go get you something to eat? Turning back, she addressed Xie Yuchen, saying, Could you please take care of Sheng Zhi for us? Upon seeing Xie Yuchen nod, she hurriedly pulled Tan Wanrong out of the room. The already cramped hospital room felt considerably more spacious with 2 people gone. Sheng Zhi stole a glance at Xie Yuchen, whose cold demeanor could be rather intimidating. Neither spoke first, creating a moment of awkward silence. Finally, Sheng Zhi hesitantly broke the ice. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Xie Yuchen's voice carried a hint of regret. I should have warned you not to go near there. Sheng Zhi paused for a moment before shaking her head. It was an accident. You couldn't have foreseen it. She gently tugged at his sleeve. Please don't blame yourself. Xie Yuchen observed her small gesture, feeling at a loss for words. Eat something to regain your strength, he suggested. At that moment, Sheng Zhi did feel a bit hungry, and the aroma of the millet porridge wafted through the air as the lid was lifted. Thank you, she said, raising her hand to take the bowl, but he showed no intention of relinquishing it. It's a bit hot, Xie Yuchen remarked, maintaining his composure. Let it cool for a bit, Sheng Zhi suggested, somewhat dazed. Cooling it would be bad for your stomach, he countered, unbothered by the heat. With one hand holding the bowl and the other wielding a spoon, he scooped a spoonful of porridge and brought it to her lips. Open up. Sheng Zhi instinctively complied, the fragrant and tender porridge easing her nerves. She forgot her previous discomfort, allowing him to feed her spoonful by spoonful. Before long, the bowl was empty. Are you full now? He inquired. Sheng Zhi nodded. Xie Yuchen glanced at the 4 drip above her head, noticing it was still a third full. You should continue to rest. I'll dispose of the trash, he said, already tidying up the empty boxes on the table. You can go about your business. I'm fine on my own, Sheng Zhi replied. Xie Yuchen said nothing more and carried the trash out. He returned quietly to her bedside, adjusting the blanket around her. Watching her peaceful sleeping face, he noted that the aftereffects of her injuries still lingered. Her complexion had yet to return to its usual radiance, making her look both beautiful and fragile, like a delicate doll in a display window. Suddenly, the notification sound from Sheng Zhi's phone broke the silence, illuminating the screen. Xie Yuchen instinctively turned to glance at it. The message read, Chapter 46. Unbearable to watch, come quickly. Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, he thought he discerned the character Xie within the glowing notifications. Before he could examine it further, the screen dimmed again. After learning about the incident, Tang Fan scolded both Tan Wanrong and Chuing. He did not say much to Sheng Zhi, only advising her to rest well and take care of herself. She merely nodded in response. The 3 of them left the office together, heading towards their dormitory. Supported by Chuing, Sheng Zhi was restless, clutching her phone in search of unread messages. The hidden WeChat app on her phone had several new notifications on her secondary account. Curious, she opened it to find a number of photos in the group chat named Xie's ranking rewards. Each photo featured Xie Yuchen, taken from various angles at the sports arena. Suddenly, her hand paused while scrolling as her gaze fixed on a distant shot. In that photo, not only was Xie Yuchen present, but she was there as well. He was dressed in blue and white athletic wear, his expression grim, while she was being cradled in his arms, unconscious. Nearby stood Chuing and several other volunteers. Lost in thought, she was abruptly pulled back to reality by Chuying's voice. Be careful of the telephone pole, she cautioned, leaning in curiously. What are you so engrossed in? As her head drew closer, Sheng Zhi felt a wave of guilt and hastily attempted to lock her screen, but her fingers faltered. Being one of the participants, Chuing recognized the scene instantly. Oh, so you're looking at Xie the top scorer? She teased, her tone laced with playful insinuation. What? Manrong. Busy chatting with her boyfriend, chimed in, eager for the scoop. Feeling a bit exposed, Sheng Zhi stammered, I was just browsing. Just browsing for so long? You were practically glued to it. Chuing teased further. It's not that exaggerated, Sheng Zhi retorted awkwardly. With an arm around her, Chuing pressed on. Zhi. Do you really not like Xie Yuchen? I think he treats you quite well. Despite being single herself, Chuing seemed to have a knack for analyzing others' feelings. Remember when you fainted? He rushed you to the campus hospital and stayed by your side. Sheng Zhi contemplated her words, but shook her head. Without that troublesome academic system, she likely would never have interacted with Xie Yuchen at all. She remembered their first meeting, his self-absorbed demeanor, and it seemed improbable that he would be the type to have feelings for anyone. Her belief solidified. He acts this way because he is a volunteer. We are truly just friends. She hesitated, thinking she couldn't say more at this moment. If the system were to be revealed, her situation would become untenable. All right then, Chuing said, sensing her discomfort and refraining from further inquiry. Meanwhile, Tan Wanrong, slightly behind, chimed in with a soft voice. Isn't this topic already in the past? At 3:30 in the afternoon, at Yongfan Sports Center, Xie Yuchen observed a group of individuals in the distance competing for a rope, feeling not a shred of their enthusiasm. Instead, he found himself inwardly cursing the very existence of a volunteer event. What connection did it have to him? It was bad enough that Xie Yuchen had skipped out, yet he had dragged him along to take his place. As he brooded, a bottle of ice water was suddenly thrust against the back of his neck, sending a chill coursing through him, prompting an immediate jump. Yujun, quick-witted, snatched the bottle, twisting off the cap while muttering under his breath. Xie Yuchen feigned indifference, even smirking slightly, adopting a languid demeanor. Don't speak so ambiguously. It makes it seem like I've done something wrong. Have you not? Yujun's sarcastic tone only served to further irritate him. 2 hours earlier, Yujun had been lounging in the dormitory, engaged in a heated discussion when Xie Yuchen had sent a text. Major scoop at the sports center. Many people are competing. It's unbearable to watch. Come quickly. Yujun. ever the gossip enthusiast, had promptly grabbed a small electric scooter and sped to the sports center. However, upon his arrival, he was immediately pulled away by a junior from the student council to fill in for Xie Yuchen. Xie Yuchen lazily raised an eyebrow, glancing at the ongoing tug-of-war competition, devoid of any sense of remorse. "Is there?" he replied. "You must have misunderstood." Yu Jun's expression darkened. Who taught him to use such crude language to describe tug-of-war? The irony was that there was indeed some truth to it. Tug-of-war was a group sport after all. Frustrated, Yu Jun took a swig of ice water. Suddenly, he heard the distinct sound of a camera shutter. Being an avid photographer himself, he was attuned to such noises. He nudged Xie Yuchen, only to find him fixated on a camera across the lawn, aimed directly at them. The photographer, sporting a volunteer badge around their neck, was likely a member of the photography club, responsible for capturing both athletes and volunteers alike. "What are you daydreaming about?" Yu Jun inquired, resting an arm on Xie Yuchen's shoulder. "I don't know," Xie Yuchen replied nonchalantly, "but I feel like someone has been watching me lately." "That's a rather ominous thing to say," Yu Jun remarked, scanning the audience area for any signs of surveillance. "Where is anyone?" "Oh, perhaps I overthought it." Xie Yuchen brushed off his hand and departed. The competition had concluded. He made his way towards the recently finished tug-of-war contest participants. Upon witnessing this, Yu Jun hurriedly followed behind him, rebuking, "Damn Xie, return my half-day off." "Imperial edict. Thank you, but there's no need. I am already at home." "Minister retreats. All right. Take good care of yourself." In the following 2 days, Sheng Zhi remained obediently at home, devising plans post-sports meeting. Naturally, the injuries she had sustained were already healed with the assistance of the system. Observing her calf, devoid of any scars, she marveled once again at the wonders of the system, her confidence in survival growing ever stronger. She glanced at her bank balance, sighed, and lay back to gaze at the ceiling. The esteemed young Master Xie, without sufficient financial means, is truly a mere scholar. Chapter 47. A host of eyes upon you. During the last 2 days of the sports meeting, dormitory 429 found itself utterly idle. To celebrate Chu Ying's second place in the 800-meter race, Tan Wanrong organized a gathering at the local food street near the school. With the recent drop in temperature, Mixue reminded her to dress warmly before heading out. At that moment, the driver was waiting downstairs, and she hurriedly threw on a coat from her wardrobe. Sister Tan had chosen a northeastern restaurant. They could finish their meal quickly and then ascend to continue the feast upstairs. Everyone was mindful of Sheng Zhi's curfew, hastening through their meal. Jian Jing had barely eaten half her fill before Chewing pulled her upstairs, all the while assuring her, "Save some room. I'll order you a large fruit platter later." It was only after Sheng Zhi exited the elevator that she remembered she had left her coat back at the previous eatery. Upon entering the establishment, she spotted a familiar figure standing next to her recently vacated seat, clad in the same coat she had left behind. "Sheng Zhi? What a coincidence." Yu Jun craned her neck from behind Xie Yuchen. "Indeed," Sheng Zhi replied awkwardly. "What are the odds?" She had not intended to undertake any tasks today. Would anyone believe that? Xie Yuchen had come with the student council volunteers for a team-building event. After working diligently for 3 days, they decided to treat themselves to some good food nearby. Yu Jun, feeling that since she had already been duped for half the day, ought to take advantage of this meal. They were fortunate. Upon arrival, they noticed the waiter clearing a table. Xie Yuchen had spotted the coat draped over a chair at that moment. To be honest, his first thought was that it must belong to Sheng Zhi. However, it was merely speculation. He watched the waiter collect the item for the lost and found. "Since we're here, why not join us?" Yu Jun beckoned Sheng Zhi. "Not at all," Sheng Zhi declined politely, scanning the area for her coat but finding nothing. "I've already eaten, you all enjoy." With that, she approached the front desk for assistance. When the staff handed her the coat, she finally exhaled in relief. The wealthy young Master Xie would never wear cheap clothing. This coat had cost her a pretty penny, and she had yet to wear it even once. Sheng Zhi slipped the coat on, intending to leave, but as she turned, she unexpectedly collided with Xie Yuchen, who had been standing behind her. Their eyes met. Anyone would see this as a pair of young lovers dressed in matching outfits. Sheng Zhi caught a glimmer of mischief in Xie Yuchen's gaze. In a fit of spontaneity, she yanked down the zipper of her coat, attempting to remove it, only to have Xie Yuchen grasp her wrist first. "Sheng Zhi," he hesitated, scrutinizing her injuries. "It's all healed," she interjected. "Our youthful constitutions are remarkably resilient." "Oh." Xie Yuchen chuckled, his tone teasing and deliberate. "So, Is this yet another special twist of fate? Sheng Zhi understood. He was referencing their matching outfits. And with a sincere demeanor, she replied, "Indeed, this time it truly is." Did that imply the previous instances were intentional? He certainly had a knack for digging traps for others. It was not deliberate this time. Sheng Zhi maintained her composure. After all, it was not her first encounter with such situations. She could overcome it. Summoning unexpected courage, she wrenched her wrist free from Xie Yuchen's grip. "I have matters to attend to. Farewell." Xie Yuchen observed her hasty retreat, amusement lingering in his eyes. "Xie, is she your girlfriend?" A junior nearby inquired. As for what the future held, he was uncertain. Yu Jun stroked her chin, puzzled. "Why does she have so many of your matching outfits?" Xie Yuchen shot her a glance. "Isn't it you who provided them for her?" Yu Jun laughed as if hearing a grand joke. Her performance exaggerated like a deranged concubine from a palace drama.
Me?
"Please, heavens, distinguish loyalty from treachery." Xie Yuchen turned to enter the establishment. "Be quiet for a moment. Even the heavens need to dine at this hour. Just wait. I will uncover the person who framed me." Yu Jun declared vehemently. "I already know who is behind this," she remarked, but if Sheng Zhi had overheard, she would certainly retort passionately, "It is they who are profiting from my misfortune." Xie Yuchen regarded her. "Speak. You tell me, and I shall reveal it," Yu Jun teased, flaunting her phone. Unfortunately, this tactic was ineffective against Xie Yuchen. As he prepared to leave, Yu Jun blocked his path. "I'll tell you." Xie Yuchen remained silent, awaiting her revelation. Yu Jun rolled her eyes at him. "I have been undercover among the crowd these past few days, and have finally discovered that your intuition was correct. There truly is a group spying on you." His tone shifted to an almost conspiratorial whisper. "I found out that the classmates who have been secretly photographing you seem to have joined a group called Xie's Bounty, with around 200 members. The group announcement states that anyone who captures a full-body photo of you first each day will receive a 50 yuan red envelope from the group leader." After speaking, he snapped a picture of Xie Yuchen with his phone and sent it to the group. "I have infiltrated the group." "Ugh," Xie Yuchen frowned. "Are you out of your mind? If everyone can profit, then why shouldn't I?" Yu Jun responded cheerfully, scrolling through the group members. "Moreover, I suspect Sheng Zhi is one of the group members." As soon as he finished speaking, the screen flashed with a notification. "You've been removed from the group chat." Xie Yuchen regarded him with a look of incredulity, his voice cold. "You are mistaken. Sheng Zhi is not a member. She is the group leader." This scholarly genius had even formed a faction to spy on him. The image of Sheng Zhi's phone screen from earlier at the school hospital flashed through his mind. "Send me the group QR code." After dropping that line, Xie Yuchen turned to leave. If Yu Jun were to follow him now, she would undoubtedly notice the shadow of gloom lurking in his eyes. Regardless of Sheng Zhi's reasons, he felt genuinely offended. Sheng Zhi was indeed aware of the potential exposure of her actions. After all, Yu Jun had entered the group. Given her boisterous nature, this matter had likely reached Xie Yuchen's ears. Thus, she resolved to keep a low profile for the next 2 days and suspend her tasks. After successfully infiltrating the group under the alias Cod Fish Sausage, Xie Yuchen seized the first red envelope for 2 consecutive days. Yet he observed no further actions from Sheng Zhi. Unable to restrain himself, he sent a friend request to Sheng Zhi's WeChat. Soon after, a new message popped up on the WeChat interface. Chapter 48. The cloned sheep lived for only 6 years. The other party has declined your friend request. Xie Yuchen stared at the message for 2 seconds, his frustration turning to amusement. "Still refusing to add me? Is that not the behavior of a guilty conscience?" He tossed his phone onto the table and gulped down some water to calm himself. Indeed, Sheng Zhi was feeling guilty. When she first received the task, she had attempted to observe Xie Yuchen personally. However, the energy of an individual is finite. In order to achieve her goals more swiftly and accurately, she resorted to this underhanded tactic. This explains why Sheng Zhi consistently managed to accurately target Xie Yuchen, which had nothing to do with Yu Jun. Since acquiring that system, Sheng Zhi felt increasingly closer to survival, yet paradoxically, further from her humanity. After a couple of days of restraint, seeing that Xie Yuchen showed no inclination to trouble her, her heart began to stir once more. Thus, that afternoon before class, she glanced at a friend's recent post featuring Xie Yuchen's attire. Without hesitation, she rummaged through her wardrobe to find a matching wine-red sweatshirt paired with wide-leg pants. Standing before the full-length mirror, she assessed her reflection and then looked at Xie Yuchen's image on her phone. How is it that he looked so effortlessly cool while she resembled someone heading to visit distant relatives for the new year? Never mind.
It was best not to dwell on it.
She dismissed her chaotic thoughts and set off for school. 20 minutes later, with music playing in her ears, Sheng Zhi gazed ahead at the steps, lifted her foot, and ascended into the main building, entirely oblivious to the pair of piercing eyes watching her from behind. Yujun cast a disdainful glance at Xie Yuchen. What else with that expression? Are you planning to announce your dark transformation? TSK, Xie Yuchen frowned slightly. She was wearing the same outfit as me today. Yujun was not on the same wavelength. So what? This sort of thing had happened repeatedly. And he was almost desensitized to it. This isn't something I sold you out for, is it? I know. Xie Yuchen's mood soured. He pondered seriously. If Sheng Zhi truly admired his fashion sense and wanted to replicate it, he would even be willing to help her purchase a piece or provide her with a link. However, he did not appreciate her sneaky behavior of having a group of people covertly photograph him. Today, he needed an explanation. Resolute in his decision, he strode forward nonchalantly, saying, I'm leaving. Sheng Zhi propped her head with one hand while holding a pen in the other, pretending to doodle in her notebook. The thesis advisor at the podium, hands clasped, neither reading nor paying attention, spoke eloquently, exuding an air of languor from having enjoyed the benefits of the times. Chu Ying was engrossed in her phone, occasionally nudging the person next to her. Where is the teacher in the lecture? Sheng Zhi replied, she just finished discussing her partner's career and is now recounting her experiences while studying abroad. Sheng Zhi shrugged and remained silent. As she packed her things, she remembered to bid farewell to Tan Wanrong and Bianjing, echoing Chu Ying's statement. You are right. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the front of the classroom, and a girl's surprised voice reached Sheng Zhi's ears. Xie Yuchen, what are you doing here? Sheng Zhi's thoughts raced. As she looked up, she unwittingly locked eyes with Xie Yuchen's sharp gaze. The one speaking to him was Tan Jiaoyu, who had somehow moved to the front row. Xie Yuchen did not spare her a glance, merely stating coldly, looking for someone. Yujun, casually slinging his backpack over one shoulder, stood nearby, sensing the tension in the air. Tan Jiaoyu followed Xie Yuchen's line of sight and spotted Sheng Zhi, clad in an outfit that seemed like a direct copy of his. What a copycat, she scolded. Xie Yuchen furrowed his brow. Although he was indeed annoyed with Sheng Zhi for this, he replied, not your concern, his tone frigid as he ascended the steps. Though Xie Yuchen often had a sharp tongue, he rarely directed harsh words at girls. Hearing him say that, Tan Jiaoyu's composure shattered in an instant. She huffed in annoyance and stormed out of the classroom. In the back row, Sheng Zhi watched Xie Yuchen approach with an intimidating demeanor, her heart racing as she blinked rapidly. Why did it feel like trouble was brewing? Shouldn't we run? Chu Ying whispered in her ear. Yes, yes, yes. Sheng Zhi nodded vigorously. Without further ado, she grabbed her bag, left her seat, and headed for the nearest back door. She glanced back and met Xie Yuchen's icy smile. Sheng Zhi forced a smile, feeling guilty. Hi? Is there something you need? It only dawned on Chu Ying, who had reached the door, that she had done nothing wrong. So, why was she running? Xie Yuchen smiled coldly, a smirk playing on his lips. Why are you running? To exercise, Sheng Zhi replied earnestly, fabricating an excuse.
Oh.
Xie Yuchen nodded thoughtfully. I have something I want to show you.
I don't want to see it.
Sheng Zhi interrupted him, her ominous premonition intensifying. Leaning against the back door, Chu Ying listened intently to their conversation, confused about what was happening in the classroom. What is it? What don't you want to see? What are they up to? Chu Ying's mind was filled with nonsensical thoughts. It didn't matter if she didn't want to see it. Xie Yuchen stepped forward, blocking Sheng Zhi's path, pulled out his phone, and displayed the interface of a group chat titled Xie Ranking Reward Group in front of her. His tone dripping with sarcasm. Sheng Zhi, you're quite skilled, aren't you? It must have been him who leaked the information. Yujun, who had been quietly observing, immediately turned his head to the ceiling fan above, whistling nonchalantly, as if he were uninvolved. Seeing that she neither explained nor took responsibility, the frustration that had been simmering inside Xie Yuchen flared up even more. Sheng Zhi, remember this, he looked down at her from a height. The cloned sheep only lived for 6 years. Chapter 49. I just like you too much. Even though he was usually sharp-tongued, uttering such a statement, which could be deemed a curse, made him instantly regret it. Just as he wanted to clarify, he noticed the girl before him pause for 2 seconds before oddly becoming excited, even expressing genuine gratitude. Thank you for your blessing. I will do my best.
What kind of nonsense was that?
It was getting late. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Since she couldn't clarify anything, Sheng Zhi didn't want to waste any more time, especially with others present in the classroom. Sheng Zhi, Xie Yuchen took a deep breath, trying to maintain his composure. I need a reason. As he looked into the depths of her earnest eyes, Sheng Zhi's heart sank. Not only could she not explain, but even if she did, he likely wouldn't believe her. Resigned, she closed her eyes, and suddenly inspiration struck her. The next moment, her almond-shaped eyes flew open, her expression resolute. I'm sorry. Sheng Zhi apologized with conviction. Entering her improvisation mode, She hesitated for a moment, then repeated, I just like you too much. Xie Yuchen's pupils widened. Even Chuing, who had been eavesdropping, stared in disbelief, her eyes nearly popping out. Weren't you just friends? Xie Yuchen's brow furrowed, looking skeptically at Sheng Zhi, who had lowered her head slightly. Xie Yuchen's lips moved, momentarily at a loss for words. After sifting through his vocabulary, he finally uttered, Love is restraint. I can't restrain myself at all. And that's it? Tan Wanrong, who had left early for a date with her boyfriend, now regretted missing such a grand spectacle. Sheng Zhi leaned on the table, her expression vacant as she nodded glumly.
So, what did Xie Yuchen say?
Bian Jing was also eager to know the follow-up. He didn't say anything, Sheng Zhi replied weakly. Chuing chimed in, he ran away. He ran away without saying a word? Tan Wanrong exclaimed, her voice rising several octaves. No wonder Sheng Zhi looked so dejected. He must have rejected you. Tan Wanrong analyzed Zhi, you've experienced heartbreak. Sheng Zhi blankly nodded, and after a moment of realization, she shook her head. Lowering her arms and resting her head upon them, her voice was muffled. Do you think I can still keep that group? The dormitory was engulfed in a heavy silence. After a brief pause, Chuing couldn't help but exclaim a curse. At this point, you're still worried about your group? Have you become addicted to being in charge? Not exactly, Sheng Zhi replied slowly. The main issue is, without those 200 people, how will I collect replica values in the future? Furthermore, her earlier comment was rather thoughtless. There had already been misunderstandings between her and Xie Yuchen, and now, their relationship had soured even further. While she engaged in self-reflection, Tan Wanrong and Chuing huddled together, deep in thought. He really didn't say anything at all? No, Chuing replied, unsure how many times she had repeated this. That means he agreed, Tan Wanrong concluded decisively.
Huh.
Tan Wanrong raised an eyebrow. He didn't refuse, did he? Chuing nodded. Not refusing is akin to agreeing, which makes perfect sense. Chuing turned to the still-dazed Sheng Zhi and said, Did you hear that, Zhi? Sister Tan says you and Xie Yuchen still have a chance.
Tan Wanrong ve con él.
Take out your phone. Let us test his attitude. Following suit, Sheng Zhi handed her phone over. Tan Wanrong opened the chat between Sheng Zhi and Xie Yuchen and sent a cute greeting emoji. The four of them focused intently on the phone. Sheng Zhi glanced at Tan Wanrong. It's a minor issue. Look, he hasn't deleted you, which surely indicates he likes you. After a moment's hesitation, Chuing couldn't help but ask, Sister Tan, is this how you usually pursue love? Indeed, Tan Wanrong replied, flipping her hair. The key to pursuing someone is to be proactive. And second, to be confident. No matter the circumstance, we girls must maintain a high sense of worth. We deserve the best, got it? Though the other three were slightly confused, they inexplicably felt her logic was sound, and they unanimously gave her a thumbs up. It wasn't until over half an hour later that Sheng Zhi sluggishly realized something was amiss. When did she say she wanted to pursue Xie Yuchen? Lying on her bed, her fingers repeatedly poked into the small group chat. After much internal conflict, she finally gritted her teeth and disbanded the group chat. After completing this task, she took a screenshot of the interface and sent it to Xie Yuchen from her main account. Imperial Decree received. Image. Imperial Decree received, I'm sorry. This matter is my fault. I've already disbanded the group chat. Please don't be angry. After a moment's thought, she added a crying cat emoji. Exhausted, she flipped over, pressed her phone under her pillow, and drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the following day, her first instinct was to check her phone. Yet there was still no news from Xie Yuchen. Could it be that he truly wanted to sever all ties? The thought was unbearable. In the ensuing days, Xie Yuchen seemed to have vanished from school, leaving no trace behind. She even went to inquire with Yujun about Xie Yuchen's whereabouts. Yujun had long been aware of Xie Yuchen's little feelings, and given Sheng Zhi's comments that day, he naturally assumed the two had become a couple. Sheng Zhi shook her head in frustration, thinking to herself, he is clearly avoiding me. How could he possibly tell me anything? Dejected, she turned to leave.
Meanwhile,
far away in Yunjing, at the Zhou household, Xie Yuchen had a day off from the hospital today, which would have been perfect for spending quality time with her husband. Initially planning to have Zhou Qingfeng feed her cake, Xie Yuchen felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze. The light bulb is too bright, she thought. Xie Yuchen nodded expressionlessly. You all go ahead. Don't mind me. Xie Yuchen. Zhou Qingfeng, amused, handed the piece of cake to Xie Yuchen and gently patted her head. He then asked in a soft tone, Has Achen encountered any difficulties recently? Xie Yuchen did not deny it. However, through observing the daily interactions of his sister and brother-in-law over the past 2 days, he could almost conclude Sheng Zhi was deceiving him. What a trickster. He had seen what genuine mutual affection looked like. Chapter 50. What if there's a bit of cunning? Xie Yuchen had a knowing look in her eyes, a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. Did you argue with your girlfriend? Xie Yuchen cast a significant glance at her, but ultimately decided to be honest. I don't have a girlfriend. Stop pretending, Xie Yuchen replied. I've seen it with my own eyes. As she spoke, she seemed to recall something, nudged Zhou Qingfeng, and handed him her phone. He complied. Xie Yuchen set down her cake, unlocked her phone, scrolled through her gallery for a while, and finally pulled up a photo, holding it up for Xie Yuchen to see. Look, isn't this it? Xie Yuchen squinted and took the phone, staring at the picture for a long time. It was from the night of National Day, when he had encountered Sheng Zhi at Wangjiang Pavilion. Suddenly, he recalled the unexpected visit from grandfather Xie the following day. So, you informed Grandpa as well? Though it was a question, his expression was filled with certainty. That was me. Xie Yuchen showed no signs of discomfort. She casually popped a strawberry into her mouth as she spoke. She's not my girlfriend, Xie Yuchen said, his eyelids drooping, feeling somewhat deflated. Xie Yuchen swallowed what was in her mouth and asked, Then what does this mean? A brotherly hug? Xie Yuchen rolled his eyes at her. I really like her, he said, furrowing his brow, shaking his head, his feelings complex. But it seems she doesn't like me. Xie Yuchen burst into laughter. Xie Yuchen, you're having a moment, huh? Xie Yuchen was 4 years older than him, having seen countless girls who liked her cousin over the years. During her school days, she had witnessed the various love letters Xie Yuchen received, stacked up to nearly her height. Yet, she had never seen Xie Yuchen grow close to any girl. How do you know she doesn't like you? Can you describe in detail the entire process of your confession being rejected? Given the rare opportunity to see Xie Yuchen in a predicament, Xie Yuchen certainly wouldn't let this chance slip by. I didn't confess, Xie Yuchen replied, slouching in a camping chair while holding an opened can of beer. But she confessed to me. Xie Yuchen's expression immediately shifted. Then why are you pretending to be a brooding young man here in Yunjing? She shot him a glare and got up to check the meat grilling not far away. Continuing the previous topic, she asked, So how are things between you now? She's deceiving me. I feel like her approach has some ulterior motive, Xie Yuchen said, placing his trust and respect in this brother-in-law, hoping Zhou Qingfeng, as a seasoned individual, could offer him some advice. To his surprise, Zhou Qingfeng spoke astonishingly. That's quite good. Zhou Qingfeng drummed his fingers absently on the beer can, his tone leisurely. Don't you like her? Even if you think she doesn't like you, since you possess something she desires, it indicates she is willing to approach you. This is an opportunity for you. Xie Yuchen remained silent for a moment. I feel like this isn't quite right. It seems like I'm exploiting her intentions, making our feelings less pure. What's wrong with that? She placed her items on the table and sat down again. Having a little cunning in pursuing a girl is perfectly fine. The era of the quiet, self-sacrificing male lead is long gone. Then what is in vogue? Xie Yuchen pressed. Competing and seizing, Xie Yuchen said, lifting her phone in front of him. See, the male leads in the short dramas I've been watching recently are all like this. Xie Yuchen. Thank you, but I shall not partake. Emotions can be nurtured gradually. Since she is willing to engage with you, seize this opportunity. Missing it may lead to future regret. Zhou Qingfeng gently patted Xie Yuchen's shoulder, imparting his earnest advice. Indeed. Xie Yuchen remarked with a skewer of grilled lamb in her mouth. Your brother-in-law excels at this. Enough of this topic. Realizing the conversation had veered off course, Zhou Qingfeng swiftly interrupted, though the affection in his gaze was unmistakable. I've never seen you so modest before, Xie Yuchen teased, a smile brightening her face. Please have some consideration for your brother's presence, my dear wife. Zhou Qingfeng sighed in resignation.
Me?
Xie Yuchen's mind was already racing with thoughts. He discarded his empty beer can into the trash and, seizing the moment while Xie Yuchen was distracted, snatched the last skewer of chicken wings from the table. You all carry on. I must take my leave. With that, he stood up and departed the lawn, seemingly resolved to leave the Zhou residence for good. Xie Yuchen watched his retreating figure and muttered, "Finally, that unfortunate child has gone." She then turned to Zhou Qingfeng, "Come here and kiss me. You are destined to marry but one person in this lifetime. You shall never escape my grasp. This villa is a cage I have crafted solely for you. So, be content as my canary." Xie Yuchen glanced at the television screen, where the male lead was frantically questioning the female lead, his temples throbbing. Exiting the viewing mode, he noted the absurdly high engagement metrics on the right side of the video, incredulous. Is this what modern girls find appealing? He saw no charm in the leads. He only recognized that illegal confinement is a crime. Xie Yuchen picked up the remote and turned off the television, retrieving his newly purchased phone from the mall. In his haste, he had accidentally left his phone at Tianshui Bay, and with his mind occupied by other matters these past few days, he had delayed buying a replacement. After several days of neglecting WeChat, he logged in. As soon as he did, the red on Sheng Zhi's profile picture began to multiply rapidly. He anticipated messages from her, but not this many. Since that evening until today, new messages continued to pour in. Imperial Edict. I am sorry. I was wrong. I have disbanded the group chat. Please do not be angry. Imperial Edict. Good morning. Have you calmed down? May I treat you to lunch? Imperial Edict. Good evening. May I borrow your car today? Imperial Edict. I saw someone from the pet store coming to feed your cat. I volunteered for that duty. Imperial Edict. Have you taken a leave? Are you avoiding me? Imperial Edict. I no longer like you. Please do not cut ties with me. Chapter 51. I do not engage in undercover romance. As he read, the smile on Xie Yuchen's face gradually faded. Minister retired. I am not angry. Minister retired. Lunch is fine. Borrowing the car is acceptable, and the cat does not need feeding. Minister retired. I am not avoiding you. Minister retired. That is not good. By the next morning, Sheng Zhi read his messages while brushing her teeth, scrolling through them until her gaze rested on the last two words. What does not good mean? Must we sever ties? The defensive instincts of narcissistic personalities towards rivals are indeed formidable. With a frown, Sheng Zhi set her phone down, quickly finished her morning routine, had breakfast, and left for class. After a morning of theory classes, she felt dizzy, linking arms with Chu Ying as they exited the art building. As November set in, the autumn air in Qianing grew increasingly crisp, and the ginkgo avenue at the entrance was blanketed with golden leaves. What shall we have for lunch? Chu Ying asked listlessly. Sheng Zhi shook her head in a daze, her peripheral vision suddenly catching sight of a familiar figure beneath a tree at the corner. In an instant, her earlier despondency vanished, replaced by a spark of excitement. Releasing Chu Ying's arm, she hurried over.
Hey.
Chu Ying glanced between her and the figure growing distant, shaking her head in silent disbelief, thinking to herself that Sheng Zhi was beyond saving. Xie Yuchen. Sheng Zhi's voice trembled slightly, betraying a hint of unacknowledged joy. After a few days apart, Sheng Zhi felt as if an eternity had passed. The person before her seemed unchanged, still strikingly handsome. Having spent so long observing others, she felt almost professionally compelled to analyze Xie Yuchen's attire, a gray casual hoodie layered over a white shirt. Perhaps due to lack of rest, there were faint dark circles under his eyes, which appeared more pronounced against his pale complexion. Are you waiting for me? Sheng Zhi hesitated, recalling his WeChat messages. Yes. Xie Yuchen nodded gravely. I have considered your confession and I accept it. What? Sheng Zhi was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Chu Ying, a short distance away, widened her eyes in disbelief, catching this juicy gossip. Are you being a bit hasty? Sheng Zhi bit her lip, feeling the situation diverging from her expectations. Xie Yuchen noticed her flustered expression and realized that, indeed, her earlier words had not been sincere. Didn't you say you liked me? Xie Yuchen leaned in slightly, lowering his voice to convey an unspoken intimacy, restrained yet fervent. Sheng Zhi pressed her lips into a thin line. What a fool. To lie without preparing a script. Stunned, she blurted. So you just agreed? Do you like me too? Xie Yuchen cast her a meaningful glance, maintaining a casual demeanor. We are already quite familiar. Granting you this opportunity is permissible. This was Sheng Zhi's interpretation. I don't think that is quite. The word good nearly escaped her lips, but her thoughts abruptly shifted, and she concluded, good. That is splendid. Henceforth, I shall be your girlfriend. Xie Yuchen. What is she pondering now? Sheng Zhi's reasoning was simple. Since Xie Yuchen did not harbor feelings for her, being together for her task would not constitute emotional deceit. At worst, after she succeeded in her mission, they could part ways amicably. If, by some misfortune, the the task were to fail. Never mind, that is a thought too far. I think you are the one being hasty. Xie Yuchen regarded her, his emotions a complex tapestry.
No, no.
Sheng Zhi shook her head vigorously, her eyes wide and earnest. I am quite serious. Through her clear, innocent gaze, Xie Yuchen saw his own reflection. The answer he desired was there, yet he felt no joy. He unconsciously tightened his grip at his side and asked, if I said I liked. Seeing the shift in her expression, he quickly suppressed his urge to confess and added, emotionlessly, I like myself. Sheng Zhi exhaled, a smile returning to her face. That is fine. One must love oneself first.
I do not mind.
Xie Yuchen observed her in silence. He was certain that had he impulsively revealed his feelings, she would have found ways to avoid him afterward. Suddenly, he found wisdom in Zhou Qingfeng's words. This is my chance. Not far behind them, Chuing pretended to play with her phone, eavesdropping on their conversation. Her mind a swirling enigma. What are they even discussing? Is this in Chinese? Is it merely a declaration of feelings and the onset of a romance? Did she discern that there are multiple individuals involved here? Moreover, does Xie Yuchen not harbor any affections for Sheng Zhi? If that is the case, then what joy does Sheng Zhi find in this? Ultimately, she reaches a conclusion. If she cannot comprehend it now, she shall delve into it further after securing her graduate studies. Their inaugural meal together as a couple was one that Sheng Zhi insisted on treating. She had previously stated that this would serve as an apology for the incident where she had sneakily photographed him. Today, Sheng Zhi's spirits were exceptionally high. As she chattered away while serving Xie Yuchen food, the latter silently observed her, genuinely intrigued by what it was about him that captivated Sheng Zhi to the extent that she would rather feign affection than cut ties with him. The dining establishment was a restaurant bar situated near Gate 3, spanning 2 floors filled with various culinary delights, while the upper and lower levels housed entertainment venues. Given that it was mealtime, the restaurant bustled with patrons, and amidst his musings, Xie Yuchen could not help but notice the envious glances directed at their table, predominantly from male diners. Clearing his throat, he spoke up suddenly. Sheng Zhi.
Huh?
Sheng Zhi, engrossed in her fish dish, looked up without putting down her chopsticks. My being your boyfriend comes with conditions. Sheng Zhi set her chopsticks down, her ears perked up as she sat upright. Go on. Firstly, he raised an eyebrow, enunciating each word. I do not engage in clandestine relationships. Chapter 52. Let us congratulate this pair of old acquaintances. After a moment's contemplation, Sheng Zhi deemed his request quite reasonable. She observed how her friend, whenever in a romantic relationship, would invariably announce her partner in her social circle. However, her suggestion to Xie Yuchen was merely a temporary measure. Should their relationship become public knowledge, how would they conclude it later? Is it absolutely necessary? She inquired slowly. Xie Yuchen nodded with an air of inevitability. It is. Feigning surprise, he gazed intently at Sheng Zhi. You actually seem reluctant. Could it be that your feelings for me are merely an act? He posed a question to which both were acutely aware of the answer. A fleeting look of panic crossed Sheng Zhi's eyes, but then her expression solidified with unwavering resolve. My affection for you is as evident as the sun and moon. After declaring this, she furtively glanced outside. Fortunately, it was an overcast day, devoid of sun or moon. Though he knew she was fabricating, Xie Yuchen was amused by her antics. It was no wonder ancient despots favored the counsel of duplicitous advisors. Such fabrications were far more comforting than the truth. Clearing his throat, he mimicked her earlier action and cast a glance out the window, his tone laden with meaning. Thank goodness it isn't thundering or raining today. Otherwise, someone with a guilty conscience might be terrified. As if fearing this was insufficient to gain Xie Yuchen's trust, Sheng Zhi swiftly picked up her phone, her slender fingers tapping away. Within moments, she looked up again, presenting him with a charming smile. All done, she exclaimed, raising her phone before Xie Yuchen's eyes, reiterating, I've posted it, implicitly suggesting that any further doubts would be deemed impolite. Xie Yuchen's gaze fell upon her phone's screen, where the photo taken at the comic convention, featuring them and the god of wealth, was displayed. Sheng Zhi adored this picture. It showcased someone in an endearing light, creating a delightful contrast. The accompanying caption bore a hint of irreverence. The decree has arrived. I am not here to part you. I am here to join you. Xie Yuchen could hardly contain his laughter, suppressing a smile as he diverted his gaze from the screen. He suddenly recognized how pretentious he had been in the past. Once he regained his composure, he feigned calmness. To ensure fairness, I shall post one as well. Sheng Zhi, now focused on her phone, barely heard his words and casually replied, Sure. As Xie Yuchen crafted his post, Sheng Zhi's announcement had ignited a lively frenzy in the comment section, akin to dumplings boiling in a pot during the New Year's Eve feast, with messages flooding in one after another. Perfect match. I was born to witness this. You three living well together surpasses everything. Congratulations. Advice to break up, dear sister. She found it strange. Had not Chuing previously attempted to matchmake her with Xie Yuchen? Why was she now discontented that they were genuinely together? Do not break up. I heard your conversation. He doesn't tea like you, but still wants to date you. This is unequivocally the behavior of a scoundrel. Sheng Zhi gazed at her messages, feeling inexplicably guilty. Don't worry.
This is all part of my plan.
As for the specifics of the plan, that was a detail she could not divulge to Chuing. Casually lifting her gaze, she noticed Xie Yuchen had nonchalantly put down his phone, his ears slightly flushed. A sudden intuition prompted her to check her phone again, and sure enough, she found Xie Yuchen had just posted a screenshot of her recent update, along with her caption, "The decree has arrived," on his own social media. His caption was succinct to the extreme, "I accept the decree." Further down, their mutual friends chimed in with playful banter. Wow, the Qing dynasty fell early this morning. What decree are you accepting? Wasn't it said that this resignation was for a lifetime? Don't mind me. Sheng Zhi couldn't help but smile at her phone. Although this was her own request, witnessing Sheng Zhi's reaction rendered Xie Yuchen somewhat bashful. What are you laughing at? He inquired.
Huh?
Sheng Zhi smiled, explaining.
I just realized our names sound quite couple-like.
One says the decree has arrived, and the other I accept the decree. Quite special, don't you think? She winked at him, her expression tinged with a hint of pride. Xie Yuchen found himself momentarily lost in thought, reflecting on her remarkable acting skills. In an unnoticed corner of the Ningde home forum, someone had shared Xie Yuchen's public announcement. However, it failed to create much of a stir. To the multitude of bemused onlookers, they were already an established couple. Thus, their announcement was akin to revealing a widely known secret.
Consequently,
numerous comments flooded the post. Let's congratulate this pair of old acquaintances. Later, Xie Yuchen would come across this post, feeling a surge of frustration. After all, they were newcomers. After lunch, Xie Yuchen had a class, and after dropping Sheng Zhi off at her dormitory, he departed. Sheng Zhi nodded repeatedly, inexplicably feeling as though she were a primary school student experiencing her first romance. The moment she stepped through the dormitory door, 3 pairs of eyes converged upon her, as if they aimed to devour her whole. Unable to articulate her experience, she could only nod vigorously, signaling she was aware of her own boundaries. Perhaps feeling a bit lightheaded from a full meal, she laughed along with her companions to deflect the situation before climbing into bed for an afternoon nap. Around 3 o'clock that afternoon, she groggily awoke, reaching for her phone beneath her pillow, only to be greeted by an incoming call. The voice of Professor Han Lei jolted her into full awareness. Concerned about disturbing her roommates, she hastily answered, lowering her voice. Hello, this is Sheng Zhi. A stranger's voice responded. Is this student Sheng Zhi? Still half asleep, she instinctively nodded before realizing it was a phone call. Yes, it is. Would you be able to come downstairs? The voice inquired respectfully. Dazed, Sheng Zhi climbed out of bed. Sure. Chapter 53. He is certainly not completely entranced. 3 minutes later, a bewildered Sheng Zhi stood downstairs, accepting a large bouquet of flowers from a delivery person. A bouquet of delicate pink lychees forms the base, harmoniously complemented by a few pale manta roses and orchids, creating a splendid display of pink and blue hues. The vibrant colors of the entire arrangement captivate the eye. At this moment, Tan Wanrong sits below, engrossed in her makeup, when her attention is drawn to the flowers cradled in her arms. Such beautiful flowers, she exclaims. Did Xie Yuchen send them to you? Sheng Zhi recalls the words of the young man from earlier and nods absent-mindedly. It seems so. To think he possesses an aesthetic sense beyond that of a typical male. Clearly, he harbors the potential to be a charming rogue. Sheng Zhi buries her head in the bouquet, searching for the small card nestled within. Indeed, it bears a message that does not resemble Xie Yuchen's handwriting, likely penned by another. In regards to your affections for me, I hope you continue to strive. Who does such a thing, attempting to win over someone's heart with flowers? She sets the bouquet on the table and snaps a photo to send to Xie Yuchen. Imperial decree received. Image. Imperial decree received. Why are you sending me flowers? He opens the photo, seemingly satisfied, and types a reply. Subject retreated. Do you like them? Imperial decree received. I do. What girl wouldn't appreciate flowers? Subject retreated. As long as you like them. Subject retreated. I heard that one must present flowers when confessing feelings. I tend to compare myself to others. If others have it, my girlfriend should have it too, so I wanted to send you a bouquet. At that moment, Ding Zhao is preparing to congratulate him on winning the heart of a lovely lady, only to be interrupted as Xie Yuchen pulls him closer, mysteriously asking, Ding, what must I do to make my girlfriend fall for me? Ding Zhao, taken aback, exclaims, isn't this a bit fast? Haven't you just begun dating? Xie Yuchen shoots him a bemused glance, his expression clearly stating his disbelief. Let us keep this civil. Oh, my apologies. Ding Zhao laughs nonchalantly. I thought you were so immersed in your romance that you had forgotten how to be human. You want your girlfriend to love you more, right? Ding Zhao, oblivious to the nuances, wonders why even Xie Yuchen seems so insecure in his relationship. It's simple. Just treat her well, create surprises for her and compliment her often. Make her dependent on you, and naturally, she will grow to love you more. Imperial decree received. That sounds quite competitive. Meanwhile, Sheng Zhi stares at the term girlfriend in the messages, still trying to acclimate to her new role. She ponders, scratching her head, feeling that something is amiss. Imperial decree received, but it was I who confessed to you. Shouldn't I be the one giving flowers? To think she could discern this. Xie Yuchen's face falls. Subject retreated. You have a point. Return the flowers to me. Imperial decree received. I refuse. Sheng Zhi sways joyfully, leaning forward to inhale the floral fragrance. Imperial decree received. Since they were given to me, surely you can just let me keep them. Imperial decree received. How about next time I buy you a new bouquet? Imperial decree received. Subject retreated. Screenshot taken. Sheng Zhi pouts, wondering if she appears to Xie Yuchen as someone unreliable. Taking screenshots. Imperial decree received. I will keep my word. Yu Jun gazes at Xie Yuchen, who is smiling foolishly at his phone, and pokes Ding Zhao beside her, muttering, Ding. Look at how smitten he is by Sheng Zhi. It's quite pathetic. Xie Yuchen, with keen ears, sets down his phone and glances at Yu Jun, retorting, You wouldn't understand. You're single. He isn't smitten. Spinning around is merely a personal preference. Yu Jun rolls her eyes in disbelief. You think I don't understand? She turns to Ding Zhao. Ding, do you understand? Ding Zhao nods, of course. I have a girlfriend. Yu Jun's expression freezes in surprise. Fortunately, nothing further transpires. Upon entering the room, Sheng Zhi eagerly pulls out her old mobile phone, and as expected, several messages greet her. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing task 2. Reward: 2 months of life energy, current duplication value, 20, cumulative duplication value, 66. Please continue your efforts. Wonderful. Another 2 months of life. Before she can revel in her good fortune, another message pops up. System is about to update. During this period, please continue to complete task 3. After some contemplation, she thinks that since she and Xie Yuchen are now a couple, it shouldn't be an issue to wear matching outfits a few times. She resolves to discuss it with him tomorrow. Just as she is lost in thought, her phone rings. It's a call from Mrs. Yu. Gigi, have you finished class? The moment she answers, Mrs. Yu engages in small talk. I have a project to work on tonight. Please order takeout for yourself. As Mrs. Yu explains, she mentions that ever since she began working from home, the cooking staff seldom visits. All right, Sheng Zhi replies, and as anticipated, she receives a transfer from Mrs. Yu along with a note of caution. Sheng Zhi is quite proficient in cooking, but she feels too lazy to bother and decides to accept the transfer. Imperial decree received. Understood. Don't overexert yourself at work, and take care of your health. After completing these tasks, she exits WeChat and opens her food delivery app to place an order. Approximately 40 to 50 minutes later, she hears the doorbell ring. Slipping on her slippers, she calls out, coming. She opens the living room door, bending down to retrieve the takeout, only to have a long, fair hand snatch the bag ahead of her. Straightening up, she looks at the owner of the hand. He hands the items to Sheng Zhi, his tone light. Chapter 54. If you're ever in need of a meal, you can come find me. Thank you, Sheng Zhi replies, taking the insulated bag. Have you eaten? Sheng Zhi nods. Just as she intends to conclude their pleasantries, she notices a small cat scurry out from the gap of Xie Yuchen's door and stand adorably between them. It's been quite some time since she last saw Kolbal, prompting her to bend down and pet the cat's head. Xie Yuchen observes the scene, knowing full well that the cat's thoughts are dictated by his own. Without a hint of embarrassment, he says, Kolbal has missed you. Would you like to come play for a while? Sheng Zhi hesitates momentarily, realizing that no one is home at the moment, and agrees. Xie Yuchen instinctively takes the insulated bag from her, leaving the door wide open for her to enter. Sheng Zhi crouches down, scooping coal ball into her arms as she steps inside his home. Xie Yuchen closes the door behind her and changes his shoes. He walks in his slippers, placing the insulated bag on the coffee table in the living room, addressing Sheng Zhi, who is playing with the cat on the single sofa. If you're hungry, have a little something to tide you over. At this moment, Sheng Zhi isn't particularly hungry. She just holds the cat and gazes at him. Xie Yuchen, with ease, removes his outer jacket and rolls up the sleeves of his shirt, revealing a well-toned forearm as he heads towards the kitchen with the items he purchased. Sheng Zhi, curious, asks, "Can you cook? Haven't you eaten it before?" Sheng Zhi inquires, "When was that?" "During the National Day holiday," Xie Yuchen replies succinctly, tossing the ingredients into the sink to wash them. Sheng Zhi suddenly recalls that day, remembering how drinking a bowl of porridge at Xie Yuchen's home led his grandfather to consider her as a potential future granddaughter-in-law. As she reminisces, coal ball leaps from her arms and scurries towards its little nook by the floor-to-ceiling window. Having fed it for a week, she recognizes this as a sign of hunger. She rises from the sofa, familiarizing herself with the spot where Xie Yuchen keeps the cat food and fills coal ball's bowl. For a moment, she watches it eat, but her attention is quickly captured by Xie Yuchen, who is bustling in the kitchen. The bubbling sound of soup emanates from the covered pot on the stove, and the aroma wafts enticingly through the air. Sheng Zhi leaned against the refrigerator, watching Xie Yuchen busily prepare the meal. She became entranced by his focused movements as he chopped vegetables. "Are you hungry?" he inquired, placing the vegetables into a dish and rinsing the knife and cutting board. Sheng Zhi shook her head, assuring him she was fine. "There are fruits in the refrigerator, washed and ready. Help yourself." With an "oh," she obediently complied, discovering a bowl of enticingly red cherries on the top shelf. She brought the glass bowl out and popped a cherry into her mouth, the sweet, rich flavor bursting on her palate. "Is it good?" Xie Yuchen asked. Sheng Zhi nodded and offered the bowl to him. "You can have some." Xie Yuchen gently declined, saying, "I am not in a position to indulge." Observing his busy hands, she whimsically held a cherry to his lips. He paused, glancing down at the plump fruit and, with a fleeting thought, opened his mouth slightly to bite into it. Though their interaction lacked physical contact and verbal exchange, it brought him a secret thrill that lasted throughout the day. "Thank you. It is indeed quite sweet." Yet, as he reflected, she was now his girlfriend. Feeding someone fruit was hardly a monumental act. Sheng Zhi gazed at the array of aromatic dishes on the table, particularly the pot of pig's stomach chicken that she had been craving for some time, and her appetite was piqued. She glanced at her own bland takeout and decided against further contemplation. Xie Yuchen served her a generous bowl of pig's stomach chicken soup and placed it before her.
Try it.
With a delicious meal offered, Sheng Zhi felt no reason to refuse. She accepted the spoon he handed her, murmuring her thanks while her eyes remained glued to her bowl. Xie Yuchen said nothing, instead opening the thermos bag she had brought and sampling its contents. "Mediocre. Not as good as what I make." He pushed it aside and began to serve her more vegetables, casually remarking, "If you ever find yourself without a meal, feel free to come to me." Sheng Zhi paused, her hand hovering above the spoon, suddenly lost in thought, her demeanor shifting subtly. After a moment, she slowly lowered her head and asked, "Why?" "It is my duty to ensure my girlfriend is well fed." As soon as he uttered those words, he realized her unusual behavior, and his expression became somewhat more serious. "Do you not like it? I can prepare something else next time." "I do like it," Sheng Zhi interjected, mustering a smile and giving him a thumbs up. "You're a great chef." Xie Yuchen felt relieved, but still sensed that her enthusiasm had waned. Nevertheless, recognizing she had no intention of elaborating, he refrained from probing further, focusing instead on urging her to eat more. As the saying goes, a short mouth is at the mercy of the giver. After the meal, Sheng Zhi volunteered to wash the dishes, only to be playfully shooed out of the kitchen by Xie Yuchen. He blocked her at the island, declaring with a hint of pride, "In our household, guests do not wash dishes." Sheng Zhi looked up at him, "But I am your girlfriend." "Oh," Xie Yuchen replied without missing a beat, "in our household, we do not let girls wash dishes." "Your household principles seem quite changeable," Sheng Zhi mumbled under her breath. "Indeed," he said, handing her the leftover fruit that had been set aside, casually placing his hands on her shoulders and gently turning her towards the living room. "You can spend some time watching the cat or the television. I will have this tidied up shortly." Thus, she was ushered out. Seated on the sofa in the living room, she cuddled the small black cat resting beside her, and together they watched television. Before long, drowsiness overtook her, And she yawned repeatedly, her eyes gradually closing as she leaned against the sofa. When Xie Yuchen emerged from the kitchen, he initially failed to spot her, suspecting she had sneaked away. It was only when he reached the front of the sofa that he discovered she had fallen asleep, cradling the small cat. With great care, he lifted the cat from her embrace. "Go play," he murmured, and then casually grabbed a nearby cushion, unzipping it to transform it into a light blanket, which he gently draped over Sheng Zhi. Perhaps due to her sleeping position, some stray strands of hair had fallen to her lips. Xie Yuchen delicately brushed them aside, revealing her serene sleeping face. "How can your guard still be so low?" he mused, speaking to her as if she could hear him, yet also reflecting inwardly. Chapter 55, Sweet Words. Although this thought crossed his mind, his upbringing prevented him from taking advantage of her vulnerability. He retreated to sit on a nearby armchair, glancing at the wall clock, intending to let her rest for half an hour before waking her. Unexpectedly, just a few minutes later, Sheng Zhi suddenly sat up, as if awakening from a nightmare, the blanket slipping to the floor. Xie Yuchen paused his music, gently asking, "What's wrong?" "I'm fine," she replied, a note of regret in his tone. He stood up and walked with her to the door, opening it for her. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew still. "Gigi, who is this?" Mixue's gaze flitted between them. "He is my classmate." Perhaps feeling guilty, Sheng Zhi raised her voice slightly, speaking faster than usual. Xie Yuchen arched an eyebrow at her, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Hello, Auntie," he greeted politely. "I am Sheng Zhi's classmate and neighbor, Xie Yuchen. Just call me Xiao Xie." Mixue scrutinized him and then her daughter, her unspoken doubts evident. Yet, she chose not to confront them and merely nodded, engaging in small talk. "Xiao Xie, feel free to come over to play sometime." "Sure," he replied, worried that Xie Yuchen might accidentally reveal too much. Sheng Zhi hastily bid him farewell, pulling Mixue into the house. The door slammed shut behind them, echoing in the corridor. Inside, Mixue halted her daughter, who was attempting to escape to her bedroom. "Gigi," she tentatively queried, "what is your relationship with this Xie Yuchen?" Experience had sharpened her instincts, and she quickly sensed something amiss between them. "Just classmates," Sheng Zhi replied slowly, bracing herself. After a moment of contemplation, Mixue abruptly remarked, "Gigi is growing up. If only." Anticipating where the conversation was heading, Sheng Zhi interrupted with a cold expression, "Don't think too much. You know my situation. It's getting late. I need to sleep. You should rest early too." Mixue gazed at the closed door, a tangible representation of the emotional wall between mother and daughter. She silently finished the unspoken thought. If she hadn't been ill, she could enjoy a carefree romance with the boy she likes like other girls. After lying in bed and calming her racing heart for a while, Sheng Zhi finally got up. She intended to explain to Xie Yuchen but, upon patting her pockets, realized she had left her phone at his place. With no other option, she picked up the one on her desk and messaged him. "Imperial Edict. Are you asleep?" "Imperial Edict. I think I left my phone at your place." Subject retired. "It's with me, Sheng Zhi, classmate." Through the screen, Sheng Zhi imagined the tone he would use to say those words, undoubtedly dripping with sarcasm. "Imperial Edict, boyfriend T. Subject retired. I am your classmate." "Quite grudging, I must say," Sheng Zhi muttered softly to herself, continuing to type. "Imperial Edict, I'm sorry, the situation is a bit complicated. I can't tell my family about my relationship for now. That's why I said that earlier. Please don't be upset." Xie Yuchen had gleaned some understanding from observing Ding Xiao's romantic relationships. It seemed that discussions about romance were far more sensitive for the girl's family than for the boys. Thus, he was not genuinely angry, more inclined to tease Sheng Zhi. "Subject retired. Say something sweet to coax me." The screen displayed that the other party was typing. Xie Yuchen stared for quite some time before finally receiving a message from the other side. "Imperial Edict, is this acceptable? Is it correct? Minister retired. What nonsense are you sending?" "Imperial Edict, flattering words." "Minister retired. Thank you, that makes me even angrier." "Imperial Edict, I was wrong." Sheng Zhi tossed her device aside, silently vowing never to engage in abstraction again. The WeChat notification chimed again, and she picked up her tablet. "Minister retired. Rest early. I'll bring your phone tomorrow." "Imperial Edict. No, I can't sleep soundly without my phone." "Minister retired. Then come get it yourself." Sheng Zhi climbed out of bed, slipped on her slippers, and opened the door a crack. She observed that the living room was empty before stealthily making her way out. Sneaking down the hallway, she tapped on Xie Yuchen's door as if engaging in an illicit affair. The person inside seemed to be prepared, quickly opening the door. According to Sheng Zhi's expectations, Their rendezvous should have been a fleeting encounter. However, only a hand emerged from the gap in the door, devoid of a phone. Just like that, without any warning. She found her wrist caught by Xie Yuchen, and she was pulled into his home. Xie Yuchen had apparently just finished showering, still carrying the fragrant scent of body wash. Sheng Zhi found herself in his embrace, her limbs stiff, unsure of where to place them. Xie Yuchen, she hesitated to speak.
Repeat that.
With his head nestled against her neck, his voice was muffled, sending a shiver down her spine with each breath he took. Sheng Zhi's mind went blank. What should I say? Say you like me. I like you. Sheng Zhi responded obediently, without a trace of hesitation. What a liar. Xie Yuchen thought to himself. Now you know how to say flattering words. Huh? He adjusted his mood, reverting to his usual languid demeanor, and handed his phone to Sheng Zhi. Xie Yuchen's essence seemed to dissipate, and as Sheng Zhi blinked, she suddenly felt a bit unaccustomed. Then she heard his voice drift overhead once more. Sheng Zhi, remember, it was you who said you really liked me. That's why I'd be with you. Sheng Zhi vaguely sensed something was amiss but couldn't quite pinpoint it. She was also worried about being discovered by Mixue for secretly meeting a classmate. Wanting to withdraw quickly, she vigorously nodded in agreement with Xie Yuchen's words. Only then did he relent. He gently tucked a strand of hair that he had tousled back into place, his voice laced with an indescribable tenderness. Good night, Gigi. Chapter 56. Spoiled Little Cat. How fortunate. Did Xie Yuchen just call her by her nickname? Images from earlier played back in her mind like a movie. Gradually, Sheng Zhi felt a twinge of bashfulness and pulled the blanket over her head. It wasn't until she felt stifled that she slowly poked her head out again. Calm down. It was just a nickname. Everyone is already in a relationship, and if he dares to call her that, what is there to feel shy about? Sheng Zhi repeatedly reassured herself, but soon her thoughts became tangled again. To be honest, Xie Yuchen's voice was quite captivating. No wonder he was the top choice among alumni. He truly excelled in every conceivable sense. As the weekend approached, Sheng Zhi felt a hint of trepidation, as her friend Tan Jia had given her a heads-up. For those just starting to date, the first weekend is usually spent together. After saying this, Tan Wenrong gave her a knowing look. Did Xie Yuchen ask you out? Don't be easily deceived by him. Sheng Zhi shook her head. No.
Oh.
A flicker of doubt crossed Tan Wenrong's face, but she waved her hand dismissively. He probably has other plans. Just don't let him fool you. Sheng Zhi nodded earnestly. The class bell rang, and the students' thoughts drifted away with the melodious chime. Sheng Zhi packed her textbooks into her bag and, as she prepared to contact Xie Yuchen, received a message from him first. Minister retired. I'm downstairs at your building. Just a few brief words sent Sheng Zhi's mind racing with wild thoughts. Is it time to start the date? She turned to bid farewell to a few roommates before heading downstairs with her bag. She found Xie Yuchen's car parked among a cluster of luxury vehicles belonging to various faculty members. He rolled down the window and gestured for her to get in. She effortlessly slid into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Why the rush today? Sheng Zhi cautiously probed, recalling Tan Jia's words. Xie Yuchen glanced at the rearview mirror, turning the steering wheel to change direction, and replied, just a little something. Sheng Zhi felt an inexplicable tension rise within her, her hands instinctively tightening around the seatbelt. Once the car was on the main road, Xie Yuchen finally had a moment to glance at her. Noticing her little anxious gesture. What's wrong? Nothing. Sheng Zhi straightened up, fixing her gaze on the windshield. Just drive safely. She turned to admire Xie Yuchen's chiseled profile and hesitantly asked, where are we going?
Oh.
This was entirely different from what Sheng Zhi had envisioned, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet just as she was about to rejoice, a new, indescribable emotion welled up inside her. Not in a way that seemed burdensome. Sheng Zhi felt as if something had been triggered within her, and suddenly a radiant smile broke across her face. Xie Yuchen sometimes thought she should enroll in a drama class. Before long, the car came to a stop outside their respective buildings. Sheng Zhi unfastened her seatbelt, exited the vehicle, and before closing the door, bid farewell to Xie Yuchen. I'm leaving. Take care. Xie Yuchen nodded. Go on. Just as Sheng Zhi was about to shut the door, she seemed to recall something and poked her head back in to ask, can I help you feed the cat today? Xie Yuchen raised an eyebrow, a smile dancing in his eyes. Some people constantly profess to like him, but perhaps they are merely thinking of his cat. Spoiled little cat. How fortunate.
Sure.
He paused before adding, but don't just focus on feeding the cat. You need to eat well too. I know. Sheng Zhi waved at him, her tone noticeably warmer.
Goodbye.
After closing the door, she turned and entered her building. The following morning, Sheng Zhi woke up around 10 o'clock. After freshening up, she donned her loungewear and stepped out of her room. At this hour, the house was empty. On the kitchen stove, a pot of millet porridge remained warm. Sheng Zhi opened the refrigerator for a glance and prepared a simple breakfast for herself. Sitting at the dining table, she ate while scrolling through her phone. 2 hours ago, Xie Yuchen had sent her a good morning. It felt like a formal greeting. Not long after, several messages popped up in the dormitory group chat. Chewing future, Imperial Edict. I think I saw Xie Yuchen. Are you two in the library? Tan, 8 handsome guys. Chewing future. You actually go to the library? Chewing future. It's that ridiculous elective course I'm taking that requires us to write a 5,000-word paper as a midterm assignment. Chewing found her rhythm and began to rant. Don't think quietly, seen the Mayday version. Water God thumbs up. Imperial Edict, I'm not there. Chewing future. No wonder I saw so many girls on the 13th floor when I just passed by. Chewing future, a real heartthrob. Such a scoundrel shouldn't be kept. I advise breaking up. Imperial Edict, no breakup. After sending this message, Sheng Zhi reopened her chat with Xie Yuchen. Imperial Edict, are you in the library? Just as she had typed half the message, Xie Yuchen's reply came through. Minister retired. Are you awake? She tapped her fingers against the edge of her phone, deciding to subtly probe him. Imperial Edict, I'm so bored alone. What are you doing? Almost immediately, a picture arrived from him, displaying a thick stack of books spread across a library table. Minister retired. Studying. Sheng Zhi instinctively recalled what Chewing had just mentioned about the upcoming midterm week, naturally assuming that he was also preparing for it. In the art department, there are minimal assessment requirements for midterms and finals. Typically, instructors simply expect the completion of assigned workbooks. She typed with a feigned tone of regret. Imperial Edict arrives. Oh. Imperial Edict arrives. Unfortunately, I don't have a midterm exam. Otherwise, I would also go to the library to study. Xie Yuchen promptly sent over a coordinate. Subject retires. 13th floor, area 2. Before Sheng Zhi could inquire about its meaning, another voice message popped up. She gently tapped the voice note. Perhaps fearing to disturb other students, Xie Yuchen deliberately lowered his voice, laced with a hint of laughter. Girlfriend, if you miss me, you can just say it. Chapter 57. Aren't you jealous? Subject retires. Come find me. Sheng Zhi's eyes brightened. Imperial Edict arrives. Can I wear the same outfit as you? Xie Yuchen glanced down at his attire for the day, puzzled by her fixation on this matter. There were so many more beautiful outfits better suited for girls. He picked up his phone and stood, heading to the CAF in the lounge area, and initiated a video call with Sheng Zhi. She hurriedly answered, adjusting her bangs in front of the camera with an air of idol-like grace. Why the sudden video call? She was unaware that Xie Yuchen had already left the study area and lowered her voice accordingly. Through the screen, Xie Yuchen noticed the lingering flush on her cheeks and her slightly anxious, light-colored pupils. Her unkempt hair cascaded down her neck, resembling a delicate doll.
Let me show you something.
A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips as he pondered for a moment before holding the phone further away, teasingly saying, Sheng Zhi, the top of the class. Sheng Zhi quickly severed the call. One cannot engage in mischief without consequences. Upon hearing that group name, she felt a rush of embarrassment. A new message from Xie Yuchen appeared on the screen. Subject retires. Did you see clearly? Imperial Edict arrives. I saw clearly. After completing all this, she set her phone down and began to tidy herself up. Half an hour later, she finished her makeup and changed her clothes before heading out. By the time she arrived at the library, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Xie Yuchen was indeed a bit busy, so he let her come up alone. The 13th floor was filled with various legal texts, which did not pique Sheng Zhi's interest. Before meeting Xie Yuchen, she first visited the 15th floor, which was lined with comics and literary novels. After selecting 2 books, she descended to meet him. The row where Xie Yuchen sat was empty, but several other rows nearby were occupied by numerous girls, just as Chewing had said. Noticing Sheng Zhi striding directly toward him, dressed in matching outfits, others quickly understood. The declaration of possession has arrived. Xie Yuchen, the center of attention, was absorbed in writing in his notebook, surrounded by several books on the table. Sheng Zhi slowed her pace and sat down in the empty seat to his left. Xie Yuchen, sensing her presence, looked up, his gaze landing on her outfit that mirrored his. There are still quite a few in stock. He shuffled his belongings inward to make room for her and casually passed her the cup of hot milk tea he had just packed downstairs. Thank you. Sheng Zhi mouthed silently. As this was a study area, They refrained from excessive conversation. After her arrival, Xie Yucheng's mood visibly brightened and his study efficiency notably increased. Sheng Zhi immersed herself in her novel, occasionally glancing at WeChat. Before long, feeling bored, she pulled out a black pen from her bag and stealthily rifled through the stack of blank paper on the left corner of Xie Yucheng's desk, intending to borrow a piece for some light-hearted distraction. As she lifted the stack, intending to extract one from the bottom, she unexpectedly stumbled upon something else, a note. Neatly inscribed were 2 lines of elegant handwriting. "Hello, classmate. I am the girl from the second to last row. May I add you on WeChat? I apologize if I've disturbed you. Best wishes for your studies. Here is my WeChat ID, 139. After pondering for a moment, Sheng Zhi tugged at Xie Yucheng's sleeve. He looked up in confusion. What's wrong? Without a word, she silently handed him the note. He glanced down at it. Xie Yucheng swiftly snatched it away. Sheng Zhi's hand was left empty, and she clenched her fist in frustration, lowering her arm again. However, the contact information portion had been blacked out. Sheng Zhi turned to see Xie Yucheng already engrossed in his studies again. Please throw this away for me. Oh, she responded quietly, standing to dispose of the trash outside the glass room. When she turned back, she found Xie Yucheng had also come out, holding her phone and bag. I'll take you to eat. He returned her phone but kept her bag in his possession. Okay. The two walked side by side out of the library, during which Xie Yucheng inquired what she wanted to eat. As she walked, she contemplated. Unbeknownst to her, the expression on his face had darkened. After what felt like an eternity, Xie Yucheng, who had been brooding for some time, could no longer contain his curiosity. Aren't you jealous? Sheng Zhi was still mulling over dinner and thought he was asking about her dietary preferences. I'm fine, I'll eat dumplings. TSK, Xie Yucheng closed his eyes in exasperation, feeling as though he had struck a pillow. What I meant was, when I was asked for my WeChat. Sheng Zhi froze momentarily, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. When you were asked for your WeChat, I wasn't eating dumplings. Xie Yucheng found her reaction amusing, nodding repeatedly. All right. Is this how you express affection? Dumplings for lunch. He said this with his teeth nearly grinding together in frustration, then took a long stride, controlling his pace as he walked straight ahead. Realizing he was genuinely upset, Sheng Zhi quickly caught up to him and grasped his hand. I do feel jealous. Xie Yucheng paused, the soft sensation in his palm causing him to forget his thoughts, and he slowly turned to look at her. Sheng Zhi bit her lip and blinked at him. I really do feel jealous. It was precisely because of her jealousy that she was venting. Her pair of clear eyes fixated on Xie Yucheng, resembling a playful pout. You little deceiver.
What do you mean by that?
Xie Yucheng clearly did not intend to let her evade easily. That's because I was too embarrassed to say it directly. I really am jealous. You have to believe me. It turned out that Xie Yucheng could be appeased in an instant. Watching her so eager to prove herself while suppressing a smile, he cleared his throat, his voice returning to calm. If you're jealous, the proper way to express it would be to get angry and warn me, not to pout and coax me like this. Sheng Zhi wanted to retort. I didn't pout. Before she could articulate the word pout, she felt her hand being held in a firm grasp. Xie Yucheng naturally intertwined his fingers with hers. Let us go eat. Sheng Zhi stared blankly at their interlocked hands. Wait, when did we start holding hands? Chapter 58. Remember to miss me. Chu Ying and the others were astonished to learn that Sheng Zhi and Xie Yucheng had spent an entire weekend in the library together. Chewing future. Is that how you date? At that moment, Sheng Zhi was busy sketching some recent commissions she had taken online in the library. She immersed herself in her drawing for a while, occasionally picking up her phone to search for references, only to forget what she was doing and end up chatting with Chu Ying and the others on WeChat. Sheng Zhi glanced at Xie Yucheng, who was absorbed in reading beside her, and thought that if this constituted a date, it was rather pleasant. There was no need for conversation. They could sit together and accomplish their tasks without any awkwardness arising. However, it was evident that Chu Ying and the others did not share the same sentiment. Discussion of 8 handsome men. No, he doesn't invest any time, money, or emotional value in this relationship. What a scoundrel. Initial prosperity. Scoundrel. Do not expect peace, having seen Mayday's version. Scoundrel.
Imperiali dicteraibs. No.
Sheng Zhi weakly explained, while furtively glancing at the side where Xie Yucheng sat. If she were to delve into it, she would realize that her relationship with Xie Yucheng was not born out of affection. By that logic, wouldn't she also be labeled a heartless woman? As her thoughts drifted, a notification popped up on her manuscript software, confirming receipt of the previous submission. Followed by an instant payment. Sheng Zhi finally remembered why she had been looking at her phone. She ceased her idle chatter with her roommate and resumed her artistic endeavor. Once one immerses themselves in a task, time seems to fly. When Xie Yuchen looked up, the sky outside was already painted a brilliant red by the evening glow. He closed his book and his notebook filled with dense notes. Stretching his arms, he turned to speak to Sheng Zhi, only to find her with one hand propping up her face and the other clutching a pen, the drawing interface on her device having long gone dark. Her long, delicate eyelashes fluttered, indicating an uneasy slumber. Xie Yuchen instinctively softened his movements, his breath slowing unconsciously as he gazed at Sheng Zhi in quiet admiration. She truly was prone to sleepiness. Sleeping beauty, a phrase unexpectedly flitted through Xie Yuchen's mind. After a short while, it seemed that Sheng Zhi's arm could no longer support her head, and her head began to nod. Just as it appeared she would fall onto the screen, Xie Yuchen's reflexes kicked in, and he reached out to support her chin. In the next moment, Sheng Zhi blinked awake, her eyes meeting his. The air felt as if it had momentarily frozen. Xie Yuchen, almost instinctively, gathered his fingers and gently pinched her small face. Sheng Zhi, what are you doing? Her cheeks were being pinched, causing her speech to be slightly muffled. Xie Yuchen's other hand unexpectedly reached out. Sheng Zhi reflexively closed her eyes.
Then,
Xie Yuchen's hand brushed against her forehead. Thankfully, her temperature was normal. Sheng Zhi uttered a soft "oh," tucking her bangs behind her ear as she busied herself packing her belongings. When she stood up, Xie Yuchen effortlessly took her bag from her. The two sought out a restaurant in the nearby food street by Gate 3. Approximately 40 minutes later, Xie Yuchen pushed open the dormitory door and set down a pile of documents from his bag. He glanced at the 2 electronic tickets on his phone screen, turned off the display and set the phone down, remarking quietly, "Ding Zhao." Ding Zhao nodded thoughtfully. In the midst of their conversation, the phone on the table lit up again, prompting Xie Yuchen to lift his eyelids and take a glance. It was a message from Sheng Zhi. A smile crept onto his lips as he picked up the phone and stepped out onto the balcony. In the cool breeze of late November, the sense of early winter began to waft through the air. Subject withdrawn, I have arrived. Imperial edict arrives. Oh. Subject withdrawn, rest early. You have class tomorrow. Imperial edict arrives. You too. Sheng Zhi observed the polite exchange on the screen, intending to add a few encouraging words about not worrying too much about midterms. However, new messages arrived before she could type. This year's National College Student Mock Court Competition was scheduled to take place at Jing University. Last week, her mentor had approached him regarding this matter. Consequently, Xie Yuchen would be teaming up with several classmates from the law school to represent Qianning University in the competition. While Sheng Zhi was not well-versed in such competitions, seeing Xie Yuchen's earnest attitude suggested its significance. She encouraged him. Imperial edict arrives. Don't be nervous. You got this. Xie Yuchen chuckled lightly. Once he decided to undertake a task, he would exert every effort to excel, never allowing himself to feel anxious about any competition or exam. It was peculiar that although they had managed well before, he now found himself preemptively anxious about their impending brief separation. He wondered if Sheng Zhi had developed even a slight fondness for him lately. At times, he felt he was being overly greedy, hiding his true feelings in the process. This was not characteristic of Xie Yuchen. As night deepened, he cast a glance at the full moon above. On the other side, at Tianshui Bay, after exchanging goodnights, Sheng Zhi set her phone down and turned her attention to her task 3. The deadline set by the system was 3 months, and now nearly half that time had passed, with less than a third of the progress bar remaining. A sense of disappointment washed over her, perhaps due to the forced stagnation of her task, or perhaps for other reasons. She dared not ponder too deeply. Another week slipped by unnoticed. Likely due to the overlap of exam week and the competition, Xie Yuchen was particularly busy this week. Sheng Zhi mostly saw him only after school. Early Friday morning, Xie Yuchen, along with several teammates, headed to Yunjing. Sheng Zhi had no classes that morning. In an effort to maintain the persona of someone madly in love with Xie Yuchen, she tentatively asked the night before if she should accompany him. Xie Yuchen glanced at the time of the next day as train tickets and promptly declined, reasoning that at that hour, she might not be able to wake up. All right then, Sheng Zhi feigned disappointment. I will support you in spirit. In that moment, Xie Yuchen couldn't help but embrace her as he gazed into her crescent-shaped smiling eyes. Though she was still somewhat unaccustomed to such intimate contact, the fact that it was Xie Yuchen made her surprisingly unopposed to it. Remember to think of me. Sheng Zhi, in a moment of infatuation, nodded. Chapter 59. You're a machine, sister. That night, Sheng Zhi experienced a rare dream. The scene unfolded in the Sheng household. A kind-hearted servant aunt presented her with a beautifully packaged taro and mango cake. At that time, young Sheng Zhi found even a small gesture of kindness sufficient to bring her immense joy. She sat in the garden pavilion, excitedly opening the cake box. Her younger brother, Sheng Yi, who was 3 years her junior, appeared out of nowhere, timidly calling her sister and eyeing the cake hungrily. Sheng Zhi was not particularly fond of him. She initially had no intention of sharing the cake, as he had no need for it. However, his persistent gaze wore on her patience, leading her to split the cake in half and offer him a portion. At that moment, Sheng Zhi never anticipated that she would face 2 consequences for a single act. While Sheng Yi's alleged allergy to cat hair might have been fabricated, his actual allergy to mangoes was very real. The Sheng household erupted into chaos, while the small dark room where Sheng Zhi was confined became the calmest place. Sheng Mingjie arranged for a servant to bring her a meal daily. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Zhi slipped away. She had no clear destination in mind, but it was certainly preferable to being confined. Taking advantage of the lack of supervision, she stealthily escaped through the back door of the Sheng family's villa, illuminated by the moonlight. Unfortunately, her escape plan was not well thought out. Just outside the villa's walls, she anxiously glanced back to check for pursuers while cautiously running towards the main road. However, in the moment she was about to turn, she collided with a pair of long, slender legs wrapped in luxurious fabric. Zhi. Sheng Zhi awoke with a start. The dream's vividness left her breathless, her heart racing uncontrollably. After a while, she calmed herself, attempting to reassure herself that it was merely a dream. In her youth, she had indeed harbored countless thoughts of fleeing the Sheng family, but had never mustered the courage to act upon them. With a soft sigh, Sheng Zhi gazed out into the night, still shrouded in darkness, yet sleep eluded her. She suddenly felt an urge to question Yu Anhe and Sheng Mingjie about whether she was truly so unlikable. However, this thought lasted but a fleeting moment. The fragility in Sheng Zhi's eyes gradually faded. She had long ceased to harbor any expectations for her parents' love. After casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, she retrieved her phone from beneath her pillow. At this hour, the entire city had succumbed to slumber, with even social media platforms falling into a profound silence, akin to a pot of porridge that had boiled for too long suddenly extinguished. Sheng Zhi yearned for someone to converse with. She tapped on Xie Yuchen's profile, their last exchange lingering on a mutual goodnight from hours prior. Exiting WeChat, she decided to pull out her old phone, whimsically engaging the system. System, why are you merely a phone? An antiquated model at that. Having perused countless novels, she had never encountered a system presented in such a manner, devoid of any cool or intelligent flair. The dialogue even bore a whiff of telemarketing. Thankfully, the system required no rest. I don't know. Why do you appear in my possession? Sheng Zhi continued to inquire, devoid of hope, yet was taken aback when a new message popped up in the dialogue box. Someone wishes for your safety. Her fingers halted mid-typing, her emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity. Just as she intended to probe further into the identity of this mysterious person, she noticed the message above had transformed into gibberish. How bizarre. Sheng Zhi promptly tossed the phone into the drawer of her bedside table. Continuing this conversation would indeed make sleep an impossibility. She lay leisurely on her bed, her gaze unfocused as it wandered aimlessly. After Xie Yuchen departed for Yunjing, her life returned to its pre-acquaintance state. Daily classes, meals, homework, and occasionally outings with her roommates occupied her time. However, Chu Ying and Tan Wanrong persistently chirped in her ears about Xie Yuchen. With the vastness of the sky and the distance of the emperor, let alone imperial edicts, it was prudent to keep a close watch on him. All right. Sheng Zhi replied with feigned annoyance, I understand. Curiously, Chu Ying leaned in for a glimpse. Their close relationship made Sheng Zhi unconcerned, so she spread her hands to show her. Thus, Chu Ying was fortunate enough to glean insights into the daily exchanges of a couple in love. Around 8 in the morning, Xie Yuchen sent Sheng Zhi a good morning and shared his breakfast. Looks good. At around 10, he sent her a photo of the preliminary competition venue. I've arrived. There are quite a few people. Indeed, good luck. By noon I won. Today has finally come to an end. He shared a picture of a specialty dish from the cafeteria at Yunjing University. Congratulations. The dish looks appetizing. Chu Ying gasped, her expression difficult to articulate. Are you a robot sister? Sheng Zhi stared at her in confusion. What do you mean? Who talks like you in a relationship? You might even be more emotionally detached than him. Tell me the truth. Chewing lowered her voice. Do you really like Xie Yuchen? Sheng Zhi's eyes widened in alarm. Had she been exposed? Why do you ask? She suppressed her rising panic and feigned calmness. Although I've never been in a relationship, Chewing prefaced under normal circumstances. Shouldn't liking someone mean thinking of them constantly, wanting to share everything in your life with them? Looking at your chat history, it seems Xie Yucheng's desire to share is much stronger than yours. Do you like him, or does he like you? Chewing suddenly detected a note of dissonance. Is that so? Sheng Zhi's thoughts had already veered off course the moment she uttered her first sentence. She had always been receptive to advice, especially when it pertained to her own well-being. Thus, she resolved to alter her chatting approach with Xie Yucheng from that moment onward. However, his disappointment had barely lasted 2 seconds before her phone's screen lit up once more. Soon, 2 WeChat message notifications from Sheng Zhi appeared on the main page. Chapter 60. Another day of liking you. He picked up his phone again, unlocking it to find a message from Sheng Zhi. She had sent a photo reminiscent of his style, depicting the bridge over Ruinqi Lake, presumably taken on her way to the cafeteria. I'm on my way to the cafeteria. Her willingness to share her current situation with him was enough to keep Xie Yucheng elated for quite some time.
All right.
Study hard, eat well. After typing, he also sent her a monetary transfer. I'll treat you to something delicious. Sheng Zhi stared at the 4-digit transfer, somewhat bewildered. She tugged at Xu Ying's sleeve, once again offering her phone for inspection. Xu Ying's jaw nearly dropped. Sister, I think I've misjudged him. This emotional support is quite substantial. Or have the standards for scumbags risen this high? Given her understanding of that group of despicable men, she preferred to believe that Xie Yucheng genuinely liked Sheng Zhi. If he is willing to give, just accept it. After all, you're both in a relationship now.
Such sweet words.
Sheng Zhi suddenly recalled a certain evening where she received an impromptu lesson. Thank you, boyfriend. Today is yet another day of liking you. When Xie Yucheng read this message, a soft chuckle escaped his throat, as he could already imagine the tone with which Sheng Zhi spoke. It appeared that even in his absence, she could seamlessly embody her role. However, the matter did not end there. Over the next hour, Xie Yucheng received 2 intermittent updates from Sheng Zhi. One was a photo from the cafeteria, indicating her arrival. He reminded her to collect her money, but she pretended not to see. After a brief interval, she sent another photo, this time of the convenience store beneath her dormitory. I've arrived at the dorm. Understood, Miss Ningda, tour guide. Sheng Zhi stared at those words, her ears suddenly flushing with warmth. Embarrassed, she tucked her phone away, feigning nonchalance as she followed Chu Ying into the dormitory. Observing her flushed cheeks, Chu Ying inquired, Is it hot today? Sheng Zhi swiftly raised her hand to fan herself, laughing nervously. Yes, I got a bit warm climbing the stairs.
Oh.
Fortunately, Chu Ying did not dwell on the matter, engaging in light banter with a few others before lying on her bed to play with her phone. Sheng Zhi remained preoccupied with Chu Ying's comment about her robotic-like conversations with Xie Yucheng, scouring the internet for examples of how other couples typically interacted. Alas, among 10 couple bloggers, 8 were merely seeking to drive traffic, and 1 was an ancient post seeking advice on how to win back an ex-boyfriend. Finding it somewhat tedious, Sheng Zhi suddenly recalled that there was a genuine couple in the dorm. Tan Wanrong, Sheng Zhi called out, turning her head.
What? Tan Wanrong replied.
Her gaze still glued to her phone screen. I'd like to ask you something. Sheng Zhi hesitated momentarily. What do you and your boyfriend usually chat about? Tan Wanrong looked up in confusion, instinctively overthinking. Did Xie Yucheng give you the cold shoulder? No. Sheng Zhi shook her head repeatedly, initially engrossed in her phone. Chu Ying, upon hearing their conversation, poked her head out from behind the curtain to join in. If you had seen her chat records with Xie Yucheng, you would think she was a robot too. Sheng Zhi chuckled awkwardly. Tan Wanrong, perplexed, glanced between Chu Ying and Sheng Zhi. She straightforwardly presented her WeChat chat interface to them. See?
Wait.
Unable to contain her curiosity, Chu Ying immediately leapt from her bed. I want to see too. Half a minute later, Sheng Zhi placed Tan Wanrong's phone on the table, and she and Chu Ying leaned in to examine it. Good afternoon, handsome. Shall we meet for a kiss this afternoon? Hee, that is a different price. After a while. Hee dear. 8 handsome talks, let's forget it. It seems rather windy outside today. 8 handsome talks. By the way, 8 handsome talks. Speaking of which. As if sensing she was unable to hold back her laughter, He directly interrupted her spell with a blank expression emoji, simply stating, big. Sheng Zhi licked her lips, silently returning her phone to Tan Wanrong. Sheng Zhi nodded vigorously. What's wrong? Tan Wanrong casually glanced at her phone, believing that a little flirtation between couples would enhance their relationship. As she spoke, she winked at Sheng Zhi. Have you learned enough? I politely declined. Sheng Zhi waved her hand regretfully, saying she wasn't that familiar with the person yet. This matter had been weighing on Sheng Zhi's mind. Though Xie Yuchen was unaware of what transpired in Qianning, he distinctly noticed that Sheng Zhi had been initiating conversations with him more frequently over the past few days. This was a positive development for him. As the competition progressed into its later stages, the caliber of participants rose significantly, and even Xie Yuchen began to feel a hint of mental fatigue. By the time he organized his thoughts, it was nearly dinner time, prompting him to order room service from the hotel. Just as he was about to put down his phone, he received a message from Sheng Zhi. It was a sneaky cat emoji accompanied by a question. Decree arrived, have you eaten? Xie Yuchen smiled knowingly, feeling a wave of fatigue lift. Subject retired. Yes, I have. It wasn't a lie, he mused, as she hadn't specified which meal. Decree arrived. Oh, what are you doing now? Xie Yuchen glanced at the pile of draft papers on his desk. Subject retired. Reading. He suppressed a flicker of excitement in his heart, repeatedly rereading the message before gradually calming down. He suspected that Sheng Zhi had made a typo, but couldn't he resist teasing her with a playful tone. Subject retired. Is it really okay? Decree arrived, of course. Chapter 61. The deceitful one's acting skills are improving. Just as Sheng Zhi sent her message, she received a video call invitation from Xie Yuchen. Her eyes widened in panic. She quickly got off her chair and double-checked that the door was locked before donning her headphones and answering the video call. What's up? She whispered. On the screen appeared Xie Yuchen's impeccably handsome face, his voice laced with playful teasing. I took a screenshot.
Huh?
Sheng Zhi was momentarily confused.
What?
You must keep your word. Realizing something was off, Sheng Zhi minimized the video window and scrutinized their recent chat history. Decree arrived. Oh, what are you doing now? Subject retired. Reading. Decree arrived. If there's a word you don't understand, kiss me. Kiss me. Sheng Zhi gasped, slamming her phone down on the table and smacking her hand in frustration. Stupid fingers. What nonsense have you typed? She regretted her reckless online learning. Although she could no longer see Xie Yuchen's face, his low laughter echoed clearly in her headphones. Why aren't you speaking? Sheng Zhi felt a warm flush creeping up her cheeks. Instead of picking up her phone again, she engaged in a voice chat with Xie Yuchen. I made a typo. I meant to ask you, she said weakly. Oh, I see. Xie Yuchen drawled. Are you truly a klutz? He asked mischievously. Absolutely. More genuine than gold.
Oh.
Xie Yuchen replied slowly. I thought your affection for me had intensified to the point of wanting. This thought was interrupted by Sheng Zhi's forceful interjection. Then, feeling a bit flustered, she quickly added, we share a pure and innocent relationship. Don't think about anything inappropriate. Xie Yuchen chuckled but remained silent. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. After a while, Sheng Zhi heard Xie Yuchen ask, could you lift your phone? With her hands cupping her cheeks. She gathered her thoughts and pretended to be nonchalant as she raised her phone, her gaze wandering, deliberately avoiding looking at him on the screen. Xie Yuchen smirked slightly. It's getting late. You should rest early.
Sheng Zhi nodded. All right. Good night.
Their video call concluded there. After putting down her phone, Sheng Zhi let out a silent sigh of relief. A few minutes later, she glanced at the time and suddenly realized it was still a bit early for bed. The next day, when Sheng Zhi woke up, Mixue was already working in the living room. Upon seeing her, she casually reminded her to eat breakfast in the kitchen. Sheng Zhi acknowledged her while slipping on her slippers and heading out the door. During the days when Xie Yuchen was away, it had become her routine to feed the little cat across the hall first thing in the morning. She had not hidden this from Mixue, who had never interfered. In fact, Mixue had even suggested that Sheng Zhi consider adopting a kitten of her own.
Sheng Zhi had declined.
There were too many uncertainties. Stifling a yawn, she skillfully opened Xie Yuchen's door. As she stepped inside, she was taken aback. The person who had been far away in Yunjing the night prior was now lounging on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, gently playing with the kitten in his arms. Did I wake up too abruptly? Sheng Zhi murmured, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. When she looked again, the little cat had already jumped down from Xie Yuchen's arms and scampered to her feet. Xie Yuchen approached her, tilting his head with an amused expression. Still not awake. How come? Upon noticing Sheng Zhi, who clearly rushed over right after waking up, he teased, quite responsible of you. No wonder the kitten has been distant with me lately. Sheng Zhi paused, retorting emphatically, I would never covertly meddle in your father-son relationship. Xie Yuchen chuckled. I never said that. As if recalling something, he turned to grab a large bag from the sofa and handed it to Sheng Zhi. Sheng Zhi accepted it, bewildered. What is this? A token of gratitude for helping me feed the cat. He didn't say it directly, but asked if she was free today. Sheng Zhi nodded. Perfect, I have nothing to do either. Let's go out for a stroll. Xie Yuchen replied. There's no rush. Take your time. Alright, but you might have to wait for me a bit. Fine. Xie Yuchen smiled as he watched her turn to leave. After closing her door, Sheng Zhi eagerly opened the bag to take a look. Inside was a light-colored designer coat for women, with neat stitching and exquisite brand embroidery. It appeared to be the same as the one Xie Yuchen had worn earlier, just in a different color and size. She never imagined Xie Yuchen would take the initiative to help her complete a task. After her initial excitement, anxiety quickly followed. What if he had discovered her true intentions for getting close to him? Yet, Sheng Zhi quickly dismissed that thought. Systems and such were simply absurd. Moreover, she had disguised herself so well that it was impossible to be found out. After completing all this, she finally messaged Xie Yuchen. Decree arrived, I'm all set. Subject retired, then come straight to the garage. Sheng Zhi put away her phone, and as she passed through the living room, she greeted Mixue before heading out.
Ms.
You looked up, listening to her light footsteps, knowing but not saying a word. Upon reaching the underground garage, Sheng Zhi easily found Xie Yuchen and climbed into the passenger seat. Master Xie's gaze rested unabashedly upon her, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. There's a difference between actively seeking to wear matching outfits and passively doing so. Sheng Zhi felt a rare sense of embarrassment. Thank you, she hesitated before asking. But why did you give me the clothes? I noticed you seemed to enjoy wearing matching outfits with me, so I thought I'd indulge you a bit. After receiving this answer, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, her smile radiant. Exactly. I love it. Xie Yuchen chuckled softly, remaining silent. The deceiver's acting skills have indeed improved lately. Buckle up, Sheng Zhi inquired. Where are we heading? You'll find out soon, Xie Yuchen replied enigmatically. He drove her to a bustling commercial district in the city center, where the landmark of Qianning, the Qianjiang Bridge, was prominently visible as they exited the vehicle. Upon entering the first floor of the mall, Sheng Zhi's gaze was instantly captured by a gigantic billboard advertising a spacious cat CAF intriguingly named MOAO cat. Xie Yuchen held open the glass door, and immediately, a stunning calico cat approached them. So adorable, she exclaimed, crouching to stroke the kitten, her heart swelling with tenderness akin to soft cotton candy. As customers arrived, a variety of cats emerged from their hiding spots, eager to interact. Immersed in the feline delight, Sheng Zhi barely noticed anything else until Xie Yuchen handed her a cat toy. She looked up, about to express her gratitude, when suddenly, something was placed atop her head. Turning to glance in a distant mirror, she discovered a cat ear headband resting there. Chapter 62, Xie Yuchen, you're so cute, she remarked, adjusting the headband and beaming at him. Thank you. He tilted his chin slightly, his brow arching with a playful smirk. It suits you quite well. Without warning, he produced a Polaroid camera and asked, would you like to take a souvenir photo with the cats? Sheng Zhi was pleasantly surprised. You know such otaku terminology now? She vaguely recalled that during a previous comic convention, Xie Yuchen had shown little interest in that culture. It's just that I've picked up a bit from listening to Jun's incessant chatter, he explained casually. Sheng Zhi nodded thoughtfully, then gently placed the calico cat on a low table, leaning her head towards it. Let's take a photo with this little calico. With that, she flashed a smile at Xie Yuchen's camera. He found the right angle and captured the moment, preserving it forever. After waiting for the photo to develop, he handed it to her. While taking a Polaroid doesn't require much skill from the photographer, Xie Yuchen surprisingly produced an exceptionally beautiful shot. Thank you, she said just as Xie Yuchen extended his hand. What for? She instinctively asked. You've seen it. It's time to return it, he replied. Isn't it a gift for me? She questioned, perplexed. Xie Yuchen shook his head, his hand still outstretched. Of course, the photo is mine. But I'm in it. Sheng Zhi protested, unwilling to relent. I can take another for you, would that suffice? No, he said, unwavering. Xueqiu would be upset to find out. Fine, she pouted, reluctantly returning the photo while muttering under her breath, stingy. Xie Yuchen pretended not to hear, taking the paper and inserting it into his transparent phone case right before her eyes. What are you doing? Sheng Zhi felt a warmth rise to her cheeks at his actions. Just keeping it safe so it doesn't get lost, he replied, quickly changing the subject. I'll take another picture for you. It will be yours. All right then. In the CAT CAF, there was a glass room designated for customers to engage in crafting. Various patterns and tools for creating cat-themed accessories were available, provided one was willing to pay extra. Sheng Zhi found this intriguing and dragged Xie Yuchen inside, where they spent a delightful hour crafting. Ultimately, they made 2 keychains resembling the same breed as Suecio. After leaving the CAF, they found a nearby restaurant to enjoy lunch. Xie Yuchen, however, remained calm, glancing at his phone and leisurely stating, "No rush.
There's still time.
Would you like to catch a movie?" Even Sheng Zhi, usually oblivious, sensed that they were, in fact, on a date. She bit her lip, hesitating before nodding in agreement.
Sure.
They selected a recently released animated film. However, the cinema was crowded with children, which ultimately diminished their viewing experience. This doesn't count, he thought. The timing was just too rushed. When they exited the theater, the sky had darkened, and the city was aglow with neon lights, exuding vibrancy. "Let me take you home, then I'll head out," Xie Yuchen said. His car parked across from the commercial area. As they walked side by side to the parking lot, the streetlights cast elongated shadows behind them. Despite the bustling surroundings, an unusual tranquility enveloped them, creating a serene atmosphere that felt anything but awkward. Sheng Zhi glanced at him, her gaze inadvertently catching something amusing. She placed her hand on Xie Yuchen's arm, her voice filled with excitement. "Wait. Don't move." Xie Yuchen regarded her with a hint of skepticism. "What is the matter?" Sheng Zhi stepped back a few paces, fearing his reluctance, and quickly pulled out her phone, pointing it at him. "Look at me." Although unsure of her intentions, Xie Yuchen obediently complied. In the night, his handsome features remained unblemished on the screen, even enhanced by the atmospheric backdrop. Sheng Zhi adjusted her phone to include the cityscape behind him in the frame, then pressed the shutter. Once finished, she triumphantly showed him the photo, where the illuminated bridge and the cityscape created a delightful juxtaposition with his cool demeanor, resembling 2 cat ears. "Xie Yuchen, you are so adorable." "I am not." He began to protest, but upon meeting the sparkle in Sheng Zhi's eyes, he fell silent. After a moment he smiled, seemingly enchanted by her laughter. Clearly, someone was blissfully unaware of their own charm. "Let her have her fun," he mused. Just then, Sheng Zhi switched to the front camera, including both of them in the frame. He intended to share the spotlight with the cattered bridge, but she halted him.
Don't move, just like that.
Xie Yuchen could only smile resignedly, allowing her to take the lead. "Don't look at me, look at the lens," came her playful reprimand. "Understood," he replied. What had begun as a simple outing in Qianning had transformed into an enchanting experience, yet now he found himself alone in a cold hotel room. It felt as if he had dreamt a beautiful dream, but the cat-eared bridge photo Sheng Zhi sent reminded him that this was very much reality. Beneath the photo, she had added a teasing remark, "Royal decree. As a generous photographer, I shall not hide my treasures for my model." Xie Yuchen recognized her playful taunt, flipping his phone over to gaze at the Polaroid tucked behind it, a smile blossoming on his face. Was someone orchestrating this from behind the scenes? Otherwise, how could he feel such a yearning for another city just hours after leaving? He saved the photos Sheng Zhi had sent him, posted them to his social media, and added a caption, "She took this." After much contemplation, he set the post's visibility to private, as he still grappled with his own insecurities. Chapter 63. She gifted me flowers. Sheng Zhi discovered something new around her neck just before her evening routine. Carefully, she removed it and examined it closely. A renowned red agate necklace from Van Cleef Arpels, quite valuable indeed. No wonder she had felt an odd itch around her neck earlier. Gently, she placed the necklace in a box, aware that although Xie Yuchen was not lacking in wealth, such an extravagant gift left her feeling overwhelmed. Reflecting on it, she realized she had never truly done anything for him and thus felt unworthy of his generous gifts. She messaged Xie Yuchen to express her gratitude and subtly indicate that she could not accept such a present. Sheng Zhi vaguely sensed that certain matters seemed to be gradually straying from the trajectory she had originally envisioned. This feeling stirred a sense of unease within her, prompting her to make a concerted effort to dismiss such thoughts. A few days later, Xie Yuchen's competition team triumphantly returned to school after clinching the championship. At that moment, Sheng Zhi was attending a specialized class. Cui shared a post from a law school public account with her, remarking softly, "Your boyfriend is undeniably handsome." Sheng Zhi silently concurred, feeling as if she existed on an entirely different plane from others. She set down her paintbrush, pondered briefly, and sent a message to Xie Yuchen. "Your decree has arrived. What time will you be at school?" He replied, "In half an hour." "Shall I come to find you at noon?" She inquired. No need, he responded. Midway through typing, a sudden epiphany struck him. Why did it feel as if this was a test? Xie Yuchen deleted the text and rephrased, in the dorm. Alright. After receiving the confirmation, Sheng Zhi opened a food delivery app, meticulously selecting her meal. Half an hour later, as the school bus came to a halt beneath the boys' dormitory of the law school, Xie Yuchen received a call from an unfamiliar number. It was the delivery person. A minute later, under the watchful eyes of his teammates, he accepted a bouquet of blue hydrangeas accompanied by white eustoma. Whispers erupted from others nearby. Is this prepared by the department? Why does he have one? I want one too. Are you foolish? It's clearly a gift from his girlfriend. One boy, expressing disdain, added. Haven't you noticed how he's been flaunting that phone case in front of us? The photo inside is of his girlfriend. Damn. Why doesn't my girlfriend send me flowers? Wake up. Where's your girlfriend? Xie Yuchen noticed a small card nestled among the flowers, inscribed with the words, Congratulations, Xie Yuchen, on your victory. Indeed. It was a gift from my girlfriend. The boy who had just ridiculed him shot him a glare. Who asked you? As he pushed the door open, Yu-jun, who had no classes that morning, and Ding Zhao both turned to look. Yu-jun, still engrossed in a game, seized the moment to tease him. The next second, he saw Xie Yuchen approaching him as if to greet a dignitary, extending his hand with utmost seriousness. Bewildered, Yu-jun withdrew his hand from the screen, asking, What's going on? Did you win the lottery? Yes, yes. Xie Yuchen exclaimed joyfully. How did you know my girlfriend sent me flowers? I had no idea. Yu-jun replied, visibly perplexed. In truth, he had noticed the flowers as soon as Xie Yuchen entered, initially assuming they were a gift from the event organizers, never considering any other possibility.
Dingye.
She sent me flowers. Xie Yuchen rarely displayed such outward emotion. Even when achieving first place in a national competition, he merely maintained a composed demeanor while offering official words of encouragement to other teams. Yet now, a simple bouquet from Sheng Zhi filled him with such elation that he felt compelled to announce it to the world. I see. Ding Zhao seemed to understand his delight, raising an eyebrow with a smile. While still attending class, Sheng Zhi unexpectedly received a message from Yu-jun, someone she hadn't chatted with in a while. Yu-juzi, Sheng Zhi, I implore you to manage Xie Yuchen. Sheng Zhi was taken aback. What's the matter? However, after waiting for an extended period, she received no further response. I won't say anything more. Give me back my phone, Yu-jun said, gritting his teeth as he glared at Xie Yuchen. Seizing his roommate's phone, Xie Yuchen was in high spirits, declaring, You swear that if you report me again, you'll continue failing your advanced calculus. Yu-jun retorted, Please. Act like a decent person. As December arrived, Qianning plunged into a drastic drop in temperature, and the entire city seemed to enter winter overnight. Pedestrians began bundling themselves in thick cotton coats. Sheng Zhi felt a pang of sympathy for her wallet, but the only consolation was that this arduous task was nearing its end, and the days of financial strain would soon be over. However, it appeared that others could not discern which camp she belonged to. What are you all doing? She inquired, puzzled. Well, Qi began, pulling the yarn off Tan Wanrong's head while jokingly saying, I've decided not to pursue graduate studies. Tan Jia is preparing to knit me a scarf to donate a position. I want to be the county magistrate of Songyang. Sheng Zhi burst into laughter at her words, removing her bag from her shoulder to assist. Stop it, Tan Wanrong remarked, hastily tangling the yarn on the table, adding, I'm making this for my boyfriend.
Oh.
Chui replied calmly, her boyfriend is going to be the county magistrate of Songyang. Don't say such things, Tan Wanrong warned her. Sheng Zhi stifled a laugh as she helped tidy the yarn. Tan Wanrong, feeling defeated, dropped her knitting needles and joined the conversation.
Huh?
Sheng Zhi had never considered this angle, shaking her head in confusion. Then let us knit scarves together, Tan Wanrong insisted, thrusting the pile of yarn into her arms. A friendly reminder. There can only be one county magistrate in Songyang. Qi continued to stubbornly reference her favorite cliches from empresses in the palace. In response to Tan Wanrong's suggestion, the following days saw two individuals in room 429 embroiled in a yarn battle. Every day after class, they gathered to explore various knitting techniques. Finally, after countless drop stitches, Sheng Zhi sighed, unraveling the circle she had just knitted and rolling the crumpled yarn back onto the table. Tan Jia, is there a gift-giving method that requires less dexterity? She replied without looking up, why not just transfer him some money? That would be too dismissive, Sheng Zhi mused, imagining Xie Yuchen's reaction to receiving a money transfer. He would likely not even bother to glance at it then mock, thanks to Sheng Zhi for the few coins. Forget it, Sheng Zhi pouted. I'll think it over some more. Just then, a notification sound chimed from her WeChat. As the temperatures in Qianning continued to plummet, she found herself reluctant to go out, resulting in fewer encounters with Xie Yuchen. After gathering her things and grabbing a small bag for her headphones and keys, she stepped outside. Upon descending the stairs, she spotted Xie Yuchen waiting for her by the dormitory. Dressed in a dark coat, with a light gray hooded sweatshirt underneath and loose-fitting jeans, he embodied a typical male student look. Yet he somehow appeared more appealing than anyone else. Clearly, the achievement of fashion relies heavily on one's features. As Sheng Zhi approached, she casually brushed aside her slightly disheveled bangs blown by the wind and said, "Let us go." Ding Zhao had recommended a delightful porridge-based hot pot restaurant, and Xie Yuchen intended to take Sheng Zhi to try it. The location was situated a few kilometers away from the school, near Fenghua Square. 10 minutes later, the car came to a stop in the parking area of the square. With the heater running in the car, stepping out felt unexpectedly chilly, causing Sheng Zhi to shiver involuntarily. Xie Yuchen lingered in the car for a moment before finally exiting, still holding a light-colored scarf. In an instant, Sheng Zhi thought of the unfinished scarf she had been knitting. Well, all that effort seems futile, she mused. Lost in her thoughts, she was taken by surprise when Xie Yuchen draped the cashmere scarf around her neck. The soft fabric shielded her neck from the cold, providing immediate warmth. Sheng Zhi blinked in surprise, allowing him to continue his actions, and suddenly posed a whimsical question. "Can you knit scarves?" Xie Yuchen's long fingers hesitated momentarily before he feigned nonchalance. "What are you thinking? It's evident that I bought this." He added hastily, "Do you really think I would knit you a scarf?" "That makes sense." Sheng Zhi nodded in agreement. Knitting a scarf is indeed rather challenging. Xie Yuchen, sharp as ever, immediately sensed her underlying frustration. "Are you learning to knit scarves?" "Yes," she admitted candidly, "it's not a big deal. However, I have yet to learn the art of her coy smile." Xie Yuchen, too, seemed to be lost in thought, joining in her laughter. A hint of pride dancing in his expression. He reached out to lift the hair that the scarf had pressed down, seizing the opportunity to playfully tousle her hair. "Then there's no need to knit anymore," he remarked. "After all, as long as one of us in the family knows how, that suffices. What other gifts might you desire?" Sheng Zhi pondered for a moment before asking. Given that Xie Yuchen had already gifted her a scarf, presenting a similar one would lack sincerity. Upon hearing this, Xie Yuchen turned his head, casting her a meaningful glance. "Don't overthink it. I don't lack for anything," he replied. "This is already what I wanted. What do you seek by being with me?" Sheng Zhi looked at him, her lips moving, yet the question remained unvoiced. Chai Jiyu was taken aback to encounter an acquaintance here. A friend from the neighboring Shida had invited her to celebrate a birthday dinner. During the wait for the dishes, she rose to the condiment station to prepare a dipping sauce. However, in an absent-minded turn, she bumped into a young couple entering the room. Her gaze fell upon their intertwined hands, and her heart was suddenly filled with a mix of emotions: embarrassment, disappointment, envy, perhaps even a tinge of jealousy. "I'm not cold anymore. You can let go." Chai Jiyu heard the shy murmur of the girl. "Oh," the boy replied, his tone laced with mild discontent. "You just throw it away when you're done?" "No," the girl quickly amended. "I was just worried about you getting cold." Less with the sweet talk, the boy chuckled, a note of affection threading through his words. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing, just wondering why there's no sesame oil." She hastily fabricated an excuse. Her friends had already noticed her unease and directed their gazes to where she had been looking. A voice nearby exclaimed, "That couple is quite stunning. Really pleasing to the eye." Chai Jiyu inhaled deeply, a sense of unease washing over her, though she had to concede that they indeed made a lovely pair. Her mind could not help but drift back to a previous incident, the love letter penned by Xie Yuchen, which had begun with, "Dear Sheng Zhi." She must have been momentarily bewitched to have acted so foolishly. Fortunately, Xie Yuchen had not pressed the matter, preserving her dignity. It was time for her to learn to recognize her missteps and wish them well. "I found it. Here you go." Her friend handed her a bottle containing sesame oil. Chai Ji's emotions settled, and she offered a grateful smile. "Thank you." At 8 o'clock that evening, just before parting in the corridor, Xie Yuchen slipped a paper bag into Sheng Zhi's hands. Before she could even react, he cleared his throat to mask his own awkwardness. "This is something I knitted out of boredom. It's not very pretty, but consider it yours." With that, he didn't allow her a chance to refuse and hurried into his home, shutting the door with a bang. Sheng Zhi, on her way, remembered to remove the scarf from her neck. Once inside her room, she placed it on her bed and immediately began to rummage through the bag. The soft yellow yarn, though somewhat roughly knitted, felt delightfully plush. Near the edge, a small cat paw was sewn, exuding a charmingly youthful spirit. At precisely 8:20, the group chat named Jingren Palace. "You cannot let go" received several new messages. A photo of 2 scarves accompanied the message. Imperial edict. "So, I am to be the county official of Songyang, am I?" Such a statement inevitably drew the teasing of her dorm mates. "What does that mean? Did Xie Yuchen knit that for you?" "Plain. I will not be outdone by him." Tan Wanrong, seemingly spurred on, threw down this statement and lapsed into silence. Witnessing her fervor, Chewing chimed in, "What is so exciting? What is happening?" "Us, single folks wouldn't understand," another voice quipped. "Forget it. I'll just continue to catch big geese," Chewing replied. Sheng Zhi, feeling buoyant, set her phone down and picked up the soft yellow scarf, trying it on in front of the mirror, utterly pleased. Tan Wanrong had managed to complete her scarf just in time for Christmas Eve. At that moment, Chewing was busy celebrating her in-game husband's birthday. Hearing the door open, she glanced up and casually inquired, "What is up, Tanjia?" She set her phone down and slipped on her slippers, walking over. Tan Wanrong replied calmly, "I broke up." The suddenness of the news made Chewing forget her virtual partner, putting her phone aside and asking why. "Everything seemed fine this morning." "It's nothing," Tan Wanrong responded dismissively. "You know how it is. If I don't want to talk, we just break up and move on." Chewing sensed this was not the truth. She grasped Tan Wanrong's arm, signaling her to calm down. Sheng Zhi patted her hand reassuringly, then turned back to Tan Wanrong. "Tanjia, he seems to be waiting for you downstairs." In a fit of pique, Tan Wanrong retorted, "We've broken up. It's not my concern. He can wait for whoever he likes." "All right," Sheng Zhi asserted. "Let me clarify. I am definitely on your side. However, the recent incident seems to have been a misunderstanding." When Tan Wanrong went to confront He, Sheng Zhi happened to be at the law school and inadvertently witnessed the entire scene. The girl who had previously assisted Tan Wanrong, named Shanlin, was handing He a gift box containing an apple, smiling as she did so. The moment Tan Wanrong walked in, she, in a fit of anger, declared their breakup. As her boyfriend, he should have firmly refused. "There's no misunderstanding. I saw it with my own eyes," Tan Wanrong insisted, frowning. "That was a gift from their department, given to everyone." Shanlin was merely distributing, Shang Zhi explained. Xie Yuchen received one too. After much inner turmoil, Tan Wanrong finally managed to mutter a no. She had initially been reacting out of jealousy, but now that it was clarified, she had calmed down. "So you're not angry anymore?" Sheng Zhi probed, noting that the outdoor temperature was quite low. Tan Wanrong sprang up as if propelled by springs, moving her chair back with a clatter and snatching the bag containing the scarf before rushing out. Chewing, having caught wind of the situation, shook her head as she pulled out her phone to open a certain game. It seems Tanjia's pursuit of 8 handsome guys is a long way off. After lamenting, she shifted her tone. "In that case, I'll take on this task. As long as my phone has enough memory, managing 10 will be a breeze." She handed it to Sheng Zhi, saying, "Thank you, Zhi." "You're welcome," Sheng Zhi beamed. "By the way, tonight is Christmas Eve and Yujun insists on going to Xie Yucheng's house to play. He has even organized a gathering. Do you all want to join?" Chu-Ing washed an apple in the sink, biting into it as she mumbled. "Who else is going?" "Just a few people from his dorm. I'll check with Tanjia and Jing. If Tanjia and he sort things out, they'll likely invite him too." Sheng Zhi nodded in agreement. By 7 o'clock that evening, aside from Bian Jing, who had long arranged an offline event with online friends, and Ding Zhao, who had to accompany his girlfriend, everyone else had arrived. He had long known the password to Xie Yucheng's home, and, having grown accustomed to his casualness, simply let himself in without knocking. When a group of them entered, they were greeted by the sight of Xie Yucheng preparing ingredients at the open kitchen island, while Sheng Zhi assisted by washing vegetables. Both adorned in matching yet differently colored aprons, creating a remarkably harmonious scene. Chewing smacked her lips, remarking on the palpable aura of a long-established couple that enveloped the room. Tan Wanrong, glancing sideways from behind her, confirmed her observation. Upon the arrival of their guests, Sheng Zhi hastily washed her hands, grabbed a paper towel to dry them, and ushered everyone to sit down. "Little Coalball, I'm here." Yu Jun, feeling at home, promptly headed to the cat nest by the floor-to-ceiling window in search of the feline.
Coalball turned to leave. Yu Jun exclaimed.
Chewing and Tan Wanrong scanned the house, and the former lamented with indignation. "Is it true? My boyfriend gets to live in this splendid apartment that I can only access in the game? It's utterly laughable." While Sheng Zhi comforted her, She retrieved a fruit platter that Xie Yuchen had prepared in advance from the refrigerator to share with them. As he settled down, she removed her coat and rose to assist her senior, Xie Yuchen, but he promptly shooed her away, saying, "Don't come here and create chaos. Go tend to your girlfriend." Xie Yuchen had been present during the earlier incident when he witnessed Tan Wanrong storm off in anger, and knowing the underlying circumstances, he cast a glance at the anxious Sheng Zhi beside him. Now, that is how jealousy ought to manifest. Sheng Zhi turned her head to look at him. However, do not casually mention a breakup, he added somberly. Chapter 66, Hidden Gifts. Chef Xie took charge of the cooking while the others lounged in the living room, watching television, chatting, and playing with a cat. He was called by Yujun to engage in gaming, leaving the three girls on the sofa to chat idly. Sheng Zhi, still preoccupied with earlier events, tentatively inquired of Tan Wanrong, Sister Tan, "How did your conversation go?" Tan Wanrong, unusually bashful, grasped her hand and replied, "He has already explained things to me. Thank you, Gigi. As long as it's clarified," Sheng Zhi said, genuinely happy for her. Their conversation meandered until, quite unexpectedly, it shifted back to Sheng Zhi and Xie Yuchen. Chuing glanced at the figure still busy in the kitchen and conspiratorially leaned closer to her two friends, whispering, "Gigi, be honest with us. What stage are you and Xie Yuchen at?"
Huh?
Sheng Zhi felt a wave of guilt wash over her and turned to Tan Wanrong for support, only to find that the latter wore her curiosity plainly on her face. "I'm quite curious too," Tan Wanrong lowered her voice. "We all saw how you two interacted when we arrived. Your dynamic resembles that of newlyweds." Sheng Zhi's eyes widened in alarm as she awkwardly bent down to pick up a cup from the coffee table, attempting to conceal her embarrassment by drinking water. "Don't pretend you didn't hear us, do tell," Chuing urged eagerly. Clutching her cup, Sheng Zhi hesitated, unsure of how to respond. What else could she say? Their relationship had begun with a misunderstanding. Would it not be foolish to feign ignorance and complicate matters further? She stammered, "We just held hands a few times." Upon hearing this, both girls wore expressions of disbelief. "That's it?" Tan Wanrong exclaimed, "Are you two still in elementary school? You've only held hands?" Chuing nodded vigorously in agreement. Sheng Zhi chuckled awkwardly. She hadn't dared to mention that those few hand-holding moments had been prompted by various circumstances. "Sisters, I'm not certain if Xie Yuchen has ever been involved with drugs," Chuing stated, "but how can you remain so composed? This is the top dish on the must-try list and you simply watch?" Sheng Zhi pressed her lips together and blinked repeatedly. Indeed. After a moment of contemplation, she blurted out a phrase, "A feast for the eyes." Chuing and Tan Wanrong exchanged looks that conveyed their exasperation. "What kind of potion has Xie Yuchen fed you?" Sheng Zhi merely sipped her drink. Yujun had set up a camera at the table, capturing the moment for posterity. As the flash extinguished, Sheng Zhi placed her cup of coconut milk down, suddenly feeling a sense of wonder. As her thoughts wandered, the empty bowl in front of her was whisked away, and Xie Yuchen stood up to serve her a bowl of winter bamboo shoot and pork rib soup. The fragrant steam rising from the hot soup left her no time to ponder other matters. "Thank you," she smiled at Xie Yuchen as she turned her head. After the meal, everyone instinctively helped clear the table and wash the dishes. Soon, they migrated back to the living room, where Yujun unearthed a deck of playing cards, and everyone eagerly engaged in a game. Xie Yuchen sat for merely 10 minutes before being ousted from the table. "Playing cards requires cunning and memory. You can join Cobol." Yujun huffed, her face adorned with sticky notes, her exasperation amusing. Xie Yuchen shrugged, rising from the carpet to make room for Tan Wanrong, and before leaving, "He couldn't resist teasing Yujun. Had I known, I wouldn't have cooked. Just watching her antics is quite entertaining." Yujun, incensed, shot back, "Xie dog. I'll take you on." As she flailed, he restrained her, diplomatically suggesting, "Let it go, Yujun. You can't outwit him." Xie Yuchen raised an eyebrow, casually taking a sip from a drink on the table and dismissively saying, "You all carry on." He then retreated to the carpet by the floor-to-ceiling window. A small table was set with a tablet playing a variety show, and Sheng Zhi and Chuing snuggled together on a lazy sofa, engrossed in the show. Noticing Xie Yuchen approaching, Chuing quickly stood up, exclaiming, "Look, I suddenly feel like playing cards." Without waiting for Sheng Zhi's reaction, she dashed away. Xie Yuchen chuckled at Sheng Zhi's bewildered expression. "Aren't you going to play cards?" Sheng Zhi asked. "No, Xie Yuchen play," casually grabbing a cushion and placing it nearby before sitting down. After a moment of hesitation, Sheng Zhi nudged the tablet towards the center of the table, suggesting, "Let us watch together." "Sure." Before long, one episode concluded, and Sheng Zhi stretched, pausing the screen. Xie Yuchen inquired, "Not watching anymore?" She nodded and suddenly said, "I have a gift for you." Xie Yuchen looked surprised. "What is it?" She, feeling too lazy to move, simply pointed for him to fetch it himself.
Upon hearing this,
He immediately stood up, crossing the living room to find a gift box sitting on the console in the entryway, intentionally ignoring the curious glances of the others. Seizing the opportunity while Xie Yuchen was seated, Sheng Zhi tossed the tablet onto the carpet, indicating he should place the gift on the small table. "I should warn you. It's my first attempt at this, so if the final product isn't appealing, just pretend I never made it," she said, feeling a twinge of anxiety and giving him a heads up. "That won't do," Xie Yuchen chuckled, his smile genuine. "Go ahead and unwrap it." Once granted permission, he meticulously unwrapped the large outer packaging, revealing 6 blind boxes inside. Each box featured a character design, a boy with sharp features, yet an endearing quality, adorned with a subtle beauty mark beneath his mouth. Xie Yuchen looked at Sheng Zhi in delight. "Did you draw these?" She nodded, picking one up and showing him the side of the packaging. "There are 6 variations." After a moment's thought, she added, "My modeling skills are average."
please don't mock me.
"I wouldn't dream of it." Xie Yuchen gazed at her intently, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable emotion. "I really like them." At his words, Sheng Zhi felt a flutter of joy and urged him, then quickly unwrap it. Xie Yuchen lowered his head, carefully peeling open one of the boxes along the perforation, revealing a card and a bag containing the actual item. Sheng Zhi leaned in eagerly to see. "You got the hidden variant on your first try. Your luck is remarkable." Xie Yuchen opened the bag and finally laid eyes on the item, a figure resembling a trendy collectible toy, but the character's likeness was unmistakably him. He immediately recognized the reference image as the photograph that Sheng Zhi had previously taken of him on the cat ear bridge. However, why was this a hidden version? He inquired. Chapter 67. Whose boyfriend has turned out like me? "Because you were truly adorable back then," Sheng Zhi replied matter-of-factly. Xie Yuchen smiled, pressing his lips together. Did he not remember that he was supposed to embody the persona of a cool guy? Never mind, he would indulge her this once. "All right then," he said, placing the little figurine on the table and sincerely praising her work. "It's truly well done." Sheng Zhi, flattered by his compliment, turned her gaze towards the floor-to-ceiling window to the left. Unbeknownst to her, the reflection in the glass perfectly captured her triumphant expression, which was clearly visible to someone nearby. "Shall I continue unboxing?" Xie Yuchen asked. Sheng Zhi turned back and nodded. Moments later, 6 little figurines were neatly arranged on the table. Reading in the library, feeding cats in the school flower bed, cooking, winning a competition, and playing with coal balls, along with the previously mentioned hidden version. All of these represented events that had transpired in his real life. Xie Yuchen found it difficult to articulate his current feelings. He adored Sheng Zhi immensely. Did no one understand that? Sheng Zhi scrutinized the 6 blind box figurines before her and exhaled in relief. Thankfully, there had been no mishaps. She raised her chin, a rare glimmer of pride in her eyes. "What do you think?" It was as if she were about to declare, "Praise me." Xie Yuchen gave her a thumbs up, sincerely stating, "You're a great designer. I truly like it." "As long as you like it," Sheng Zhi said with a squinting smile. Previously worried that Xie Yuchen might not be interested in such things, she now realized her concerns were entirely unwarranted. "Merry Christmas Eve, Xie Yuchen." He calmly stood up and retrieved a somewhat heavy box from a nearby cabinet. "I also have something I wish to give you." Sheng Zhi's gaze fell upon the box's packaging, wondering if he had not already given her a gift. As he handed it to her, she focused and realized it was the digital tablet she had long desired, albeit at a rather steep price. Furthermore, she was uncertain if she could fully utilize it, which was why she had refrained from purchasing it. She was astonished that Xie Yuchen would gift her such a thing. "Thank you." Sheng Zhi cradled the digital tablet in her arms, her face flushed with excitement. Her girlfriend was simply too endearing, and he couldn't resist ruffling her hair. "We don't need to keep saying thank you to each other." "Merry Christmas Eve, Sheng Zhi. I hope you remain safe and continue to pursue what you love." Meanwhile, those playing cards had unknowingly scattered the game into disarray, with Yu Jun and Xu Ying kneeling on the sofa, peering towards the distant floor-to-ceiling windows. Behind them, Tan Wanrong and Yin He mirrored their actions. "Are we being a bit excessive?" Yu Jun whispered, as if fearing to disturb what was happening over there. Xu Ying glanced at him, nodding vigorously, her paper note shaking along with her head. "Why aren't those two kissing in this atmosphere?" Tan Wanrong pondered in confusion. Hearing this, Yin He shot her a sidelong glance, discreetly reaching up to pull the paper note off her face. The group continued playing until nearly 11:30 at night, leaving just as the school's curfew approached. As before, Xie Yuchen handed his car keys to Yujun, reminding them to send a message once they arrived at school. After saying their goodbyes, Sheng Zhi assisted Xie Yuchen in tidying the mess in the living room. They only did a cursory cleanup, planning to hire a cleaning service for the rest the next day. Even so, it took them over half an hour. Eventually, with her energy waning, Sheng Zhi collapsed onto the sofa, her eyelids heavy and yawning repeatedly, unwilling to move any further. He slowed his pace, washed his hands, and then crouched beside the sofa, softly calling her name. "Don't sleep yet, you haven't washed up." Sheng Zhi, perhaps too drowsy, mumbled as if someone were waking her in the morning. "I'll just sleep for 5 more minutes." Xie Yuchen chuckled. "Then I'll start timing." It was unclear if she understood, her brow furrowing slightly. 5 minutes later, as Xie Yuchen watched the time on his screen change to midnight, he set down his phone and patiently called her again. "Wake up, Gigi." He could hardly believe that she was ignoring him. Even after the 5 minutes had elapsed, she showed no signs of waking. Instead, she impatiently rolled over, extending her arms forward to wrap around his neck, as if she were pulling in a plush toy. Xie Yuchen was taken aback, hastily turning his head away and bracing himself against the edge of the sofa. Suddenly, he felt a soft sensation against his cheek. Realizing what it was, his ears and neck flushed crimson, his heart racing uncontrollably. After a moment of stiffness, he carefully removed Sheng Zhi's arms from around his shoulders, extricating himself from this perilous temptation. He gazed at the girl who remained deeply asleep before him and took a deep breath. His hand instinctively brushed against the spot that had just been mistakenly kissed. After a while, as the tumult in his heart subsided, he mused, "Are you really not getting up?" His voice carried a hint of affectionate exasperation. He licked his dry lips, not rushing to wake her. Sitting quietly on the carpet beside the sofa, openly confiding his feelings to her. "Since you've already stolen a kiss, you must like me, right? Speak up. Don't pretend you can't hear me. Perhaps you really didn't hear me. If you say something I don't want to hear, I want to be happy." He sighed softly, gently tucking a stray hair behind Sheng Zhi's ear, his voice barely above a whisper. "Merry Christmas, Gigi." Likely exhausted from the day's activities, Sheng Zhi slept particularly soundly. Of course, upon waking and seeing the unfamiliar yet familiar room, she was momentarily startled, once again tugging the quilt down to check on herself. Thankfully, nothing had happened. Knock, knock, knock. Sheng Zhi hurriedly jumped out of bed to open the door. She nodded numbly. "Did I sleep at your place last night?" "Yes," Xie Yuchen drawled. "Then why didn't you wake me?" Sheng Zhi asked, her logic sharp, even turning the tables on him. Xie Yuchen laughed. "I called you several times. But you wouldn't wake up. You took my bed, and now you're complaining about me?" He feigned a pitiful expression. "Whose boyfriend is like me? Do I smell tea?" Sheng Zhi asked earnestly, wrinkling her nose. Chapter 68. Beware of my boyfriend hitting you. After Christmas, the final exam week quietly arrived. Recently, the weather in Xianning had been quite oppressive, with heavy clouds casting a gloomy atmosphere that weighed down on everyone. The biting cold wind stung the faces of those who rose early, and the eagerly awaited first snow had yet to fall. That morning, Xie Yuchen parked his car at the entrance of the art building. As Sheng Zhi stepped out, she instinctively wrapped her arms tighter around herself. He nodded at her, watching her enter the art building before driving away. Just as Sheng Zhi reached the elevator, she bumped into Chu Ying and the others. "Good morning," Chu Ying greeted, her spirits evidently high. "We're finally wrapping up the course. Dear winter vacation, I've missed you so much." Tan Wanrong yawned and glanced at her. "Are you invited to this year's spring festival gala?" Chu Ying quickly retorted, "I have no availability." Bian Jing lamented, "I do have availability, but I wonder if I've been invited." The group chatted amiably until the elevator arrived, and they boarded it one after another, heading to their classroom. After exiting the elevator, Chu Ying seamlessly picked up the conversation from earlier. "Gigi, your outfit today is lovely. Is it also a couple-S style with Xie?" Hearing this, Sheng Zhi glanced down at her attire, a pink collarless coat paired with white wide-leg pants. She shook her head lightly and said, "It's a gift from my family. Gigi, come here." Sheng Zhi walked over slowly, and Mrs. Yu handed her a bag emblazoned with a certain brand. "This is for you, a New Year's gift." Sheng Zhi hesitated for a long moment, slowly raising her hand, but before she could make any further movement, the large bag was eagerly thrust into her hands by Mrs. Yu. She bit her lip, feeling a bit out of place, and whispered, "I didn't prepare a gift for you." Mrs. Yu was momentarily taken aback, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. After a brief pause, Sheng Zhi heard her say, "It is only natural for me to give you a gift. You need not feel any burden." Sheng Zhi awkwardly gripped the bag's handle, finally nodding after a long while. Her voice slightly hoarse. "Thank you. Your family has exquisite taste." She tugged at the corner of her mouth in a half-smile, responding with a soft and said no more. Sheng Zhi then woke her roommate, Tan Wanrong, who had fallen asleep with marks on her face, glancing at her phone in the process. She had not received any messages. At this hour, Xie Yuchen was likely still in his exam. After a moment's hesitation, she sent him a message. "I'll wait for you at the law school." After completing this task, she put her phone away, preparing to head downstairs with Chu Ying and the others. As they stepped out of the art building, they unexpectedly encountered an uninvited guest. Tan Wanrong and Chu Ying's gazes instinctively turned to Sheng Zhi. "Zhi, that person seems to be your younger brother." Bian Jing, who had never met Xing Yi, peered curiously and muttered, "He's quite handsome." Chu Ying quietly reminded her, "Zhi doesn't have a good relationship with him." Bian Jing replied, "He's ugly." Indeed. It had been quite a while since Sheng Zhi had seen this troublesome younger brother. She shifted to the left side of Tan Wanrong and Bian Jing, avoiding eye contact, attempting to act as if she hadn't seen him. But as she passed by, Sheng Yi could no longer contain himself. Sheng Zhi. There was no escaping this encounter. Sheng Zhi had no choice but to greet her roommates and leave first, turning to look at Sheng Yi with an indifferent expression. "Is there something you want?" Sheng Yaozu. Sheng Yi. Sheng Yi felt a bit frantic. "Could you not speak so harshly every time?" Sheng Zhi forced a fake smile. "If you don't come looking for me, you wouldn't have to hear it. That's your home, not mine." A melodious bell rang from the law school, which was just across a road from the art building, and Sheng Zhi calculated that Xie Yuchen should be finishing his exam. She had no intention of continuing to engage with Xing Yi. "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." Sheng Zhi stared at his slightly anxious face for 2 seconds, letting out a cold laugh. Was she the only one suffering? Her voice suddenly grew heavy. "Don't pretend to be the good person in front of me. The way she treats me, don't you think you have a part in it?" Sheng Yi was taken aback by her words. "Anyway, I don't have much time left to live. Can you keep your distance? I really don't have time to play the happy family with you." After saying this, she swatted away Xing Yi's hand hovering in the air and walked straight past him. Sheng Yi hurried after her, seemingly unwilling to give up on saying something more. The next moment, a voice, neither light nor heavy, pierced the cold air, reaching his ears. "This classmate, persistently bothering my girlfriend, seems to lack a sense of boundaries. Doesn't he?" In the moment of Sheng Yi's astonishment, he looked up to see Xie Yuchen pulling Sheng Zhi behind him. Xie Yuchen frowned, his tone thick with disdain. "What business is it of yours while I'm talking to my sister?" He turned to scrutinize Sheng Yi from head to toe, finally fixating on his lower leg. Sheng Yi immediately sensed that things were amiss. "What are you looking at?" Hearing this, Sheng Zhi anxiously grabbed Xie Yuchen's wrist, fearing that the two might end up fighting. She glared at Sheng Yi, feigning toughness. "Did you hear that? Get lost, or my boyfriend will hit you. Am I supposed to be scared?" Before he could finish his sentence, he flinched back at the sudden movement of Sheng Zhi's arm. She rolled her eyes at him, then turned and left with the giggling Xie Yuchen. Xing Yi, unwilling to accept the sight of them walking away, suddenly had a brainwave and raised his voice. "Sheng Zhi, are you really going to be with him? He knows you." Chapter 69. I hope all your wishes come true. Sheng Yi felt a chill run down his spine, the remaining words choking in his throat. Xie Yuchen gazed at the back of Sheng Zhi's head, allowing her to angrily pull him away. He could sense her fear, but he couldn't help but wonder what Sheng Yi's words had meant. Did he know that Sheng Zhi was lying to him? Or was it something else entirely? He had no idea how to approach it, so he simply asked, what was he about to say? Her lips moved, momentarily at a loss for words. This conflicted expression, seen by Xie Yuchen, took on a different meaning. Never mind, he feigned a casual sigh. "You don't have to tell me what you don't want to say." He reached out, gently smoothing down her hair that the wind had tousled. "Don't be upset." Sheng Zhi suddenly felt a pang in her nose, her gaze shifting elsewhere as she fought back tears, nodding slightly in agreement. That afternoon, several roommates had planned to have their last meal together before the new year. Sheng Zhi and Tan Wanrong, being the only two in the dorm with boyfriends, naturally found themselves at the center of conversation. "You and Xie Yuchen are both from Yinjing, so you should be able to see each other often during the winter break, right?" Sheng Zhi, biting on her coconut juice straw, nodded. "If the opportunity arises, it should be possible." She suddenly recalled when Xie Yuchen had asked her if she wanted to meet his grandfather during the new year. Sheng Zhi had remained silent at the time. Mr. Xie was indeed a kind man. The more she thought about it, the guiltier she felt. Fortunately, Xie Yuchen seemed to sense her hesitation and skillfully steered the conversation away from that topic. That's great, Tan Wanrong sighed. I'm not in the same city as Yin He. Bianjing comforted her. Even though there's no man, the sisters are still here. We can go shopping together during the winter break. Tan Wanrong nodded emphatically. You're right, Jing Jing. Chu Ying, not one to back down, immediately turned to Sheng Zhi. We're both from Yinjing, so you can't forget your sisters just because you have a boyfriend. Sheng Zhi laughed. All right. As the group exited the restaurant, a layer of white frost had mysteriously settled on the ground, brightening the night considerably. They heard passers-by exclaiming, "It's snowing." Chu Ying's eyes sparkled with delight as she raised her hand to catch snowflakes in her palms. A small flake quickly melted under her body heat, and her voice brimmed with excitement. Beside her, Bianjing, as if recalling something, quickly regained her composure, clasping her hands together. Don't forget to make a wish. Wishes made on the first snow are said to come true. I want to be beautiful and wealthy. Chu Ying hurriedly mimicked her posture, closing her eyes and murmuring. If you say your wish out loud, it won't come true. Tan Wanrong reminded her with a smile. Then this one doesn't count. I'll wish again. Chu Ying attempted to argue her case. Sheng Zhi laughed at their antics, and after a moment, she extended her hands from her pockets, earnestly placing them together. A group of young girls on that night shared their most sincere wishes with the first snow. Sheng Zhi closed her eyes and silently wished, I hope we all have good health. Seconds later, she opened her eyes and suddenly spotted a familiar figure under the streetlight in the distance. Dressed in a black coat, Xie Yuchen held Sheng Zhi's scarf in hand, walking towards her through the warm glow of the street lamp. Sheng Zhi smiled, her previously heavy heart lifted by the unexpected arrival of the first snow. You look quite handsome. She unabashedly complimented Xie Yuchen. You resemble the male lead from a classic Korean drama. Except the male lead probably wouldn't be wearing a hoodie underneath his coat.
Wow.
Chu Ying and the others cheered from the side. Sheng Zhi felt a touch of embarrassment as she attempted to reach for the scarf in Xie Yuchen's hands, only to have him swiftly wrap it around her neck. She was left with no choice but to lower her head, burying most of her face in the scarf. Resembling a quail, Xie Yuchen naturally tucked her hand into his pocket and addressed the others. No need, it's just a short distance. Qing shook her head repeatedly, while Tan Wanrong seemed to have spotted something and waved at Yin He behind them. You all can leave now, she urged. We must be on our way as well. After bidding farewell to the group, Sheng Zhi was led by Xie Yuchen to the parking area. Once inside the car, he took his time before driving off, gently brushing the snowflakes from her hair, and casually inquired, What wish did you just make? Surprised, Sheng Zhi turned to him. You saw that? He nodded. I want to tell you. Playfully, she blinked and turned her gaze to the windshield. Actually, I made a wish too, Xie Yuchen teased, deliberately keeping her in suspense. As expected, Sheng Zhi's eyes flickered back to him. I want to tell you either. In high spirits after successfully teasing her, Xie Yuchen turned the car key and started the engine. Through the rearview mirror, he occasionally glanced at the person beside him, whose anxious demeanor made him smile. Although Xie Yuchen was skeptical of superstitions, he had witnessed the girls at the restaurant seriously making their wishes with closed eyes. It suddenly occurred to him that believing in fairy tales wasn't so bad after all. Thus, he raised his hand, closed his eyes, and wished, I hope Sheng Zhi is happy and that all her wishes come true. At this hour, Mixue was unusually not working. Instead, she sat on the couch in the living room, watching television. Bending down, she poured herself a cup of ginger tea and sipped it slowly while glancing at her phone. After receiving messages from her roommates confirming their safety, she felt relieved. Setting her phone aside, she rinsed her bowl before leaving the kitchen. After showering, she lay in bed chatting with friends until drowsiness overtook her. Suddenly, a bright red appeared in her contacts list. She opened the request and read the note from the new friend. Hello Sheng Zhi, can we chat? After a moment's hesitation, she accepted it. Ignoring the system's greeting, a new message promptly popped up. Chapter 70. I don't want to pretend to like you anymore. Sheng Zhi stared at the spot where Chai Jiyu had just left, her eyes gradually losing focus.
I'm sorry.
I mistakenly took the love letter Xie Yuchen intended for you. I regretted it for quite a while after. Here, the letter back to you. It rightfully belongs to you. I can see he really likes you, and I wish you both happiness. By the way, Happy New Year in advance. Biting her lip, Sheng Zhi hesitated for a long time before opening the envelope. Each word inside mirrored the letter she had once seen on the forum, except for one detail. In the line where Xie Yuchen had emphasized the subject, she found her own name. Dear Sheng Zhi. Her cool fingertips gently traced the characters, her face devoid of joy. Even the most oblivious person would have sensed that Xie Yuchen treated her differently after spending so much time together. However, what shocked Sheng Zhi was the realization that Xie Yuchen had liked her long before. It was as if the thin veil that had obscured her heart had been ruthlessly blown away. She could no longer pretend to be oblivious and indulge in Xie Yuchen's kindness without reservation. Regret washed over her. She wished she hadn't told that lie or gotten involved with him. She wasn't even sure she would see another winter. I truly wish I could live for another 500 years. The ringing phone sounded somewhat amusing, yet remarkably fitting. Taking a deep breath, Sheng Zhi grabbed her phone from the table and saw the caller ID, Xie Yuchen. Composing herself, she tried to sound as casual as possible. Hello? Have you finished chatting with your classmates? I'll come pick you up. Xie Yuchen knew Sheng Zhi had gone out to meet friends, but was unaware that she was with her classmate Chai Jiu. After a brief silence on the line, he finally heard her voice through the receiver. Okay. After hanging up, he looked at the location information on his phone, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. The winter climate in Qianning was dry. The snowfall from the previous night left no trace behind. It felt as if the exciting first snow for the girl was merely a romantic dream. This realization deepened Xie Yuchen's unease. Fortunately, he missed the morning rush hour, and the roads were clear, allowing him to reach the CAF at Sheng Zhi's location quickly. Upon stepping out of the car, he spotted her staring blankly through the polished glass. He quickened his pace, pushed open the CAF door, and the wind chime jingled softly. After dismissing the overly eager server, he headed straight for Sheng Zhi's table. Hearing the commotion, she looked up just as he pulled out a chair and sat down. What are you thinking about? You seem lost in thought, Xie Yuchen casually asked. Sheng Zhi took a deep breath, forcing a smile that was more painful than a frown. Xie Yuchen, she began, seeming to have steeled herself, her voice carrying a newfound determination. He smiled at her, his tone as gentle as ever. What's the matter? His dazzling smile made Sheng Zhi instinctively want to flee. Biting her lip, she clenched her fingers into a fist on her lap. Let us break up. For a moment, the smile on the boy's face froze as if he hadn't heard correctly. After several seconds of stunned silence, he finally managed to ask why. At that instant, his gaze faltered as he noticed the letter in her hand. His feelings had been unexpectedly exposed to the light. Sheng Zhi turned her head away, her almond-shaped eyes wide, fearful of revealing her vulnerability. I'm sorry. I was lying from the start. I never liked you. I was only with you because there were things about you that I could use. Is that no longer the case? Xie Yuchen interjected, sadness lacing his words. Sheng Zhi recognized the hidden meaning behind his words, and her nails dug into her palm beneath the table, the pain sharpening her senses. There is, but I can't. And I don't want to continue like this. She sniffled, turning to smile at Xie Yuchen, their ISNT. She marveled at how adeptly she had honed her lying skills. Can we not break up? Xie Yuchen felt his vocabulary falter, his voice hoarse as he desperately tried to hold on. He felt like a drowning man, overwhelmed by fear and heartache. Sheng Zhi shook her head. No. I'm too tired. I don't want to pretend to like you anymore. You're a wonderful person, and you will meet someone who truly loves you. With every word she spoke, Xie Yuchen felt his heart sink further. Tears welled in his eyes, and he turned away, blinking rapidly to hold back the wave of sorrow. Did you really never have even a little bit of affection for me? It was as if a long-dreaded prisoner had finally received a death sentence. For a brief moment, Xie Yuchen felt a strange sense of relief. All right. He forced a smile, trying to sound casual. I concede. Let us break up then. If you truly feel exhausted. Having achieved the desired outcome, Sheng Zhi felt no joy. She finally realized that her original intention for approaching Xie Yuchen had long since changed. She had begun to grow greedy. Sheng Zhi moved her lips, the words of refusal barely forming before Xie Yuchen interjected. After all, it was on the way. Having parted ways, could they not at least remain friends? As she gazed into the depths of his eyes, filled with vulnerability and longing, she ultimately nodded in acquiescence. The journey home was enveloped in a silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Sheng Zhi nonchalantly turned her gaze to the retreating scenery outside the window. With so many people in the world, she mused, why must she be the one to endure such sorrow? It felt unbearably unjust. As they exited the elevator, They stood in the corridor on the 16th floor. Shall I go in first? Sheng Zhi bid farewell to Xie Yuchen as she always did. Yet, both were acutely aware that something had irrevocably changed between them. A deep sense of helplessness gnawed at Xie Yuchen's heart, though he maintained a smile for her. Let us have a hug, considering how long I've liked you. Sheng Zhi was at a loss for words to comfort him, taking a couple of steps forward to embrace him. His arms tightened around her waist as if to meld her into his very essence. Holding back the urge to cry, she prepared to push him away, only to hear his muffled voice beside her ear. Be a little happier, it was I who was tricked. I'm sorry. She could only repeat her apologies, feeling utterly incapable of offering any solace. Xie Yuchen feigned nonchalance as he released her. Go on in. Sheng Zhi nearly fled in distress. The moment the door closed behind her, tears flowed like pearls released from a broken string. In the kitchen, Mixue had been discussing lunch options with the cook, but upon hearing the commotion, she came out to find Sheng Zhi stubbornly wiping her tears against the door. Though Mixue was unaware of the cause, she instinctively rushed to embrace her daughter. Sheng Zhi could no longer suppress her sobs, and Mixue, feeling helpless, gently patted her back, silently accompanying her in her release of anguish. After an indeterminate period, Sheng Zhi quietly sobbed, Why me? Mixue's heart shattered at her daughter's pain. The following day, as Sheng Zhi descended the stairs, her gaze inadvertently swept across the parking garage. She did not spot Xie Yuchen. He must have already left. She sighed softly, slipping into the back seat, where Mixue handed her 2 boiled eggs from the front passenger seat. For the swelling. Thank you. Her voice was hoarse as she accepted them. Her eyes cast down, revealing a disinterest in everything around her. As they passed Xianning University, they paused momentarily at gate number 3. Ticket prices on various websites had soared, and in desperation, she inquired in their group if Sheng Zhi could give her a ride. Sheng Zhi conveyed this to Mixue, who nodded without hesitation. At gate number 3, Chuing spotted Sheng Zhi's car from afar, pushing her suitcase across the crosswalk. Once the car stopped, Sheng Zhi emerged to take her backpack, and after Chuing tossed her suitcase into the trunk, she climbed into the back seat, cheerfully greeting Mixue. Su Ting-shun restarted the engine. Once settled, Chuing noticed something amiss with Sheng Zhi. She forgot to lower her voice, exclaiming, Zhi, what's wrong with your eyes? Have you caught pink eye? Across the street, Yujun dashed toward the passenger seat with a backpack, expecting to be turned away. He was surprised when Xie Yuchen didn't even cast a glance his way. Yujun found it odd and tossed his bag into the back seat, craning his neck to observe Xie Yuchen, inadvertently noticing the bloodshot veins and dark circles beneath his eyes. Xie Yuchen impatiently closed his eyes and tilted his head leftward, casually dismissing late-night gaming. ISNT that Sheng Zhi? Yujun followed his gaze and spotted the 2 figures in the car whose window had yet to be closed. Xie Yuchen instinctively tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Moments later, he turned his head and rolled up the window. We're leaving, buckle up. Yujun complied, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he teased. Why are you hiding so quickly? Afraid of meeting the mother-in-law? Xie Yuchen chuckled darkly, his eyes narrowing at him. Yujun suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. You're the type to stab me in the back. Yujun, baffled, retorted, have you eaten something bitter today? Break up. The 3-word statement was delivered calmly, but rendered Yujun speechless. Break up? Are you serious? He struggled to comprehend, still finding it hard to believe. It's true, she doesn't like me. Even though his heart bled, Xie Yuchen articulated this fact with a steady demeanor. Yujun clicked his tongue, momentarily at a loss for words, and then simply patted Xie Yuchen on the shoulder. Xie Yuchen's hand trembled, nearly losing control of the steering wheel, causing the tires to skid momentarily. Yujun instinctively grasped the overhead handle. Whoa. Xie Yuchen, don't drag me down with you. Xie Yuchen shot him an exasperated look. Shut up. Yujun promptly fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, well, even though we're brothers, I'm quite close to Sheng Zhi too. I want to cut ties with her just because you 2 broke up. Childish. Xie Yuchen scoffed. Do I look like a primary school student? A few seconds later, he added, let things unfold as they will. On Sheng Zhi's side, mindful of Mixue still in front, she briefly conveyed via WeChat that she and Xie Yuchen had parted ways. Chuing perceived her low spirits and refrained from probing further, offering her shoulder for support and gently comforting her. Don't be sad, you will meet someone more suited to you in the future. Sheng Zhi had cited their incompatibility as the reason for the breakup, and Chuing could only offer her this consolation. With her eyes closed against Chuing's shoulder, Sheng Zhi chose not to elaborate further. Life back in Yunjing grew exceptionally dull. With the new year approaching, Mixue was busier than usual. Cooped up at home, she suggested taking Chewing out to shop for new clothes to freshen up. She slid a bank card across the table. Sheng Zhi attempted to refuse, but Ms. Yu anticipated her protest. Just take it. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted the card. Thank you. It wasn't until she caught sight of her reflection in the bathroom mirror, devoid of makeup and care, that she realized she had perhaps sunk too deep into despair. It wasn't such a grave matter, she reassured herself, taking a deep breath and picking up her phone to call Chewing. Upon learning that Chewing had suggested shopping, she was thrilled and immediately began planning their outing for the next day. Early the next morning, Sheng Zhi was pulled out by Chewing. The clouds that had shrouded Yunjing for days finally cleared. Dressed in a white down jacket paired with a pleated skirt and knee-high boots, carrying a pearl chain bag, Sheng Zhi appeared revitalized, shedding the despondency of the past few days. They wandered around the shopping district near Xinyuan Lake, purchasing only a few garments, but exploring numerous boutiques. At lunchtime, they strolled through the food court on the upper floor, collecting a stack of flyers before randomly choosing a restaurant. As they were led inside by a server, Sheng Zhi's peripheral vision caught a familiar silhouette. Turning her head, she noticed someone who bore at least a 6-part resemblance to Xie Yuchen, yet it was not him. Feeling slightly unnerved, Sheng Zhi wondered if she had become so infatuated that every man resembled Xie Yuchen. She dismissed these thoughts and redirected her focus back to the menu in front of her. As Sheng Zhi rose to speak, she noticed the boy resembling Xie Yuchen at the front desk, using a public phone. She allowed Chewing to guide her outside, casting a lingering glance in his direction. No need to wash the dishes. I'll come to fetch you instead. In that fleeting moment when her eyes met Xie Yuchen's, Sheng Zhi's immediate instinct was to flee. Yet her feet felt as heavy as lead, refusing to budge. Despite the mere week that had passed since their breakup, an overwhelming sense of estrangement washed over her. Chewing instinctively grasped Sheng Zhi's sleeve. Xie Yuchen had evidently spotted them. Calmly putting away his phone, he altered his course, heading straight towards Sheng Zhi. There was no longer any pretense of ignorance. Sheng Zhi had to muster the courage to greet him. What a coincidence, she managed. It was as if a floodgate of memories had been pried open. Xie Yuchen recalled that she had uttered the same words during their first encounter. Yes, he replied, his expression still impassive, awkwardly exchanging pleasantries with his ex-girlfriend. Are you here to eat? Sheng Zhi nodded, her toes practically digging into the ground. Thankfully, a timely male voice broke the tension. I was worried sick, brother. You finally made it. Xie Yan had finished his call and somehow found himself amidst the trio. Xie Yuchen cast a disinterested glance at his unreliable cousin, his tone sharp. You can misplace your phone, but how could you lose someone? With that, he shoved his phone into Xie Yan's hands. Xie Yan, undeterred, retorted, if you hadn't come, I would have truly embarrassed myself. Sheng Zhi finally understood why she found this boy reminiscent of Xie Yuchen. They were indeed related by blood. We have something to attend to, so we won't disturb you, she stated, refusing to meet Xie Yuchen's gaze as she turned to leave with Chewing. Once Xie Yan settled the bill, he witnessed an unusual scene. He nudged Xie Yuchen's arm, intending to return his phone, and quizzically inquired, Are you daydreaming? Moments later, he dialed a number, inquiring about someone's address. Drunk? Got it. His voice faded as he sensed something amiss. Why did it seem that Xie Yuchen was troubled? In a bar booth, Yu Jun and several friends observed Xie Yuchen, who sat silently, drowning his sorrows. It was rather unsettling, despite their long acquaintance. Yu Jun had never seen Xie Yuchen intoxicated. He hardly ever drank. Hey, Yu Jun called to his buddies, hastily concealing an unopened bottle beneath the coffee table. He then took the half-full glass from Xie Yuchen's hand, his expression a mix of concern and frustration. What's wrong with you? No matter how good it is, you shouldn't drink like this. Xie Yuchen looked up, the bar's lighting reflecting in his dark eyes, revealing a trace of fragmented amusement that made it unclear whether he was inebriated. I'll cover the bill. You think so little of your brother? A single night's drinking could bankrupt me, Yu Jun protested. Oh, then you can pay. Yu Jun confirmed that his friend had indeed drunk too much. Just as he intended to say more, he noticed Xie Yuchen pick up his phone, his previously unfocused gaze sharpening, a flicker of regret crossing his features. Soon, he set down the phone, grabbed his coat from the sofa, and stood to leave. Where are you going? Yu Jun shouted after him, unable to contain his frustration. That's the restroom. When did you move houses? Eventually, it was Yu Jun who called for a designated driver. Half an hour later, the car pulled into Xie Yuchen's yard. He fought through his dizziness to open the door, ascending to the study to retrieve a sketchbook, placing it prominently in the living room, and quietly awaited its owner's return. Earlier, before parting with Chuing, she had reminded her about an electronic homework booklet for a professional course, yet to be submitted. Could you fetch it for me? Sheng Zhi hesitated, uncertain how to face Xie Yuchen. Chuing pondered for a moment, her expression unusually serious. Will you two always be like this? Aren't you still friends? Just think of it as picking up an assignment from a friend. She sensed that neither Sheng Zhi nor Xie Yuchen had truly moved on. She couldn't fathom how two people who liked each other could drift apart due to ambiguous circumstances. Seeing Sheng Zhi remain silent, Chuing reiterated, "It's just to pick up an assignment." Indeed, it was merely to retrieve an assignment. She would take it and leave. Sheng Zhi reassured herself. Prior to coming, she had texted Xie Yuchen. "The decree has arrived. I think I left my sketchbook in your car. Your servant has retreated. Are you coming to get it?" Sheng Zhi found the exchange peculiar. She pondered over those messages for a long while before deciphering Xie Yuchen's intent. "The decree has arrived. Is it convenient for me to come by and pick it up? Your servant has retreated. It's fine. The decree has arrived. All right." Standing at Xie Yuchen's door, Sheng Zhi felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, as if teetering on the edge of a precipice. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to press the doorbell, only to discover that the door was slightly ajar. For a moment, she suspected a thief might have entered. Tentatively, she pressed the doorbell twice, but, receiving no response, she hesitantly pushed the door open. As she stepped inside, she sensed something amiss. The coal ball already at her feet, as if it had sensed her arrival. Bending down to pet the kitten, she suddenly caught a whiff of a strong scent of alcohol in the air. The coal ball evaded her embrace, bounding towards the living room sofa. Following its lead, Sheng Zhi approached and found Xie Yuchen half reclined on the couch, his consciousness muddled. "Xie Yuchen?" she called softly. The figure on the sofa seemed to hear her. Sitting up slightly, squinting at Sheng Zhi. "Zhi." Instinctively, she replied, "Have you been drinking?" Xie Yuchen's face flushed crimson as he nodded repeatedly. "I drank a little because I was unhappy." He resembled a remorseful child, cautiously taking her hand, as if testing the waters. "I'm sorry. I won't do this again." Sheng Zhi had never seen this side of Xie Yuchen. In stark contrast to his usual nonchalant demeanor, he now appeared vulnerable. His cheeks and ears aflame with embarrassment, as if he had been deeply wronged. She found herself inexplicably allowing him to pull her down onto the vacant spot beside him. She knew the reason behind his behavior, yet she too was at a loss for how to comfort him, struggling to console herself. "Please don't," she repeated, her words failing her. "What should I do?" Xie Yuchen's voice trembled, his grip tightening on her shoulders, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "What can I do for you to like me?" Though he had feigned indifference on the day they parted, at this moment, he inadvertently revealed his lingering reluctance. Xie Yuchen's aversion to alcohol stemmed from his distaste for losing control over his emotions. He held her tightly, burying his chin in the crook of her neck, repeatedly murmuring, "Why don't you like me? Why don't you like me?" until his voice dwindled to a whisper. Sheng Zhi bit her lip, quickly wiping away the tears at the corner of her eye. With clumsy movements, she laid the person who had already fallen asleep flat on the sofa. Kneeling on the carpet, her cool fingertips brushed across Xie Yuchen's brow, attempting to alleviate his sorrow in this manner. Sheng Zhi gazed at him quietly, gently wiping away the traces of tears from his face, her fingers lingering on the small mole beneath his lips. "I like you." Her voice, husky and timid, admitted her feelings. "I like you, yet I cannot love you." The tip of her nose tinged with sorrow, she slowly drew closer to Xie Yuchen. At the moment she closed her eyes, tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. With utmost secrecy and restraint, she placed a soft kiss on the mole beneath his lips. "I'm sorry, Xie Yuchen," she thought. "I will only steal this one kiss." The next day, as daylight broke, Xie Yan pushed open the door to Xie Yuchen's home, only to find the person on the sofa showing no signs of waking. He lifted the blanket draped over Xie Yuchen, only then catching the scent of alcohol in the air, prompting him to rouse him. "With so many rooms upstairs, did you not find one to your liking, brother? Why are you sleeping on the sofa?" Xie Yan leaned casually against the back of the sofa and asked, "How much did you drink?" Xie Yuchen furrowed his brow as he rose from the sofa, the half-dropped blanket sliding to the floor. Supporting his dizzy head, he bent down to retrieve it, only to panic when he saw the empty coffee table. "What happened?" he croaked, his voice hoarse. Xie Yan widened his eyes, quickly distancing himself from the situation, insisting, "I didn't touch your things. It was like this when I came in." Xie Yuchen responded with a long silence. It seemed the items had already been taken by her. Just as I suspected, drinking leads to trouble. Xie Yuchen scolded himself quietly, wondering when he would have such an opportunity again. He stumbled to his feet, heading toward the bathroom upstairs. Xie Yan raised an eyebrow at his retreating figure, preoccupied with amusing the small black cat he hadn't seen in ages. After showering, Xie Yuchen changed into comfortable home attire and haphazardly dried his damp hair. Descending the stairs, he intended to find something to eat in the kitchen. Passing through the living room, he glanced at Xie Yan and asked in a nonchalant tone, "What brings you here so early?" "To return your money," Xie Yan asserted confidently, brandishing a new phone from his pocket. Xie Yuchen scoffed, "$3 measly. You might as well keep it as your New Year's money." He expected a polite reply, but Xie Yan, oblivious to the concept of courtesy, nodded, saying, "Fine."
Got it.
Xie Yuchen responded absent-mindedly, lifting his hand to open the cupboard, preparing to make himself breakfast. Unbeknownst to him, Xie Yan had sidled up behind him, holding an unopened jar of honey, placing it on the counter. "Here, honey water helps with hangovers." Xie Yuchen glanced at it, his hands still washing rice. "Where did you find this?" "I saw it where the cat food is. Wasn't he at yours?" Xie Yuchen paused. "It wasn't he me." "How strange." "Xie Yuchen, you understand now?" Xie Yan chuckled, a knowing smile on his face. "You ran into that girl in the white dress at the restaurant yesterday."
Didn't he you?
"I could tell you were interested in her." Xie Yuchen clicked his tongue, pushing him away, then opening the fridge to search for ingredients, asking, "Are you that bored?" "Yes, I'm on winter break now," Xie Yan replied. "I'll find you a winter job." Xie Yuchen placed the eggs on the counter, genuinely pretending to pull out his phone to contact someone. "You really don't need to," Xie Yan exclaimed, trying to snatch the phone from him. "Go away." Xie Yuchen switched hands to hold the phone and kept his eyes glued to the screen. Around 10:30 last night, Sheng Zhi had sent him a message. "Imperial edict. Sorry to bother you. I've taken the things." A very polite statement, as if she were desperately trying to distance herself from their relationship. He frowned in displeasure. What a mess. Why can't he remember anything after drinking? He tossed the beaten egg mixture into the steamer, poured himself a cup of honey water, and then, balancing the cup, walked towards the living room. Beside him, Xie Yan continued to chatter. "Brother, you can't let your own troubles prevent me from enjoying life. To take a step back if you truly can't forget her, then go after her. Look at my cousin. Oh wait, I forgot you don't know her." Xie Yuchen, annoyed by the incessant noise, snapped, "Shut up," until the video began to reveal Sheng Zhi's figure. Chapter 74. How could I be reluctant? When Xie Yan leaned over to see what his brother was watching, he was suddenly met with a plaintive query from the screen. "Why don't you like me?" Xie Yuchen instantly slammed his phone down onto his lap and turned to face Xie Yan, who wore a horrified expression. Quick to react, Xie Yan's smile blossomed instantly, his tone teasing. "Brother, what's this commotion about?" A minute later, Xie Yan took 2 steps forward, eager to say something more. The next second, with a loud bang, he found himself locked outside Xie Yuchen's home. "Brother, are you playing with me?" Xie Yuchen indicated that he truly had no time for games. Resuming his seat, he focused intently on the screen. The surveillance footage clearly recorded every word Sheng Zhi had spoken after he had fallen asleep. "She said, 'I like you.' She likes me." Before Xie Yuchen could fully digest this joy, he then watched as the girl on the screen slowly leaned down, her lips brushing against his chin. His pupils dilated. His fingertips trembled slightly as he reached up to touch the spot where she had kissed him. Once he came to his senses, he couldn't help but lick his lips, his mouth curving into an uncontrollable smile, until he finally burst into laughter. Xie Yuchen lifted the cat in his arms and held it aloft, revealing the first genuine smile he had felt since their breakup. "Coal ball, she said she likes me." The bewildered coal ball kicked at the air, trying to escape. After venting his excitement, Xie Yuchen set the cat down, picked up his phone again, and quietly finished watching the rest of the surveillance footage. "Next time, don't drink so much," she muttered softly. Then she climbed upstairs, retrieved a blanket, and tossed it over Xie Yuchen to cover him. After completing all this, she rummaged through the fridge, finding nothing she desired, and decided to order takeout via her phone. Xie Yuchen watched as she pulled out the jar of honey meant for curing hangovers from the bag. She initially placed it on the coffee table, but after a moment, worried that the small cat might knock it over, moved it to a different spot. Ultimately, she meticulously chose to place it near the cupboard where the cat food was kept. Whenever he got up to feed the cat, he would surely see it. As Xie Yuchen observed the girl's every move on the video, his heart softened. She is truly so obedient and adorable. She really does like me. It turns out she's a little trickster. Previously, she deceived him by saying she liked him, and now she tricked him into thinking she didn't. Xie Yuchen exported the footage from yesterday and saved it on his phone. Then he entered Sheng Zhi's WeChat interface. After hesitating for a while, unsure of what to send, he pondered whether direct questioning would frighten her. Inviting her to meet wouldn't guarantee her acceptance either. After much contemplation, he exited the chat with Sheng Zhi and clicked on Yujun's profile. I have withdrawn. I heard it's your birthday today. On the other end, Yujun had just awakened, still dazed, and stared at the message for a few moments in confusion. Yujuzi, how much did you drink? He thought Xie Yuchen was still drunk, spouting nonsense. Yujuzi, after all these years, don't you know when my birthday is? I have withdrawn. Yes, today. Yujuzi, you have a problem. Chun Tuelo, I have reserved a spot for you at Wangjiang Pavilion. Yujun rolled her eyes and directly called. The other end answered quickly. Hello?
What do you want?
Yujun got straight to the point. To celebrate your birthday. Xie Yuchen responded with confidence. My birthday is still 6 months away, okay? Then, let's celebrate your half-20th birthday. What nonsense are you talking? Gather a few friends to celebrate. After saying that, Xie Yuchen thought for a moment, not needing too many, just invite Sheng Zhi. Yujun, so you really want to show your true colors, huh, Xie dog? Yujun rolled her eyes. Hadn't they already broken up? What more do you want? After saying this, he realized it might sting a bit, sitting up from the bed. His mind racing to find a way to amend it. What I mean is, we're all adults now, let us keep it dignified and part amicably. On the other end, Xie Yuchen hung his head, his gaze fixated on a point, lost in thought, and after a moment, he heard his own voice. I want to resign myself to this. Previously, she said it was exhausting being with me, that she didn't like me. I truly have no way out. This was the first time Yujun heard Xie Yuchen express such feelings, and her emotions were involuntarily affected, becoming a bit more serious.
So, what are your thoughts now?
I got drunk yesterday, and when she came to my house to retrieve something while I was asleep, she said she liked me. Speaking of this, Xie Yuchen's tone unconsciously carried a hint of excitement. She likes me. How could I possibly let this slip away? Zhuzi, help me out. It was rare for Xie Yuchen to plead like this, leaving Yujun feeling somewhat uneasy. He tousled his already messy hair, feigning impatience. Fine. It's my birthday today, anyway. I'll find a way to get her out. Thanks. Bro. Sheng Zhi looked at the message Yujun sent her privately. Feeling it was odd. Decree arrived. I remember during the club registration, your birthday wasn't today. Yujuzi. That was my deliberate lie to appear younger and get closer to the members. After sending this, Yujun couldn't help but admire her own quick wit. Decree arrived. Oh really? Then happy birthday, but I want to be going to dinner. Xie Yuchen should also be attending Yujun's birthday banquet, right? Yujuzi, no way. You have to come. Decree arrived. Why? Yujuzi. You are my right-hand person. And since I want to be celebrating my birthday at school during the winter break, if you don't come, what is the point of my birthday celebration? Yujuzi. It's settled then. Tonight at 7, I'll also invite Chuing, the more the merrier. After saying this, she ended the chat unilaterally, not giving Sheng Zhi a chance to refuse. Sheng Zhi slowly put down her phone, feeling this was a setup. Chapter 75, like a displaying peacock. At 6:50 in the evening, Sheng Zhi and Chuing got out of the car at the entrance of Wangjiang Pavilion. Before they even stepped into the hall, they noticed 2 rather upright individuals standing next to the receptionist. This made the receptionist suspect whether the general manager had hired 2 handsome yet honest university students during the winter break to optimize their team. One of them couldn't help but discreetly inquire about the pricing. Brother, how much is it here? Yujun misunderstood him, thinking he was asking about the expenses inside, and promptly replied cheerfully, it's free. After saying this, she cast a meaningful glance at Xie Yuchen, secretly vowing to give him a good scolding later. The young receptionist's face immediately fell. Is it that competitive to be a receptionist nowadays? Upon seeing Sheng Zhi arrive, Xie Yuchen stepped forward, reaching for Yujun as he walked.
Hey!
Yujun's face lit up with a smile, greeting the two. Happy birthday, Yujun. Chuing also cheerfully greeted her. Sheng Zhi handed over a gift bag. Happy birthday. Yujun's eyes instantly brightened, rubbing her hands together with a mischievous grin as she accepted the gift, deliberately flaunting it in front of Xie Yuchen. How could I accept this? Thank you. Just as she finished speaking, her hands were empty. The item snatched away by a certain expressionless individual. I'll hold it for you. Xie Yuchen showed no emotion, his tone cold. Yujun, let us go inside. This was directed at Sheng Zhi. The latter hesitated for a moment, then nodded, linking arms with Chu Ying as they walked inside. Yu Jun relentlessly argued with Xie Yuchen to return her gift. What gift? It's not your birthday today. Yu Jun couldn't help but curse. I see through your true nature. This isn't the time for you to ask for favors. Xie Yuchen didn't want to waste time on this, tossing out. I'll buy you the same one later. He quickly headed towards Sheng Zhi and the others. Yu Jun rolled her eyes at his retreating figure, inwardly muttering, forgetting friends for the sake of love. After that, she greeted the receptionist again. Brother, you're busy. I'll head in first. The receptionist's anxious heart finally settled. When Sheng Zhi pushed open the private room door, she found some familiar faces inside. One was Zhu Miao from her hometown in Yunjing, and the other was Xie Yucheng's younger brother, whom she had met yesterday. Xie Yuchen didn't intend to invite so many people. Helpless, Yu Jun insisted, since they were pretending to celebrate a birthday, it had to be done thoroughly. If there were too few people, wouldn't Sheng Zhi immediately catch on? The moment Xie Yuchen saw Sheng Zhi, he instantly understood the meaning of the setup. He cheerfully stood up to introduce himself to the two girls. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Sheng Zhi chose an empty seat, with Chewing on her left and Zhu Miao conveniently on her right. Xie Yuchen entered a moment later, his gaze landing on Sheng Zhi. After a moment, he moved to her right, politely asking Zhu Miao, would it be convenient to switch seats?
Huh?
Just as Zhu Miao stood up, Sheng Zhi raised her hand intending to grasp her sleeve, but was a moment too late, missing her grasp. She could only pretend it was nothing and retract her hand. Xie Yuchen naturally didn't miss her little action, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossing his eyes, but soon his expression returned to normal. Sitting down next to her, as if it were the most natural thing. Since sitting down, Sheng Zhi could clearly feel a strong gaze on her from the right, one that was impossible to ignore. She pretended not to notice and, while waiting for the dishes, tried to distract herself by scrolling through her phone. In the end, she was the first to falter. Sheng Zhi turned her head, meeting Xie Yuchen's gaze, which was both teasing and serious, and whispered, Stop looking at me. Xie Yuchen nodded. Just when Sheng Zhi thought he had understood, the young master suddenly blurted out, You can look at me too. I won't be as petty as you.
What are you talking about?
Sheng Zhi frowned slightly, hesitating for a moment. Xie Yuchen, are you still drunk? Are you concerned about me? I'm not. Sheng Zhi found it strange. Even though it had only been a day since they last met, this person before her seemed completely different, like a peacock displaying its feathers. She took a deep breath, turned her head again, intending to treat him as heir. The meal progressed pleasantly enough, if only Xie Yuchen didn't keep serving her food. What's worse, Sheng Zhi realized she was becoming quite accustomed to this feeling. After dinner, Xie Yuchen pretended to bring in a cake, and a group of people surrounded Yu Jun to sing the birthday song. May his good brother Xie Yuchen and his good minister Sheng Zhi reconcile and last long. Yet Xie Yuchen seemed somewhat dissatisfied. In his words, the mirror wasn't broken at all. The group didn't disperse until 10 o'clock at night. Sheng Zhi, leaving this remark, the crowd quickly exited. Xie Yuchen picked up the bag she had left behind on the chair, stating, No need, I will take a taxi. After the lively gathering dispersed, the atmosphere between the two grew somewhat awkward. Then I will charge you. You can pay for my ride. Xie Yuchen countered smoothly, treating it as a favor to a classmate. Did his family go bankrupt, requiring such business care? In the end, Sheng Zhi could not find a rebuttal, so she reluctantly got into his car. The confined space within the vehicle was eerily silent, with a car air freshener shaped like a little black figure swaying gently from the central rearview mirror, its presence undeniably strong. It was something Sheng Zhi had whimsically purchased during an outing, and she was surprised to find that Xie Yuchen still kept it. Xie Yuchen, Sheng Zhi hesitantly began, her voice wavering, We have broken up. Therefore, today's actions were entirely unnecessary. Oh, the driver, waiting for the green light, did not even turn his head. I know. But today, I still have some things that remain unclear. He interrupted her nonchalantly, his voice laced with a teasing tone.
What?
Sheng Zhi instinctively replied. Xie Yuchen turned his head, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he enunciated each word. After breaking up, what does it mean to steal a kiss from your ex-boyfriend? Sheng Zhi's pupils dilated in shock. I don't know, she replied, feigning calmness as she gazed through the windshield at the red light counting down, her inner turmoil nearly spilling over. Xie Yuchen nodded thoughtfully. You took advantage of me. I did not. Sheng Zhi retorted. My house has surveillance.
Huh?
Sheng Zhi exclaimed, bewildered. Why hadn't anyone informed her in advance? She stiffly turned her head, her movements reminiscent of slow motion. Beside her, Xie Yuchen maintained that same half-smile, clearly harboring mischief. That was. After struggling to articulate, Xie Yuchen simply offered, "You like me?" His tone was assertive, tinged with a hint of pride. "I do not." Although she stubbornly protested, Sheng Zhi could feel her cheeks burning. "Oh, perhaps knowing this gives me some confidence," Xie Yuchen continued, unhurried. "Then why did you kiss me?" Sheng Zhi internally groaned, wishing she could immediately rush to Xie Yuchen's home and dismantle his pesky surveillance. Noticing her silence, he did not press her. Yet his intense gaze remained fixed on her, as if demanding an explanation. Frustrated, Sheng Zhi closed her eyes and blurted out, "I would let you kiss me too." Her words came out so quickly that by the time she realized what she had said, it was too late. She anxiously fidgeted with her sleeves, occasionally stealing glances at Xie Yuchen's profile. Cautiously, she attempted to salvage her dignity. "I was just talking nonsense earlier." Suddenly, Xie Yuchen turned the steering wheel, parking the car in a temporary spot by the roadside. Then, Sheng Zhi heard a click as he unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned closer to her.
All right then.
The two seemingly disjointed words made Sheng Zhi instantly aware of his intentions. Her breath hitched as she instinctively tightened her grip on the seatbelt, shutting her eyes as Xie Yuchen approached. His playful gaze lingered on her trembling eyelashes, gradually moving downward until it settled on her slightly pursed red lips. For a moment, his expression darkened, and his throat subtly bobbed. Sheng Zhi felt the distance between them diminishing, her heart racing uncontrollably. Time seemed to slow, yet the anticipated action was delayed. Just as she was about to sneak a peek to gauge the situation, he playfully flicked her forehead. At the same time, Xie Yuchen leaned back, grinning mischievously. "I am not like you, a heartless girl who takes what she wants and leaves. I only kiss my girlfriend." Sheng Zhi, the so-called heartless girl, was left speechless. In an effort to solidify her newly acquired title, she retorted with a line reminiscent of a scoundrel. "If that is the case, I can do nothing about it." "I can do something," Xie Yuchen responded, successfully luring her into his trap. "What?" he asked, suppressing a laugh, his tone soft as he proposed. "How about we get back together?" Sheng Zhi, with a forlorn expression, silently shook her head. "Why not?" Xie Yuchen pressed on, unperturbed. "What about me is unsatisfactory?" Sheng Zhi shook her head again. "It's not that." He gazed at her, suddenly realizing, "You kissed me but won't give me a title. You really are a heartless girl." "Yes, yes, yes," Sheng Zhi admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed, almost defiantly. In the midst of their conversation, she raised her hand to pull her hoodie over her head, her voice muffled and sulky. "You are so annoying. It was just a kiss. Why are you fixating on it?" Such a miser. Xie Yuchen paused for a moment, his smile tinged with bitterness. "I'll accept the title of heartless. Just don't find me bothersome." Am I implying that? Over an hour later, after taking a shower, Sheng Zhi lay in bed, idly scrolling through her phone. At that moment, a WeChat video call from Chu Ying popped up. She accepted the call, and they exchanged inquiries about their safe arrival home. After some casual chatter, the conversation inevitably turned to Xie Yuchen. "Gigi, I feel that you and Xie Yuchen clearly have mutual feelings. Why did you break up?" After hearing about their situation from Yu Jun on the way back, she was now even more curious. Sheng Zhi sighed silently. "He is great. I am the one with issues." "What issues?" "You are still so young. It's just a relationship. There's no need to overthink it," Chu Ying declared confidently. Sheng Zhi felt her emotions become somewhat tangled. "Let me think about it." "All right," Chu Ying replied, not pressuring her. "Whatever decision you make, I will support you, as long as you don't regret it." They hung up the call, and Sheng Zhi lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Gradually, her consciousness began to blur. That night, she dreamed again. In her dream, she was still young, waking up in a beautiful, unfamiliar room. Rubbing her eyes, she descended the stairs and saw a boy sitting on the sofa in the living room. He waved at her, his voice clear and pleasant. "Gigi, come here." She found herself walking over uncontrollably. Then, she heard her own youthful voice calling out to him, "Brother." Sheng Zhi was jolted awake by her alarm clock. Turning her head, she realized it was the one she had set at school, forgotten after the holidays. She breathed a sigh of relief as she turned off all the alarms, then lay back down, but sleep eluded her. The dream lingered in her mind, uncontrollably vivid. The Sheng family had 2 older brothers, but one had long since gone abroad, and the other seemed to have little connection with her. Who was the person in her dream? Before she could ponder this further, she heard her phone vibrate beside her. Picking it up, she saw a message from Xie Yuchen. "Chun Tuela, Good morning. Are we dating? I heard people are easily swayed when they just wake up. So I thought I'd give it a try. Sheng Zhi. Who told you that? Sheng Zhi Dao, not dating, huh? Chen Tue Le, then I will ask again tomorrow morning. Sheng Zhi chuckled at his antics. Sheng Zhi Dao, what are you doing? Chen Tue Le. Pursuing you. Sheng Zhi blinked at the words on the screen. After a moment, she opened the chat box and repeated what she had said to Chewing the night before. Sheng Zhi Dao, let me think about it. Chapter 77. You are a bit noisy, brother.
Shen Tue Le, okay.
Ever since he realized Sheng Zhi's feelings for him, his attitude had brightened considerably. To describe it succinctly, it evokes a sense of reassurance akin to a teacher prematurely providing answers during finals week. Although unsure of what troubles Sheng Zhi, it is evident that young women often experience awkwardness in romance. Thus, Xie Yuchen resolved to wait patiently. This was his sentiment. Yet it appeared that his persistent hand had its own agenda. At 9 in the morning, Sheng Zhi arose for breakfast when her phone, resting nearby, suddenly chimed. She grabbed a tissue to dry her hands and picked up her phone. Xie Yuchen's message appeared before her. Chen, have you made up your mind? Sheng, not so soon. Chen, very well, continue to ponder. By 10 o'clock, Sheng Zhi sat at her desk, sketching a comic. Just as she completed the line drawing and was about to indulge in some videos to unwind, a new message popped up on her screen. Chen, have you decided yet? Sheng, not yet. After typing her response, she dismissed WeChat and resumed watching videos. At 12:30, after finishing her meal, she prepared to exercise in the yard when she received another message from Xie Yuchen. Chen, have you eaten? Chen, what are your thoughts? Sheng. Feeling too lazy to type, she pressed the voice message button and spoke. You're a bit too noisy, brother. As soon as the message was sent, the other end fell silent. The abrupt quietness caught Sheng Zhi off guard, prompting her to reflect on whether her words had been too harsh. Just as she was about to offer an apology, a voice call from Xie Yuchen came through. Flustered, she hurried to find a quiet spot and answered, hello? She spoke in a hushed tone, covering her mouth with one hand while scanning her surroundings. I wasn't tea. Before she could finish, Xie Yuchen's exuberant voice interrupted. Could you say that again? Sheng Zhi, momentarily bewildered, asked. What? Brother, he replied. Sheng Zhi brought her phone closer, glancing at the voice message bar, and long pressed to translate it into text. TSK. It's all because of that dream this morning. It made me dwell on who that person was. Unintentionally. She blurted it out. You misheard. Clearing her throat, she maintained her composure. I said go da.
I must go feed the chickens now.
With that, she quickly hung up. On the other end, Xie Yuchen, hearing the busy signal, smiled broadly, revealing his good mood. Sheng Zhi pondered this for an entire week. During this time, Xie Yuchen made countless attempts to invite her out, all of which she coldly declined. Fortunately, his spirits remained unscathed. The doctor expressed surprise at Sheng Zhi's condition as she exhibited no signs of being a late-stage patient. Deep down, she was aware that the system had alleviated her suffering. However, this was a truth she could not share with others, so she merely feigned luck. Upon concluding her examinations, the doctor's prognosis remained grim. She fell silent. If even modern medicine could not discern her true ailment, how could she trust that the system possessed the ability to heal her? As the car prepared to turn into the community, she suddenly spotted a familiar vehicle parked on the road. Stop. I just remembered there's something I forgot to buy. Please let me out. Sheng Zhi lied without a hint of shame. Across the street lay a shopping district, and Mixue, without hesitation, turned the car around. No need, Sheng Zhi quickly interjected. I wish to go alone. Mixue hesitated, wanting to ask something, but then caught sight of the familiar car in the rearview mirror. Having seen it a few times before, she recognized its owner. Noticing the flicker of anticipation on her daughter's face, she chose not to press further and unlocked the car. Understood. Sheng Zhi watched as Mixue's car drove into the community before turning. Her steps light as she headed towards the Qian. As she approached, her phone rang. Glancing down, she saw it was Xie Yuchen. She opted not to answer, and instead tapped on his car window. As the glass lowered, Xie Yuchen remained in the midst of a phone call. Upon seeing her, surprise flickered in his eyes, soon replaced by uncontainable joy. It seems we have quite the synergy, he remarked as he exited the vehicle. What brings you here? Sheng Zhi gazed up at him, her clear eyes sparkling with subtle amusement. I wanted to see you. Wait a moment, he continued. You weren't lurking here for a week, were you? Shaking his head, Xie Yuchen replied. I'm not that creepy. Then why act creepy today? Sheng Zhi inquired. Gently. He tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, his tone playful. I miss you.
Ah?
A hint of regret flashed in Sheng Zhi's eyes. I forgot. I remember, though. Xie Yuchen smiled. After all, I am the one pursuing you now. With practiced ease, he took her cool hand, warming it before slipping it into his coat pocket. Rolling up his sleeve, he revealed a delicate Cartier bracelet adorning her slender wrist. The fine golden chain was embellished with a UFO-shaped charm, featuring a diamond that sparkled brilliantly in the streetlight. Suddenly, Xie Yuchen felt a pang of embarrassment as if caught in a misdeed. Chuckling awkwardly, I suppose I've become a bit more cautious. Sheng Zhi chuckled softly. Who gives a gift so sneakily? Do you like it? Sheng Zhi examined the bracelet, a smile creeping onto her lips. It's nice. Good to hear, Xie Yuchen echoed, his grin widening. After a moment, he added, actually, I prepared something else, but it might be a bit tacky. What is it? Sheng Zhi inquired, intrigued. Leading her to the rear of the car, he used the key to open the trunk, revealing a bounty of roses and fairy lights, alongside several gift boxes. Sheng Zhi's almond eyes widened in delight, unable to conceal her joy. What's going on? It feels like a proposal, she murmured. You're quite the romantic. Xie Yuchen. The once unsure young man seized upon her words, asking earnestly, so, are we dating now? Chapter 78. You must have been adorable as a child. Yunjing boasts impressive urban greenery. The sidewalks at the community entrance are lined with towering spruces, their shadows stretching long. Xie Yuchen spoke with a hint of white mist in the air, while Sheng Zhi nestled her head deeper into her scarf, playfully chiding, You're too pedantic. Not receiving the answer he desired, Xie Yuchen remained undeterred, smiling. Then it seems I must continue to strive. Sheng Zhi fell silent, and the two walked quietly along the path for a while. Eventually, Xie Yuchen heard her cautiously broach the earlier topic again, but her approach surprised him. Do you think I'm a bother? She asked, her voice barely rising above the whispering wind. Yet for some reason, Xie Yuchen could hear every word she spoke. I like you, yet I haven't he agreed to reconcile. I still make you chase me. Her fear surfaced, while she relished Xie Yuchen's affection. She dreaded the consequences of him discovering the truth. For a fleeting moment, she even considered that remaining in this state might not be so bad. Xie Yuchen raised an eyebrow, finding nothing amiss. That's because you don't trust me. Sheng Zhi's lips moved as if to argue, but she struggled to find the right words. That's quite normal. Xie Yuchen's footsteps came to a halt, his ink-like gaze fixed upon her, filled with earnestness, indicating that I have yet to meet the standard. You are exceptional, Sheng Zhi responded, momentarily taken aback, struggling to counter his assertion. After a brief silence, she emphatically repeated, You are the kindest person to me, aside from Chewing Tan and Jingjing. Xie Yuchen discerned a deeper meaning in her words, his heart inexplicably stirred. He reached out to gently touch her fluffy hair. In the future, more and more people will treat you well. Sheng Zhi paid little heed to this remark. Her gaze fell upon the flowers in the trunk, her eyes brimming with reluctance. She dared not imagine the expression Mrs. Yu would wear upon seeing them. Then, Xie Yuchen intended to offer to help her keep them, but the girl beside them suddenly seemed to remember something, her eyes sparkling. I know what to do. Xie Yuchen watched her intently. Wait for me a moment. He nodded with a smile. Only when he saw the security booth blocking the girl's retreating figure did he gradually suppress his smile. Xie Yuchen privately reflected on how woefully little he knew about Sheng Zhi's past. Why would she express such sentiments, as if lacking the courage to be loved? She was undeniably wonderful. Sheng Zhi soon returned, a keyring spinning between her fingers. Let us go, she announced. Where to? He inquired after a moment's thought. Sheng Zhi flashed him a mysterious smile.
To my home.
She eagerly climbed into the passenger seat and activated the navigation on her phone. The destination appeared to be an old, somewhat remote neighborhood. Xie Yuchen did not press for details and followed the route laid out by the GPS until they arrived. The buildings stood closely together, preventing Xie Yuchen's car from entering. He parked outside the alley. Sheng Zhi directed him to carry a large bouquet of flowers while she gathered the remaining ones into her arms, taking a couple of steps forward.
Stay close to me. All right.
Concerned that the petals might scratch her face, Xie Yuchen used one hand to gently part the flowers in her arms. As they navigated the narrow corridor, the sound-activated lights flickered on in response to their footsteps. They stopped on the 4th floor, where Sheng Zhi held the flowers with one hand while the other fumbled for her keys. Xie Yuchen effortlessly took the keys from her, opening the door for her. Sheng Zhi reached for the wall-mounted incandescent light switch, illuminating the room instantly. Xie Yucheng's gaze swept the interior, a small one-bedroom apartment complete with a modest balcony. A double sofa in the living room was draped with a layer of fabric, its back against the wall, adorned with an array of plush toys. The decor exuded warmth, revealing the owner's zest for life. However, a thin layer of dust coated the surfaces of the unoccupied rental, causing Sheng Zhi to frown slightly. She entered the kitchen with familiarity, soon returning with a bucket of water, signaling Xie Yucheng to place the flowers inside. He complied. Xie Yucheng recalled Sheng Zhi mentioning her living situation prior to their arrival. "Is this your home?" he asked. She nodded. "The landlord is a kind middle-aged lady in her 40s, charging me only a few hundred for this spacious place each month. At first, I thought she might be scamming me, but over time I realized she was genuinely good-hearted, so I signed a long-term lease." While Xie Yucheng descended to make a second trip, Sheng Zhi took the opportunity to tidy up the apartment. The small living room was filled with flowers, their fragrance wafting through the air, lifting her spirits. A knock at the door signaled Xie Yucheng's return. She dashed to open it, discovering he had also brought some fruit. Taking the remaining flowers from his hands, she was suddenly overwhelmed by a curious feeling, like a young husband returning home after work with a bouquet for his wife. Of course, she dared only to entertain such thoughts in her heart, maintaining a composed facade. "Are you finished moving?" "Yes," he replied. "Thank you for your hard work." Her voice was filled with delight as she pulled him onto the sofa, contentedly surveying the room. "You are the second guest here." Xie Yucheng raised an eyebrow. "Who was the first?" "Chewing, of course," Sheng Zhi replied matter-of-factly, her hands busy unpacking the fruit he had placed on the table. "Have you lived here long?" Sheng Zhi shook her head. "Not really. Just a few winter and summer vacations. I haven't told you about my family situation, have I? I come from a divorced household, and my parents don't really care for me." Xie Yucheng had somewhat anticipated the first part, having met her family before, but the latter statement left him bewildered. How could parents not love their child? He lowered his gaze, quietly listening to her words. "But I don't particularly like them either, so after becoming an adult, I moved out on my own." Sheng Zhi's tone was calm, as if recounting a tale unrelated to her. Yet, Xie Yucheng felt as though his heart were being pricked by countless needles, his breath growing shallow. Noticing his distraction, Sheng Zhi waved a hand in front of him. "What are you thinking about?" "I was thinking," Xie Yucheng's voice was slightly hoarse. "You must have been incredibly adorable as a child." As they descended the stairs, Sheng Zhi encountered the landlord, casually exchanging pleasantries. "Hello, Auntie, have you eaten?" The landlord smiled in response. "Not yet. Have you brought a friend?" She glanced at Xie Yucheng, who was dutifully following behind, and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. You've been at it for a while now, but I still don't understand." Xie Yucheng found the situation puzzling, yet maintained his politeness. "Hello, Auntie." Sheng Zhi, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong? Do you know each other?" "It's nothing at all." The landlord hastily shook her head, her initial trepidation dissipating. "I must have mistaken you for someone else. Never mind, I have to get back to work." She waved her hand, as if bidding them farewell, or perhaps merely speaking to herself. "Goodbye, Auntie." Sheng Zhi shrugged, continuing down the stairs, reminding Xie Yucheng to watch his step. Reflecting on having accepted his gift, she felt it was only polite to inquire if he desired anything in return. It dawned on her that she should have realized earlier, when he repeatedly confirmed his intentions, that he was not entirely innocent. "And if you try to be mischievous again." As if fearing Sheng Zhi would forget his previous actions, he emphasized, just like that night. Sheng Zhi's expression froze, her cheeks flushing crimson. "No. Don't malign me. A stolen kiss would be recounted for a lifetime." She glanced up at Xie Yucheng's expression, where a smile lingered, making it difficult to discern if he was serious or teasing. The yellowish glow of the street lamp cast a soft light on his features, rendering his sharp features considerably gentler. Sheng Zhi found herself surprisingly intrigued by Xie Yucheng's suggestion. Noticing her silence, he remained unperturbed, his mood buoyant as he affectionately ruffled her hair. "I was just joking. Go inside." Sheng Zhi barely suppressed a smile, biting her lip. "Then I shall take my leave." Xie Yucheng nodded lightly. "Go ahead." Her gaze lingered on his face for a few seconds before she sighed and slowly turned away. "Send me a message when you get home." "All right," he replied, the mirth in his eyes undiminished, until suddenly, he froze, feeling a cool touch of her lips brushing against the corner of his mouth. He stood still, caught off guard, as the instigator hurriedly fled the scene. Xie Yucheng watched Sheng Zhi's hurried steps, where the sensation of her kiss lingered, vibrant and palpable. He couldn't help but break into a grin. Gigi, the soup is getting cold. Why is your face so red? The heating is too intense. Sheng Zhi hastily fabricated a reason. At that moment, her phone pinged with a notification. Glancing at it, she buried her head in her bowl, hastily finishing her meal. Before rushing upstairs, Xie Yuchen sent her a message. Cheng has withdrawn, didn't you say not to? Sheng Zhi felt a sting on her face. Yet she remained calm as she typed across the internet. Imperial decree. Apologies, but I cannot harm men. Minister retires. Indeed, a female rogue. Sheng Zhi felt her reputation was unjustly tarnished, so she chose to abandon any defense and resigned herself to her fate. Imperial decree, no disciples accepted. A few minutes later, her phone chimed again, and she glanced at it. Minister retires. How adorable, dear. Sheng Zhi blinked at the last two words, recalling the languid tone in which Xie Yuchen spoke. Xie Yuchen must have a filter for her. The day before New Year's Eve, Sheng Zhi slept soundly until well past noon. As she descended the stairs, Mixue was just entering with bags full of New Year's goods. What did you buy? Sheng Zhi casually inquired. Ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner. The mother-daughter exchange was always devoid of substance. Sheng Zhi nodded and shuffled towards the kitchen in her slippers. She had little anticipation for the new year. Previously forced to sit at the Sheng family's dining table for a family reunion act, this year she would likely share a meal with Mixue, just as they always did. While heating milk for herself, Mixue came in with her own bags. After sorting the items and placing them in the refrigerator, she clicked her tongue softly, muttering to herself, seems I forgot to buy dumplings. There was a supermarket across the street, and Mixue thought it would be nice for her to get some fresh air, so she didn't refuse. She transferred money to Sheng Zhi via her phone, reminding her, dress warmly, it's cold outside. Understood. Do you need me to buy anything else? I'll message you if I think of anything. Their conversation ended there, and Sheng Zhi took a bite of the freshly made sandwich while holding a glass of milk as she headed to the dining table. She flipped through the supermarket photos Xie Yuchen had sent her 10 minutes prior, along with his message. Minister retires. It feels like all the New Year's spirit is at the supermarket. Sheng Zhi pondered for a moment, somewhat worried that she might not have enough time to go out later. She decided to be straightforward. Imperial decree. What a coincidence. I need to go to the supermarket too.
Ms.
You could never have imagined that Sheng Zhi would venture all the way to the shopping district at Tongyuan Lake just to buy a pack of dumplings. Just as Sheng Zhi located Xie Yuchen in the fresh produce section, she saw him laughing and chatting with the girl. Even Xie Yuchen was taken aback when someone called out to him. He stared at the girl's face for a moment before recalling. Cheng. The rest had slipped his mind. She was the matchmaker's choice from National Day, and it was only upon her prompting that he remembered her name. Cheng. She smiled graciously. It seems you really aren't interested in me at all. Too bad, I'm not your type either. As if she knew what he was about to say, Cheng. She quickly interjected, I just ran into an acquaintance. At that moment, she seemed to spot something. Raising an eyebrow, there's a girl over there looking at you. Xie Yuchen's heart skipped a beat, and as he turned around, he saw Sheng Zhi quickly avert her gaze. She pushed a shopping cart, seemingly engrossed in selecting items. Apologies, I have matters to attend to, Xie Yuchen said, uninterested in small talk, and walked straight over. Cheng Shi, with a woman's intuition, sensed that perhaps she shouldn't have initiated that greeting. Just as Xie Yuchen approached, Sheng Zhi seemed to sense his presence and pushed her cart towards the freezer section. Sheng Zhi remained silent, opening the freezer without glancing at the fillings, and unceremoniously tossed several packs of dumplings into her cart. She then pushed the cart towards the aisle of condiments, quietly selecting several bottles of vinegar. When Xie Yuchen realized what she was doing, he suddenly felt a desire to laugh. At the checkout, he proactively displayed his QR code and swiftly took the shopping bag from the cashier. Throughout the entire process, Sheng Zhi did not utter a single word. This silence persisted until they got into the car. Xie Yuchen did not rush to fasten his seatbelt, but instead turned slightly, a teasing smile on his face. Sheng Zhi, are you jealous? Sheng Zhi frowned, wanting to refute him, to assert that she had merely come out to buy dumplings and that getting vinegar was perfectly normal. Besides, their relationship was quite delicate, and she really had no grounds for jealousy. Yet all her words seemed to take on a different meaning as they reached her lips. In her frustration, she blurted out, let us get back together. That way, she would have a legitimate reason. Chapter 80. May I kiss you? Girlfriend. Xie Yuchen had envisioned countless times how Sheng Zhi would truly open her heart to him, deciding to reconcile. Yet he never imagined it would unfold in this manner. He suddenly realized that Sheng Zhi was even more upset than he had anticipated. In other words, her feelings for him exceeded his expectations. In mere seconds, his thoughts surged, from joy to regret. It was akin to biting into a bad piece of candy, where the sweetness initially spread through his heart, only to later turn somewhat bitter. You seem a bit impulsive, he reminded Sheng Zhi. The passenger remained silent, her face still bearing an awkward expression. The girl just now was a matchmaker's recommendation from my grandfather during National Day, but I hardly know her. That day at Wangjiang Pavilion, I left midway, and then met you. I encountered my true fate. She had been feverish and bullied at the Sheng family banquet, leaving midway and running into Xie Yuchen at the entrance. Are you still angry? Xie Yuchen's voice was soft and low, sounding particularly enticing. Sheng Zhi shook her head in a daze. Xie Yuchen gently cradled her head, pulling her into his embrace. His movements were so swift that by the time Sheng Zhi's anxious heart finally settled, she found herself sitting on his lap in a rather embarrassing manner. Fearing she might fall, she placed her hands on Xie Yuchen's shoulders. What are you doing? In the confined space, they faced each other, their breaths intertwining. Sheng Zhi's ears, hidden beneath her long hair, flushed crimson. I hadn't finished speaking. Although you were impulsive, I also want to take advantage of the moment. Xie Yuchen's tone was serious. I accept your earlier proposal. We are back together, girlfriend. He simply could not bear to let this opportunity slip away. After all, love itself is often impulsive. At that moment, Sheng Zhi was too preoccupied with embarrassment. They were reconciling, yet why was he holding her so tightly? She was nearly pressed against him. Unable to meet Xie Yuchen's gaze, she lowered her eyes and nodded, softly asking, "Can you let me down?"
No.
Xie Yuchen gently lifted her chin, forcing her to meet his eyes. I haven't taught you how to appease someone who is jealous. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Sheng Zhi's lips. How? The unfinished comforting word was abruptly interrupted by a gentle touch of his lips against hers. Her mind went blank. Then, in a low voice, with a breathy tone that seemed to entice her, he asked, "May I kiss you, girlfriend?" Sheng Zhi's face turned scarlet. She wanted to point out that they had already kissed, so why was he pretending to be a gentleman? If he wanted to kiss, why not just kiss? She had never asked him such questions when she kissed him. In fact, rather than asking, Xie Yuchen seemed more inclined to inform her. The moment his words fell, his lips were already on hers. In that instant, Sheng Zhi uncontrollably tilted her head up, closing her eyes to welcome him. Sheng Zhi's lung capacity was truly insufficient, and soon she found herself slightly breathless from the kiss. Their lips met again. The world seemed to quiet down, and all that could be heard was their heavy breathing and the soft sounds of intimacy. After a long while, he finally released Sheng Zhi, his chest lightly heaving. His dark gaze lingered on her flushed face, and as if still reluctant, he tenderly pecked her lips several times. Sheng Zhi, believing he would come again, unwillingly slumped her waist, her entire being languidly resting against his shoulder, her voice muffled, no more. She had been with Xie Yuchen for several months, yet they had never engaged in such intimate actions as today. She almost convinced herself that Xie Yuchen was some aloof, abstinent gentleman. Now, it seemed she was entirely mistaken. Xie Yuchen affectionately nuzzled her ear with his cheek, gently patted her back, and teased, "Have you learned, baby?" Each word strummed the strings of Sheng Zhi's heart. He clearly longed for a kiss himself, yet sought such a grandiloquent excuse. In a fit of pique, Sheng Zhi retorted, "I haven't learned." "Then let me teach you again." Taken aback by his audacity, she quickly amended, "I learned." "Then let me check." Sheng Zhi straightened her back, clenched her fist, and blushingly glared at him. "You've said everything." Xie Yuchen chuckled as he grasped her raised fist and pressed a kiss to it. "I won't tease you anymore. Let us hold each other a while longer." Sheng Zhi obediently nestled into his embrace, allowing his breath to envelop her, her heart swelling with an inexplicable fullness. Time passed, and she heard Xie Yuchen's tender voice, "I miss you so much." Despite their recent frequent meetings, he felt an invisible chasm between them. This emotional distance left him profoundly lonely. Even now, that chasm remained, yet they were diligently striving to bridge it. Sheng Zhi turned her head and kissed his ear. "Xie Yuchen, after the new year, I will tell you my secret." There were matters best left to discuss after the new year. She recalled this commonly used excuse to evade reality. She could not help but wish to relish a few more days of Xie Yuchen's presence, at least until the new year arrived.
All right.
Xie Yuchen beamed, gently smoothing her slightly tousled hair. At 9:30, Sheng Zhi lay in bed, video calling chewing. "Did you reconcile?" Seeing Sheng Zhi's silly grin, Chu Ying immediately guessed the reason. Sheng Zhi nodded enthusiastically. You kissed.
Chu Jing Edgar Lim.
Startled, Sheng Zhi sat up straight. How do you know? I could see your lips are swollen even through the screen. In a state of panic, Sheng Zhi rushed to the bathroom mirror. Her lips were indeed a bit puffy, but hardly noticeable. Moreover, the video call's beauty filter made it hard to tell. Yingzi, you're deceiving me.
She huffed.
Chu Ying smirked. You didn't deny it. So you really kissed him? Feeling bashful, Sheng Zhi nodded. That's wonderful. Chu Ying genuinely rejoiced for her. You two are good together. They exchanged a few more casual remarks and scheduled a time to dine together during the new year. Just as Sheng Zhi hung up the phone, she heard a vibration and hastily opened the drawer to retrieve the old phone that had been silent for days. A few new messages popped up. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing Task 3. Reward, 3 months of life value. Current cumulative replication value 85. Please continue your efforts. Task 4 will be released soon. Chapter 81. This is not a secret. While in the car, she seemed to notice that Xie Yuchen was wearing the same style as her beneath his coat. Task 3, which had been stagnant, was surprisingly completed through Xie Yuchen's own initiative. She felt a fleeting thrill, then expertly pressed the keys to type. What is Task 4? Final task. Imitate the sample's lifestyle and hobbies. Ongoing task. Success is defined by the initiation of the task. Please carefully review the task requirements. Failure to comply will result in task failure, and the system will bear no responsibility. Once again this phrase. Perhaps due to the obedience tests from the previous tasks, Sheng Zhi surprisingly found this task acceptable. However, the phrase ongoing task made her subtly apprehensive, suggesting that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Regardless, she decided to press on. Having come this far, even if it were a fade, she had to give it a try. She tucked the old phone away, crossed her legs on the chair, and flipped through the calendar on her desk, mentally counting the days. Sheng Zhi spent the entire night excited, hardly able to sleep. As the night wore on, she could no longer contain herself and stealthily pulled out her phone, tapping on Xie Yuchen's profile, initially intending to send him a message. She hesitated, fearing it might disturb his rest, and decided against it. After pondering, she entered Xie Yuchen's moments. To her surprise, she discovered something new. She recalled that his moments had previously been set to only 3 days visible. Now, they were fully open, revealing many updates she had never seen before. Within these posts, she could find traces of herself, candid shots of her napping in the library, the cat-eared Xie Yuchen from their first date, the flowers and blind boxes she had gifted him, and the wish she made under the eaves during the first snowfall. They were all about her. Each date on the post dated back a long time. It turned out that long ago, Xie Yuchen had known that she initially did not truly like him. Therefore, he had cautiously concealed his affection in this manner. Sheng Zhi fought back tears. Regardless of the past, at least at this moment, she genuinely felt that there was indeed someone in the world who quietly and fervently loved her. She found herself increasingly unable to sleep, so she got up, planning to go downstairs for a warm cup of milk. Just as she exited her room, she spotted Mrs. Yu coming out of the communal bathroom downstairs. Still clad in a bathrobe. Why aren't you asleep? She looked up at the floor above. I'll heat some up for you, Mrs. Yu said, heading towards the kitchen. No need, Sheng Zhi quickly descended the stairs, shortening the physical distance between mother and daughter. Perhaps nighttime made people more emotional. Sheng Zhi suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to confide. Thus, she blurted out, I'm in love. Mrs. Yu was evidently not the ideal confidant for her. And as soon as the words left her mouth, Sheng Zhi regretted it. That's nice. Instead of pouring cold water on her expectations, Mrs. You did not question her excessively. You two are quite compatible, she added. Sheng Zhi's lips moved, yet no sound emerged. She belatedly realized how clumsy her previous excuses had been to hide her feelings. All I want is for you to be happy, Mrs. Yu smiled at her. I'll go heat your milk. 10 minutes later, while glancing down at her phone, she unexpectedly noticed that the indicator above Xie Yuchen's chat box had changed to typing. It seemed he was also awake. After waiting for a while without receiving a message, Sheng Zhi decided to call him. He answered promptly. A slightly husky voice came through the receiver. Zhi. Sheng Zhi lowered her voice. Why aren't you asleep? I'm a bit awake too, she replied. Xie Yuchen asked, would you like to chat for a while?
Sure.
Sheng Zhi took a sip of her milk and, feigning nonchalance, remarked, Xie Yuchen, I discovered your secret. What? Xie Yuchen responded with interest. You seem to really like me. The words almost slipped out, but she felt a twinge of nervousness. A low, joyful laugh escaped the receiver as Xie Yuchen candidly acknowledged, "That's not a secret, baby. From the moment you started to like me, my true feelings have been laid bare." "All right then." Sheng Zhi licked her lips, awkwardly shifting the topic. "I just told my family about us dating." Xie Yuchen inexplicably grew tense. What did she say? Although Sheng Zhi felt she wasn't really seeking his opinion, she still felt a flicker of happiness at Mrs. Yu's words. The two continued to talk for quite a while. By the end of the conversation, Sheng Zhi found herself genuinely feeling a bit sleepy. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Xie Yuchen suddenly heard the rhythmic sound of breathing through the phone receiver. He paused briefly before whispering, "Good night, baby." On the afternoon of New Year's Eve, it had rained, but by nightfall, the rain had ceased. In recent years, Yunjing had banned fireworks, leaving Sheng Zhi with little to feel the festive spirit except for the red lanterns at the entrance of the community and the colorful lights entwined around the trees below. Mrs. Yu's home remained as desolate as ever. After having an early New Year's Eve dinner, Mrs. Yu handed Sheng Zhi a thick red envelope. In her hopeful gaze, Sheng Zhi still couldn't bring herself to call her mom. Shortly after, she received a phone call and retreated to the study, leaving Sheng Zhi alone. Sheng Zhi was quite accustomed to this solitude, as she had spent previous years in a similar manner. This year was merely a change to a larger residence. The lively sounds from the television faded into the background as she exchanged New Year greetings with friends on her phone. Amid the cheerful banter, Yu Jun had sent several red envelopes in their anime community, and Sheng Zhi had managed to snatch a few lucky ones, joining in the festivities by sending some out herself. On her social media, Sister Tan had posted a photo with her boyfriend, the dark sky behind them illuminated by a magnificent display of fireworks. How lovely. Sheng Zhi's thoughts drifted back to Xie Yuchen. At this moment, he must be having dinner with Grandpa Xie, she mused. Just as she was lost in thought, a message from him popped up. "Chun Tue Lo, do you want to see the fireworks?" While she was indifferent to fireworks, she felt a tinge of longing for Xie Yuchen and replied, "Sheng Zhi Dao, yes. Chun Tue Lo, then come out." Chapter 82. Ahem, you call one. It must be magic, Sheng Zhi thought. How else could Xie Yuchen always appear just when she thought of him? A bit anxious, she hastily threw on a thin coat over her pink coral fleece pajamas and rushed out, her feet still in slippers. As she approached the security booth, she quickly spotted Xie Yuchen standing outside. She darted through the side gate, and he smiled, reaching out to catch her in his arms. "What brings you here?" Sheng Zhi asked, tilting her head up at him. Xie Yuchen raised his hand to untangle the hat that had become bunched in her collar and placed it on her head, the long rabbit ears drooping on either side. "I sneaked out," he teased, wrapping her in his coat. "Is it cold?" Only then did Sheng Zhi realize her attire was a bit too relaxed. She shook her head, relishing the warmth of Xie Yuchen's embrace. "Where are we going to see the fireworks?" "Over at Lanhai." Sheng Zhi nodded thoughtfully. She had seen a promotional post about it a few days ago. Yu Jun and Chuing would be there too. Everyone was celebrating the new year together. Yet, her thoughts wandered back to the words she had spoken to herself in her rented room days prior. "All right." He slipped off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. But she tried to refuse, only to be stopped. "Wear more. I'll go in shortly. You should put on something too. I'll wait in the car for you." He tightened her coat and gently brushed her cheek, conveying through his actions that he was not cold at all. "Go on." Sheng Zhi didn't say anything further and turned back toward home. Xie Yuchen stood there watching her retreating figure. The coat hung loosely on her, making her look like a swaying penguin as she ran. He couldn't help but chuckle, watching until her silhouette disappeared before he finally felt the chill in the air and climbed into the car. Sheng Zhi quickly returned, now clad in a similar wool coat, a red long dress underneath that exuded the festive spirit, and carrying Xie Yuchen's coat in her arms. She walked around to the passenger side, unlocked the door, and sat down naturally, handing him the coat. He accepted it and put it on. Sheng Zhi observed him and pointed out, "Your collar is folded in." Xie Yuchen leaned down without hesitation, his intentions clear. Sheng Zhi slowly raised her hand, just like before, to adjust his collar, and then withdrew her hand. "All done." Just as she finished speaking, Xie Yuchen looked up, their eyes meeting. Sheng Zhi hesitated for a moment before leaning in to brush her lips against his. Just as she felt the urge to pull away, he would not allow it. Xie Yuchen placed a hand on the back of her neck and captured her in a lingering kiss. By the time they reached the beach, it was nearly 11 o'clock. The shore was bustling with people eagerly awaiting the new year. Xie Yuchen led Sheng Zhi to a makeshift stall nearby, where they found Yu Jun and Chuing. At that moment, Chewing was taking a photo of her 10-centimeter cotton doll, capturing the picturesque seaside view behind her. Yujun held a bunch of glowing wands. Teasing a few children nearby, call me brother, and I'll give you a bundle for free. So childish. Xie Yuchen stealthily snatched the wands from him, distributing them to the children one by one. When it was Sheng Zhi's turn, she beamed and raised her hands in anticipation. Xie Yuchen's expression suddenly turned awkward. Ahem. You call one. Sheng Zhi's smile faded as she quickly replied, I'm going to check on Chewing. With that, she pretended to walk away. Xie Yuchen hurriedly grabbed her and stuffed the remaining wands into her hands. I was wrong. Sheng Zhi could no longer maintain her feigned anger and stifled a laugh. A moment later, she cleared her throat and said seriously, fine, but I'm still going to find Xie. As she walked past Xie Yuchen with the wands, she deliberately lowered her voice, drawing out her final words, thank you, brother. With that, she quickened her pace, leaving him beaming with delight. The only victim in this exchange. Yujun complained as he wrapped his arms around Xie Yuchen's neck and pulled him down. Xie dog, give me back my money for the wands.
Xie Yuchen,
in high spirits, lazily replied, let go, and I'll transfer you 10 times that. Normally, a bundle of wands wouldn't earn him a brother from Sheng Zhi, so upon reflection, he still came out ahead. Yujun, half convinced, let go, watching as Xie Yuchen pulled out a red envelope from his pocket. He observed Xie Yuchen's expression shift from confusion to surprise in less than 10 seconds. Xie Yuchen glanced at Sheng Zhi, who was helping Chewing take photos, and once again marveled at how fortunate he was to have such a wonderful girlfriend. Yujun attempted to snatch the red envelope, but Xie Yuchen dodged him. Yujun declared, you're on warning, before pulling out his phone and tapping the screen, casually leaving behind 2 words. Payment. Yujun immediately checked his phone for the transfer notification, then relented, snorting, at least you have a bit of conscience. As midnight approached, the crowd on the beach grew larger. However, the weather was unkind, dark clouds loomed low, and the gentle moonlight faded to a mere whisper. The 4 found a less crowded spot, preparing for the countdown. Sheng Zhi stood atop a low rock, awaiting the arrival of midnight. The sea breeze tousled her hair, and Xie Yuchen gathered her long locks, fashioning a loose side braid. Just as she was about to ask Chewing for a hair tie, she noticed Xie Yuchen had already secured the end with a light green daisy hairband. It seemed familiar. Before she could ponder further, the crowd began the countdown. Sheng Zhi hurriedly raised her phone to record. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A deafening roar erupted as dazzling fireworks soared into the sky, illuminating the night with a kaleidoscope of colors. Moments later, a spectacular cascade of fireworks rained down toward the sea. Sheng Zhi turned her head with excitement, just about to speak, when she heard Xie Yuchen's voice ring in her ears. Happy New Year! Chapter 83. It rained. Not long after the fireworks show concluded, the crowd began to disperse. The 4 of them playfully made their way towards the parking area. Yujun snatched the doll from Chewing, whose face flushed with anger as she chased him, attempting to kick him. Sheng Zhi laughed at their antics. She allowed Xie Yuchen to hold her hand, feeling the warmth of their skin pressed together. As she shifted her gaze from the 2 of them and turned to Xie Yuchen, she found him already looking at her, his eyes radiating tenderness. Sheng Zhi contemplated whether this was a good moment. Xie Yuchen, she hesitated to speak. The sound of waves crashing against the shore nearly drowned out her hesitation. Xie Yuchen leaned closer, gently urging her, go on. Actually, The words caught in her throat when a droplet of water splashed onto her face, causing her to shut her eyes in surprise. Before she could open them again, Xie Yuchen had already raised his hand to brush away the raindrop. It's raining. As if in response to his words, more raindrops began to fall rapidly. This downpour was indeed poorly timed, or perhaps it was perfectly timed. As Xie Yuchen removed his coat to shield her from the rain, he also called out to the 2 playful ones to hurry up and run. Inside the car, the lights were on, and the sound of the rain was somewhat muffled by the glass windows. Outside, the storm raged like a harbinger of doom from a horror film. While this small space became a sanctuary for the 4 of them, Xie Yuchen turned up the air conditioning, pulling out tissues to hand them to wipe their faces. He too had gotten quite wet, with droplets sliding down his hair. Even in this state, he showed no signs of distress. Sheng Zhi took a few tissues from him and handed them back, saying, you should wipe off too. Xie Yuchen accepted them, casually wiping his face, and reminded her to fasten her seatbelt. He drove carefully, and when they stopped at a traffic light, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Sheng Zhi in the passenger seat. She was turned towards the rain-speckled window, her reflection in the glass revealing a faintly expressionless face, making it hard to discern her thoughts. Yet, Xie Yuchen could sense her preoccupation. He recalled his WeChat profile picture. Also a rainy day, featuring a little black cat perched by the window, contemplating the rain, as he had taken the cat for walks in the garden for several consecutive days. However, on that rainy day, it was unable to go out, which distressed it. But Xie Yuchen had easily comforted the cat with a can of food. He suddenly thought how nice it would be if Sheng Zhi were a little cat. A small cat wouldn't he have so many worries. If it did, he would pamper her with plenty of cat treats and canned food. When they arrived at Jinhu Jieyuan, the rain had just stopped. Concerned that Chewing might catch a cold from being wet, Sheng Zhi had already discussed with Ms. Yu via WeChat and decided that she would stay at her house for the night. After they got out of the car, Sheng Zhi took hold of Chu Ying's hand and turned to wave goodbye to Xie Yuchen. You should go in. Xie Yuchen nodded towards her from the car. It was only after watching her figure disappear around the corner that he leisurely rolled up the window. In the back seat, Yujun poked his head forward mischievously, asking, So, what do you think? Aren't you envious? Xie Yuchen shot him a warning glare, saying, Stop talking nonsense and sit properly. The car turned a corner, heading in another direction. By the time he finished to shower and emerged from the bathroom, it was already 2 a.m. He wore home clothes, a towel on his head, and held his phone in one hand. After hastily drying his hair, he tossed the towel onto a nearby chair and began typing with both hands. Chen, I've retreated. What were you going to tell me earlier? After finishing the message, he hesitated over the send button, deliberating for a long time before deleting the entire line. He replaced it with a simple message wishing her a good rest and saying goodnight. Perhaps today was not the right time.
Sheng Zhi thought the same.
She set her phone down and saw Chu Ying emerging from the bathroom. The two were of similar stature, and the pajamas she wore fit her well. After her shower, Chu Ying looked refreshed and plopped down onto the beanbag chair in Sheng Zhi's room, ready to indulge in some late-night girl talk. Before she could speak, she felt something hard beneath her, reaching back to find a medicine box. What's this? She mused aloud, reading the convoluted name written in obscure Chinese characters. Sheng Zhi quickly snatched it away, dismissing it with, It's just anti-inflammatory medicine. Chu Ying raised an eyebrow skeptically. Sheng Zhi was particularly easy to fluster when lying.
Zhi.
Chu Ying said seriously, Are you hiding something from me? She suddenly recalled the incident when Sheng Zhi almost dropped out of school, feeling increasingly uneasy. You need to tell me. What illness do you have? Sheng Zhi looked at her serious expression and sighed deeply, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. The two were at a standstill until, when Chu Ying thought there would be no resolution, she heard Sheng Zhi's unusually calm voice. Yingzi, I might not have long to live. Sheng Zhi suddenly realized that these matters weren't so difficult to voice after all. What do you mean? Why would you not live long? You're perfectly fine. The doctor said it's already in the late stage. Chu Ying's eyes instantly filled with tears as she embraced Sheng Zhi. Her tone urgent. Could it be a misdiagnosis? You're so young. I've had many tests done already. Sheng Zhi comforted her by patting her back. Don't be sad. She wanted to say that perhaps there was a way, perhaps she wouldn't necessarily die, but feared that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. So she chose to remain silent. What will you do? Is there really no way? Chu Ying was getting frantic, and then, as if recalling something, she asked, Does Xie Yuchen know? Sheng Zhi pressed her lips together, shaking her head. I haven't figured out how to tell him yet. She patiently added, Could you help me keep it a secret? I want to tell him myself. Chu Ying pouted and nodded, as if on the verge of tears. So are you feeling unwell right now? Sheng Zhi smiled. Not at all. Chu Ying was at a loss for words and could only embrace her once more. She suddenly recalled that it was also a rainy day when they began their freshman year. After an argument with her parents, she found herself in a strange city, and with the rain falling, her mood was utterly vexed. Suddenly, an umbrella appeared above her, shielding her from some of her frustrations. That was when she met Sheng Zhi. Fate truly seemed unfair, Chu Ying thought. Why was it that such a beautiful girl had no one to hold an umbrella for her? Chapter 84. Attracted by the same name. The next day was the first day of the Lunar New Year. When Sheng Zhi woke up, it was already 11 in the morning. Chu Ying hadn't slept all night and was still fast asleep. She quietly changed her clothes and went to the public restroom to freshen up. While brushing her teeth, she checked her phone and saw a slew of New Year messages. When she stepped out of the restroom, Mixue had already dressed up beautifully, ready to go out. Sheng Zhi nodded. She had no particular impression of the relatives on the U side and did not wish to waste excessive time and energy socializing with people unrelated to her.
Ms.
You seemed aware of this, which was why she kept her at Jinhu Jieyuan. Sometimes, Sheng Zhi optimistically thought of it as a form of canary literature. She lazily walked to the kitchen, scooped herself a bowl of millet porridge, and took a bun from the steamer, sitting at the dining table, eating while scrolling through her phone. Sheng Mingjie had sent her a money transfer. She pretended not to see it. A new message popped up at the top of the screen. It was from Grandma Sheng. After pondering for a moment, she decided to initiate a video call with the elderly lady. It took a long time for the other side to answer, and she could see the old woman's hand shaking slightly as she held the phone. Perhaps it is due to the passage of time. Her voice has become somewhat indistinct. Gigi. Grandma, it's me. Wishing you a happy new year. Sheng Zhi managed to force a smile. However, her smile was tinged with bitterness. Grandma, have you been well lately? I'm doing quite well. And you? Is your mother treating you well? Sheng Zhi nodded. In the next moment, the person on her phone screen suddenly changed to Sheng Mingjie. The fleeting warmth she had just felt dissipated instantly. She scoffed. Isn't it better this way? What if Ms. Yu turns you into a fool again? Sheng Mingjie took a moment to comprehend, finally realizing she was referring to the incident during the National Day holiday when that madwoman Yu Anha had struck him. He frowned. Why have you become so harsh? Is it because of that woman? Sheng Zhi rolled her eyes at him without reservation and abruptly ended the video call. Unsatisfied, she pondered for a moment before re-entering Sheng Mingjie's WeChat, claiming the recent transfer and subsequently blocked him. After completing this, her mood lifted considerably. After finishing the last sip of millet porridge, she tossed her bowl and chopsticks into the dishwasher. Upon emerging, she still had not received any messages from Xie Yuchen. Finding it peculiar, she decided to call him. Hello? Xie Yuchen's voice came through the receiver, laden with weariness. Gigi? Sensing something amiss, Sheng Zhi cautiously inquired. Haven't you gotten up yet? Just woke up, still in bed, he replied. Are you feeling unwell? Sheng Zhi asked. I think I might be a little sick, Xie Yuchen admitted. Are you home? I'll come see you. As she spoke, she set down the cushion and prepared to rise from the sofa. I'm at my grandfather's house. Are you sure you want to come? Despite being ill, his words still carried a teasing tone, laced with a hint of mischief. But the illness rendered his voice soft and lacking in strength. Sheng Zhi sat back down. Then you should rest well.
So, you're not coming?
He drawled. Cut the playful banter. I'm not joking with you, Sheng Zhi responded sternly. All right, I know you care about me. Xie Yuchen slightly sobered. I'll be better soon, and then I'll come find you. Sheng Zhi remained somewhat displeased, giving him a few more admonitions before hanging up. His words lingered in her mind, and his illness showed no signs of improvement over several days. Their unfinished conversations remained unaddressed. On the fourth day of the new year, Xie Yuchen was compelled to go to the hospital for a full-body checkup. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered that Xie Yuchen had to work during the new year. So, he decided to visit her on his way, in accordance with the old man Xie's wishes. Upon entering, he found Xie Yuchen buried under a mountain of paperwork. Leaning against the doorframe, he remarked, What are you doing? Swimming in the sea of knowledge? Xie Yuchen looked up, recognizing him, and rolled her eyes without reservation. With such a sharp tongue, I assume you've caught a cold yourself? As she spoke, she continued to sort through the papers.
Got it.
The tedium of her work was aggravating her considerably, especially since she had some free time. The desk was almost in disorder, with disobedient papers cascading to the floor, scattering around Xie Yuchen's feet. He bent down to help her pick them up. As if trapped in a cycle, the moment he stood up, he was once again drawn to a particular name. Haven't I told you not to invade patient privacy? It was the medical report from the hospital visit that Sheng Zhi had made just before the new year. The ailment was still listed as advanced stomach cancer. Xie Yuchen observed Xie Yuchen's expression, puzzled. You didn't know? In truth, she had recognized Sheng Zhi the moment her photo appeared in Xie Yuchen's social media. She had considered informing him immediately, but was persuaded by Zhou Qingfeng, who suggested, Your brother may have already known. Reiterating would only add salt to the wound. Let the young couple handle their own matters. Moreover, since she and Xie Yuchen seldom communicated and had little opportunity to meet, Xie Yuchen had quickly set the matter aside. Now, it seemed she had made a grave error. Resolving it on their own? Clearly, Xie Yuchen is oblivious. He was engulfed in an unprecedented haze of confusion, turning to her in disbelief. What do you mean, sister? You knew all along? Xie Yuchen momentarily lost her words, struggling to articulate. She indeed has come to our department for examinations several times. There's no mistaking it. It's just unavoidable. She probably didn't intend to hide it from you. If not, you too should. Before she could finish, Xie Yuchen had already dashed out of the office. Chapter 85. Everything has its traces. Just like the moment the answer to a complex mathematical problem is revealed, all the steps leading to it become clear. A flood of clues rushed through Xie Yuchen's mind. Sheng Zhi's phone ringtone, which had been mocked numerous times for its peculiarity. Her tearful insistence that day when she had a fever, declaring, "I'm going to die." The doctor said there's no cure. Despite the plethora of adorable toys in the claw machine, she had chosen something that no one else would glance at and joked. Because they're like cockroaches that can't be killed. He even recalled, in a fit of anger, mentioning that the cloned sheep had only lived for 6 years. And her unusual joy in response, "Thank you for your blessing, I will strive." Memories flashed before him like a film reel, making it seem as if he were the one on the brink of death. It turned out that everything had its traces. Reality struck him like a thunderbolt. A wave of immense panic and regret enveloped him, making it hard for Xie Yuchen to breathe. The journey from Yunjing to Qianning took approximately 3.5 hours. He sat in the back seat, the light on his phone screen flickering on and off, displaying the girl's radiant smile. He stared at it for a long time, long enough for his vision to blur. A tear slid down onto the screen, which he quickly wiped away. His throat involuntarily tightened, a bitter sensation settling deep within. Upon arriving at Tianshui Bay, it was already 5 in the afternoon. The sky had darkened, as if brewing a storm. The numbers above the elevator door flickered continuously, and Xie Yuchen attempted to compose himself in the mirror, but to no avail. The doors of the 2 households on the 16th floor were firmly shut. As he gazed at Sheng Zhi's door, he hesitated to raise his hand. He had never proactively visited her before. One reason was that Sheng Zhi had previously been reluctant to let her mother know about their relationship, and the other was that he preferred Sheng Zhi to unabashedly claim his territory. Sheng Zhi appeared to be on her way out, her other hand still clutching the keys. Upon noticing Xie Yuchen, she paused in surprise, taking a couple of steps forward. He enveloped her in his arms, tightening his grip as if fearing she might vanish with a careless move. "What's wrong?"
I'm sorry.
Xie Yuchen's voice was thick with emotion as he repeated,
I'm sorry. Why do you say that?
Sheng Zhi stepped out of his embrace, grasping one of his hands. When she looked up, she found the boy before her with reddened eyes, desperately suppressing his emotions. Xie Yuchen closed his eyes briefly. "I just feel that I haven't treated you well in the past." He sounded like a child who had made a mistake, each word a struggle. Realizing something, Sheng Zhi smiled at him, her tone lighthearted. "You've treated me just fine." She stood on her tiptoes, straining to ruffle Xie Yuchen's hair. "Don't look like that. I thought you were cheating on me." "I'm not," Xie Yuchen hurriedly clarified.
Just kidding, she said.
"Did you miss me?" Xie Yuchen nodded. His gaze lowered. He finally understood the secret that Sheng Zhi had hesitated and evaded for so long. He realized that he, too, was a coward lacking the courage to confront the truth. After a long pause, he changed the subject. "Were you about to go out just now?" Sheng Zhi nodded. "A new dessert shop has opened downstairs. I plan to give it a try. I'll accompany you." Sheng Zhi did not refuse. The two swiftly descended the stairs, and after purchasing the items she desired, she additionally ordered a portion of rock sugar baked pear. They settled on the carpet in front of the sofa, where Sheng Zhi pushed the baked pear towards him and offered him a spoonful of syrup. "You should taste this. It's quite sweet." Xie Yuchen did not refuse. Though the overly saccharine flavor was somewhat unfamiliar to him, he still frowned and took a sip. The book stated that sweets stimulate dopamine secretion. Sheng Zhi inquired, "Do you feel a bit happier?" Not wanting to deceive her, Xie Yuchen shook his head honestly. Sheng Zhi set down the spoon, her tone unusually calm. "You know."
"Don't you?"
Although her words were vague, Xie Yuchen understood what she meant. A tremor coursed through his heart, and that deep sense of helplessness surged once more. He grasped Sheng Zhi's sleeve, wishing he could strangle his past self who had been so hurtful. All his regret culminated into a word that could not mend anything. "I'm sorry. It's not your fault." Strangely, by expressing it this way, Sheng Zhi felt a sense of relief. She then asked, "Since you know if you want to break up with me." "No breakup." Her words were interrupted as Xie Yuchen pulled her back into his embrace. "Please don't break up. Don't leave." His voice was choked. His chin nestled in her neck, his entire being exuding a sense of fragility. He truly did not know what to do. Everything seemed to be progressing well. Yet why had it come to this? He was the one who should be suffering, yet he appeared more sorrowful than she was. Sheng Zhi began to ponder whether she should have never entangled with Xie Yuchen in the first place. This question was unanswerable. Initially, she simply wished to survive. However, with things having developed to this point, she found herself powerless to control it. Xie Yuchen, I admit I am quite selfish. She released his shoulder, cautiously cradling his face to wipe away his tears. I don't want to part with you either. Then let us stay together until I leave this world. Xie Yuchen nodded repeatedly. He truly did not wish to weep. After all, it was Sheng Zhi who was most heartbroken. He ought to present himself as strong and reliable.
Don't cry.
Sheng Zhi leaned in closer, attempting to comfort him in the most straightforward manner. Yet, Xie Yuchen recoiled slightly, avoiding her kiss. His voice was somewhat unnatural, tinged with nasal congestion. I have a cold. I might infect you. Then just kiss my cheek. After saying this, her lips quickly brushed against his cheek. Cheer up. I'm not fond of boys who cry. Sheng Zhi noticed his current confusion and deliberately teased him. Xie Yuchen grabbed a few tissues from the coffee table, wiping his still damp face and murmuring, I want to do this again. Sheng Zhi smiled, reaching out her hand in a playful manner. Hug me. Xie Yuchen embraced her once more. Chapter 86. To meet your white moonlight. Sheng Zhi awoke once again on Xie Yuchen's bed, glancing at the empty quilt beside her. This was the third time. Illness combined with insecurity turned Xie Yuchen into a clingy puppy. Where will I sleep? Sheng Zhi had asked him at the time. In my room. And you? I want to sleep. Sheng Zhi was taken aback. Xie Yuchen added, I'll watch you sleep. Let us not. Sheng Zhi chuckled awkwardly, thinking to herself that with him unwell and not taking care of himself, it was uncertain who would wear the other down first. Xie Yuchen held onto her sleeve, his lips pressed together in silence. Looking at his pitiful expression, Sheng Zhi silently repeated in her mind, pitying a man brings misfortune. A few seconds later, she sighed, having grown accustomed to her own misfortunes. Then, she used an extra pillow to create a boundary between them. After finishing this, she stood with her hands on her hips, boldly declaring, just this once. Get well soon, Xie Yuchen. Fortunately, that night remained relatively calm.
Perhaps.
Sheng Zhi glanced at the makeshift boundary that had somehow ended up at the foot of the bed, thinking. She stretched, got out of bed, and as she stepped into the living room, she saw Xie Yuchen emerging from the bathroom, the air still carrying the scent of a shower gel. Sheng Zhi inhaled. Did you take a shower?
Yes.
Xie Yuchen nodded, averting his gaze, looking somewhat uneasy. Sheng Zhi approached and touched his face. Do you still feel unwell? Xie Yuchen instinctively took a step back, his ears burning, unable to look at her. Not anymore. Really? Sheng Zhi, oblivious, remarked. Why do I feel your temperature is still quite high? It's not. Xie Yuchen, extremely frustrated, denied it. I'll change my clothes and take you out for breakfast. With that, he fled in haste. Sheng Zhi turned in confusion, glancing at the already closed door, then at the partially opened bathroom door. Having spent several years with her sister and her friends, she was no naive fool. She had heard some things. Now, she belatedly realized, Xie Yuchen wouldn't be. Enough. Stop thinking. When Xie Yuchen emerged again, he found no trace of Sheng Zhi throughout the entire house. Panic surged within him as he picked up the phone on the coffee table, discovering a recent message from her. Cheng has resigned. I'm better now. As he typed, Xie Yuchen had reached the door. Moments later, the door across from him swung open, and Sheng Zhi peeked out cautiously, colliding directly with Xie Yuchen's intense gaze. She straightened up, a hint of awkwardness on her face, and wrapped her arm around his. Let us go. Ideally, never to leave. All right, I will. Sheng Zhi tugged him toward the elevator. Hurry up, I want to eat at that breakfast shop we visited together that has the little kittens. Xie Yuchen allowed her to pull him along, responding as they walked. Sure. I forgot. Where is it now? At my grandfather's house. The two engaged in light conversation. Only after leaving did they remember that it was the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, and the breakfast shop was not yet open. Consequently, Xie Yuchen had no choice but to drive her to a nearby commercial area to find a dim sum restaurant that was still in operation. After satisfying their appetites, Sheng Zhi picked up her phone and noticed a trivial notification from Weibo. Just as she was about to clear her notifications, her gaze was suddenly captivated by a few words, welcoming the god of wealth on the 5th day. She looked up at Xie Yuchen, who was settling the bill. Tilting her head, she waited for him to approach. Xie Yuchen, today is the 5th day. Since there's nothing else, let us go meet your white moonlight. Xie Yuchen paused for 2 seconds before realizing she was referring to the god of wealth. There was a temple called Guangfu Temple located to the east of Qianning. a popular tourist spot known for its efficacy. Previously, Yujun had repeatedly urged him to visit, but he had always coldly declined. The reason was simple. He did not believe in such things.
All right.
Xie Yuchen took Sheng Zhi's outstretched hand and lifted her off the stool, casually grabbing her bag as they headed outside. After driving for over an hour, they finally arrived at the foot of Guangfu Temple. The two climbed the stairs for about 10 minutes before reaching the temple entrance. Sheng Zhi had done her homework online beforehand, and upon entering, she eagerly pulled Xie Yuchen directly toward the God of Wealth hall hidden to the right. However, as they passed by the bustling hall of Great Hero, Xie Yuchen called a halt. "Let us pay our respects here first," he suggested. Sheng Zhi craned her neck to glance at the crowded God of Wealth hall and decided to acquiesce to his proposal. After a brief wait in line, it was soon their turn. Xie Yuchen extinguished the incense he had just offered and handed it to Sheng Zhi. After they both paid their respects to the Buddha, they placed the incense in the burner and knelt on the mat to make their wishes. Sheng Zhi glanced at Xie Yuchen beside her. His expression was unusually focused, even having reviewed the incense offering process on the way there. In a moment of intuitive understanding, she grasped his intentions. Thus, mirroring him, she knelt, clasped her hands together, and earnestly made a wish. "Disciple Xie Yuchen, I earnestly beseech you to bless Sheng Zhi, dispelling her ailments and misfortunes, granting her longevity. If my wish is fulfilled, I shall certainly express my gratitude through offerings to the temple and engage in benevolent deeds, forging good connections." After exiting the main hall, both felt a weight upon their hearts. Sheng Zhi linked her arm with his and glanced at the long queue before the God of Wealth Temple, inquiring, "Shall we visit the God of Wealth Temple?" Xie Yuchen detected the anticipation in her eyes and managed a smile. "Of course, now that we are here." After waiting for half an hour, Sheng Zhi finally recognized the irony in her earlier dismissive attitude towards superstitions, realizing the significance of kneeling before the God of Wealth. When their turn finally arrived, Xie Yuchen merely lit an incense stick and departed. Upon exiting, Sheng Zhi asked why he did not pay respects to his beloved. Xie Yuchen replied, "I feared the Buddha might perceive my heart as insincere." "Is there such a notion?" He playfully tapped her nose. "No, I was just joking." Sheng Zhi shrugged her nose in response. Oh. Chapter 87. Where did you learn such cheesy lines? While Sheng Zhi napped, Xie Yuchen received a call from Yunjing. The caller was old Master Xie. As soon as he answered, a barrage of questions ensued. "You foolish child. Why are you not at home during the New Year?" "Grandfather." Xie Yuchen replied while seated on the sofa, holding the phone with an indifferent expression. "I am with my girlfriend. During the New Year. When will you bring her home for a meal?" Xie Yuchen suspected that Xie Yuchen had not informed old Master Xie about the previous day's events. "All right." The old man continued. "How is your health? Are you feeling better?" "I am fine now." Xie Yuchen poured himself a glass of water. "Please take care of your health as well." "Good, if you're fine I'll hang up. And don't forget to tell Sheng Zhi." "Understood." After ending the call, Xie Yuchen pondered for a moment, then opened Xie Yuting's WeChat. After he had escaped from the hospital yesterday, Xie Yuting had sent him numerous messages. He had been so focused on Sheng Zhi that he completely forgot to reassure Xie Yuting. After reviewing their chat history, he dialed her number. Upon connection, Xie Yuting spoke quickly, laced with concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Xie Yuting sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry, sister." Xie Yuting's sigh was audible through the receiver. "Where are you now?" "In Qianning." Xie Yuchen preferred not to discuss himself and was more concerned with another matter. "Sister, is there truly no way?" What followed was Xie Yuting's prolonged silence. The living room fell into a heavy stillness. Even the ticking of the wall clock sounded unnaturally clear. After a while, Xie Yuting spoke softly. "Actually, her mother brought her to our hospital months ago." She had refrained from being too explicit to avoid upsetting Xie Yuchen. Xie Yuchen recalled the events of that night during the National Day holiday. He had indeed asked her if she had gone to Jingda Hospital, to which she had confirmed. How foolish he had been to think Sheng Zhi was merely seeing a gastroenterologist from Xie Yuting's circle. Noticing his silence, Xie Yuting earnestly continued, "This young lady is likely the daughter of the Sheng family. I've heard bits and pieces of their family gossip from your brother-in-law. Chairman Sheng is remarried and is very affectionate with his current wife. They even have a son. Sheng Zhi, being the child of his ex-wife, probably does not have a comfortable life at home." Sheng Zhi had shared these things with Xie Yuchen, yet hearing them from another's lips made his chest feel heavy. "This girl is quite pitiful. If you do not intend to break up, treat her well." "I want to break up," Xie Yuchen replied, his tone calm as a still lake. "Thank you for sharing this with me." When did you become so polite with me? Even Xie Yuchen, accustomed to life and death in the hospital, felt a wave of emotion. Just then, the bedroom door, which had been tightly shut, made a noise. And Xie Yuchen looked up to see Sheng Zhi emerging in her slippers. In the brief moment he hung up the phone, Sheng Zhi had approached. She sat beside him, casually grabbing a pillow to hold close, her face still showing remnants of sleepiness as she lazily inquired, "Who are you on the phone with?"
Oh,
"Did you rest well?" he gently asked. Sheng Zhi suddenly remembered she had come out for water. Yet, upon sitting down, she felt lazy again and unabashedly began to summon Xie Yuchen to assist her. He stood up to fetch her a glass of warm water, watching her finish it before placing the cup on the coffee table. "There's something I'd like to ask you," Xie Yuchen said, absent-mindedly squeezing her delicate fingers. Sheng Zhi turned to look at him. She blinked, hesitating as she slowly spoke. "He knows. But if I go, wouldn't he that be deceiving him?" She lowered her head, her other hand lightly gripping the edge of the pillow. "We don't want to think about the future." Xie Yuchen discerned her inner turmoil. "After all, we initially deceived him as well." Sheng Zhi was momentarily left speechless. "Very well." Xie Yuchen embraced her, planting a kiss on the crown of her head. After dinner, Xie Yuchen stood at the entrance, watching Sheng Zhi enter her apartment across the hall. He lingered there for a long time, suddenly feeling an equal disdain for everyone and everything that kept him from being with Sheng Zhi at all times. He silently sighed and turned back to his own home. After staring at Sheng Zhi's avatar on his phone for a prolonged moment, he hesitated over whether to call her. Now fully awake, he wondered if being too clingy would lead her to resent him. Although he believed she probably wouldn't mind, he felt somewhat bothersome himself. Fortunately, his indecision did not last long, as Sheng Zhi called him. "Hello?" The moment he heard her voice, Xie Yuchen felt an inexplicable sense of relief. "I'm here," he replied. "Let us keep the phone connected while we sleep at night from now on," Sheng Zhi suggested. Xie Yuchen was momentarily taken aback, appreciating her thoughtfulness once more.
all right.
Neither of them were particularly verbose, yet simply being on the phone, listening to her breath, calmed Xie Yuchen's restless heart significantly. After a few minutes of silence, Sheng Zhi suddenly asked Xie Yuchen, "Do you have any hobbies?" Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "You." Sheng Zhi burst into laughter, teasing. "Where did you learn such cheesy lines?" "I'm serious. What do you like? Piano, calligraphy, photography, or something else?" Xie Yuchen pondered, and then said, "Equestrianism."
Wow. Sheng Zhi exclaimed.
"What's wrong?" Xie Yuchen was slightly confused by her reaction. "Nothing," she thought to herself. Even his hobbies are so unique. "I also want to learn horseback riding. Are you good?"
Can you teach me?
she asked.
Sure.
Sheng Zhi eagerly replied, "Thank you, boyfriend. Love you." Xie Yuchen chuckled at her, but then a hint of sadness crept in. Chapter 88. Do not mimic my speech. It came as no surprise to Xie Yuchen that Yuanha sought him out. As a mother who spent every day with her daughter, she could naturally sense that her daughter had been increasingly restless at home. Yuanha arranged to meet with Xie Yuchen privately. The agreed-upon location was a CAF opposite Tianshui Bay, chosen by Xie Yuchen himself. He inherently disliked such superficial social interactions. In fact, disregarding Yuanha's seniority and social standing, and considering this was their first formal meeting, he felt they could have discussed their matters in the corridor. "You must be Xie Yuchen?" Yuanha began as she sat across from him. Xie Yuchen nodded, maintaining a polite yet distant demeanor as he uttered two words, "Present you." "You can just call me Aunt," Yuanha replied. "Xi has mentioned you, and I've been eager to converse with you. Now it seems the opportunity has finally arrived." She also shared some details about her family circumstances. Despite being a student, Xie Yuchen's presence exuded a confidence that rivaled that of Yuanha, a seasoned executive in the business world. "What else did she tell you?" Yuanha inquired, uncertain about the extent of Sheng Zhi's revelations to him. "I know everything," Xie Yuchen replied, lacking the inclination to engage in veiled discussions, including about her illness. Yuanha fell silent. Xie Yuchen gazed at her coldly. "I apologize, President Yu. As an outsider, I am unaware of what transpired in the past and cannot meddle in your family matters. Nonetheless, I must express that you have both wronged her." At times, Xie Yuchen found himself feeling absurd. If only he had known Sheng Zhi in his youth, he would have fervently sought to contest custody against her irresponsible parents. It was the first time Yuanha felt a twinge of guilt from being chastised by someone more than 20 years her junior. "Indeed, we have wronged her," she admitted softly, "but I hope you will treat her well." Xie Yuchen nodded affirmatively. Of course I will. Since you cannot provide her with a complete home and love, then grant her the freedom she deserves. After uttering this sentiment, Xie Yuchen took a sip of the coffee before him. He realized he had perhaps spoken too freely in the presence of Sheng Zhi's family. Yet, the thought of her suffering and misfortune, all stemming from these individuals, made it difficult for him to remain composed. I will not hinder you. I only wish for her happiness. Yu Anhe nearly forgot the original purpose of her meeting with Xie Yuchen, her heart weighed down by guilt, making even breathing feel painful. For a couple that was essentially a marriage of convenience, emotions were certainly not a factor. They had anticipated a peaceful coexistence, yet Sheng Mingjie, that beast, had forced her after drugging her. Thus, Sheng Zhi came into being. At that time, Yu Anhe was young and impetuous, viewing the event as a disgrace, never expecting Sheng Zhi's arrival. However, succumbing to familial pressure, Sheng Zhi was born. After leaving the Sheng family post-delivery, she severed ties with her sordid past. She believed she had embarked on a path to prosperity, unaware that she had committed another grave mistake. Xie Yuchen was indeed correct. No amount of reasoning could conceal the fact that she had abandoned her daughter. She truly recognized her error. On the 14th day of the first lunar month, Xie Yuchen casually remarked about the fatigue of driving. In truth, he longed to hold Sheng Zhi's hand. However, driving with one hand seemed contrary to traffic regulations. The journey from Qianning North to Jingxi Station typically took about an hour and a half. Sheng Zhi sat by the window, her head resting on Xie Yuchen's shoulder. One ear filled with a headphone while the other was connected to him. The scenery outside raced past, and a tablet on the small table displayed a long-awaited domestic animation. Xie Yuchen was confused by the plot, wanting to ask Sheng Zhi why the male character looked different from the one in the previous season. Yet, upon turning his head, he discovered she had fallen asleep. Gently, he paused the video and removed her headphone, ensuring her comfort before settling down as a makeshift pillow for her. They exited the station around 5 in the afternoon. As soon as they emerged, Sheng Zhi spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Xie Yuchen waved enthusiastically at the two. Sheng Zhi turned to Xie Yuchen, her expression questioning. This is my cousin, Xie Yuchen, he explained. Sheng Zhi nodded, realization dawning upon her. She had hesitated to inquire how Xie Yuchen learned of her condition, but now it was clear that they were indeed family. Xie Yuchen led her over and introduced the impeccably dressed man beside him. This is my brother-in-law, Zhou Qingfeng. Sister, brother-in-law. Xie Yuchen noticed her slight awkwardness and smiled warmly. It's been a while, Sheng Zhi. Don't be nervous. We are all family. Sheng Zhi returned the smile, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, sister. Zhou Qingfeng glanced at his watch, noting that everyone had arrived. Let's go. The two settled into the back seat of Zhou Qingfeng's car, with Xie Yuchen in the front passenger seat occasionally adding light banter to uplift the mood. Seizing a moment of silence, Sheng Zhi leaned closer to Xie Yuchen and whispered, Can we stop by the mall first? I haven't prepared gifts for Grandpa and the others. Although Xie Yuchen believed that her mere presence would be the greatest gift to the old gentleman, Sheng Zhi's eyes lit up with excitement. Thank you. No need to thank me, he replied in his usual tone. Finally realizing the implications, Sheng Zhi playfully lifted her chin, lightly punching his arm. Don't mimic my speech. Unbeknownst to them, Xie Yuchen had been observing their every interaction through the rearview mirror, momentarily catching a glimpse of her amused expression. Shortly after, she composed herself and began typing on her phone. Really grateful. Oh my, Xie Yuchen is so mushy in love. Moments later, Zhou Qingfeng, focused on driving, felt his phone vibrate unexpectedly. Anticipating something, he quickly glanced at Xie Yuchen, who raised an eyebrow in response. As the car rolled into the courtyard of the Xie family estate, Grandfather Xie and Xie Chongqing were already waiting at the entrance. Xie Yuchen had previously introduced his parents to Sheng Zhi, who confidently greeted his family. Hello, Grandpa, Uncle, Aunt. Good. Grandfather Xie had long considered Sheng Zhi as a granddaughter-in-law, and her arrival brought him immense joy. Xie Chongqing, Xie Yuchen's father and the current head of the Xie family, a man in his 40s, bore a rare softness on his face as he nodded slightly to Sheng Zhi. Beside him, his elegantly dressed wife, Xing Daishan, cheerfully took Sheng Zhi's hand, engaging her in friendly conversation. Everyone was delighted by Sheng Zhi's visit. Come in, the old man urged, eager for everyone to settle down and chat, while dinner preparations were still underway. Miss Xing and Sheng Zhi sat on the living room sofa, conversing. Lacking experience with elders, Sheng Zhi found Miss Xing warm and amiable, reminiscent of a friend rather than an elder. Zhi, she called affectionately. How is Ah Cheng treating you? He treats me very well, Sheng Zhi replied earnestly. That's good. Let's exchange WeChat. If he bullies you, you tell Aunt, and I'll teach him a lesson. Okay, Aunt. Sheng Zhi nodded obediently, pulling out her phone to scan the code. In the Xie family, Xie Yuchen was the only girl in Xie Yucheng's generation. Although she often teased him, she was indeed the apple of everyone's eye. Yet, even the most cherished princess must eventually marry. On the day Xie Yuchen wedded, Ms. Xing's reluctance would rival that of Xie Yucheng's own mother. Now that Sheng Zhi was here, she naturally adored her immensely. Since it's your first visit to our home, Auntie hasn't prepared any gifts for you. Here, take this card, and buy something nice for yourself. As she spoke, she attempted to slip the card into Sheng Zhi's pocket. Sheng Zhi's eyes widened, and she repeatedly shook her head in refusal. I can't accept this. Each step Ms. Xing took toward her prompted Sheng Zhi to retreat until she nearly found herself cornered on the sofa. Just as the two were at an impasse, Xie Yuchen appeared out of nowhere, swiftly snatching the card and deftly slipping it into Sheng Zhi's hat. While not forgetting to raise her brows at Miss Xing, the latter gave her son a thumbs up in satisfaction. Xie Yuchen sat casually on the armrest of the sofa, easily holding onto Sheng Zhi's wrist as she attempted to flip her hat back. She looked up at Xie Yuchen with a hint of urgency in her eyes, urging him to let go. Not letting go, he replied with a mischievous smile, leaning slightly closer to whisper in her ear, if you don't accept it, she might think you don't like her. Miss Xing chuckled in agreement, eager to chat a bit more with her future daughter-in-law, only to be interrupted by her son's interjection. Mom, we've been talking for a while now. Can I have my girlfriend back?
Ms.
Xing shot him an exasperated glance. Poor child, am I competing with you? In the next moment, she switched to a different demeanor. Zhi, you two continue your conversation. I'll go check on what delicious food is prepared for dinner. Okay, Auntie. Sheng Zhi nodded repeatedly, finally exhaling in relief after watching her departure, settling back down. Xie Yuchen took the opportunity to sit beside her, a teasing smile on his lips. Feeling a bit nervous, are we? Sheng Zhi nodded, conceding her anxiety, and pulled out a card from her clothing, handing it to him. I can't accept this. Sheng Zhi, why do you have two different faces? Xie Yuchen teased, reclaiming the card and tucking it back into her pocket. Keep it. It's actually my pocket money saved from the new year when I was a child. There's not much in it. Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhi's apprehension eased somewhat, though curiosity flickered in her eyes. Did you also have your pocket money confiscated as a child? Yes, Xie Yuchen shrugged, his gaze filled with amusement.
Ms.
Xing said it's to help me save for a future wife. Sheng Zhi stared blankly, her ears turning a shade of crimson.
Huh?
Xie Yuchen found her dazed expression endearingly charming and couldn't resist ruffling her hair. I'm just kidding, he chuckled. I was just making it up. Realizing she had been teased, Sheng Zhi shyly swatted at him. The old residence was not crowded this evening, yet the atmosphere at the dining table was exceptionally harmonious. It was Sheng Zhi's first visit, and nearly everyone was attentive to her, making her feel a long-lost sense of home. After dinner, during a lull in the conversation between Xie Yuchen and his brother-in-law, the elder gentleman called Sheng Zhi aside and discreetly slipped her a heavy red envelope. Before she could react, she pretended to yawn exaggeratedly, urging Zhou Qingfeng to hurry up. Watching her retreating figure, Sheng Zhi couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and bewilderment at the situation. At 9:30 in the evening, Sheng Zhi sat on the swing chair on the balcony, while Xie Yuchen prepared her bed in the room. She gazed at the gift box in her hands, which contained a pair of exquisite diamond and pearl earrings. Once Xie Yuchen finished his task, he approached and sat beside her, his gaze drawn to the item she held. Did Xie Yuchen give you that? Sheng Zhi nodded, her eyes sparkling as if they held stars. She embraced Xie Yuchen, inhaling his familiar scent and murmuring, your family is so wonderful. There will be even more people treating you well in the future. Sheng Zhi remained silent, her face breaking into a silly grin. Xie Yuchen, affected by her joy, chuckled. What else with that smile? He took the earrings from her hand. Want to try them on? Sheng Zhi sat up straight, watching his movements with a hint of concern. Just be careful. Don't hurt me. At her words, Xie Yuchen paused, his expression momentarily awkward. What are you saying? A few seconds later, Sheng Zhi realized the implication, her face flushing a vibrant red. It's obviously your heart. Hurry and put them on.
All right.
Xie Yuchen complied, leaning closer to her ear as he carefully helped her wear the earring. The proximity allowed Sheng Zhi to feel his breath tickling her neck, causing her to instinctively retreat slightly. Turn your head, Xie Yuchen suggested, yet he didn't move back at all. Sheng Zhi turned instinctively, unexpectedly brushing her lips against his. Chapter 90. Don't overact. Startled, Sheng Zhi recoiled, biting her lip, yet a smile betrayed her surprise. Xie Yuchen didn't rush to put the other earring on her and instead casually wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her closer. Let us kiss again. With those words, he leaned down to kiss her again. Sheng Zhi instinctively closed her eyes, acutely aware of the rhythmic pounding of Xie Yuchen's heart, which might have been her own as well. Encouraged, their initially gentle kiss deepened into an entangled exchange of lips. The door to Xie Yuchen's room stood closed. Yet she hesitated for a moment before deciding not to disturb him. Just as she lifted her foot to descend the stairs, she heard some commotion from behind the door. Xie Yuchen, tousling his slightly messy hair, squinted at her. Good morning, Sheng Zhi. The young master's face bore no trace of a good morning. Can't sleep. Just wanted to check on you. As soon as he spoke, he couldn't help but yawn. Sheng Zhi chuckled. Really can't sleep? Aren't you here to keep me company? Xie Yuchen, caught, shrugged nonchalantly. I forgot to tell you, my family is quite lazy. Just then Mr. Xie, practicing Tai Chi in the small garden, sneezed, and Mr. Xie Chongqing and his wife, who had stepped out to buy ingredients for the reunion dinner, also sneezed. Sheng Zhi eyed Xie Yuchen skeptically. Really? Xie Yuchen maintained a straight face. Absolutely. Look, Xie Yuchen hasn't even gotten up. Sheng Zhi hesitated, considering whether to head downstairs. She felt that Xie Yuchen was deceiving her. Just as she took a few steps down, her gaze inadvertently caught two figures kissing at the island counter in the open kitchen below. Xie Yuchen raised an eyebrow, allowing her to close the door, then leaned against it, questioning her.
You lied to me.
They're clearly awake. Xie Yuchen blinked innocently. Perhaps they're just trying to make a good impression on you by being temporarily diligent. It was utterly absurd. Sheng Zhi remained silent, her expression still one of shock. Xie Yuchen observed her with keen interest, lowering his voice. What did you see? Nothing. Sheng Zhi feigned nonchalance, starting to examine his room's layout in an attempt to mask her embarrassment. The room, perhaps due to infrequent use, was somewhat sparsely decorated. Her gaze lingered on a row of trophies and certificates atop the bookshelf at the foot of the bed. Xie Yuchen lounged at the foot of the bed, stretching his long legs forward, looking up at her. Suddenly, Sheng Zhi spotted a childhood photo of him and turned to ask, but lost her footing, tripping over Xie Yuchen's leg, causing her to lurch toward him. Xie Yuchen was startled and instinctively reached out to steady her, but instead, she tumbled onto the bed. In that instant, her mind was flooded with thoughts reminiscent of the drama she had watched, and when she finally regained her composure, their positions were quite precarious. The proximity allowed Xie Yuchen to see the slight tremor of Sheng Zhi's eyelashes. His breathing grew heavier, and his gaze took on a deeper intensity. So, is this what you just saw? He sought confirmation through action. As they kissed again, Sheng Zhi suddenly sensed something was amiss. Pushing Xie Yuchen away, she scrambled off the bed, exclaiming, No, don't overact. I didn't see that. Xie Yuchen, Zhi. He was somewhat at a loss, wanting to explain. Yet there was no way to articulate the matter. The physical attraction he felt was something he simply couldn't control. Sheng Zhi hesitated for a while, then tentatively suggested, Well, perhaps you should take a shower. Sheng Zhi nodded vigorously, her head nearly touching the ground as she left, only to collide with the closed door with a dull thud, letting out a pained cry. Seeing this, Xie Yuchen moved to check on her. But Sheng Zhi immediately raised her hand to stop him. Don't come over, I'm leaving. With that, she hastily opened the door and fled, leaving Xie Yuchen sitting on the edge of the bed, chuckling to himself. Before long, he realized that this was not a sustainable situation and resignedly plunged into the bathroom. After a moment, he plopped down on the bed, cradling his painfully hot face in his hands, and soon pulled out his phone, attempting to distract himself. Not long after, the dormitory group chat buzzed with activity. Talking about 8 handsome guys. Is there a lot of coursework this semester? Talking about 8 handsome guys. Wait, what is it called again? Chewing future. Semester Sister Tan, are you dizzy from gaming? Talking about 8 handsome guys. Yes. Sheng Zhi took a screenshot of the course schedule from the academic management platform and sent it to the group. Imperial edict arrived. It's manageable, not too much. Talking about 8 handsome guys. That's good. Just a heads up, I might be moving in with my boyfriend next semester. Talking about 8 handsome guys. Chewing future. Don't even think about being quiet, having seen the Mayday version. You two just be good and stay home. Chewing and the recently arrived Bian Jing immediately began to squabble in the group chat. However, Sheng Zhi was lost in thought, contemplating the message. Living with her boyfriend. Would that mean cohabitation? Uncontrollably, her mind drifted back to the earlier awkward situation. In a moment of impulse, she opened Tan Wanrong's WeChat and messaged her. Imperial edict arrived, Sister Tan. Do you encounter any inconveniences living with your boyfriend? The reply was swift and penetrating. Talking about 8 handsome guys. What do you mean? Sheng Zhi felt a flush of embarrassment. Imperial edict arrived. Just the physical aspects between men and women. Talking about 8 handsome guys. Not at all.
We are all adults here, darling.
Tan Wanrong was quite frank and perceptive. Talking about 8 handsome guys. What about you and Xie Yuchen? Imperial edict arrived. Absolutely not. Tan Wanrong, finding typing cumbersome, promptly called her. Sheng Zhi nearly dropped her phone but took a deep breath and answered. Let me tell you, came Tan Wanrong's voice through the receiver. As their conversation flourished, there was a sudden knock on Sheng Zhi's door. Chapter 91. The white moonlight turns green. Feeling as if she had committed a crime, Sheng Zhi hurriedly lowered her voice, excusing herself to Tan Wanrong before hanging up and moving to open the door. The visitor was Xie Yuchen, which caught her slightly off guard.
Yuchen Jia.
Xie Yuchen scrutinized Sheng Zhi and handed her a medical ice pack. Xie Yuchen said you bumped your head. Let me take a look. Sheng Zhi's eyes widened as she bashfully touched her forehead. Haha, it's just a little bump, really.
Thank you, sister.
She accepted the ice pack and offered a sheepish laugh. Do you need assistance? Xie Yuchen inquired. No, it's fine. I can manage.
All right.
But remember to come down for breakfast later. After exchanging a few pleasantries, their conversation concluded. Once Xie Yuchen departed, Sheng Zhi exhaled a sigh of relief. She approached the mirror in her room, tucked back some loose strands of hair, and diligently applied the ice pack to her swelling forehead. The weather was unexpectedly pleasant, and after breakfast, Sheng Zhi settled on the lawn behind the courtyard, basking in the sun. Xie Yuchen, emerging from a phone call, observed this scene and was momentarily enveloped in a serene illusion of tranquil times. Unfortunately, time could not remain suspended in this moment forever. Thus, he raised his phone, capturing the instant. Just as Sheng Zhi seemed to sense something, she looked up and met his gaze through the lens a second before he pressed the shutter. Tilting her head, she flashed a smile, playfully posing for Xie Yuchen. As he approached, she feigned anger, saying, You spied on me. Transfer me 200. Xie Yuchen, focused on his phone, tapped a few times. Transferred. Sheng Zhi glanced down, surprised. Minister retired. Transferring you 20,000 yuan. She hesitated. Should we perhaps consider getting glasses? Xie Yuchen, catching her jest, laughed with an air of arrogance. What I captured is worth that much. Oh, Sheng Zhi replied, maintaining a calm facade, though internally, she thought, I am now one of you wealthy folks. He took a seat beside her, commenting, The weather is quite lovely today. Sheng Zhi continued to pet the kitten in her lap, remaining silent as she awaited his next words. Didn't you mention wanting to learn horseback riding?
Now?
Sheng Zhi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xie Yuchen nodded. Are you in? How could she possibly refuse? Sheng Zhi released the kitten and nodded enthusiastically. Xie Yuchen stood, extending his hand to her. Sheng Zhi naturally took it, rising as they made their way to the front yard together. An hour later, a silver-gray Aston Martin halted near the racetrack in the eastern part of the city. The young man exited the vehicle and rounded to open the door for the young woman. Sheng Zhi gazed excitedly at the expansive circular track, urging Xie Yuchen, Hurry up. Upon entering, a server approached to guide them, providing a thorough introduction. Xie Yuchen was well-versed in such formalities, while it was Sheng Zhi's first encounter with them, requiring her full attention. Noticing her apparent distraction, he gently squeezed her fingers. Pay attention. Okay, Sheng Zhi replied, suddenly feeling as if she had been caught daydreaming in class. Soon, they were led into the changing room. When they emerged, both were equipped with protective gear. Sheng Zhi's long hair was fashioned into 2 low ponytails, and as she walked, she fastened her helmet. Sheng Zhi allowed the excitement to wash over her, her gaze darting around eagerly. Suddenly, she spotted a somewhat familiar woman in the distance, linked arm in arm with a man whose face bore no resemblance to the one in her memory. She squinted, recalling something amusing, and burst into laughter. The sound startled the woman, who was about to turn around and confront her. Instinctively, Sheng Zhi turned her head, burying herself in Xie Yuchen's embrace. Determined to remain hidden, Xie Yuchen paused, allowing her to hold on to him, his heart racing. Estimating the time was right, Sheng Zhi stealthily looked up from Xie Yuchen's embrace and saw that the woman had walked away, letting out a sigh of relief. Yet, she couldn't contain her laughter. her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Though Xie Yuchen was unaware of the cause of her glee, seeing her so joyful compelled him to tease her. Are you enjoying this little advantage? It dawned on Sheng Zhi that they were still in an embrace. She released her hold on his waist, feigning to adjust her helmet in gear. I certainly am not. Xie Yuchen nodded seriously. Then what did you just see? I witnessed something quite amusing. Sheng Zhi's voice lowered, her delight palpable. Sheng Mingjia's white moonlight has transformed into green moonlight. Xie Yuchen raised an eyebrow, noticing the gleeful malice in her eyes, and chuckled in response. After a moment, he declared he deserves it. Sheng Zhi vigorously nodded in agreement. Absolutely. To avoid running into Mixue again, they chose a less crowded area to begin their lessons. The coach led a relatively docile horse, and Xie Yuchen assisted Sheng Zhi in mounting. She felt a tad anxious, gripping the reins tightly. As she steadied herself, she murmured, Why do you have such a high-risk hobby? She looked as though she were prepared to face death itself. Xie Yuchen took the reins from the coach, reassuring her with gentle words, Don't be nervous. Nothing will happen. I will lead you around for a couple of laps first. Sheng Zhi still pouted, nodding stiffly. As the horse began to move, she was initially too afraid to open her eyes. Gradually, sensing the absence of danger, she cautiously opened one eye, only to find Xie Yuchen smiling at her. In an instant, her expression turned impassive, and she fixed her gaze ahead, feigning composure like a cavalryman awaiting inspection from superiors. She appeared even more endearing. After a couple of laps, Sheng Zhi's tension dissipated somewhat, though her curiosity began to surface. When can we gallop? Not yet, Xie Yuchen replied. Why not? You don't even dare let me loosen the reins, he pointed out bluntly. Fine then. Sheng Zhi felt a pang of disappointment, but a moment later, her frustration bubbled up. Why haven't I learned anything? What kind of master are you? Xie Yuchen pressed his lips together, suppressing a smirk. Lift your feet. What for? Sheng Zhi obediently released her feet from the stirrups, wondering if it was time to end the lesson. Sit tight. As he spoke, Xie Yuchen stepped onto the stirrup, effortlessly mounting the horse and enveloping her from behind, taking hold of the reins with her hands, his gaze intensely fixed ahead. Sheng Zhi heard his spirited voice beside her. It's about to begin. Chapter 92. This is something you chose to learn. When they dismounted, Sheng Zhi felt as if she had stepped into a quagmire. Her legs felt weak, and she almost knelt before Xie Yuchen in gratitude. Fortunately, he quickly caught her. However, it was indeed quite exhilarating. As they galloped, all her heavy thoughts were swept away by the rushing wind, and her spirits lifted. Sheng Zhi began to understand why Xie Yuchen cherished this activity. Upon inquiring about the progress of her system tasks, she received the disappointing response. Unsuccessful. Sheng Zhi furrowed her brow. Wasn't horseback riding Xie Yuchen's greatest passion? Defeated, she rolled over in bed, silently lamenting why he had so many hobbies. Perhaps due to the day's exertions, she nearly drifted off to sleep. Just then, Mixue's video call chimed in, dispelling much of her drowsiness. Sheng Zhi rose from her bed, smoothing her disheveled bangs before answering the call. Hello? Mixue's face appeared on the screen, framed by the stark emptiness of her surroundings. Sheng Zhi's mood shifted subtly. Nodding politely, she said, Thank you, and you too. Mixue observed her, lips moving as she hesitated before finally asking, How have you been these past few days? Pretty good, Sheng Zhi replied, keeping it brief. That's good to hear. For some reason, as she watched Mixue's expression, an intense unease welled within Sheng Zhi. She asked, Should I not have come here? Mixue shook her head fervently, explaining, No, that's not what your mother meant. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Sheng Zhi bit her lip, remaining silent, her fingers gripping the edge of her phone case. An eerie silence enveloped them. After a long pause, she spoke again. If I hadn't been ill, if I weren't close to death, would you still treat me this way? This question had lingered in Sheng Zhi's heart for far too long, an insurmountable knot. Ms. Yu was momentarily taken aback, her eyes brimming with guilt and sorrow. I'm sorry, Gigi. It's my fault for coming too late, allowing you to endure so much suffering. If I could, I would wish for you to live free from illness. All right, Ms. Yu nodded, her voice trembling. You should rest early. Good night. Once the call ended, Sheng Zhi let her arm drop, allowing the phone to slip onto the mattress. She stared blankly at a spot for quite some time before gathering her thoughts and slowly getting up to wash up. The following day, Xie Yuchen couldn't be bothered to head to the station, nor did he want to drive himself. Instead, he casually hired a driver from the old residence to act as a laborer. He and Sheng Zhi settled into the back seat like royalty. Before they left, Old Master Xie repeatedly urged Sheng Zhi to visit often. She forced a smile and nodded, but Xie Yuchen saw through her discontent, mistakenly attributing it to her illness, which weighed heavily on his heart. He intended to console her once they were in the car, but as soon as she hopped in, she sprawled across most of the back seat. With one hand on her waist and the other thumping her thigh, she lamented, "I feel like I was beaten up after falling asleep last night." This was no exaggeration. Every part of her ached. Xie Yuchen, amused yet exasperated, lifted her legs onto his lap and began to knead them. "After riding yesterday, you should have had a massage before bed," he remarked. "When I came to find you, you were already asleep." "How come you're fine?" Sheng Zhi asked, still massaging her back. "I'm tough," she replied. Looking at his delicate, pale skin, she scoffed at his claim of toughness. "Except for your skin, I don't see anywhere else that's tough. Put a bit more strength into it." "My thighs are still sore," she said, her voice softening. "Is this all right? A bit heavy. How about this?" "That works." The driver in the front occasionally stole glances at the rearview mirror, relieved to confirm that they were merely massaging each other's legs, yet still feeling a sense of discomfort. After a moment's contemplation, the partition between the front and back seats was raised. Xie Yuchen paused mid-action, and both he and Sheng Zhi turned in unison to look. "Is this okay?" The start date for Qianning University was set for the 17th and 18th of the first lunar month. Since there were no classes for the previous few days, Sheng Zhi decided to stay home for an additional 2 days. During this time, she persistently questioned Xie Yuchen about his hobbies. Initially, he didn't think much of it, but soon he began to feel something was amiss. Each time he mentioned a hobby, she would chime in with, "I want to learn too.
Can you teach me?"
Eventually, he caught on to her intentions and decided to turn the tables. One evening, after dinner, as they sat on the sofa watching a show, Sheng Zhi once again asked, "What other hobbies do you have?" He grinned mischievously and replied, "Kissing." Sheng Zhi, resembling a malfunctioning machine, gave up on pretending and simply repeated, "What a coincidence. I like that too."
"Can you not?"
Flushed with embarrassment, Sheng Zhi smacked him lightly. "What do you think about all day? This is something you chose to learn." Sheng Zhi feigned resistance, retorting, "Who wants to learn that?" Xie Yuchen gently caressed her cheek, as if soothing a child. "Baby, why are you so concerned about what I like?" Sheng Zhi's ears tingled. She couldn't bear it when Xie Yuchen used that seductive tone to call her baby, reminiscent of something scandalous. She recalled what Chuing had said, "Xie Yuchen is a charming fox spirit. This has long been documented." Her cheeks flushed, and she squeezed her eyes shut, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts, murmuring, "I can't tell you for now." "All right," Xie Yuchen conceded, not pressing further. He kissed the corner of her mouth, saying, "Then tell me later." "Haven't I told you already?" Sheng Zhi's words were swallowed by his kiss. Chapter 93. I Can Help You. As their kisses deepened, they unknowingly sank into the sofa, with Sheng Zhi's weight resting entirely upon Xie Yuchen. At this age, most boys are spirited and easily stirred. Xie Yuchen pulled away from Sheng Zhi, slowly sitting up from the sofa, his demeanor akin to a boiled lobster. Sheng Zhi immediately realized, her words racing ahead of her thoughts. "Look, you again. Sorry," Xie Yuchen said, uncharacteristically flustered, his voice tinged with a husky tone. He rose from the sofa, just lifting his foot to depart, when he felt a hand grasp his own. Xie Yuchen turned his head, desire flickering in his eyes. Gazing tenderly at the girl kneeling on the sofa, Sheng Zhi held onto his hand, tilting her head to meet his gaze. Her eyes clear and her red lips glistening with a hint of lingering moisture. He heard her soft yet earnest voice, "Xie Yuchen, I can help you." Suddenly, it was as if something exploded in his mind. Their intertwined hands became indistinguishable, every nerve in his body trembling with excitement. Xie Yuchen bit down hard on his lip, unable to suppress a few gasps as physiological pleasure pooled within him. Sheng Zhi, though merely a novice, soon found herself wanting to withdraw. Yet she was held captive by his grip. She carefully observed his reaction, his ears and neck flushed, a few buttons of his loungewear undone, revealing expanse of skin beneath his collarbone. His chest heaved uncontrollably, reminiscent of a wronged gentleman. Sheng Zhi slowly leaned in, whispering something in his ear. Xie Yuchen abruptly turned to her, exuding a dangerous aura, pressing her head back as he kissed her with a mix of embarrassment and anger. By the end, Sheng Zhi was utterly spent, collapsing onto the sofa as the instigator helped her clean her hands. With the remnants of her strength, she chastised him. "Next time, you should do it yourself." Xie Yuchen stifled a laugh, tossing the used tissue into the nearby bin, kissing her forehead, his voice laced with charm. "Baby, Where did you learn that? Sheng Zhi retorted. Don't you worry about it. Embarrassed and indignant, she playfully struck him. Of course, she couldn't after all. He was the one in control. She had learned nothing. Xie Yuchen seized her wrist, effortlessly lifting her into his arms. Sheng Zhi gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, suddenly realizing this action was akin to stepping into a lion's den. What are you doing? Taking you to wash your hands. Feeling scolded, she pinched his arm tightly, threatening, next time, don't do that. Xie Yuchen winced in pain, yet his smile remained intact. Baby, I'm not capable. As the school term commenced, time seemed to fragment into several segments, drastically reducing the moments they could share together. Sheng Zhi remained unfazed, but Xie Yuchen grew increasingly anxious. Aside from classes, he longed to be by her side, wishing to keep her close. Even Tan Wanrong couldn't help but tease. Look at what you've turned the top student into. Bianjing nodded in agreement. Tan Wanrong pouted, affirming, he's quite clingy now. That's just how he is, Sheng Zhi laughed, offering no further explanation. Unexpectedly, Chewing refrained from participating in their little gathering. She turned to Sheng Zhi, who was still smiling, and found herself understanding Xie Yuchen, a pang of bitterness stirring within her. As the four of them reached the dormitory entrance, they spotted Xie Yuchen standing under the eaves of a convenience store, lost in thought as he stared at the weeds growing between the bricks on the stairs. Speak of the devil. Bianjing nudged Sheng Zhi with her shoulder, her eyes glinting with mischief. Sheng Zhi waved one hand while holding her textbooks in the other. Bidding farewell, I'm off now. Go ahead, Tan Wanrong encouraged. Chewing managed a smile and waved. Bye. The three watched as she sprinted towards him. Curiously, she raised her voice. Ingzi, what are you looking at? After her question, she proceeded on her way. Now, it was Tan Wanrong's turn to find Sheng Zhi's actions puzzling. Meanwhile, Sheng Zhi allowed Xie Yuchen to take the books from her hands. Why are you here? Didn't you say not to wait for you at the art building? Then I had no choice but to come here, he replied. This predicament was indeed of Xie Yuchen's own making. News of his girlfriend had circulated around the campus gossip forum, yet not all students frequented the internet, leaving some oblivious to his relationship. Many mistook his frequent presence at the art building for that of an elusive, handsome classmate, occasionally prompting bold girls to approach him. Sheng Zhi had once encountered this scenario and promptly forbade him from standing beneath the art building to attract attention. With no alternative, Xie Yuchen had to change his strategy. Being a male waiting beneath the girls' dormitory should have made his relationship known. A hug, Xie Yuchen raised his hand. Sheng Zhi naturally leapt into his embrace, inhaling his scent deeply. She suddenly recalled the conversation she had with Tan and the others and couldn't help but nod in agreement, repeating, clingy. Had I known, I would have learned to paint as well, Xie Yuchen murmured. Sheng Zhi laughed at what she perceived as a grand joke. Please, don't say silly things.
He sighed.
The diligent student voicing his first complaint. Classes are so tedious. Why must there be so many entanglements between people? All I wish is to be with Sheng Zhi, free from any distractions. Sheng Zhi seemed to see through his concerns, playfully jesting. Xie Yuchen, how about we elope? His eyes lit up instantly. In truth, Sheng Zhi was not joking. She had experienced that sense of helplessness, watching time slip away without knowing how to seize the moment. That was why she had suggested eloping with Xie Yuchen. It was a genuine contemplation. Thus, that evening, the two began to pack their belongings. She filled her suitcase with a few spring dresses and other clothing, along with matching accessories, simply tidying up a few other items. Sheng Zhi felt an unprecedented lightness, akin to a schoolchild excited for a spring outing, not dwelling on the unpredictable future. After finishing her packing, she stepped out of her room for water, only to find Mixue still in the living room. She greeted her and poured a glass of water. Sitting quietly in the armchair across, she sipped her drink. Be safe outside, Mixue advised. Sheng Zhi nodded. I will. After a moment, she added, you take care of yourself too. After exchanging pleasantries, Sheng Zhi hesitated for a long time before deciding to tell Mixue about what she witnessed on the Lantern Festival. Upon hearing, Mixue scoffed, her words dripping with sarcasm. He deserves it. Realizing she had expressed too much animosity in front of her child, she composed herself. Thank you for sharing this with me. If she had ample time, she could grow strong enough to confront Sheng Mingjie. The following morning at 9, Xie Yuchen and Sheng Zhi embarked on a journey to a city where no one recognized them. Sheng Zhi had previously shared several similar videos with him, and he guessed she would enjoy them.
Indeed, she did.
By 5 that afternoon, they landed and checked into a local guest house. The environment was delightful, from Sheng Zhi's room. Opening the window revealed a garden filled with blooming flowers. The essence of spring was palpable, lifting their spirits. Xie Yucheng's room was next to hers, though ultimately it went unused. At that moment, Sheng Zhi lounged on the sofa, scrolling through her phone, hastily preparing for their adventure. Xie Yucheng busied himself ensuring the safety of their accommodations. Once he finished, he glanced at Sheng Zhi, her legs draped over the armrest of the sofa, and approached to keep her company. However, as he picked up her bag, he failed to notice the unzipped zipper, causing its contents to spill onto the floor. Xie Yucheng bent down, gathering her documents and makeup items, when suddenly, his gaze was caught by an object that bore a striking resemblance to a brick. Xie Yucheng was startled by her sudden movement and hurried to assist her, asking if she had hurt herself. "I'm fine," she replied. "I was just a bit anxious." "Are you really okay?" Xie Yucheng reiterated, clearly unconvinced. Sheng Zhi nodded vigorously. "All right," he said, finally relieved, before cautiously inquiring, "Is that elderly device that appears older than Xie Yucheng significant to you?" Sheng Zhi remained silent. Xie Yucheng studied her intently. She had a tendency to become emotionally charged whenever she lied. He wished to change the subject, as it was evident that Sheng Zhi preferred not to discuss it. However, curiosity piqued his interest in what fabrications she might conjure. "So, were you worried I would attempt to seize a stainless steel basin from you?" Sheng Zhi blinked and nodded, exclaiming, "I feared you would exchange it for scissors." Xie Yucheng chuckled coldly. Indeed, he knew her too well. "Fine, I won't take it from you. It's getting late. You should rest early." Sheng Zhi obediently nodded. "I'll be right next door. Just call me if you need anything." "Okay." As she watched Xie Yucheng leave, a weight lifted from her heart. After completing her evening routine, she headed to the bathroom. At 2:30 in the morning, Sheng Zhi was jolted awake by pain, and for a fleeting moment, she thought she might be dying. Struggling to turn on the light and rise from her bed, she realized her period had arrived unexpectedly. After managing everything and lying down again, the pain persisted, keeping her awake. She went downstairs to request a heating pad from the front desk before returning to bed. It was only the following morning that Xie Yucheng learned about her ordeal when the front desk casually mentioned it. Sheng Zhi sat in her room, bewildered, for several minutes before she noticed Xie Yucheng moving his belongings in. "What are you doing?" she asked, already suspecting the answer. "Why didn't you come find me last night?" Xie Yucheng replied coolly, clearly irritated. "It was too late. I didn't want to disturb your rest." Sheng Zhi playfully tugged at his hand. "I'm here to be disturbed by you." Unable to remain angry with her, Xie Yucheng sulked quietly. "Still in pain?" he asked, his tone softening. Sheng Zhi gestured with her thumb and index finger, indicating it was just a little. Xie Yucheng sat beside her, pouring a cup of warm water and placing it in front of her. "Would you like a massage?" Sheng Zhi, feeling slightly embarrassed, redirected the conversation to his belongings. "What does this mean? You shouldn't be looking out for your own interests. I can sleep on the sofa or the floor. Just promise to stay close." That evening, as they fell asleep together, a sleepy Sheng Zhi's mind replayed a cheesy song, "I am always too soft-hearted." The following morning, after about 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. As they stepped out of the car, Sheng Zhi looked up and saw an array of bizarre kites soaring through the sky, with a crowd gathered on the distant lawn, creating a lively atmosphere. The parking lot was a bit of a distance from the actual launch area, so they strolled leisurely. The morning breeze felt particularly refreshing against their faces. Dressed vibrantly, Sheng Zhi wore a light-colored base layer topped with a soft yellow cardigan and a raspberry plaid skirt. Her hair was styled into fluffy pigtails, adorned with 2 colorful hairpins, making her resemble a blooming tulip. In Xie Yucheng's words, she was stunning beyond measure. Nearby the lawn, several stalls were selling kites, and although Sheng Zhi had done her research online beforehand, she was still curious upon arrival. She released Xie Yucheng's hand and darted towards one of the stalls to observe. Noticing his now empty hand, Xie Yucheng quickly caught up to her, joining her in selecting a kite. For a moment, his gaze was drawn to an oddly shaped object hidden beneath a pile of kites. He unearthed it, revealing a rather sinister-looking double ponytail kite. "How adorable. Keep it at a distance," she said flatly. She wasn't one to be fond of all things cute after all. The plush cockroach toy she had won from a claw machine was the closest to cute in her eyes, but this highly realistic version was a definite no-go. Xie Yucheng shrugged. "Then I'll take this one. But you can't fly it with me." "Then I won't take it." Xie Yucheng was unyielding. Ultimately, they settled on a kite that resembled the swallow kite depicted in the ancient poem Village Residence from their childhood literature. As Sheng Zhi immersed herself in the kite, She suddenly heard a gasp from the crowd. Instinctively, she searched for the source of the commotion and spotted a gigantic kite drifting in the sky. Raising her hand, she squinted to read the words emblazoned on it. It appeared someone was proposing. Her heart raced, and she glanced around, searching for his familiar silhouette. Moments later, she felt a sudden pat on her shoulder from behind. Turning around, she found the very person she had been looking for, and she exhaled in relief, playfully scolding. "You scared me. Don't run off like that." Xie Yuchen held a bunch of colorful balloons, which were quite charming. Sheng Zhi looked up, her smile radiant, completely unaware of what was about to unfold. "Where did all these balloons come from? Are you a child with such a playful spirit?" Xie Yuchen made no denial. Watching her as he commanded, "Reach out." Sheng Zhi transferred the spool of kite string to her other hand and extended her right hand toward him. Xie Yuchen took her outstretched palm, flipped it gently, and turned it palm up. Before Sheng Zhi could react, a ring, tied to the balloon string, was unexpectedly placed on her finger. Her smile faltered, and her expression shifted to shock. "Xie Yuchen, you can't possibly be proposing to me, right?" Xie Yuchen, as if seeing through her thoughts, replied, "If you wish, you may interpret it that way." However, since he had said this, Sheng Zhi tossed the string of the kite in her other hand to him and scrutinized the ring on her finger. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Would this make you unhappy?" Xie Yuchen shook his head. "Not at all." Unsure how to comfort him, she hesitated before awkwardly saying, "If we reach this time next year, I'll accept."
That is, if I'm still alive then.
She painted a hopeful picture for him. Xie Yuchen replied, "All right." After a pause, he added, "But you must keep your word." He helped her untie the thin string from the ring, and the colorful balloons attracted quite a few nearby children. Sheng Zhi decided to distribute the balloons to them one by one. Xie Yuchen, the balloon sponsor, stood not far away, having spread out a picnic blanket, quietly capturing the scene with his phone. The camera gradually zoomed in, recording her laughter as she exclaimed, "Why are you secretly taking pictures of me again?" "Because I like you." Sheng Zhi, feeling a bit bashful, turned her head away, smiling. After a moment, she raised her hand to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear and cleared her throat. Just thinking about what she was about to say made her want to laugh. She imitated Xie Yuchen's serious tone, lifting her chin. "Ahem, Sheng Zhi, you must remember. It was you who said you liked me very much, and that's why I'm with you." She deliberately emphasized the words very much. Xie Yuchen blinked in surprise. "All right, no more talking," he thought to himself, chiding himself for putting on a show. Sheng Zhi ceased to tease him and leaned in closer, stepping out of the frame, and embraced the photographer. Xie Yuchen wrapped one arm around her waist while the other hand pressed the stop recording button. Just as he was about to put away his phone, Sheng Zhi preemptively halted him. "Don't move." Xie Yuchen maintained his previous posture, allowing her to tap the screen twice. Switching the rear camera to the front, "I want to take a photo with someone I deeply admire." She emphasized those words deliberately. Xie Yuchen pondered that Sheng Zhi was truly a natural talent when it came to making his heart flutter. "Look at the camera," Sheng Zhi reminded him.
All right.
"When I count to 3, you press the shutter," she instructed softly. 3, 2, 1. At the moment the shutter clicked, Xie Yuchen couldn't resist subtly turning his head, as if cherishing a rare treasure, and planted a gentle kiss on the crown of her head. "Damn it, I can't hold back, even a little." Chapter 96. Don't scare yourself. Xie Yuchen retrieved a list of must-try restaurants from the local review site and handed his phone to Sheng Zhi for her selection. She glanced at the screen and immediately associated it with a rather informal list from Qianning University. "Did you know our school also has a must-try list?" she inquired. Hearing this, Xie Yuchen gave her a meaningful look. "I know." Now, it was Sheng Zhi's turn to be surprised. "You also look at that?" Xie Yuchen quickly distanced himself from the topic. "I haven't seen it. It was Yujun who mentioned it and laughed at me for quite a while."
Oh.
Sheng Zhi nodded, probing, "As the top choice, how do you feel?" Xie Yuchen pursed his lips, a smirk playing on his face, as he replied, "I feel like this question should be directed at you, esteemed reporter Sheng." Sheng Zhi's smile vanished in an instant, and she sheepishly buried her head back in her phone. Xie Yuchen chuckled, choosing not to expose her. When Sheng Zhi emerged from the bathroom, the room was empty. She yawned and walked to the door, locking it behind her. She sighed quietly. Although she was reluctant to admit it, she was not averse to sleeping next to Xie Yuchen. In fact, she somewhat enjoyed it. After all, they were a couple now, and it was merely sharing a blanket. "It's all fine," she reassured herself. As her eyelids grew heavier, she sent a message to Xie Yuchen before climbing into bed and burying her head under the covers. Before long, Xie Yuchen, reading the nearly suggestive WeChat message he had received moments earlier, felt a smile creep onto his lips. Imperial decree, the door isn't locked. I'm going to sleep first. He changed into a clean outfit and quietly pushed open the door to Sheng Zhi's room, carefully locking it behind him. Sheng Zhi was truly asleep, lying quietly on the bed, her face the only part visible. Xie Yuchen tiptoed over and crouched beside her, admiring her serene visage. Gradually, he sensed something was amiss. Glancing at his phone, he noted that it was barely past 8. Sheng Zhi had been increasingly lethargic lately. This realization sent a wave of panic through him. He gently shook her, his hand resting on the blanket. Zhi. No response. Wake up, Zhi. His heart sank as he awaited her reaction. Finally, she stirred, her brows furrowing as she opened her eyes a sliver. Upon seeing his face, she promptly closed them again. Impatiently turning away, burying most of her face in the pillow, her voice muffled. What is it, Xie Yuchen?
Don't disturb me.
Hearing her familiar tone, Xie Yuchen's anxiety dissipated, replaced by guilt. I'm sorry, baby. Even though she was exhausted to the point of barely keeping her eyes open. Sheng Zhi's remaining lucidity sensed Xie Yuchen's distress. With a few heavy pats on the empty space beside her, she declared, Come over and rest. Xie Yuchen navigated around to the other side of the bed, kicked off his shoes, and slipped under the covers. Sheng Zhi instinctively nestled into his embrace. Finding a comfortable position, too lazy to even lift her eyelids, soothingly patting his back. I'm just very sleepy. Don't scare yourself. Xie Yuchen tightened his hold on her. Not hearing him respond, she spoke again. Do you understand? I understand. Then say good night to me. Xie Yuchen noticed the rhythm of her pats on his back slowing, significantly. He leaned down and kissed her forehead, whispering, Good night, baby. It seemed that Xie Yuchen's worries were merely a figment of his imagination. The following day, Sheng Zhi stood before him, brimming with vitality. Conversely, he had spent the entire night on edge, hardly sleeping, and now bore faint dark circles under his eyes. According to their original plan, they were to have a couple's photo shoot today. Perhaps we should postpone until the afternoon, he suggested during breakfast, observing her concern for his state. No need, Xie Yuchen insisted, not wanting to dampen the mood.
Fine.
Sheng Zhi hesitated, taking a sip from her soy milk straw, but I think your dark circles might affect your looks. Especially since your skin is so fair, it makes you appear more fatigued. Xie Yuchen replied, I'll have the makeup artist covered up later. All right then. A brief silence enveloped them. Suddenly, Sheng Zhi recalled a saying, when one is exceedingly happy, they can unconsciously slip into sadness. She asked Xie Yuchen, Are you feeling a bit anxious? Xie Yuchen tightened his grip on the spoon, stubbornly denying no. But he could hardly conceal his feelings from Sheng Zhi, who possessed an innate ability to perceive emotions. Then smile for me. Xie Yuchen managed a forced smile, which was quite unappealing. Sheng Zhi teased him. You look terrible. Xie Yuchen retorted. You're the one making me feel this way. Looking at his expression, Sheng Zhi ultimately couldn't bear it. I can't tell you the reason right now, but I might not necessarily want you to know. The word remained unspoken. Yet it resonated with Xie Yuchen. It felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, his dark pupils locked onto her lighter ones. Her expression was serious, not merely offering comfort. I believe you, just don't deceive me. He perked up, seeking a promise from Sheng Zhi.
She nodded. I won't deceive you.
A flicker of genuine emotion finally appeared on Xie Yuchen's face. In the afternoon during a free period, Chu Ying languidly rested her head on the desk while scrolling through her phone. Habitually, she pulled down the screen and suddenly noticed a new Weibo notification. The title seemed to contain the character Sheng. Without waiting to read further, her hands swiftly dismissed the notification. Sheng Zhi had been overly active on social media lately, seemingly attempting to share her entire life on her friend's timeline. She overheard Bianjing from the adjacent bed teasing her. The speaker is oblivious, while the listener is perceptive. Chu Ying couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Sheng Zhi. Bianjing, munching on a chip, casually asked, Where's she going? Just as she finished her question, the dormitory door was unexpectedly pushed open, revealing Sheng Zhi, who had not been seen for days. Good afternoon. The two girls immediately brightened, setting aside their previous activities to greet her. Sheng Zhi cheerfully engaged with them, pulling out 2 gift boxes from her bag to share. I brought you both a little something. Thank you. As Chu Ying accepted the gift, she suddenly noticed the ring on Sheng Zhi's hand, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes, though she wisely refrained from probing further. Chu Ying and Bian Jing gathered at a table, preparing to gossip about any interesting events from her trip. However, they saw Sheng Zhi, who had not even set her bag down, hurriedly answering a phone call and rushing out. "Where are you going?" Chu Ying wondered aloud, her attention quickly shifting back to the Weibo notification sound that had just chimed. Chapter 97. Is it too much to bear? The mentor in front of Xie Yuchen was earnestly explaining the graduate school application process, but his mind was elsewhere, plagued by a persistent feeling of foreboding. The teacher occasionally sought feedback from him, and he could only nod repeatedly, signaling that he was well aware of the gravity of his future. The mentor, perceiving his thoughts were elsewhere, had intended to elaborate further, but was interrupted by the sudden notification sound from Xie Yuchen's WeChat. Although Xie Yuchen maintained a facade of indifference, a sense of restlessness stirred within him. "All right, let us conclude our discussion for today. You may leave." The mentor generously allowed him to depart.
Thank you, teacher.
"I shall take my leave now." Director Zhuang observed his hurried exit with a resigned shake of his head, reaching for the thermos on the desk to sip some tea. With a sharp exhale, he spat out the tea leaves, muttering to himself, "Not a single one of them is easy to manage." As soon as Xie Yuchen stepped out of the office, he eagerly retrieved his phone from his pocket. He navigated to the conversation with Sheng Zhi, only to discover that the recent message was from Chu Ying. Upon opening the screenshot, he was startled to see a trending topic on Weibo: the Sheng family's divorce in Jing City. The eldest son is suspected to be adopted. A twitch at his temple signaled that his unease was escalating. He then noticed a few messages from Chu Ying. "Is Sheng Zhi with you right now?" Xie Yuchen felt momentarily taken aback. Suppressing his panic, he dialed Chu Ying's number, which was answered promptly. "Chu Ying, is Sheng Zhi not in the dormitory?" He wasted no time on pleasantries. She received a call and left the dorm suddenly. Her expression was rather grim. "Do you think it could be related to their family's issues?" "I tried calling her, but she didn't answer. I'm a bit concerned." Chu Ying spoke rapidly and clearly. "How long has she been gone?" Xie Yuchen tightened his grip on the phone, running towards the elevator as he spoke. "It's been a while now." She had deliberately lowered her voice, but her emotions occasionally betrayed her, causing her tone to rise. Chu Ying recalled hearing words like "deserve it," "don't go," and "threatening me is futile." The Sheng family was based in Yunjing. They shouldn't arrive that swiftly. Coupled with the trending news, Chu Ying quickly zeroed in on a suspect. Could it be her troublesome younger brother? "I know who contacted her." Both voices fell silent simultaneously. "Thank you for informing me. I am heading to find her right now," Xie Yuchen replied. After hanging up, Chu Ying felt restless and decided to change her clothes, hastily dragging Bian Jing along to search for her. The wind at Ruinqi Lake tousled Sheng Zhi's bangs slightly, but she paid it no mind, coldly regarding Sheng Yi before her. "Sheng Yaozu, weren't you planning to jump into the lake? Go ahead." She tilted her head in impatience, initially reluctant to come. She had little time or energy to involve herself in the Sheng family's troubles. Yet, this childish boy had the audacity to threaten self-harm if she didn't show up.
Indeed.
The name Sheng Yaozu was fitting. Although she feigned indifference during the call, asserting his life meant nothing to her, she couldn't help but soften when the call ended, rushing over to spite herself. The unattainable always stirs restlessly, those favored act without fear. She yearned for life, yet received a critical condition notice. Shang Yi, in perfect health, spoke only of death. She felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. While on her way, she glanced at the trending topics. The Sheng family stock had plummeted, and Sheng Mingjie was mocked as a green-haired turtle, the buyer, and the contemporary fat orange. Everything was a chaotic mess. She suspected that these revelations were not without the meddling of Mixue. Yet, Shang Yi was not his biological son. This thought had never crossed her mind. Just as she was about to message Mixue for more details, a friend request notification popped up on her screen. Sheng Mingjie requests to add you as a friend. Note: Sheng Zhi, I am your father. Sheng Zhi raised an eyebrow, but before she could act, her phone suddenly died, plunging into darkness. Sheng Zhi, sister, please help me. Beg our father for forgiveness for my mother and me. Upon seeing Sheng Zhi approach, Shang Yi sprang to his feet from the bench, rushing to her side, gripping her sleeve in desperation. Yesterday was my 18th birthday. Sheng Mingjie threw a banquet to celebrate my coming of age and invited numerous prominent figures from Yunjing. Who could have anticipated such a scandal would erupt? Initially, I thought someone was plotting against me until Mixue adamantly prevented me from taking a paternity test, making me realize the severity of the situation. Although Mixue whisked me away from Yunjing, Sheng Mingjie will undoubtedly come after me soon. Once the truth is revealed, he will not spare my mother and me. Sheng Yi was genuinely at a loss, which is why he sought out Sheng Zhi. Sheng Zhi found the situation utterly laughable. You've come to the wrong person. I am at the bottom of the food chain in the Sheng family. Aren't you aware of that, Sheng Yaozu? She shook off his grip. Keep your distance. Is it not childish to threaten someone with death? In the face of such upheaval, Sheng Yi lost his previous arrogant demeanor, his expression fraught with panic. Sister, you're my only hope. I cannot assist you. Sheng Mingjie loves you dearly. Why not kneel before him and plead for mercy? Perhaps he will forgive you. Sheng Zhi suddenly found the entire family ridiculous. How could such a father exist in the world? He won't. Sheng Yi shook his head vehemently, as if recalling something. My mother betrayed him. He will never treat me well again. You are different. You are his only daughter, and, perhaps due to your imminent peril, he will grant any request you make. In a surge of anger, Sheng Zhi, forgetting to think, raised her hand and slapped the boy before her sharply. She bit her lip, her chest heaving, her hands trembling uncontrollably, which she instinctively clenched into fists. Sheng Yi, holding his burning cheek, realized he had misspoken. Sister, I was wrong. I apologize. I was merely anxious. You are not just anxious. You have finally voiced your true feelings. As Sheng Zhi gradually regained her composure, she regarded him with the same indifference one might reserve for a stranger. In the past, you at least felt some guilt towards me because you understood that my current situation is partially your doing. Now you can no longer pretend, can you? Chapter 98. I'm sorry. Sheng Yi was momentarily taken aback by her words. He wanted to deny it, but it was undeniably the truth. I did not wish for this either, he repeated weakly. Initially, he truly wanted to be friends with his sister Sheng Zhi, but she had been unwilling to play with him. After school, he would secretly hide in the small garden with that ugly little black cat. He despised the cat. Thus, while Sheng Zhi was at school, he dismantled the cat's nest, hoping to chase it away. He never anticipated that the wretched creature would scratch him, especially since it was always so docile with Sheng Zhi. The pain compelled him to tell their parents that he had been scratched by the bad cat his sister had raised. Because of that remark, Sheng Zhi suffered greatly, even ending up in the hospital. He was not yet 5 years old. He did not mean it. Afterward, he wished to apologize to Sheng Zhi, but she would often avoid him. Coupled with Meng Xiu's frequent interference, he had little opportunity for private interaction with her. Nevertheless, he did not give up. He finally seized another chance. Meng Xiu claimed those were gifts from their father. Sheng Yi was overjoyed, wanting Sheng Zhi to pick one as well, hoping that she might then be willing to forgive him. Thus, he sought out Sheng Zhi, who was hiding in an empty pavilion, cradling a small cake in her hands. Sheng Yi had previously encountered this cake with a servant, and at that time, he yearned to indulge in it, only to be thwarted by Meng Xiu, who furiously reprimanded the servant. He found it perplexing that this cake had appeared in Sheng Zhi's possession, yet he could not suppress his cravings. Perhaps his gaze was too fervent, for Sheng Zhi ultimately decided to share the cake with him. Elated, he thought they had reconciled. However, after savoring the sweetness, he swiftly faced the bitter consequence. He had never known of his allergy to mangoes. Thus, he cried out in distress, questioning if his sister's cake was poisonous, as he felt an unbearable itch all over his body, as though someone were choking him. With a single utterance, he shifted all blame onto Sheng Zhi once more. Consequently, Sheng Zhi faced punishment yet again. However, when he attempted to draw near again, she would coldly instruct him to keep his distance. Even so, Meng Xiu continued to chastise her. I'm sorry, Sheng Yi's voice floated lightly, devoid of substance. You lack the right to plead with me. I cannot assist you. Nor will I. Sheng Zhi gazed at the lake surface, rippling gently in the breeze. Since you have severed even our meager blood ties, let us bring this to a close today, and we need not meet again in the future. Even if you were to be driven to despair, do as you wish. I shall not bear witness. Farewell. With that, she adjusted the strap of her bag on her shoulder and turned to leave. A few days prior, Yujun had noticed someone in a reward group inquiring if any photographers were available for outdoor shoots. With little activity lately, and feeling somewhat bored, he decided to privately message that individual, expressing his willingness to help and inquiring about what they wished to capture. The response indicated they desired to shoot a set of graduation photos on campus and asked about his rates. Yujun promptly sent over his pricing details. The two parties quickly reached an agreement, setting the time for today. At this moment, he and the two clients had just finished shooting at the main building and were preparing to head to the next location. The clients had chosen the walking path beneath the Ruinshi Lake Bridge, a spot typically less crowded, adorned with cherry blossoms, perfect for capturing stunning images. Yujun had no objections. He had often shot there when approached by club members for outdoor photography. As the trio reached the bridge, the female client expressed surprise. There seems to be someone over there. Yujun leaned over the bridge to take a look. A man and a woman were present, with the woman facing away from him, her features concealed. He casually remarked, perhaps it's a couple arguing. Should we wait? All right, both clients agreed. Shall we take a couple of shots on the bridge first? Sure, think of poses while I adjust my camera. He still leaned over the railing, raising the camera to eye level to meter the light. He had no habit of taking candid shots, but as luck would have it, the two individuals under the bridge fell within his frame, prompting him to steal a glance. Suddenly, he recognized something amiss. The girl who had turned around appeared to be Sheng Zhi. At once, he abandoned any thoughts of discretion, zooming in on that scene. Indeed, it was Sheng Zhi, but the man accompanying her was not Xie Yuchen. Could he be an interloper? Yujun immediately set down his camera and called Xie Yuchen. Xie Yuchen had just returned from the software college, failing to locate Sheng Yi, and was feeling somewhat agitated. The sudden ping of a WeChat notification rekindled a glimmer of hope, yet that hope was quickly extinguished when he saw that the caller was Yujun. Taking a deep breath, he answered, barely restraining his temper. Hello? Have you lost your mind, Xie Yuchen? Yujun, with a hint of schadenfreude in his tone, teased. Guess who I just spotted? Never mind, I'm hanging up. The unease within Xie Yuchen intensified as he was about to disconnect when he heard Yujun's voice become urgent. There's a man bothering Sheng Zhi. Xie Yuchen's movements froze for a moment as he grasped the gravity of the situation. He felt a sudden surge of determination. Where? Under the Ruinshi Lake Bridge on the walking path. As Yujun relayed the information, he was taken aback. Wait, something feels off. That guy seems to be getting physical. Xie Yuchen wasted no time, sprinting toward Ruinshi Lake while instructing Yujun, Juzi, I'm on my way. You go help Sheng Zhi. And do not let that man near her. I know. Even Yujun, typically oblivious, sensed the gravity of the situation and hung up. To obstruct Sheng Zhi's escape, Sheng Yi clutched the corner of her bag tightly. Hearing voices from the bridge, both turned to look, spotting Yujun approaching. You're insane.
Sheng Yi.
Your entire family is ridiculous. In a fit of anger, she released her grip, causing Sheng Yi to lose balance and stumble backward, colliding with the iron railing by the lake. In a clumsy motion, he let go of the bag, which fell into the water with a splash. Initially concerned he might fall in, Sheng Zhi turned to leave. Don't go. Sheng Yi steadied himself, attempting to cling to her, but Yujun had already arrived. Who are you to dictate anything? If she wants to leave, let her. Yujun confronted him fiercely. President, ignore him, Sheng Zhi said. Her brow furrowed as a grave realization struck her. We need to go. Her complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, making her breathing labored.
All right.
Yujun responded, cautiously positioning himself between her and Sheng Yi. As Sheng Zhi stepped onto the stairs, she unexpectedly caught sight of Xie Yuchen at the top. Appearing flustered and out of breath. Shi. Sheng Zhi forced a smile. Before Xie Yuchen could express relief, he noticed her lips moving. Her voice was barely a whisper. Yet he discerned her apology.
I'm sorry.
With that, a trickle of crimson seeped from her lips, and she collapsed forward. Chapter 99. System permissions restored. Xie Yuchen's expression froze. His pupils dilating in shock as if struck by lightning, momentarily paralyzed. Yujun, closest to Sheng Zhi, quickly reacted, turning around to catch her. Oh no, Sheng Zhi. Are you alright? Sheng Yi was equally startled by the scene and attempted to approach Sheng Zhi. Get lost. Xie Yuchen's fury radiated as he forcefully kicked Sheng Yi in the stomach. Unprepared, Sheng Yi staggered back, clutching his abdomen and coughing violently. Xie Yuchen's fingers trembled as he held Sheng Zhi in his arms, simultaneously calling for help. Juzi, call 120. Okay. Yujun wasted no time. Hastily pulling out his phone to make the call, Xie Yuchen, fearful of holding her too tightly, clung desperately to the hem of her clothing. Gigi, please don't scare me. He gently wiped the blood from her lips, his voice quavering with emotion. Sheng Zhi's consciousness began to fade, the excruciating pain in her stomach rendering her speechless. As a warm sensation spread across her face, she fluttered her eyelashes and weakly lifted her hand, yearning to comfort Xie Yuchen. Noticing her gesture, Xie Yuchen took her hand and brought it to his face. Sheng Zhi's touch was so faint, barely registering, as she brushed against his tears. Don't cry, she silently conveyed. I'm alright, it's just my stomach that hurts terribly. In that moment, She belatedly recognized the immense benefits the system had previously bestowed upon her. Xie Yuchen comprehended her unspoken words, an unprecedented wave of anguish threatening to engulf him. Yet he felt powerless to act, repeatedly pleading, "You promised, Sheng Zhi, do not deceive me. I beg you."
I'm sorry.
This time, she might truly have to break her promise. Sheng Zhi slowly closed her eyes, slipping into unconsciousness. Shuing's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as she and Bianjing searched in vain for Sheng Zhi. Dejected, they found themselves walking along the main road opposite Ruanxi Lake Bridge when they were suddenly drawn to a distant sound of a horn. What could this be? Bianjing craned her neck, curiosity piqued. Shuing grasped her hand, urging, "Let us go see." As they approached, they noticed security personnel dispersing a gathering crowd beyond a barricade. Peering through the gaps in the crowd, Shuing caught a glimpse of a boy being loaded into an ambulance, but she couldn't identify him. Just then, she turned and spotted Yujun emerging anxiously from behind the cordon, and her racing heart finally calmed. The hospital corridor was permeated with the sterile scent of disinfectant, evoking a sense of inner resistance. The room was silent, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. When Yu Anha arrived, her gaze immediately fell on the heart rate monitor beside the bed. Seeing the fluctuating lines, she breathed a sigh of relief before turning her attention to the bed. Sheng Zhi lay there quietly, her face pale and fragile, as if she could vanish from this world at any moment. Xie Yuchen sat beside her, his eyes reddened, lashes lowered, concealing the turmoil within, silently keeping vigil. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, he glanced back and, upon recognizing Sheng Zhi's mother, stood up respectfully, hoarsely greeting, "Auntie." Yuanhe looked at her lifeless daughter, her breath catching momentarily, her heart aching as if pierced by a sharp object. The doctor had said she needed rest and that the chances of her waking up were slim. Xie Yuchen refused to accept this grim prognosis. Yet, as if reminded by his words, Yuanhe turned, her voice chilling. "Why has this happened?" The doctor said she was in good condition during the last checkup. Xie Yuchen was equally perplexed. Everything had seemed fine until he left for just a moment, and now she was like this. A face filled with dread flashed through his mind, and suddenly he had an answer. "Please take care of Gigi for me." After uttering this, he hurried out of the ward. From Yujun, Xie Yuchen learned that Sheng Yi was also in the hospital. His earlier kick had been too forceful, and Yujun feared that Sheng Yi might be seriously hurt, affecting his own brother. Concerned he might escape unscathed, she decided to personally escort him to the hospital. He found Sheng Yi's room at the end of the corridor, and as he pushed the door open, he heard him pleading on the phone, "Mom, you have to help me. I really don't know why this is happening." Startled by the noise at the door, Sheng Yi looked up, nearly losing his composure. The phone he had just hung up slipped from his grasp onto the sheets. He tried to turn to press the nurse's call button, but Xie Yuchen was quicker. "What's the hurry?" Xie Yuchen gripped the button with a sinister expression. "I'll help you press it." To Sheng Yi, this felt akin to a death sentence. He swallowed hard, inching away from the bed, nervously threatening. "What do you want?" "You can't touch me. My dad won't let you get away with this." Xie Yuchen smirked and delivered a punch to the unscathed side of his face. Now both sides were swollen, appearing more symmetrical. Grabbing Sheng Yi by the collar like a small chick, he yanked out the four and dragged him from the bed, pummeling him mercilessly. Initially, Sheng Yi dared to spew bravado, but soon enough, he was reduced to cradling his head and begging for mercy. Xie Yuchen vented his anger with a kick to Sheng Yi's knee. Breathing heavily, he attempted to compose himself, kindly reminding Sheng Yi, "You're an orphan. You have no father." Sheng Yi endured the searing pain in his knee, too intimidated to retort. Xie Yuchen straightened up, casually grabbed the nearby nurse's call button, and pressed it several times before turning to leave. "Do you think Sheng Mingjai will still treat you like his own son?" It was only after the room fell silent again that Sheng Yi cradled his knees and wept bitterly. Why was everyone treating him like this? It wasn't Tia's fault. Xie Yuchen lingered outside Sheng Zhi's ward for an extended period, feeling unwell and reluctant to disturb her. Sheng Zhi usually appeared so normal that he often entertained the hope that one day she might suddenly recover. Yet reality doused that hope with a cold bucket of water. He leaned back against the frigid tiles, fatigue overwhelming him as he closed his eyes. Just as consciousness began to fade, a mechanical voice devoid of emotion echoed in his mind. System privileges restored. Chapter 100. She is not a burden. Xie Yuchen's eyes snapped open. That voice again, this was no mere hallucination. Earlier at Ruanxi Lake, when Sheng Zhi collapsed before him, he had also heard it say, "The vessel has been damaged. The system will soon seek a new host." At that moment, overwhelmed by the terror of potentially losing Sheng Zhi. He had thought it was a figment of his imagination and brushed it off. He attempted to communicate mentally with the enigmatic voice.
Hello.
Greetings, host, the mechanical voice responded, unusually hesitant. For some reason, it seemed to harbor a reluctance towards this new host. A glimmer of hope flickered in Xie Yuchen's eyes. No matter what this entity was, as long as it could save Sheng Zhi, he would sacrifice anything, even his own life, to achieve that. Where do you come from? The future. You possess the ability to traverse time? Xie Yuchen keenly seized upon this critical information. Although this power had emerged from a researcher's serendipitous blunder and was occasionally unreliable, it was undoubtedly far more potent than its original purpose. Otherwise, it would not be coveted by so many, even to the point of destruction. Can you assist me? Xie Yuchen inquired. Everything comes at a price. I am willing, he replied without a moment's hesitation. With the emergence of the system, he had grown greedy, seeking to sever the root of Sheng Zhi's suffering. After a prolonged silence, the system felt a sense of familiarity with his words. Have we met before? Xie Yuchen hesitated. Did the system also engage in such small talk? No. It denied. I haven't met you. I'll lay my cards on the table. I can help you, but I am merely a half-finished product, and there is a certain probability of error in these matters. Xie Yuchen appeared unfazed, asking an unrelated question. Do you know Sheng Zhi? He recalled how, during their stay at the inn, Sheng Zhi had uncertainly expressed that she might not die after all. He had thought she was merely comforting herself, but now it seemed there was more to it. Yes, she was my previous host. So, the inexplicable behaviors she exhibited were your doing? Xie Yuchen pieced together the clues. Suddenly, all of Sheng Zhi's inexplicable actions made perfect sense. You wanted her to imitate me?
Exactly.
As long as she collects 100 of your replication value, I will have a way to heal her. The system scratched its code, feeling a bit out of sorts, questioning why the replication target was set to Xie Yuchen. Xie Yuchen, however, remained unnervingly calm. So how much has she accumulated now? 90. It was then that Xie Yuchen distinctly felt a hand patting him on the shoulder. He turned to see Yuanhe, prompting him to rise. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the bloodstains on the back of his hand, evidence of his earlier encounter with Sheng Zhi that he had yet to tend to. Xie Yuchen instinctively hid his hand, his expression remaining impassive. Today's events are related to Sheng Zhi. Yuanhe frowned, a shadow of concern crossing her face. I will handle matters concerning the Sheng family. Please leave Sheng Zhi's care to me. She discerned that the young man before her harbored genuine feelings for her daughter. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, Then I must trouble you. Xie Yuchen forced a faint smile and replied softly, She is not a trouble. Yuanhe was momentarily taken aback. Just as Xie Yuchen was about to step into the house, he seemed to remember something and turned to ask her, Aunt Yu, if given a second chance, would you treat her well? Yuanhe gazed at Xie Yuchen with a complex expression, hesitating to respond. She did not wish to utter insincere words, for she was acutely aware of her past self. Though she remained silent, Xie Yuchen had already gleaned too much from her expression. I understand, he thought, stepping into the hospital room and closing the door behind him. He first retreated to the adjacent restroom to wash the blood from his hands, then adjusted his expression in the mirror, striving to appear less burdened by sorrow. Slowly, he returned to the chair beside the hospital bed. He tucked the blanket around Sheng Zhi and managed to smile, his voice slightly hoarse as he spoke. Zhi, I have discovered your secret again. How foolish you are. Haven't I already told you that I like you? After a lengthy outing, you must be weary. Take this opportunity to rest well. When you wake, I promise you will be healthy and lively. Xie Yuchen's cool fingertips brushed against her cheek. When the time comes for my proposal, you must not go back on your word. He called upon the system once more. What price must I pay? Are you wealthy? The system posed a question he had not anticipated. Indeed. I previously mentioned that I possess certain flaws. Once my goal is achieved, I will require your assistance in perfecting the system. Understood, Xie Yuchen responded readily. Let us begin now. Very well, the system conceded without further elaboration. Before long, Xie Yuchen felt a circular light enveloping him. However, before he could examine it closely, it vanished unexpectedly. He found the situation somewhat absurd, and upon lifting his gaze, he discovered that his surroundings had transformed into an unfamiliar landscape. It appeared to be a cemetery? Despite the rain falling from the sky, he felt no sensation of it. Then the system's voice echoed in his mind. Oh no, this is a mistake.
Reset.
He had thought the system's claim of a potential error was mere humility. It was, in fact, the truth. Xie Yuchen surveyed his surroundings, and his attention was suddenly drawn to a distant black umbrella. The umbrella's owner was clad in a black suit, adorned with a white flower, exuding an air of solemnity. He slightly turned his head to glimpse the figure beneath the umbrella, and then he saw it, his future self. His future self brushed past him, ascending the steps towards a particular gravestone in the second row. A chill coursed through Xie Yucheng's body, and a singular thought occupied his mind as he moved to follow, eager to discern the name inscribed on the gravestone. In the next moment, a white light enveloped him once more, and his figure vanished instantaneously. Night had fallen heavily. At the Sheng family villa nestled in the hillside, Xie Yucheng found himself again in a strange setting. He circled the outer walls of the villa's garden, attempting to grasp the current situation. Under the cover of night, a figure darted from a concealed back door, rushing towards him. She appeared to be fleeing from something, glancing back anxiously as she ran. Before she could react, she collided with someone. Xie Yucheng looked down to meet the wary yet timid gaze of the girl.
Gigi.
Chapter 101. Brother, what is your name? Sheng Zhi's immediate reaction was to assume she had been discovered by the Sheng family. Without a moment's thought, she turned and dashed in another direction. The darkness was thick, and in her haste, she stumbled over a stone, losing her balance and falling. Xie Yucheng, witnessing this, felt a surge of concern replace his earlier excitement. He quickly closed the distance and helped her to her feet. Are you alright? Did you hurt yourself? As he spoke, he brushed the dirt from her clothing. Sheng Zhi shook off his hand, crouching on the ground while clutching her knee. It seemed she was genuinely hurt. Her small face contorted in pain, yet she still maintained her guard against him. I'm sorry for startling you. Xie Yucheng realized the issue at hand, crouching down to meet her gaze. Do not be afraid. I am not a bad person. Then who are you? The 8-year-old Sheng Zhi spoke her first words, her innocent voice tinged with confusion. Do we know each other? I am. Before he could formulate a response, little Sheng Zhi spoke again, her grape-like eyes fixed on him, revealing a glimmer of hope. Did my mother send you to find me? Xie Yucheng regarded her, unable to shatter her expectation, and nodded in affirmation.
Yes.
To bolster his credibility, he added, Your mother's surname is Yu, correct? Sheng Zhi nodded vigorously, a flicker of joy illuminating her face. I knew it. She wouldn't abandon me. Xie Yucheng felt a sudden ache in his heart. Indeed, she has not abandoned you. Sheng Zhi blinked at him with wide eyes, making a startling inquiry. Are you her new husband? The fleeting emotions Xie Yucheng had begun to cultivate vanished in an instant. He recalled the time when he first met Sheng Zhi, when she had mistakenly entered the wrong house while intoxicated, perceiving him as Yuanha's little boyfriend.
No.
I am merely her friend, he replied evasively.
Oh.
Fortunately, Sheng Zhi did not pursue the matter further. Then, brother, what is your name? Xie Yucheng, he replied. Under the night sky, Sheng Zhi perched on his back, her hands resting on his shoulders, their shadows elongated by the moonlight. She asked him casually, Brother, where are you from? Am I a bit heavy? My leg feels better now. Should I walk by myself? Where are you taking me? You aren't a kidnapper, are you? He turned his head slightly, his gaze falling on Sheng Zhi's damp eyelashes, and his heart softened. He had previously inquired of Yuanha, knowing that during this time, she might not treat Sheng Zhi kindly. Thus, Xie Yucheng did not intend to seek her out. He wished to take Sheng Zhi to the Xie family, where Mrs. Sheng and the elder would surely welcome her presence, granting her a complete childhood.
Why? She asked.
And I have already stated that events that have transpired cannot be altered. You cannot assist her. Xie Yucheng fell silent, believing the system's words, yet not fully trusting them. If it is indeed impossible to change the past, what then is the significance of the system's existence? This moment did not belong to him. He led Sheng Zhi to the main road and flagged down a passing car. After providing an address, they headed towards a standalone villa near Tongyuan Road. This property, owned by Mrs. Sheng, was well furnished but seldom visited, serving as a relatively secure refuge. Xie Yucheng allowed Sheng Zhi to rest against him while he turned to gaze out the window at the shops receding into the distance. Memories from his childhood resurfaced, reminding him of the swift passage of time. As the vehicle traversed the city, he noticed the electronic billboards in the commercial district featuring advertisements for Santa Claus. It seemed to be tomorrow. The driver's cheerful voice suddenly broke the silence, causing Sheng Zhi to flinch slightly, her shoulders tensing as she opened her eyes groggily and moved away from him. Did I disturb you? Xie Yucheng asked gently. Sheng Zhi glanced around, her voice still laced with drowsiness. Where are we going? Xie Yucheng felt akin to a trafficker.
Oh.
Fortunately, Sheng Zhi did not continue to question him. Instead, she rubbed her belly and said, "Brother, I'm a bit hungry." Upon hearing this, Xie Yuchen suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he turned his head to look outside. Ultimately, they were but a few steps away from their destination, with several restaurants nearby, so they decided to have the driver drop them off. After satisfying their hunger, as Xie Yuchen and Sheng Zhi emerged from the restaurant, it was nearing 11 o'clock at night. Remembering a large supermarket in the vicinity, Xie Yuchen turned to a small child and inquired, "Are you tired?" Sheng Zhi shook her head. She had already dozed off for quite a while in the car. Coupled with the exhilaration of successfully executing their escape plan for the first time, sleep was the last thing on her mind. "Shall we go to the supermarket with brother?"
Okay.
Sheng Zhi, feeling a bit shy to ask Xie Yuchen to carry her, grasped his arm instead, using him as a human crutch as she limped along. Upon entering the store, Xie Yuchen released her hand, and before she could react, he returned with a large shopping cart. Just as she was about to speak, a strong arm encircled her waist, lifting her effortlessly into the cart as if she were a small chick. By the time she processed what had happened, the cart was already in motion. Adjusting her position to face him, she awkwardly said, "Brother, I can walk on my own. You can pick out the toothbrush yourself." Xie Yuchen, seemingly unperturbed, continued his task. Sheng Zhi's attention was swiftly diverted, and she turned to follow his lead. The pair wandered from the daily necessities section to the fresh produce area. Before long, the cart was brimming with items, and Xie Yuchen held several bags of groceries in his hands. Estimating they had gathered enough, he made a detour to grab a couple of apples from the fruit section. As they entered the community, the clock was nearing midnight. Xie Yuchen stood at the entrance, recalling the password for the smart lock from memory. A sound of error echoed from the lock. "Let me try again," he said. Sheng Zhi turned to glance at him calmly. Chapter 102. You are such a good person. Although she said nothing, Xie Yuchen could see doubt reflected in her wide almond-shaped eyes. "Let me give it another shot." A series of numbers flashed through his mind, and he finally tried the wedding anniversary of Miss Xing and his father, which succeeded. Xie Yuchen sighed in relief. Just as he was about to turn to invite her inside, he heard Sheng Zhi ask, "Brother, is this really your home?" "Of course, I opened the door. Didn't I?" Xie Yuchen was eager to clarify. Despite her young age, Sheng Zhi was quite discerning. "You swear, liars will never find a girlfriend." Xie Yuchen looked down at her, hesitating to respond, eventually conceding, "Let us change the subject." Sheng Zhi regarded him with an expression that suggested she had indeed caught him in a lie. "Liars wear green hats. Where on earth did you learn such nonsense?" Xie Yuchen shifted the grocery bags to his other hand, taking her arm to guide her inside, turning on the lights and closing the door behind them. Sheng Zhi surveyed the surroundings. The furniture was complete and appeared brand new, suggesting it wasn't often occupied. Yet, the absence of dust on the table indicated that someone regularly tidied up. Several framed photographs adorned the walls near the staircase. As she approached for a closer look, she noticed a couple in one of the pictures, a man and a woman. The man bore a striking resemblance to Xie Yuchen, though his demeanor differed. The woman beside him was graceful and cheerful, and they seemed quite compatible, reflecting on her earlier threat to make Xie Yuchen swear. She looked at the photo and pieced together some information. "Brother, is that you?" she asked, pointing to the man in the picture. "That's me," he began. But his words suddenly shifted. "That's my brother." Meanwhile, in the old Xie family residence, Xie Chongqing suddenly sneezed. "Oh," Sheng Zhi mused. "So this is actually your brother's house, then?" "Yes," Xie Yuchen silently apologized to the elder Xie, hoping she could now trust him. "I am truly not a liar." "All right." Sheng Zhi could sense that this brother meant her no harm. "Thank you, but I'm not hungry right now." Xie Yuchen continued to extend an apple towards her, squatting down to meet her gaze. "On Christmas Eve, one must receive apples, hoping you receive blessings and remain safe." "Very well then." She reluctantly accepted the apple, acknowledging the good intentions behind it. "Thank you, brother." Xie Yuchen chuckled at her expression, murmuring, "How sweet of you, at this moment. It will be quite a challenge to get you to call me that in the future." He turned to retrieve a first aid kit from beneath the coffee table, rummaging through it until he found a gentle disinfectant. He then instructed Sheng Zhi, "Roll up your pant leg. Let me check for bleeding." Sheng Zhi obediently complied, holding the apple in her mouth. Fortunately, there were no cuts, but a large bruise marred her skin, which looked alarming. "Does it hurt?" he asked. Sheng Zhi instinctively shook her head. "It hurts," she interjected, removing the half-eaten apple from her mouth, interrupting him. Who knew what he was about to say? He looked so clever. What if he tricked her? Xie Yuchen settled onto the carpet, using a cotton swab dipped in disinfectant to clean her bruise. Finally applying a large sterile bandage. Avoid getting it wet while bathing, understand? And make sure to dispose of the used trash properly. He did not rush to rise from the carpet, opting instead to converse with her face to face. If you feel pain, you must express it, alright? Only then can we think of solutions together. But no one will help me solve it. Sheng Zhi continued munching on her apple, her voice slightly muffled. Her casual remark tightened Xie Yucheng's chest, and his gaze toward her grew sorrowful. Perceiving his emotions, she looked up and asked, "Brother, are you feeling down?" "Not at all. Why do I feel like you are about to cry?" Sheng Zhi set down her half-eaten apple and accepted the tissue he offered to wipe her hands. "I feel that weepy boys are not very likable. Sheng Yi cries all the time. When he does, I end up having bad luck." She sighed dramatically. Her expression tinged with a hint of frustration. While speaking, she handed the tissue to Xie Yuchen to comfort him. "Please don't cry. I'm afraid of bad luck." Xie Yuchen glanced at the tissue she had just used, accepting it without comment as he tossed it into the trash. "In the future, there will be people to help you solve your problems." He remained concerned about their earlier conversation. "Of course, you must also protect yourself and avoid getting hurt." "I'm not going to cry. My eyes just feel a bit uncomfortable." As for Sheng Yi, he truly is quite bothersome. "Then next time, tell him to leave and keep his distance from you." Sheng Zhi could not resist asking, "Brother, how can you teach me to say such words? For filthy people, one must use filthy words." Sheng Zhi did not fully grasp his meaning, but she nodded in agreement. "Where will I sleep tonight, brother?" she inquired. "There are many rooms upstairs. You one tea-sell me while I'm asleep, will you?" "I would never. I am your mother's friend."
Oh.
At 9 in the morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the quilt. Sheng Zhi, with half her head buried under the blanket, extended her arms first. Stretching lazily. Instantly refreshed, she opened her eyes and discovered a fluffy rabbit plush toy before her. The little girl hopped out of bed, slipping on her slippers, and made her way downstairs to the kitchen, where she found Xie Yuchen preparing breakfast. Upon hearing her movements, he looked up and greeted her. "You're awake. Good morning." Sheng Zhi raised the rabbit plush, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Xie Yuchen. "Brother, did you give this to me? And the dress?"
No, Xie Yuchen denied.
"It was Santa Claus." Sheng Zhi, filled with skepticism, declared, "Surely, you must be the one who sent it. There cannot possibly be a Santa Claus in this world. I have never received his gifts before." Xie Yuchen glanced at her again, responding leisurely. "From this year onwards, there will be." "Brother, you truly are a good person." Sheng Zhi replied. "At such a young age, you already know how to hand out compliments." "Thank you," Xie Yuchen said, as he handed her a freshly made sandwich placed on a plate. He urged her, "Hurry, wash your face and brush your teeth. I'll take you somewhere soon." Chapter 103. Growing up yet still timid. The little girl sat quietly in the back seat of the car, her gaze fixed on the lunchbox resting on her lap. Unable to suppress a swallow, she turned to the boy beside her and asked, "Brother, can I really not eat?" "Not yet," Xie Yuchen replied, turning to look at her. "Are you hungry?" Sheng Zhi nodded vigorously. Hearing this, Xie Yuchen reminded the driver to speed up. After about 10 minutes, the two figures, one large and one small, stood at the entrance of the hospital. Sheng Zhi, lost in thought, kindly warned him, "Brother, selling human organs will land you in prison." Xie Yuchen chuckled as he ruffled the girl's fluffy hair. "I study law, I know more about this than you." "Oh," Sheng Zhi pouted. "Then what are we doing here?" Xie Yuchen stifled a laugh, clearly aware that the child still did not fully trust him. "We're here for a checkup." "Why do we need a checkup?" she asked. "No reason. Let us go," he urged. "Aren't you hungry? The sooner we finish the checkup, the sooner you can eat." "All right then." As registering at the hospital was not particularly convenient at this time, Xie Yuchen led the little girl through various departments all morning. During the wait for test results, Sheng Zhi finally had the opportunity to indulge in the sandwich she had been thinking about all morning. After collecting the results, Xie Yuchen took her to see the doctor. "The child has slightly low blood sugar. At this age, when they are still growing, parents need to pay attention to their care," the doctor stated. Upon hearing this, Xie Yuchen let out a sigh of relief. After expressing his gratitude, he took Sheng Zhi out of the hospital. At the entrance, an elderly woman was selling hydrogen balloons, and Sheng Zhi couldn't help but steal a glance. Her little gesture did not escape Xie Yuchen's keen eye. He gently nudged her. "Go pick one." 2 minutes later, Xie Yuchen looked up at the balloon floating in the air, which was adorned with a cartoon character, and couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?"
Sheng Zhi asked, puzzled.
Oh, nothing. Xie Yuchen cleared his throat.
When will you take me to find Mom?
Sheng Zhi inquired. Xie Yuchen's expression turned serious, and he feigned busyness while scratching his neck, his gaze darting around, also collecting flyers from a young man nearby. Your mother is on a business trip, and she asked me to take care of you for a few days. He hastily concocted an excuse, then noticed a flyer for a newly opened amusement park. Would you like to go play? With a child's playful spirit, Sheng Zhi was naturally captivated by the various attractions depicted on the flyer, eagerly nodding, yes. Since the amusement park was not far from the hospital, Xie Yuchen swiftly hailed a cab to take her there. Upon entering the park, they encountered a staff member dressed as Santa Claus, distributing candy from a large red bag. As Sheng Zhi passed by, she received a handful and politely thanked him. Xie Yuchen stood beside her, scanning the park's map, and asked, "What do you want to play?" Having never played anything before, Sheng Zhi struggled to make a choice. Seeing her dilemma, Xie Yuchen decisively declared, "Then let us try everything." Sheng Zhi nodded enthusiastically, all right. As the roller coaster ascended to its peak and then plummeted down, Sheng Zhi was utterly overwhelmed, her screams audible to Xie Yuchen sitting next to her. By the end of the ride, she was so weak she could hardly stand, her ears ringing. Xie Yuchen guided her to a nearby bench, watching her small face scrunched up, her bangs tousled by the wind, and couldn't he help but laugh. You little coward. Sheng Zhi opened her mouth, unsure how to retort, and after a few seconds weakly replied, "That's because I'm a child. I want to be afraid when I grow up." A certain grown-up had been so frightened he dared not open his eyes during the ride. Xie Yuchen had teased her then, saying she was both inexperienced and overly eager to play. Sheng Zhi did not argue back, but as the Ferris wheel began to ascend, she cautiously opened her eyes just a crack, coincidentally catching the boy beside her leaning in for a kiss. Suddenly feeling less tense, she was about to tease him when Xie Yuchen leaned in and captured her lips, causing her to instinctively close her eyes. Then she heard his seductive whisper, "If you're afraid, then don't open your eyes." Of course, such things were not meant to be shared with the little girl before him. Xie Yuchen playfully provoked. Grown-ups can be quite timid too. How do you know? Sheng Zhi asked. Because I've traveled from the future, he replied in a joking tone. Sheng Zhi looked at him as if he were foolish. What kind of look is that? Xie Yuchen asked, feeling a bit deflated. It's nothing, she shook her head, her tone filled with regret. Brother, I should have had you checked at the hospital too.
Who taught you to speak like that?
He asked, changing the subject. Sheng Zhi nodded. Let us play something less thrilling. What do you want to play? She pointed to the distant carousel. That one. All right, Xie Yuchen replied melodiously, extending his hand. Let us go. Sheng Zhi instinctively took his hand. Just as they were about to leave, they noticed a vendor near the flower bed holding up a piece of paper, offering it to them like a treasure. Sorry, handsome. I couldn't resist drawing you and your sister when I saw you sitting here. Xie Yuchen took the drawing, and Sheng Zhi craned her neck to see. Thank you, he said, unsure of what else to say, handing the drawing back to Sheng Zhi, preparing to leave. You're welcome. $30 each, the man replied, rubbing his hands together with a grin. Xie Yuchen handed him $30, observing his attire and guessing he was likely a college student, so he asked, Which school do you attend? Nodding thoughtfully, Xie Yuchen patted the man's shoulder before leaving, saying earnestly, Next time, try to hold back. The street artist seemed taken aback by the comment, turning to see the pair of siblings walking away, deep in conversation. Looks like the art program at Peking University ISNT quite up to par. Brother, I feel this drawing ISNT very good. The little girl critiqued after examining the artwork for a while. This indicates your taste is just fine. Chapter 104. A Child Prodigy. After getting off the carousel, Xie Yuchen guessed Sheng Zhi must be hungry, so he took her to a burger joint favored by children within the park. However, it was mealtime, and the place was crowded, requiring them to wait for their number to be called. Sheng Zhi sat on a bench in the waiting area, swinging her legs idly, holding the milk tea Xie Yuchen had just bought for her. After a busy morning, her hair had become somewhat disheveled. Xie Yuchen sat beside her, guiding her to turn her head slightly, removing the two hair ties from her hair and rebraiding it. Sheng Zhi looked at the half-braided pigtail and remarked, Brother, your hands are quite skillful. I think so too. Xie Yuchen accepted her praise without modesty. As she spoke, the other braid in her hand was nearing completion. After securing it with a hair tie, she let the braid cascade over her shoulder. All right, turn around, she instructed. Sheng Zhi obediently complied. Xie Yuchen gazed at his handiwork with satisfaction, generously bestowing praise upon Sheng Zhi, You resemble a delightful little figurine. Utterly adorable. Sheng Zhi inquired. What is a figurine? Xie Yuchen found it difficult to articulate an explanation suitable for her understanding, merely stating, it means I am complimenting your charm and beauty. The little child, ever playful, felt a hint of shyness at the flattery and shyly remarked, Brother, you are quite handsome as well. The young one had a sweet tongue, eliciting a chuckle from Xie Yuchen, who gradually sensed an underlying mischief. He raised a brow. Who else is very handsome? Sheng Zhi, nibbling on her milk tea straw, blinked and tilted her chin towards the direction behind him. That uncle seems quite familiar. Upon hearing this, Xie Yuchen turned around, peering back with a hint of reluctance. Simultaneously, Sheng Zhi appeared to have a revelation, her voice rising in pitch. I know, he seems to be your brother. Before she could finish her sentence, the abruptly turned Xie Yuchen covered her mouth, scooping her up and dashing off in another direction, clinging to his neck. Sheng Zhi turned her gaze towards the figure that bore a striking resemblance to Xie Yuchen, who was holding a little boy's hand. For some reason, the boy also seemed somewhat familiar. They ran until they reached a secluded corner, away from the bustling crowd, where Xie Yuchen finally halted. Placing Sheng Zhi down and leaning against the wall to catch his breath, a wave of apprehension washing over him. Sheng Zhi looked up at him. Brother, you are quite odd. Wasn't that person your brother? Why did you hide? Xie Yuchen thought to himself that if he hadn't hidden, he might have lost everything. He composed himself and fabricated an excuse to placate the child. Well, he was jealous of my looks, and we had a quarrel, so we cannot meet right now. Do I really look like a fool? Sheng Zhi asked earnestly. That is not important. We cannot linger here, he replied, turning to her. Shall we conclude our day? I just remembered, I have some other matters to attend to. Sheng Zhi obediently nodded, not pressing further. All right. They sought an exit with fewer people and departed the park. Their reason for being there was quite simple. They had only arrived the previous day, so they possessed little luggage upon leaving. Sheng Zhi stood to the side, clutching a rabbit plush toy, watching as Xie Yuchen packed some daily necessities into a bag and returned the entire space to its untouched state. Upon exiting the house, they inexplicably felt a sense of desolation, akin to being cast out onto the streets. Xie Yuchen sat on the edge of the concrete flower bed, pondering where they could possibly go. Sheng Zhi imitated his posture, resting her elbows on her knees, supporting her head with her hands, looking quite forlorn. Brother, do you not have a home of your own? Xie Yuchen, recognizing her gesture, turned his head to glance at her. Indeed. You have learned to mimic quite well since childhood. Sheng Zhi pouted at him and asked, Are we going to sleep under a bridge tonight? Xie Yuchen gazed into her eyes for a couple of seconds. A sudden idea sparked in his mind. He reached out to pat her head, his tone lively. How could I let you sleep under a bridge? Come, let us hail a cab. I'll take you somewhere. All right, Sheng Zhi replied, getting up and brushing off the dirt from her bottom. Standing in the rental unit, she was momentarily taken aback by the stark contrast of her brother's transition from a grand villa to a modest apartment. However, despite its small size, the place exuded warmth and contained all the essentials. Brother, how did you find this place? Xie Yuchen smiled mysteriously at her. A secret. Stay here for a moment. I need to speak with the landlady. Is that all right? Understood. He bent down to meet her gaze. Lock the door securely, and do not let strangers in. Got it. With that, Xie Yuchen turned and exited, locking the door behind him. When he encountered the landlady, he was suddenly struck by clarity regarding the lingering questions that had haunted him. Although they were of different ages, he instantly recognized her as the landlady he had met the previous year when Sheng Zhi had brought him here to admire the flowers. No wonder her expression had been so peculiar at that time. They had crossed paths in some fleeting moment of the past. Did this imply that his arrival was not as devoid of significance as the system had suggested, and that he could indeed alter certain events? What had transpired in between? An overwhelming multitude of questions intertwined, creating a tangled web of confusion in his mind. Hello? I apologize. Please continue. Xie Yuchen nodded slightly. Regardless of the era, handsome men were always in demand. The young female landlady could not resist stealing glances at Xie Yuchen. May I ask how long you intend to rent this place? Xie Yuchen remained silent for a moment before uttering a jaw-dropping figure. Are you sure? The landlady stammered, bewildered at the thought of someone wanting to stay for such an extended period. With that amount, one could nearly afford a down payment. Xie Yuchen nodded. Yes. I wish to rent it for that long, but I have one request. They conversed for about an hour, during which the landlady transitioned from confusion to a tentative understanding, eventually agreeing to his terms. When Xie Yuchen handed over his bank card, he felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, The system granted him sufficient authority to access future assets. Otherwise, he would have had to spend the night on the streets with Sheng Zhi. After completing all his tasks, it was already past 10 in the evening. Xie Yuchen quietly opened the door to the rental unit. The living room light was still on, yet he could not find Sheng Zhi. A momentary panic gripped him as he called out her name. At that instant, the figure hidden behind the door spoke up.